Chapter 87. Fall back. Yakura's angry roar echoed. Yakura raised her fair arm, and two scorching fireballs formed in her palm. Boom! The dancing fireballs scorched the air. The temperature inside the hall rose sharply. Seeing this, Guren immediately called on his underlings to run, because this place was likely to turn into an extremely terrifying battlefield. Yakura, in her extreme anger, was like an erupting volcano. Loving the village and her comrades, she would not allow anyone to harm her people. This protectiveness was also an important reason why Yakura earned the respect of her comrades. Yakura controlled the two fireballs, sending them flying toward Sarutobi Akira. Sarutobi Akira naturally had no intention of being roasted into a human jerky, and quickly dodged to the side. Seeing this, the three Sand Village Umbu also immediately rushed into the ruins outside to save their comrades. Boom boom. Sure enough, Yakura raised her hands high above her head. Countless flames began to gather above her. Immediately, the wind stirred and the clouds surged. The entire hall began to flicker erratically. With a diameter of over 1 meter, such a huge fireball would obviously unleash an indiscriminate explosive attack when it exploded. This was a scorching technique that only Yakura could perform. Sarutobi Akira felt as if he had entered the sun-baked heat of midsummer. His mouth was dry, and he even felt dizzy. Sarutobi Akira immediately realized that Yakura's move not only gathered flames, but also drew away the surrounding air. When this move exploded, its power would be doubled as a result. And this move, just like Yakura's commoner background, had a simple and unadorned name. Scorching Release, Giant Fireball. This one move alone set Yakura apart from other strong contemporaries, such as Minato Namikaze and others. Because the giant fireball was an indiscriminate, wide-range explosion. At close range, all matter would be reduced to ashes. The violent explosion would shatter everything. At the same time, it also came with the added damage of wind releases cutting and fire releases scorching. In other words, even if one dodged the damage at the center of the explosion and the reduced damage nearby, as long as one was within the radius, one would still be injured. With this one move, Yakura could instantly reverse the situation and slaughter a group of enemies. Ice Release. Sarutobi Akira didn't even think, he immediately formed hand seals and activated Ice Release. Boom! A sun rose from the ground. Compared to Inoki's sun, the destructive power of Yakura's move was on a different level. The entire hall was directly reduced to ashes, razed to the ground in the explosion. The intense white light made everyone unable to open their eyes. When the explosion ended, the area around Yakura had been completely cleared, turning into a circle that looked like a meteor crater. Yakura, standing at the center, was unharmed. This had nothing to do with chakra control. The giant fireball just now had even engulfed Yakura herself. But the scorching release Kekei Genkai allowed Yakura to absorb resist heat and absorb resist wind. This was the secret to Yakura's fearlessness of Guren's fire release. It was also the reason why she dared to show her face and live in the land of wind for many years, yet her skin remained firm, fair, and smooth. The scorching release Kekei Genkai had completely changed Yakura's DNA structure. From the dissipating smoke and dust, a figure suddenly rushed out. Sarutobi Akira, whose body was cut by countless wind attribute chakra and burned by fire attribute chakra, looked battered, but his eyes were bright and piercing. With the unmarked instantaneous body technique, an explosion of speed brought him directly in front of Yakura. Yakura's offensive just now made one thing clear. Absolutely, he could not create distance between them. Otherwise, she would repeat the move from just now. Half foolish. However, engaging Yakura in close combat was equally unwise. Yakura waved her hands. A series of fireballs rose from her hands, looking like a string of pearls. Each of these many fireballs could be manipulated by Yakura. Their flight paths were unpredictable. In addition to their large number, they could attack from multiple angles. Anyone hit by this move would rapidly dehydrate within 3 to 5 seconds, eventually being baked dry and evaporated into a dried corpse by the high temperature. Suddenly seeing so many fireballs appearing, there was no trace of panic on Sarutobi Akira's face. Bang! He stepped on the ground with one foot. At the moment of stomping, the newly acquired Magnet Release Kekei Genkai activated. Magnet Release. The entire earth suddenly rumbled. It seemed that a slight earthquake had occurred. Yakura captured this subtle change, but she didn't understand it. Because it was borrowing the power of the Earth's magnetic poles, so this move, Sarutobi Akira named it Magnetic Field Rotation. This was originally a technique that only magnet release ninjas could possibly comprehend. After Sarutobi Akira successfully fused Earth-Wind, it was the first method of force exertion that came to mind. This method, combined with body technique exertion skills, would unleash unparalleled power and was a very suitable means for his own offensive and defensive system. And considering physical fitness, it was a technique that only he dared to use. At this moment, the earth shook. Because the magnetic field power inside the ground had been borrowed by Sarutobi Akira. This power suddenly passed through the soles of his feet, transmitted to Sarutobi Akira's legs, and then into his body. This borrowed power was equivalent to a free positive buff. Terrifying power erupted in an instant. Sarutobi Akira struck out with a palm technique so fierce that it was unleashed. Crushing palm. An airbending body technique strike. It was no less than the power exerted by Jirobo entering the cursed seal state and erupting with cursed seal sage chakra. There was only a booming sound. As if a tank was firing a cannon. In an instant, it caused a vacuum effect. This palm actually directly compressed the air into a vacuum state. With this palm, the fireballs thrown out by Yakura exploded one after another, annihilated in midair. The person was even oppressed to the point of being unable to breathe, or even unable to open their eyes. Sensing the danger, Yakura's figure suddenly darted out a distance. It was as if lightning was projected. Without even causing the slightest disturbance. What kind of technique is this? Even if Yakura was knowledgeable, she would not recognize that this was a technique that Orochimaru obtained from the land of rice fields and then gave to himself. If it was a wind release technique, Yakura's scorching release could instantly devour it, increase its power, and engulf the enemy in one fell swoop. However, Sarutobi Akira's move just now was a pure body technique to the extreme. It was just borrowing the power, shaking the palms, and then performing body techniques. This palm strike was just pure air compression. The scorching release fireball, which could not be burned with wind release chakra, was naturally blown out directly by the strong wind. And just then, the sound of clanging hand-to-hand combat rang out outside. Sarutobi Akira looked back and saw that Yamanaka Kei had arrived with people. Young master, be careful, Yakura has learned swift release. His timely arrival also brought the information that Yakura knew swift release. Swift release. Sarutobi Akira looked at Yakura again, and a strange look could not help but appear in his eyes. Chapter 88. In the original work, Pakura only knows scorch release. It's worth mentioning that the character Pakura initially appeared in the movie, Naruto Shippuden the movie, The Will of Fire Inheritors. Later, Kishimoto made her an official character, turning her into a manga character. However, in the movie animation, Pakura's Kekkei Genkai is swift release. In the manga world, it became scorch release. Oh, I see. A thought flashed through his mind, thinking of the magnet release scroll hidden in Pakura's house, the one he stole. So, Pakura referred to the magnet release of the first two Kazekage and figured out swift release on her own. Interesting. While Sarutobi Ryo was thinking, a system prompt popped up on his retina. Will of Fire System. New Will of Fire Weapon, Pakura. Side Mission Objective, inject the Will of Fire into Pakura. Side Mission Reward 1, Swift Release Possibility. 20 progress required. At this moment, Pakura felt that Sarutobi Ryo in front of her was different. Before she could continue speaking, Sarutobi Ryo acted again. With a hand seal-less body flicker technique, Sarutobi Ryo instantly moved in front of Pakura. However, Sarutobi Ryo was fast, but Pakura was even faster. Pakura, who possessed the swift release Kekkei Genkai, suddenly flashed to the side. Before Sarutobi Ryo could react, Pakura kicked out, hitting Sarutobi Ryo's side abdomen. Bang! Sarutobi Ryo took a few steps back, looking at Pakura with some surprise. The other party's figure was as fast as a ghost just now, and it didn't make any sound. Through several exchanges, Sarutobi Ryo began to figure out the characteristics of the swift release Kekkei Genkai. As everyone knows, the function of swift release Kekkei Genkai is to increase the user's speed. Now it seems that swift release can eliminate the sound of the wind, that is, air resistance. This Kekkei Genkai can repel or absorb wind. In short, it is some magical function to invalidate the obstruction of airflow to the human body's high-speed movement. This allows Pakura to have high-speed movement ability while being silent. This makes her move like a ghost. Interesting. Sarutobi Ryo said lightly, his heart becoming even hotter. If he could obtain this Kekkei Genkai, he could make his speed faster. He could even surpass Minato Namikaze's body flicker technique, second only to A's lightning release chakra mode. At that time, Minato Namikaze's advantage would only be the flying thunder god technique. That's right, Minato Namikaze's body flicker technique is also very fast. Even faster than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. And many ninjas have a misunderstanding, thinking that body flicker technique and flying thunder god technique are the same technique. Actually, they are not. Flying thunder god is S rank. And ninjas in every ninja village know the body flicker technique, and the level is not high. According to the official data book, Book of Confrontation, it is only D rank. Even genin can learn this ninjutsu. For example, Gaara's sand body flicker, Kakashi's leaf body flicker, ordinary body flicker, Mist Ninja's water body flicker, A's lightning body flicker, etc. Minato Namikaze's body flicker technique is an ordinary body flicker, but it is very fast. And once he learns swift release, he can surpass Minato Namikaze's body flicker technique. Pakura, I want you to become my will of fire weapon. Sarutobi Ryo, whose eyes were filled with scorching light, missed a hit and stepped forward again. Humph. Seeing that she had the advantage, Pakura steadied her mind and activated swift release again. Her whole person dashed in front of Sarutobi Ryo like a ghost. Chi. The kunai was attached with wind release chakra, possessing the characteristic of cutting through everything. The kunai slashed on Sarutobi Ryo's arm, and even with steel release Kekkei Genkai, Sarutobi Ryo's arm was still cut open. After a series of fights, Sarutobi Ryo already had several cuts on his body. Humph. Pakura held a kunai, with a mocking expression on her face. First, give this guy some pain, and then, take his life. Just as Pakura was thinking this, the fight outside changed. Screams sounded. This made her realize that something was wrong. With the cooperation of Yamanaka Kei, Hyuga Ruri, and the Yumano couple, they quickly overwhelmed the three hidden Sandumbu. Especially since they also had an injured person, they were even more powerless to resist. Damn it! Pakura changed her offensive, directly giving up the idea of torturing Sarutobi Ryo, intending to kill Sarutobi Ryo directly and then relieve her companions. Where are you looking? At the moment she glanced away, Sarutobi Ryo also changed. A large rock appeared above Sarutobi Ryo's head. Stepping on the ground, he used release magnetic field rotation. Borrowing the power of the earth, it was transmitted to his arm. Then he used taijutsu to exert force and throw the rock out. This time, the big rock flew out as if a giant cannonball had been thrown. The sharp whistling sound in the air faintly cut through the air. Obviously, it created a supersonic momentum. Pakura's pupils shrank, and she had to duck to avoid it. She heard a loud bang, and a small pit was smashed into the ground behind her. Too slow. Seeing the rock flying out in a supersonic state, Sarutobi Ryo was still dissatisfied. Because with Pakura's strength, or rather his own strength, this level of powerhouse can dodge the attack of a supersonic flying tool. Pakura has swift release, so as long as she is careful, it will be easier to hide. So. Sarutobi Ryo grabbed a handful of pebbles from the ground. These stones had sharp shapes. Sarutobi Ryo stepped forward, gathered strength, and swung his right arm violently. Boom! The pebbles pierced the air, faintly bringing up sparks. That was a special effect produced by the high heat friction of the air. With one throw, he actually broke the sound barrier again, producing a higher throwing speed. Looking at the supersonic barrage scattered like buckshot in front of her, even Pakura would die on the spot if she was not careful. Damn it! Pakura's face changed drastically, and she never thought that the other party's methods would be so tricky. This guy. She dodged left and right, trying her best to avoid it. Even so, several bloodstains were scratched on her body. Sarutobi Ryo relied on the dynamic vision of his right eye to calibrate, and could easily lock onto Pakura's general position. He threw it many times in a row. Pakura thought, doesn't this guy have endless stamina? She didn't know that the great power of Sarutobi Ryo's throws each time was borrowed from the power of the earth, which could be said to be completely free. After dodging many times, Pakura also saw the trick. This guy steps on the ground every time before attacking, could it be some kind of earth release ninjutsu? Pakura is not a sensory ninja, so she can only judge based on experience. But no matter how she imagined it, she couldn't imagine that Sarutobi Ryo could learn magnet release. Ha! The next moment, Sarutobi Ryo burst out with all his strength. The speed of the stones all over the sky exceeded 400 meters per second, even reaching a rapid 430 meters per second. Pakura exclaimed, and several blood flowers burst out on her body. Although she raised her arms to block, a deep wound was still scratched on her thigh. Damn it! Pakura was about to activate swift release, but she limped under her feet. The speed suddenly slowed down. The weakness of swift release was revealed here. So it still depends on the legs. I thought the legs were just decorations for swift release. Sarutobi Ryo's murmur sounded, and Pakura suddenly widened her eyes. Because Sarutobi Ryo had already arrived behind Pakura at this moment. Chapter 89. Before Yitsang could turn her head, Sarutobi Ryo suddenly attacked. His hand blade struck the back of her neck directly. The power that could shatter the bones of an ox would only cause a master like Yitsang to faint. And so. Bang! Yitsang fell face first to the ground, immediately losing consciousness. It's unknown how much time had passed. Yitsang slowly woke up. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the sound of the wind flowing. Faint hammering sounds came from somewhere, the source unknown. You're awake. The dim underground was unaffected by Yitsang's powerful technique. The hall above was destroyed, and a warehouse was gone, but the other buildings were still in good condition. After all, this manor was quite large. If the living room was gone, they could just rebuild it. The sound Yitsang heard was from the craftsman rebuilding. 3 of your 4 companions are dead, and 1 is seriously injured. Sarutobi Ryo informed Yitsang of the outcome. If you don't want him to die, cooperate with me obediently. Humph, wishful thinking. Yitsang glared at Sarutobi Ryo with hatred. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Do you think I'll listen to such a simple threat? Note that your sand village started this. Sarutobi Ryo corrected. Although the sand village wasn't the initial cause of the Third Shinobi World War. The disappearance of the Third Kazekage was indeed the last straw that broke the camel's back. As a ninja, you must obey the village's orders. Don't you even understand this principle? Bound to a chair, Yitsang held her head high, which made her impressive figure even more noticeable. Sarutobi Ryo, heh heh. You laugh at me for not understanding the rules. I laugh at your blind loyalty. In the original story, Yitsang was betrayed by Raza and became a tool to appease the elders and the Mist Village. What are you laughing at? Yitsang retorted fiercely. I'm laughing at you for being too young. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. He glanced at the zero injection progress displayed by the system before him. Then, next. As long as it reaches 20, he can obtain swift release. Let's begin. Don't rush to get swift release first, pry out some useful information. However, at this moment, she discovered that her whole body was weak, and she couldn't even gather chakra. Why? Damn it, could it be? The figure of the Byakugan-wielding girl Hyuga Ruri flashed before her eyes. After a moment's thought, Yitsang understood that after she fainted, she had been hit with gentle fist, and her chakra points had been sealed. Only the Hyuga's Byakugan Kekiai Genkai Gentle Fist Taijutsu could so easily disable a person in such a short time. Stop, ah! Yitsang's screams echoed through the underground. Even Yitsang, once captured, was helpless against the Yamanaka clan's secret search techniques. Just like Kisame in the original story, who had information extracted from his brain by Yamashiro Aoba. Yamashiro Aoba believed that his skill in searching memories was far inferior to Yamanaka Inoichi, yet he was still able to dig up information from Kisame's head. And at this moment, Yitsang had no chance to erupt with chakra again to resist. After all, her chakra points had been sealed by Ruri with gentle fist. Therefore, she could only let Yamanaka Kei do as she pleased. As the scenery of Yamanaka Kei's memory reading flowed, soon, some very important information appeared in Yamanaka Kei's mind's eye. This. Seeing the surprised expression on Yamanaka Kei's face. Sarutobi Ryo immediately realized there was an important secret. Kei, what did you discover? Young master, things may be more troublesome than we thought. That old guy, the third Kazekage, is still alive. Sarutobi Ryo, exclamation point. Yitsang, ugh. Ginger is still best when it's old. After being reminded twice, first by Minato Namikaze and then by Sarutobi Ryo. How could the third Kazekage, as the strongest Kazekage, not guard against Sasori? Sasori did indeed use poison, but the only thing that died was a shadow clone. The real third Kazekage, taking advantage of Sasori's actions, faked his disappearance in order to eliminate the internal parasites of the Sand Village. Impressive, as expected of a strong person from a place like the Sand Village. Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but sigh. The harsh environment of the impoverished land of wind creates enduring and resilient strong individuals. The teachings of the successive Kazekages were self-control and patience. Now, the third Kazekage, in order to completely eliminate the Sand Village's elder council stirrers, chose to fake his death. And the Sand Village, thrown into chaos, after confirming that the third Kazekage was really missing, the elder council would reveal their true nature, and it would escalate. When their crimes are confirmed and they're jumping around like clowns, the third Kazekage will reappear. He will thoroughly eliminate the black sheep with thunderous force. And at that time, Yitsang will become the new Kazekage. This information is explosive. No one would have thought that the third Kazekage was not dead. Moreover, he was planning to clean up the Sand Village again, so that the Sand Village would become even stronger after its transformation. This courage, this plan. Young master, should we report this matter to Lord Hokage and the others? Yamanaka K asked. Should they inform the Konoha high-ups about this matter? Not yet, Sarutobi Ryo shook his head, rejecting Yamanaka K's suggestion. This matter needs to be carefully considered. The sky changed color, and the sun began to set. Minato Namikaze and Kushina, with Team 7, arrived at Sarutobi Ryo's manor. Yitsang had committed multiple crimes and left relatively clear traces. Coupled with Yamanaka K and the others acting first. Minato Namikaze followed the clues and finally found this place. The port town had become slightly deserted due to the arrival of the war. However, the transport of supplies at the port was even more hurried. This is easy to understand. The more there is war, the more frequent the various transports of supplies become. I heard that young Master Ryo owns a property here. It seems that the docks here are under young Master Ryo's jurisdiction. Kakashi said indifferently, with his arms crossed. He often heard his father chatting with young Master Ryo at home, and he had learned a lot of useful information. Minato Namikaze nodded, knowing more inside information than Kakashi. The upper echelons all knew that young Master Ryo ran a port business. This was not surprising. After all, the Nara clan also had a large forest within the borders of the Land of Fire. It was not uncommon for the tentacles of various major clans to penetrate the Land of Fire. Soon, Minato Namikaze and Kushina arrived at the entrance of the manor before sunset. After stating their identities, the group entered. As soon as they entered, they discovered traces of a fight. Even though the sun was setting, the craftsmen were still repairing the destroyed hall. It was estimated that they would only stop when it was completely dark. This manor is really big. Obito was shocked by the size of the manor, feeling that it was like a resort. Young Master Ryo. Noera Rin couldn't help but think of young Master Ryo, who was handsome and rich. Outside of Konoha, he not only owned businesses but also such a manor. If they came here on a mission, they could have a good rest. She had been missing young Master Ryo for many days. Fighting, could it be that the members of Umbu Squad 6 have already fought with Yitsang? Minato Namikaze murmured, looking at the traces of the fight. The faces of Yamanaka K and the others flashed through his mind. For the past week, young Master Ryo's whereabouts had been unpredictable, while Yitsang had been causing trouble everywhere, so the higher-ups finally sent him. Chapter 90. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to take another step forward. On the other side. Ri Sarutobi appeared on the scene with Ruri and the others. Minato, you've arrived. The two sides met, and Minato Namikaze was somewhat surprised to see Ri Sarutobi appear, young Master Ri. Now that young Master Ri has appeared, does that mean he has personally fought Ikura? Yes, Ikura did come here before. Ri Sarutobi nodded. We gathered all our strength to barely defeat her, but unfortunately, just when we thought we had captured her, we didn't expect to only catch a shadow clone. Ri Sarutobi's statement made Minato Namikaze slightly stunned. Because he couldn't judge whether this matter was true or false. That shadow clone just said a bunch of nasty things to us. Is that so? Minato Namikaze hesitated. As you can see, this place has been severely damaged. Ri Sarutobi pointed to the hall that was being rebuilt. If you don't mind, I'll find you a hotel to stay in. Under Ri Sarutobi's persuasion, Minato Namikaze and the others had no choice but to leave the manor and go to a local hotel. After settling Minato Namikaze and the others and chatting for a few words, Ri Sarutobi prepared to leave. Minato Namikaze watched Ri Sarutobi's shadow disappear into the darkness, his mind repeatedly thinking. Minato, I always feel like this guy is lying to us, Kushina hummed. Probably not. Minato Namikaze smiled, turned around, and walked back to the hotel. No matter what the real situation is, as long as young Master Ri hasn't truly defeated Ikura, or captured her, then, his reputation will not continue to rise. The rest shouldn't be a problem. Back at the manor, the craftsman had already left. The sky was completely dark. In another hall, Sarutobi faced the members of the transportation company, listening to their recent reports. Lord, I want to hone myself. Kurenai knelt on one knee, realizing her shortcomings. Faced with Ikura's crushing defeat, she finally realized the importance of strength. Even that white-haired kid Kakashi who was just next to Minato Namikaze was not to be underestimated. Kurenai, who had been aroused by a competitive spirit, felt that this place could no longer allow her skills to improve further. The industry here will also be gradually transferred and managed by other managers. When the war starts, this port will be attacked by Kirigakure sooner or later, so Sarutobi is determined to shift the focus to the land of waves. After arranging everything in the hall, only Yamanaka Kei, Hyga Ruri, and the Yumano couple remained as companions. Sarutobi glanced at them. The Yumano couple were very puzzled as to why young Master Ri didn't tell the truth. Or was Ikura, who was captured, really just a shadow clone? Because Ikura had been famous for too long and was a well-known powerhouse in Sunigakure, the two of them really didn't dare to be sure whether young Master Ri had caught the main body. It's normal to have this kind of doubt. After all, Ikura's reputation was too loud. Young Master Ri defeated Ikura so easily, how could it not be shocking? The reason why Sarutobi didn't prepare to tell the others the truth was because he had his own considerations. In addition to injecting the will of fire into Ikura to obtain swift release and scorching release Kekii Genkai, a bold plan was also rising in Sarutobi's heart. This is not only related to Konoha's victory in the Third Ninja World War, but also to the future of the ninja world. I will try again to obtain some information from Ikura's shadow clone, because the shadow clone may disappear at any time. Sarutobi got up and left his seat. The Yumano couple looked at each other, the doubts in their eyes slightly receding. As expected, he didn't catch the main body, it's really a pity. Let's go, Ruri, I'll take you out for a stroll. Yamanaka Kei, on the other hand, took Ruri out of the manor, preparing to have some fun at the night market. With the war breaking out, there won't be many such leisurely times in the future. In the dark underground, candlelight flickered. When Ikura regained consciousness, she had become extremely weak. The secret technique of the Yamanaka clan failed to destroy her brain. The tenacious Sunigakure hero still held on. But this also made her exhausted, with almost no strength left. Ikura glared fiercely at the young man in front of her. With the intelligence in her mind being plundered, Ikura couldn't wait to commit suicide on the spot to apologize. After all, because of her momentary carelessness, the Kazekage's plan was leaked, which was really. I'm quite interested in your plan. Sarutobi stood in front of Ikura with his hands behind his back, and began to slowly pace back and forth. His opening words made Ikura slightly stunned. We in Konoha already have 3 elders who are troublesome enough, but your Sunigakure has more than a dozen old guys, you must have a headache every day. Sarutobi's gentle words made Ikura a little confused. What do you want to do? The third Kazekage's strategy is to eliminate the parasites of Sunigakure. The plan is pretty good. Sarutobi continued. But there will be many obstacles in this process, even Raza will become a stumbling block on your path. Sarutobi's words made Ikura's expression slowly become serious. How much does this guy know about our Sunigakure? Damn, could it be that the Yamanaka woman dug out all the information in her mind? No, that's not right. To completely excavate a person's brain, even Yamanaka Inoichi would need several days. And Ikura confirmed that she was only tossed around for a little while. Raza is indeed the Kazekage's disciple, but his interests are on the side of the elders. Of course, if he knew that the third Kazekage was still alive, he wouldn't have the courage to continue to compromise with the elders. In the original work, Raza constantly compromised with the elder group, eventually killing Ikura. Later, when Gaara became Kazekage, it was almost the same. Because the elders were really difficult to deal with. Ikura in the original work was blindly loyal, because she did not expect the shamelessness of the elders. But in this world, thanks to the influence of the third Kazekage, Ikura has begun to realize the shortcomings of Sunigakure. From the result, it can be seen. If Raza becomes Kazekage, Sunigakure will gradually decline, and eventually even have to rely on Raza's magnet release to subsidize the mining and selling of money to maintain the economy. But if Ikura becomes Kazekage, Sunigakure will become even stronger. From Konoha's standpoint, a weakened Sunigakure is obviously more in line with Konoha's interests, but that is just short-sighted. In the long run, considering the Akatsuki, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Madara, Tsutsuki aliens, and so on. A strong Sunigakure can provide enough help. In the original work, Naruto and Gaara's relationship was indeed better, the two sides helped each other and achieved a win-win situation. Sarutobi is currently planning to realize this step in advance, laying the groundwork for the future. Ikura, I have a proposal. Sarutobi's eyes were burning, staring at the Tsunegakure Wani-san who was tied to the chair in front of him. Her fair skin, illuminated by the candlelight, was reflected in Sarutobi's eyes. She was clearly from the land of wind, but she had not been eroded by the wind and sand at all. The few small wounds on her body added to her battle-worn heroic charm. Her proud figure, set off by her backless outfit, showed Ikura's absolute confidence. You help me, I help you, what do you think? Before Ikura could react. In the darkness, the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon rose slowly, like the rising sun. Dazzling and shocking. The system's prompt requires 20 progress to obtain swift release, so. Let's eat something first, don't be polite, I'll feed you. Sarutobi stared at the surprised face of the Wani-san, her red lips clearly visible. The next moment, he stepped forward. Ta-ta. The delicious food was placed on Ikura's smooth and fair nose. Ikura, with wide eyes, looked at the special delicacies of the land of fire in disbelief, her eyes widened. There was no way, because this was really too. The next second. Ikura, ugh. The night grew darker. The rhythm of the night, the will of fire meal is entertaining the guest from Tsunegakure. Chapter 91. Sarutobi Ryo's lips curled up as he continued to feed her. Pakura eat up. Pakura, ugh bleg. Progress, 5. Progress, 6. Watching the progress bar steadily rise, Sarutobi Ryo felt quite satisfied. A 20 progress was a result worth anticipating. 90 progress, however, was too far off. Even if he tormented Pakura to death, he probably wouldn't get that much progress in a short time. He and she were enemies, so gaining her approval wasn't that simple. Therefore, the system's prompt was very clear. First, obtain swift release, and wait for further developments, slowly, bit by bit, to gain Pakura's approval, and then finally obtain scorch release. Snap. Sarutobi Ryo pinched Pakura's cheek, feeling its fair and smooth texture. Pakura, ugh. As the feeding speed increased, the progress also began to grow rapidly. Just like that, time seemed to pass for a long time. For Pakura, it might have felt like a lifetime. Sarutobi Ryo fed her a drink. A large amount of beverage was gulped down by Pakura. Sarutobi Ryo leaned forward deeply, striving not to let Pakura waste a single drop. Pakura, on the other hand, widened her eyes, struggling weakly, but obviously to no avail. After a long while. Sarutobi Ryo finished feeding, hospitality complete. Ugh huff huff, Pakura gasped for breath, looking dazed. Some of the drink still stained the corners of Pakura's mouth, adding a touch of unique charm under the candlelight. The darkness in Sarutobi Ryo's heart flickered for a moment. A violent voice in his heart made Sarutobi Ryo feel an impulse. But quickly, Sarutobi Ryo suppressed his dark side. I'm very interested in your swift release. Sarutobi Ryo said, looking at Pakura and a 19 progress prompt from the system. Tonight, you can think about it carefully here, whether or not you want to tell me some tips on cultivating swift release. Of course, you can also refuse, but. Sarutobi Ryo sized up Pakura's body wantonly. The invasive gaze made Pakura's hair stand on end. You understand the consequences. After speaking, Sarutobi Ryo turned and left the underground. The candlelight flickered, and Pakura's breathing gradually calmed down. Huff. The candlelight burned out, and everything returned to darkness. A faint sob rang out from the dark environment, echoing continuously. The next morning. The clanging sound rang out again. What followed was Sarutobi Ryo's renewed hospitality towards the guest who had come from afar. In the dark underground, it happened again. And this time, the anger and hatred in Pakura's eyes had increased by several degrees. Ugh. Pakura glared fiercely at Sarutobi Ryo while eating. Sarutobi Ryo looked down condescendingly at the Tsunegakure beauty with a face full of hatred, feeling extremely comfortable. Chi. Ugh. Pakura's eyes widened suddenly. The gurgling sound of swallowing continued to ring out, and after a long while the heavy breathing sounded again. This was the reaction of eating a lot of food in one breath. How is the Fire Country Sarutobi clan-style breakfast? Sarutobi Ryo stepped back and asked unhurriedly. Huff huff, Pakura didn't speak, but her murderous gaze said it all. Have you thought about my proposal from last night, Pakura? Sarutobi Ryo asked. If you don't agree, then I can only let the Sunigakure ninjas see the heroic figure they admire, a truly sad scene. Sarutobi Ryo's threat caused Pakura's expression to change several times. At the same time, the progress prompt also increased visibly. Progress 20. Task reward, swift release. Looking at the prompt that popped up in front of him, Sarutobi Ryo knew that Pakura had compromised. Very good. Sarutobi Ryo dragged a chair over and sat down, beginning a secret conversation with Pakura. Time slowly passed in this way. Sarutobi Ryo finally obtained the cultivation method for swift release. It is worth mentioning that Pakura had also only recently integrated swift release, so the usage of this Kekii Genkai could not be considered perfect. This also indicated that if Sarutobi Ryo mastered it and continued to practice it, he would likely embark on a completely different branch path from Pakura, which was very reasonable. After obtaining the cultivation method he needed, Sarutobi Ryo also planned to release Pakura as agreed. And my companion, Pakura said fiercely after being untied. She would never forget this humiliation. And the fact that the other party let her go was also the biggest mistake of his life. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Pakura decided that she would continue to practice hard and keep improving after returning. When her strength was strong enough, she would seek revenge on Sarutobi Ryo. I have already sent someone to send your Umbu companion back. Sarutobi Ryo sent Pakura to the bottom of a hillside outside the manor with his hands behind his back. This place was densely covered with forests and shrubs, so it would not be discovered by others. The person who sent the other party away was naturally Kurenai. Sarutobi Ryo gave Kurenai a mission so that she could move freely and hone her skills. As a genius who could fuse the crystal release Kekii Genkai, giving Kurenai enough freedom and practical training was the right path. You better be telling the truth. Pakura continued to threaten fiercely. If she found out it was fake after returning. Sarutobi Ryo frowned, and the next moment, he stepped forward and grabbed Pakura's arm. What are you doing? Pakura was suddenly startled, feeling goosebumps all over her body. The experiences of last night and this morning were nightmares she couldn't shake off. Doing. Sarutobi Ryo suddenly leaned close to Pakura's ear and said softly to her. The next second, the world spun before Pakura's eyes, and she had already been dragged to her knees by Sarutobi Ryo with a thud. Before she could react, Sarutobi Ryo began the farewell hospitality. And this time, with the use of the system function, the will of fire imprint also instantly appeared on Pakura's abdomen. Ugh, what did you do? Cough cough cough. Pakura asked, lying on the ground, constantly coughing and gagging. The burning sensation in her abdomen almost made her question her life. How long had it been since she had learned scorch release and felt this kind of burning? It's nothing, I just put a cursed seal on you as insurance, Sarutobi Ryo said coldly, looking at the Sunigakure beauty lying on the ground. Hearing the words, cursed seal, Pakura's expression changed drastically in an instant. Among the ninja world, the most vicious technique was the cursed seal. Even Konoha, which had the most developed sealing techniques, did not have a good solution. She lay on the ground with a pale face, and by the time she reacted, Sarutobi Ryo had already left. Damn it, damn it. Pakura got up from the ground and quickly left the scene. Chapter 92. In the forest air, a string of tears fell. Several days later, Yakura returned to Sunigakure. This trip ultimately ended with Yakura's complete return. From Sunigakure's perspective, Yakura had caused a great disturbance within the Land of Fire, even managing to escape from Tsukumo Hatake. It was clearly an action that greatly boosted morale. Although they ultimately failed to kill the Hokage's son, it was considered sufficient. After all, passing through the flowers without a leaf clinging to the body, already explained everything. From Konoha's perspective, Sarutobi returned and repelled Yakura, causing her to quickly abandon her activities within the Land of Fire. She didn't appear within the Land of Fire again for a while. This was undoubtedly a victory for Konoha, and the name of the Black Reaper resounded once more. Both sides felt they had won. However, the Konoha elders were not stingy in taking the opportunity to publicize. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado announced internally and externally that Yakura had fled in panic because she heard rumors of Minato Namikaze's actions. As for how many people would believe it, that was another matter. A week after Yakura left, Sarutobi's training also came to a temporary end. With the acquisition of the 5th Kekii Genkai, Sarutobi's qualities were once again improved. First of all, the shadow clones, the number can already be maintained at more than 15 when training with all strength. This is equivalent to having 15 times the training speed. It also indicates the improvement of Sarutobi's total chakra, physical strength, and chakra control. The duration of the shadow clones has also become longer. Most importantly, it is the acquisition of swift release. Inside the manor that had been mostly repaired, Sarutobi took a step and already felt a clear difference. This step was as light as a swallow, as if his body had become lighter out of thin air. Another leap, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. Landing on his feet, Sarutobi quietly experienced this feeling. Swift release. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he had already appeared on the wall. It doesn't require hand seals, but directly changes the physique, a Kekii Genkai that exerts force from within. After a preliminary attempt, Sarutobi began to continue his training. When Yamanaka Satoru walked over from the side yard, what he saw was a black shadow constantly moving. Under the daylight, this black shadow moved so fast that it almost formed afterimages. Moreover, there was no sound at all, just like a ghost. As Sarutobi's movement speed increased again, these black afterimages turned into a series of black lines. Yamanaka Satoru constantly shifted his gaze, unable to keep up. Soon he could no longer see the human form in front of him. It seems that young master has mastered swift release, but this speed is too amazing. This movement speed is already comparable to those who use body flicker technique, such as Minato Namikaze and Second Hokage. Swish. Sarutobi stepped silently, revealing his figure. Amazing. Sarutobi couldn't help but exclaim at the effect of the swift release Kekii Genkai. With just preliminary training, he had already approached Minato Namikaze and others. After training for a while longer, surpassing Minato Namikaze's body flicker technique was entirely possible. At that time, the only ninjas who could compete with him in terms of movement would be Tsukumo Hatake in the 4th Raikage, EI. Of course, Minato Namikaze is still young now. But even if he develops to the later stages in the original story, his body flicker technique will definitely not be as good as his own swift release. Unless he becomes a perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Therefore, the only thing Minato Namikaze can rely on is the Flying Thunder God technique. In Sarutobi's mind, Tsukumo Hatake is the most suitable candidate for the 4th Hokage. And the 5th. Naturally, there will be competition between himself and Minato Namikaze. Therefore, it is no problem to consider it in advance. Young master, congratulations. Yamanaka Satoru walked over and first congratulated his young master on mastering swift release. The higher-ups have just issued an order, saying that Iwagakure has already begun a large-scale offensive. Iwagakure has at least 15,000 ninjas. Noki certainly wouldn't invest all of them from the start. The initial stage of the Great Shinobi World War, turning into a symbol of intensification, is the increase in the number of people invested. From small-scale probing to core warfare. Therefore, the pressure on the Konoha front has increased sharply. Since Kimogakure is also constantly harassing. Kirigakure has also recently reoccupied Yuzushiogakure and has begun harassing the inland of the Land of Fire. Sunagakure is also constantly causing trouble. Konoha is facing multiple enemies at the same time. Under such circumstances, masters such as Tsukumo Hatake cannot be divided into countless clones. Therefore, mobilizing every Konoha ninja and making the best use of their talents is the strategy of the Konoha higher-ups. The arrangement Sarutobi received was to go to the Iwagakure front. The main battlefield will be held by the main force. Sarutobi's mission is to penetrate deep into the enemy camp and assassinate the enemy commander. Assassination? Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. The work of the Umbu is always closely related to darkness. Assassination is indeed commonplace. But to take the enemy's head from among the 10,000 troops is indeed a bit difficult. Fortunately, he has now mastered swift release, which is enough to be traceless and fearless of being besieged. Details will be explained on the road. Sarutobi immediately set off, leading his Umbu Squad 6 to Iwagakure. Sarutobi could smell a conspiracy in this mission. Could it be that the Konoha higher-ups were anxious after seeing him repel Yakura? This is possible. 2 days later. Sarutobi led the team to the northern part of the Land of Fire, facing the Iwagakure front. Konoha currently has 2 locations where it is fighting Iwagakure. One is connected through the Land of Rain. One is connected through the Land of Grass. The location where Sarutobi is currently located is where the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass meet. Iwagakure crossed the Land of Grass and launched an invasion into the Land of Fire. According to intelligence, they have a team of more than 100 people gathering on the land of grass side. Waiting for logistics to be in place, they will launch a large-scale offensive. The land of grass also has a ninja village, called Kusagakure. Because of its weak strength, it lay flat and pretended to be dead from the beginning. Iwagakure was too lazy to pay attention to Kusagakure. After all, Kusagakure also had the fate of being harvested. The 5 major countries required Kusagakure to establish Tsukiji Hozuki Castle to imprison important criminals from various countries. Therefore, Kusagakure carried out large-scale construction for this reason, and was extremely poor, and it was impossible to turn the sky upside down. The countries naturally ignored it, at most using it as a novice experience package to practice, and had no intention of destroying them. Within the land of grass, natural vegetation is dense. Huge mushrooms 4 or 5 meters high and trees over 50 meters high can be seen everywhere. Even the grass is often close to the height of one person. In such a dense natural environment, concealment and reconnaissance have become important offensive and defensive methods. A small team of Iwagakure ninjas is currently walking on a path in the forest. The leader has an exaggerated hairstyle, a gaunt face, and black eyes that take up most of the eye sockets, making him look like a skeleton demon. It's Bakuten no Kari explosion release hunting. Yamanaka Satoru recognized the other party's identity immediately. As a standard Iwagakure ninja, Kari developed step by step, experiencing birth, growth, entering the ninja school, graduating, and finally being promoted to an elite Iwagakure Jnin. Because of his powerful explosive ability, the explosion release Kekei Genkai, he was transferred to the explosion department by Noki, and eventually became the leader of this department, which will be Daidara's predecessor. Explosion release is a Kekei Genkai with very powerful attack power. It can instantly blow others into ashes. The 3 Jnin behind him should not be underestimated. They belong to various departments, reconnaissance team, logistics department, and well-known figures in the Umbu. Usually speaking, in some important tasks, Iwagakure will directly dispatch elites, and strong people will complete the task of scouting. For example, before this large-scale operation of Iwagakure, Kari, and the other 4 were sent to clear the passage. Investigate Konoha's movements and strictly prevent Konoha from setting traps. Because of their extremely strong strength and extremely high authority, the 4 of them have wartime freedom of action and can decide their respective actions based on real-time situations. Chapter 93. Suddenly, Kari stopped moving forward, tilting his head to the side. There were 5 powerful heartbeats. Ordinary people couldn't possibly hear them, and even ordinary jonin would have difficulty noticing. However, Kari's strength was already completely comparable to Kakashi with the 3 Tomo Sharingan from the original work. Just like Kakashi hearing the numerous heartbeats in Sasuke's hospital room in the original Chunin exams, Kari could also clearly hear the heartbeats of these uninvited guests. And from this, it could be seen that he was the strongest of the 4. Immediately after, a barrage of flying tools came raining down. Since they had already been discovered, Sarutobi Ryo didn't plan to continue hiding. Thus, Sarutobi Ryo directly ordered Yamanaka Kei and the others to attack. Chi. The flying tools were stuck all over the ground. The 4 were thus separated. The next second, Sarutobi Ryo's figure transformed into an afterimage, already using swift release to launch a lightning-fast offensive. Bang! Sarutobi Ryo was greeted by Kari raising his elbow. He only had time to raise his arm to defend. Generally speaking, even a jonin wouldn't dare to directly confront Sarutobi Ryo's punch. So Kari's defense could easily lead to a first encounter kill. However, when this resounding bang echoed, the situation changed. Only a burst of sound was heard, as if a bomb had exploded directly in the air. A visible shockwave spread from the point where Sarutobi Ryo's fist and Kari's elbow connected. The enormous power spread through the air, and finally shot out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees swayed. Even many blades of grass flew into the air. After one punch, Sarutobi Ryo stumbled back a few steps. The knuckles of his punching right hand were already bruised and purple, and even his arm was trembling slightly. The opponent's arm, there's something wrong. When he punched just now, it didn't feel like hitting a human body, but rather like hitting a hard piece of steel. Black Death God, Sarutobi Ryo. Kari slowly lowered his bluish-black arm and spoke indifferently. This is, some kind of bloodline limit. Is it, steel release? The skin was bluish-black, like a smooth piece of metal. And it's worth mentioning, in the movie, the steel release ninja that Hirako absorbed was Kari. But in the manga, Kari possessed explosion release bloodline limit. This seemed a little interesting. Yakura's bloodline limit became swift release scorch release. Carrie's bloodline limit became steel release explosion release. Is this the change caused by my time travel? Sarutobi Ryo knew that when he came to this world, he would change many things. The flapping of butterfly wings would cause many things to become different. The battle broke out. Yamanaka K and the others exchanged blows with the other 3 IWA ninjas. In the forest, Carrie took a stance, leisurely confronting Sarutobi Ryo. Along with the sound of metal friction, Carrie's entire body turned dark black. This showed that he had covered his entire body with steel release, allowing his entire body to enter this impenetrable defense. As the owner of Steel Release, and the Steel Release from the movie, Carrie could use chakra to harden his skin and turn it into metal. In this state, his defense was stronger than C-rank Earth Release, hardening technique, and even stronger than Kakuzu's B-rank Earth Release, Earth Spear. In the original work, Kakuzu's Earth Release, Earth Spear, could not only shatter barriers with one punch, but also withstand the physical attacks of the two-tailed beast with his bare hands. And Carrie's Steel Release bloodline limit would only be above Earth Release, Earth Spear. Only a loud noise was heard, the ground cracked, and the earth shook. Carrie stepped out, his whole person rushing over like a tank. His thin body, combined with the blue-black Steel Release bloodline limit, had a strange sense of power. Crushing palm. Sarutobi Ryo leaped back, and slapped out a palm from a distance. An attack that could kill a bull was like a gentle breeze to Carrie. He directly ignored Sarutobi Ryo's attack, and his speed didn't slow down at all. With one palm strike, a large hole was created directly in the ancient tree. This palm was like a tank really crashed over. Carrie looked at Sarutobi Ryo, who had dodged, with some surprise. Body flicker technique? Hanseal's body flicker technique? I heard that you are a disciple of Konoha White Fang, now it seems that the rumors are true. Meeting a worthy opponent. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Carrie, who was invincible in both offense and defense. The other party hadn't even used explosion release yet, and he could cause such terrifying power. Sarutobi Ryo was not only not afraid, but his blood was boiling. That was the desire to challenge the strong. Sarutobi Ryo didn't say a word, staring intently at Carrie. The next moment, the two moved at the same time. Chi! Only a cold sword light flashed, along with Sarutobi Ryo's figure rushing forward, Kusanagi sword with a cold light, stabbed towards Carrie's eyes. This sword, accompanied by the condensation of cold air, had both the coldness of ice release and the leverage of magnetic field rotation. Only heard Sarutobi Ryo's whole body bones a burst of crackling sound. And Carrie here, is directly hit a straight punch. Both were not dodging, and between the fingers, both sides turned into afterimages. At the same time as a punch hit, explosion release chakra began to gather. In Sarutobi Ryo's right eye vision, the chakra of the other party's right fist suddenly lit up, as if a sun appeared. That was the explosion release bloodline limit condensed to the extreme. This move, called explosion release landmine fist. This was Carrie's second bloodline limit. Its role was to detonate explosion release chakra like a bomb, so as to blow the enemy to pieces. As the leader of Iwabikyu's demolition unit, Carrie relied on this move to open mountains and split rocks, and any obstacles would turn to ashes in front of him. At the same time opening steel release and explosion release. Carrie's offense and defense were strong to an unimaginable degree. Whether it was physical attacks or ninjutsu, they could not harm him. But it was in this situation. Sarutobi Ryo suddenly used swift release, and before the fist hit him, he narrowly avoided Carrie's attack. At the same time, the Kusanagi sword picked up, and directly stabbed at Carrie's eyes. Carrie only had time to close his eyelids, and was hit by the Kusanagi sword. Carrie snorted in pain, although this move was through the eyelids, and the eyelids were also strengthened by steel release, but after all, it still made him feel pain. One hit did not hit. Carrie's straight punch turned into a swing punch. Just like a siege hammer, it swept toward Sarutobi Ryo's side abdomen with bursts of air explosions. This was pure power, and it was also the first time Sarutobi Ryo had met a worthy opponent in violence. In the face of this blow, Sarutobi Ryo once again launched swift release, moving his body. It was not to leave, but to surround Carrie, almost close-quarters combat. The free left palm raised, seemingly to resist the attack of this swing punch. In fact, the palm suddenly released a dazzling light. Storm release. Storm release laser. This technique was the fastest of all of Sarutobi Ryo's attack moves. The speed of light was 300 km per second. Even a strong person like Carrie could not avoid it in advance without knowing it. Not being able to dodge in advance meant that he would be hit. Under the eyelids, the laser burned, and a wisp of smoke rose. Chapter 94. Immediately following, the upward-moving laser burned into Gari's eyeball. His left eye was pierced, and his right eye was struck by the laser. Gari let out a furious roar and retreated violently. The laser deviated due to Gari's retreat, leaving a trail of bluish smoke on his body. But that was all. Possessing the steel-release Kekii Genkai, Gari only suffered a bit of bluish smoke on his skin even when attacked by Lightning Release's laser. However, his right eye was not so lucky. At this moment, Gari closed both eyes, panting heavily. He slowly opened his intact left eye, which was covered in blood vessels. As for his right eye, it had already been burned by the Lightning Release and turned into a charred mass. As expected, Sarutobi Ryo looked at Gari, who was distancing himself. Even the steel release Kekii Genkai has its weaknesses. Gari's steel release couldn't cover his eyes, tongue, and other internal body tissues. This was his biggest weakness. Good, as expected of the son of the Hokage. Gari displayed the mental fortitude of a strong person at this moment. Even with one eye blinded, he still didn't show any signs of panic. However, no matter how calm he was, certain facts couldn't be changed. As the final roar abruptly ceased, Yamanaka K and the others also determined their victory. The Yumano couple seemed to have suffered some injuries. Yamanaka K appeared slightly disheveled. The only one unscathed was Ruri. After all, Ruri was the strongest among the four, and second only to Sarutobi Ryo in strength. In the original story, one of the reasons why Niji possessed such high talent was because he inherited the traits of his mother. In contrast, Hinata's ninja talent was quite lacking. And even Hanabi couldn't be considered a genius. With the defeat of his three comrades, Gari suddenly became alone. He wasn't stupid, of course he knew that facing so many people alone would not be advantageous. So, Gari, who was originally full of fighting spirit, didn't even think about it and turned around to run. The strong are like that, able to yield and stretch. Summoning technique. In the next second, with Sarutobi Ryo's low roar, a storm swept through the entire forest. A huge black shadow instantly appeared on the scene. Then, this giant black shadow pounced fiercely towards Gari. If Gari's charge was like a tank, then Katsuyu's charge at this time was like a cruise ship. But after all, seeing Katsuyu's appearance, his mind was slightly flustered. Because in his mind, it was Princess Tsunade who summoned Katsuyu. And Princess Tsunade's super strength might be able to directly shatter his steel release. The moment a gap appeared in his mind was the moment of weakness. Swift release. Sarutobi Ryo used swift release to quietly dart behind Gari. Gari, who was flying in the air, had nowhere to borrow strength, but Sarutobi Ryo stepped forward and used magnet release, magnetic field rotation. Then, a violent collapsing palm, wrapped in ice release, along with the power borrowed from the earth, slammed into the back of Gari's head. Bang! The loud noise and shockwave rippled out together. Although Gari's body mass had increased somewhat, it was still within a reasonable range. At most, it could be considered that he had gained tens of pounds, or tens of kilograms. However, Sarutobi Ryo's overwhelming power directly knocked him down from the air and then slammed him heavily into the ground. Chi! Katsuyu spat out acid towards the large pit that Gari had crashed into. Biological acid that could instantly evaporate even steel became Gari's nemesis. Gari let out a furious roar mixed with screams, and jumped out of the pit with bluish smoke all over his body. As a result, as soon as he poked his head out, he was slapped back by Sarutobi Ryo. Repeatedly, several times. This leader of Iwagakure's explosion department, a strong man with dual Kekii Genkai, was thus beaten alive into the acid pit by Sarutobi Ryo, and his defense was forcibly broken. And as the lightning release laser sword swept across, Gari, who was exposed to his flesh and blood, was instantly pierced through his body and died on the spot. Thump. Looking at the corpse falling from the air with a miserable death, Sarutobi Ryo raised his head for the first time and looked at Katsuyu. Katsuyu, thank you. Humph. Katsuyu made a cold hum like a girl. Turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated on the spot. Not long after, Iwagakure's frontline camp, Jiraiya was deploying troops in the command tent. The Third Shinobi World War has begun, and this time he can't give up halfway like last time. So he took the initiative to take over the heavy responsibility here and became the commander of the Iwagakure front. Soon, the curtain was lifted and a subordinate walked in. Jiraiya-sama, everyone, there's good news. What news? Jiraiya put down the map and walked over. Minato Namikaze also pricked up his ears and began to listen. The ANBU Squad 6 led by Sarutobi Ryo-sama encountered an Iwagakure squad. Ryo-sama faced Bakuten no Gari face to face and finally killed him. What? Jiraiya was extremely shocked after hearing this, and was obviously very shocked by the news in front of him. He did think that Sarutobi Ryo was very strong, and he also considered the truth of him repelling Yakura. But he didn't expect that the other party could actually kill Bakuten no Gari one-on-one. Bakuten no Gari, about the same age as himself and Orochimaru, is a well-known veteran. He was very experienced and skilled, but he was actually killed. Minato Namikaze on the side had a solemn expression, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. The corpse has already been brought back. Ryo-sama said that Bakuten no Gari has 2 Kekii Genkai, steel release and explosion release, which are very valuable for analysis. Analyzing corpses is one of the duties of the ANBU. This was nothing in itself. But when Minato Namikaze heard that Gari had 2 Kekii Genkai, he couldn't help but look surprised. In the original future seen by the Great Toad Sage, Gari clearly only had the explosion release Kekii Genkai. Following the changes in Yakura, the changes in other people also exceeded Minato Namikaze's expectations. This made him start to wonder. Is the real culprit who caused the shinobi world to move in a different direction Ryo-sama? Or, is there someone else? Minato Namikaze was completely unsure now. Tsukumo Hatake, Ryo Sarutobi, Yakura, Gari, these famous figures have embarked on different futures. It is indeed very difficult to confirm who is the culprit that changed the established future from among them. The discussion about Sarutobi Ryo started, and most of their tones were admiration. Kakashi listened to it and said unconvinced, Minato-sensei can also easily kill that guy. Minato Namikaze was silent on the spot about Kakashi's statement. Because if the other party really had the steel release Kekii Genkai, he would not be able to break the defense. Even if he used the newly practiced new technique, Rasengan. He may not be able to break through the defense of steel release. Damage means, are still too lacking. Minato Namikaze began to feel anxious. At the same time, he was very curious about how Ryo-sama killed Gari. In fact, it is difficult for Minato Namikaze to achieve results when facing Gari, Raikage, such high defense ninjas. This is also his current shortcoming. Minato, you have to work hard too. Jiraiya turned around, left the crowd, walked over and patted his disciple on the shoulder. The Third Shinobi World War broke out, and Minato Namikaze performed many missions in the early stage, and each time he killed them perfectly. Chapter 95. However, those he killed were mostly small fry. Compared to Sarutobi Ryo, he needed to face some recognizable figures to prove himself. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment, then looked up at his teacher, Jiraiya-sensei, I want to go and see the Cloud Village front line. The Cloud Village front line. No problem, as long as you, Minato, are willing. Jiraiya nodded, clearly trusting his disciple. Although Fugaku Uchiha was at the Cloud Village front, the pressure was still great. After all, the A and B brothers, the Storm Release Kekii Genkai ninjas, and various other Kekii Genkai ninjas were not to be underestimated. If Minato was confident he could achieve merit there, that would be excellent. Soon, Minato Namikaze gathered his 3 disciples. Kakashi, you guys should return to the village first. This trip to Cloud Village would involve encountering the A and B brothers. That was not a battle Kakashi and the others could participate in. 2 days later, Sarutobi Ryo returned to Konoha. At the same time, news of victory arrived from the front line. Due to the death of Gari of the explosion release, Iwagakure adjusted its strategy and began to cautiously probe. As a result, the spies they sent out again were killed by Tsukumo Hatake. Taking advantage of the enemy's blindness and failure to obtain their movements, Tsukumo Hatake boldly led a unit into enemy territory. A chaotic slaughter broke the Iwagakure front line, forcing them to retreat dozens of kilometers. The name of Konoha's White Fang once again resounded throughout the surrounding countries. Sarutobi Ryo wanted to find Yakushi no. However, due to the outbreak of war, there were many more fleeing refugees and displaced orphans. No was exceptionally busy for a time. Therefore, Sarutobi Ryo temporarily dismissed the idea of finding her, and instead turned his attention to another person, Noera Rin. After graduation, she followed Minato Namikaze on missions. And after experiencing the battlefield, Noera Rin had gained even more growth than Obito Uchiha. When encountering enemies, she would at least not tremble with fear, but be able to act correctly. The streets at dusk. Noera Rin, having finished washing up, cleaned off the grime of battle. Having just returned from the battlefield, she received an invitation from Sarutobi Ryo to meet at a tea house. After not seeing each other for many days, Noera Rin's temperament had undergone some changes. "Rin, you've become more mature," Sarutobi Ryo revealed a slight smile. "Is that so?" Noera Rin was happy in her heart. Soon she realized the double meaning of the words. "Mature, is Ryo-sama saying that I've become more womanly?" Thinking of this, Noera Rin quickly dispelled the thought in her heart. She told herself that she should think more about Kakashi. However, when she gazed at Sarutobi Ryo's handsome face, she couldn't help but think of the industries he owned. And also his previous achievement of single-handedly killing Gari. Young, handsome, of noble birth, rich, and powerful. So many advantages in one person, almost enough to satisfy all a girl's fantasies. Noera Rin's cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red, her mind in a mess. "Rin, let's go inside and talk." Sarutobi Ryo invited Noera Rin into a private room in the tea house. Sarutobi Ryo could see the girl's infatuation clearly. After not seeing each other for a while, this emotion and the secretion of hormones were still there. The so-called strike while the iron is hot, take advantage of this opportunity to increase her favorability. Just as Sarutobi Ryo was thinking this, a new prompt popped up in front of him. Will of Fire System. New Will of Fire Weapon, Noera Rin. Side Quest Objective, Instill the Will of Fire in Noera Rin. Side Quest Reward, Steel Release, Progress 20. Side Quest Reward, Explosion Release, Progress 90. Sarutobi Ryo, Eek. After drinking tea, Sarutobi Ryo got up to pay the bill and took Noera Rin to his residence. The continuously renovated old house, after the expansion some time ago, had been completely transformed into a new manor. Noera Rin stepped inside, looking at the vast but somewhat quiet manor, and couldn't help but feel curious. Compared to the last time she came, it had completely changed. Although the manor was large, most of the rooms were spare rooms. Although empty, each room would have a related use in the future. Soon, the two entered a secret room and went underground along the open staircase. Where the faint candlelight burned, Noera Rin saw the remains placed on the platform. "This is the remains of Gari of the explosion release," Sarutobi Ryo said, pointing to the remains covered with cloth. "Be careful, Rin, it looks quite scary." Because of the corrosion by the slug's strong acid, the surface of the remains was not ordinary. Noera Rin nodded, and although she had been mentally prepared, she was still startled by the terrifying and ferocious face the moment she uncovered it. This was different from a normal anatomy. Because corpses that died accidentally or were injured would have very frightening faces. "Ah!" Noera Rin exclaimed and stepped back. Then she bumped into Sarutobi Ryo's arms. "Rin, are you alright?" Sarutobi Ryo immediately supported her and asked. Suddenly entering a warm embrace couldn't help but remind Noera Rin of the past when Ryo-sama sent her home and put a coat on her. The physical contact made her face flush. "And no, I'm alright, Ryo-sama." Noera Rin lowered her head and shook her head. The little deer in her heart was running wild, and she began to overthink even more. Rin, you like Kakashi," Noera Rin said to herself, repeatedly emphasizing this matter in her heart. However, the trembling of her body and the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true thoughts. During adolescence, hormone secretion is intense, and biological nature will take over. As a medical ninja, Noera Rin understood this principle, but she couldn't control herself. Sarutobi Ryo slowly released her. Noera Rin also quickly began to examine Gari's remains. "Rin, how have you been lately?" Sarutobi Ryo stood aside and began to express his concern. Noera Rin immediately responded, talking about her experiences after becoming a ninja. Back and forth, the two chatted happily. "Then, I won't disturb you any further, if you need anything, just come and find me." After speaking, Sarutobi Ryo nodded and turned to leave the scene. Before stepping onto the stairs, it was clearly displayed in his retina that Noera Rin's progress had reached 20. Sarutobi Ryo, she really is a pure girl. Time flies. Days passed by, and Noera Rin came to help every day. Her medical ninjutsu had become even more rapid after graduation. After all, she had officially joined the medical team and caught up with the Third Ninja World War, with many practical battles to improve. After this period of accumulation, her medical ninjutsu skills were approaching no-nos. Sarutobi Ryo believed that as long as there was enough time, Noera Rin could catch up to Tsunade. At that time, she would be his most powerful medical assistant. Therefore, the matter of instilling the will of fire in her also needed special attention. One morning, Noera Rin, who had been busy all night, had analyzed some information from the corpse. Ryo-sama, with my current level, I only obtained information about steel release. Noera Rin stood at the entrance, looking apologetic. Sarutobi Ryo was not surprised by this. After all, the system had already prompted related content. Rin, you're just starting out, don't worry. He patted her on the shoulder. Sarutobi Ryo was kind and gentle. It's already good to get information about steel release. Seeing that Ryo-sama was so understanding, Noera Rin couldn't help but smile. She nodded, indicating that she would continue to work hard, and one day, she would crack the mystery of explosion release. I have already preserved the remains with sealing techniques. Rin, I will still need to trouble you to continue analyzing this body at that time. Sarutobi Ryo indicated that Rin would still need to continue analyzing this body in the future. Chapter 96. Seeing Lord Ryo's affirmation and trust in her, Rin immediately appeared very excited. By the way, Rin, you're about to take the Chunin exams, right? Sarutobi Ryo mentioned Noera Rin's upcoming assessment task. She and Uchiha Obito will participate in the Chunin exams together. In the end, Noera Rin will succeed, while Obito will fail. It won't be until Obito retakes the exam the next time that he passes. If you succeed at that time, how about considering joining the Umbu? Of course, it's just a formality. Sarutobi Ryo waved his hand grandly. He has the authority to make this request. As his reputation and strength increase, the power he can exercise also increases. At that time, he will have Noera Rin join his Umbu Squad 6 and become one of his people. Okay. Noera Rin agreed without the slightest hesitation. A formality, of course, there's no problem with that. Watching the back of the cheerful girl leaving, Sarutobi Ryo's expression slowly returned to calmness. Noera Rin, Progress, 25. Lord Ryo. Yamanaka Megumi stepped out of the shadows. Seeing Noera Rin leaving, she began to report the latest intelligence she had obtained. The Yellow Flash is rising to fame. He fought against the AB brothers on the battlefield against Kumogakure. He fought 1 against 2, forcing them both to retreat. Everyone in the village is talking about this. Namikaze Minato became famous in one battle, and the entire Konoha is filled with his legend. Seeing Yamanaka Megumi's tightly furrowed brows, Sarutobi Ryo unhurriedly unfolded the information obtained from Noera Rin's analysis. Lord Ryo. Yamanaka Megumi was a little strange. Namikaze Minato made a big splash, and his reputation has increased so much at once. Why aren't you worried? It's nothing, let him be. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head, not caring about Namikaze Minato's achievements at all. The AB brothers, that is, Killer B and A, are now fighting Namikaze Minato for the first time. Killer B is only 15 years old this year. Namikaze Minato is already in his early 20s. The official data book clearly stated. During the Third Shinobi World War, Namikaze Minato fought Killer B many times, and neither could defeat the other. In the end, they recognized each other's strength. That is to say, no matter how good Namikaze Minato is, he can only go 50-50 with the 15-year-old Killer B, and he can't kill Killer B, nor can he kill A. What's there to worry about? In comparison, I am taking one step at a time. This scroll itself is also very valuable, although it is impossible for me to learn steel release like Gari, this scroll can be kept for others to refer to. If he recruits useful subordinates in the future, he can let his subordinates learn steel release and become useful meat shields. Just then, there was another burst of noise at the entrance outside. Sarutobi Ryo looked over and found the Yumano couple. Behind them was a bloody figure on their backs. What's going on? The two immediately carried Guren in, and soon, Nono was also invited over to start treating Guren. The injuries are too severe. Nono frowned. Traces of hasty bandaging can be seen. And the most important thing is that these wounds have been left untreated for several days. She couldn't imagine how this child could have survived to get here. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the seriously injured Guren, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Looking at the injuries, there are blast wounds and sharp weapon cut wounds. Judging from the technique, it seems to be the work of a Sunigakure puppeteer. But if that's the case, the weapon should be coated with poison, but there is no sign of conventional poisoning in Guren's wounds. The wound seems difficult to heal. After treating for a moment, Nono began to frown. There is a strange chakra eroding her wound. Strange chakra. Yamanaka Megumi leaned over, placed her hand on Guren's body, and began to sense. Soon, she confirmed Nono's statement. For safety's sake, Yamanaka Megumi put her right hand on Gyuren's forehead again. In her coma, Gyuren seemed to have seen some terrible sight. Yamanaka Megumi immersed herself and carefully entered Gyuren's mind. A moment later, the blonde ponytail girl opened her eyes and said a location. Lulon. Lulon. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at Gyuren, the faint purple light at the wound, faintly visible. Lulon is a city-state on the border of the Land of Wind, located in the gap between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind. The country is not large, with only one city. It's the Dragon Vein Power. In Sarutobi Ryo's mind, a man named Anrokuzan immediately appeared. He was also the boss in the movie who returned to the past from the future. He can be considered a person from the future. In order to escape the ninja world's wanted, he was finally forced into the Lulon ruins by the Konoha team. Anrokuzan activated the technique, swallowing the seal set by Namikaze Minato together, and then possessed the power of the Lulon underground, the power of the Dragon Vein. Dragon Vein, is that the country? The knowledgeable Nono immediately understood. She immediately told Sarutobi Ryo the location of Lulon. Sarutobi Ryo thought for a while, and without any hesitation, prepared to go to Lulon. Lord! Just then, Gyuren woke up. She was panting rapidly, and the figure of Sarutobi Ryo was reflected in her eyes. Be careful. After saying this, she immediately fainted again. The unfinished business made Sarutobi Ryo suspicious. Yamanaka Megumi shook her head, indicating that if she wanted to further explore the memory, it would take a long time. Especially without hurting Gyuren's brain. Then wait a little longer. Seeing that Gyuren still had something to say, Sarutobi Ryo prepared to wait a while before setting off. That night, Nono continuously treated Gyuren, and Gyuren finally escaped danger. Her condition has stabilized and she can speak normally. As Gyuren recounted, Sarutobi Ryo gradually learned what had happened to Gyuren. It turned out that since Yakura's attack, she had been traveling around the ninja world as Sarutobi Ryo said, honing her skills. During this period, she also got on the line with Ringo Aimuri and worked together as bounty hunters. Originally, the experience was a very happy thing. But later, she accidentally accepted a commission from Lulon in the underground black market. She thought it was just an ordinary bounty mission, that is, helping to carry a large amount of supplies or something. During the war, this kind of smuggling was very profitable. Gyuren immediately thought that she could use her full-time job, professional counterpart, to complete this task and talk about business by the way. So she took the initiative to go to Lulon, preparing to talk to the Lulon queen there. But unintentionally, she stumbled upon a conspiracy that occurred in Lulon. All the residents of Lulon have been replaced by puppets. The real queen is dead. The queen's daughter, that is, the current queen, Sarah, is still kept in the dark. Everything pointed to the man named Anrokuzan. As soon as he saw me, he wanted to kill me. Gyuren frowned, deeply puzzled by this. Lying on the bed, she looked at her lord, and Sarutobi Ryo also shook his head, not knowing why. However, Sarutobi Ryo guessed a possibility. Anrokuzan came from the future. Chapter 97. So, this foreshadows that the future self and him had a conflict. He also knows that Gyuren is his subordinate. So he wants to change the past and kill Gyuren along the way. Probably, that's how it is. While escaping, I awakened a special Kekii Genkai. New Will of Fire Weapon, Gyuren. Side mission objective, inject the Will of Fire into Gyuren. Side mission reward, crystal release. Such a clear mission prompt indicates that the method to obtain it will be very simple. At this time, it was already late at night. Nono Yu, exhausted from a day's work, had already returned. The candlelight in the room flickered, unusually quiet. Sarutobi Ryo guarded the bedside, Gyuren lying on the bed. This feeling of being protected made her cheeks slightly red, not knowing what she was thinking. Is it the feeling of family? Or is it the emotions that have been hidden in her heart all along? Sarutobi Ryo stared at the weak girl on the bed. Wrapped in bandages, her body in the initial stages of development, looking quite presentable. It is foreseeable that she will grow into a stunning beauty in the future. Under Sarutobi Ryo's scrutiny, Gyuren's eyes trembled, slowly looking away. Soon, the candle was extinguished by Sarutobi Ryo with a wave of his hand. This sudden change caused Gyuren's heart to beat wildly. Only to hear, in the darkness, a hot breath sounded in her ear, Gyuren, your injuries, will need to be healed properly next. Rustling sounds arose. The unique medical ninja tool of the Sarutobi clan swelled in the darkness. Gyurin's breathing became more and more rapid. Because of her injuries, she couldn't even move a finger. But at this moment, she was both anticipating and afraid of something happening. The next moment, the Sarutobi clan's medical ninja tool was applied directly to her body. Sizzle. Gyurin, ugh. She only felt a weight on her eyes, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on her. The unprecedented medical experience, pain and comfort, instantly made Gyurin scream and faint. The next morning, the sky was not yet bright. Pop. Sarutobi Ryo backed away. After a night of treatment, Gyurin's injuries were almost completely healed. Sarutobi Ryo also obtained the fusion method of crystal release from her. A verbal description. While receiving treatment, Gyurin, who was intermittently speaking about crystal release, was now soundly asleep. Progress, 90. Reward, crystal release fusion method. After taking a look at the prompt in front of him, Sarutobi Ryo was very satisfied. Gyurin was still young, and it was easy to win her heart with a little manipulation. Then, next, it's time to go to the Hokage building. Having understood what happened in Rurin, Sarutobi Ryo prepared to solve this trouble along the way. When the first ray of sunshine appeared in the morning. Konoha entrance. Early in the morning, Namikaze Minato, who had returned to the village, received a warm welcome from the people. Under the promotion of Koharu Yutane, Hamura Mitokado and other high-level officials, Namikaze Minato was portrayed as a powerhouse no less than the Sannin. Alone, facing the AB brothers, he forced them back. This kind of achievement would be a high-difficulty task for the Sannin. However, Namikaze Minato completed this feat at a young age. For a time, Namikaze Minato was in the limelight. Huff. Slightly relieved, watching history slowly move towards its normal trajectory, Namikaze Minato felt a little calmer in his heart. When he went to the Hokage building to report, the high-level officials praised him without reservation. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was surprised by his performance. Affirming Namikaze Minato's achievements in strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned another important task. Minato, according to the results of the 6th squad of the Umbu accidentally encountering, we have confirmed that Rurin is currently in crisis. Ba esi Jioling San Chi Jioba. Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned Rurin, and Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up immediately. It was almost at this time that the Rurin plot should have arrived. With the acquisition of Maiboku Mountain's memory, relying on the comparison of memories, he could predict in advance. During this period, Namikaze Minato became more and more familiar with using the memory of the predetermined future as a reference for his actions. In the original future, Rurin was invaded by the future man and Lushan and replaced. A Rurin citizen went through hardships and finally came to Konoha, and spoke of the last request of the Queen of Rurin back then. Sending a request for help to Konoha, requesting them to come and quell the coup d'état encountered by Rurin. It should have been like this. The people of the 6th squad of the Umbu accidentally discovered the secret of Rurin and were almost silenced. Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about the matter that Sarutobi Ryo had mentioned early this morning. Although Rurin did not send a rescue request. But Konoha should also extend a helping hand. Because in those past years, Konoha had always been on good terms with Rurin, and had also received many commissions from the Queen of Rurin. Now, after several years of separation, Rurin has not had any special news. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed a little worried. I have already sent more people to inquire about information. After confirming the situation, we can almost go to support. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words clearly meant that he wanted to plan before acting. Thoroughly confirm the pattern of the Rurin coup. After all, it was impossible for Gyurin, a little girl, to describe the whole picture of Rurin. Namikaze Minato quietly listened to the third Hokage's report, thinking that this was another change different from the memory. Hokage-sama, I will be ready at any time. Namikaze Minato nodded. It concerned Rurin, or rather, the power of the dragon vein. This kind of dangerous space-time power was indeed more suitable for him to handle. A few days passed in a flash. Sarutobi Ryo sat cross-legged quietly in the training room. At a certain moment, all the shadow clones around him disappeared together, and Sarutobi Ryo formed a hand seal, crystal release. With Sarutobi Ryo's technique, a layer of black substance visible to the naked eye began to appear in front of him. These black substances glowed with a crystal-clear luster, looking like gems, or rather, black crystals. The growing black crystals, like lush weeds, began to grow wildly. In a short while, it turned into a messy and disordered potted plant-like state. After sensing it slightly, Sarutobi Ryo found that he could sense the existence of these crystals. Crystal release is creating something out of nothing. So it is closely related to Yin release. Because crystals are products belonging to the underground, it is also related to earth release. Therefore, the fusion method of crystal release is earth release combined with Yin release. Sarutobi Ryo immediately got up and began to check the characteristics of these crystals. Because it is a substance generated by chakra, it will not be completely the same as real crystals in reality. The texture is smooth and cool to the touch. Sarutobi Ryo tried to strike it and found that these substances were extremely hard. After breaking off a piece, Sarutobi Ryo held it in his hand and found that it also had sharp characteristics. Except that the color looks different from Guren's pink crystal release, the other characteristics are actually almost the same. Crystal release is a Kekkai Genkai that can be played with many functions. Attack, defense, barrier, auxiliary, illusion, everything. It is an all-purpose Kekkai Genkai. Depending on the caster's chakra control and brain power, it will exert completely different functions. Crystal Release Crystal Wall. Chapter 98. Having mastered the crystal release, Hiruzen Ryo began a new round of practice. Crack, crack, crack. The crystal release chakra was converted into black crystals, rising up like a wall. This move was modeled after the earth release, earth flow wall, a Birank technique. However, because crystal release mixed in Yin release, its defensive power and functionality became even stronger. It could be said to be the ultimate enhanced version of earth flow wall. Subsequently, in the empty underground hall, Hiruzen Ryo also performed the hand seals for an offensive technique. Crystal release, crystal dragon devastation. Countless crystals spread and grew wildly. Then, a ferocious crystal dragon roared and crossed the air, slamming heavily into the massive wall. Rumble. The ground shook in the underground, and its attack power was many times greater than Water Dragon Bullet. Amazing. Hiruzen Ryo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He continuously used crystal release to simulate various conventional techniques of other attributes, enjoying himself immensely. A morning quickly passed, and Hiruzen Ryo had simulated at least dozens of similar ninjutsu traits. I remember that although the crystal release Kekkai Genkai is all-powerful, it also has a fatal flaw, which is that it is afraid of sound ninjutsu. Hiruzen Ryo thought to himself. In the original story, Orochimaru built the hidden sound village and had a group of ninjas under his command who could use sound ninjutsu. Various ultrasonic and infrasonic waves were the nemesis of crystal release. That's why Orochimaru was able to easily control Guren. It's always good to have more skills, and for me, these weaknesses are not weaknesses. Because this was already the 6th Kekkai Genkai he had obtained. After fusing with the crystal release, Hiruzen Ryo's physical fitness had improved again by a large margin. Maintaining 20 shadow clones was no longer a problem. At this moment, Hiruzen Ryo only felt that he had inexhaustible strength in his body. Stronger strength gave Hiruzen Ryo stronger confidence, and his entire temperament changed again. It's about time, there should be a reply from Ruren. Hiruzen Ryo ended his stance, preparing to take a trip to Ruren. The Hokage's office in the early morning. If it was just a simple coup, Konoha would certainly not intervene immediately. But the problem was that Ruren was currently relying on the power of the Dragon Vein to carry out large-scale armament. The entire city-state began to mobilize all its citizens into soldiers. They were producing various puppets day and night, seemingly plotting something. From a strategic point of view. With the Third Shinobi World War launched, an unstable small country would bring unpredictable changes and risks to Konoha's battle situation. In order to suppress this bud and allow Konoha to concentrate on fighting against Tsunegakure, it was very necessary to quell it. Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze glanced to the side, seeing Hiruzen Ryo standing there leisurely. History was beginning to change. So, should Kakashi be allowed to carry out this mission together? Minato Namikaze hesitated for a second before making a decision. Hokage-sama, I request that Kakashi Hatake also carry out this mission. Minato Namikaze submitted Kakashi's mission report. After becoming a Chunin, Kakashi performed excellently, rushing towards the path of a Jonin all the way. Although Kakashi's upper limit was locked due to poor dynamic vision. But it was still no problem to become an ordinary Jonin. As for Obito and Rin, the two were preparing for the Chunin exam. The two, who were still genin, would not participate in this mission. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the information. This mission was classified as S rank. Kakashi was just a Chunin, although in special circumstances, Chunin would also be assigned to such difficult missions. But it was always an exception. Unlike the theatrical animation. In the theatrical animation, this mission was only classified as A rank. But in this time and space, because of Guren's early discovery in the investigation by Konoha Umbu, the mission difficulty level suddenly became S rank. After all, a city full of puppet weapons was no joke. Hiruzen Sarutobi first signaled to Minato Namikaze with his eyes, indicating that he had no other intentions. Then, he looked at his eldest son. Hiruzen Ryo, what do you think? Sakumo Hatake was Hiruzen Ryo's teacher. Hiruzen Ryo was usually familiar with Kakashi, and even evaluated Kakashi's qualifications, all of which corresponded. After many comprehensive factors, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to listen to his eldest son's thoughts. Hokage-sama, I think this mission is a very good opportunity for training. Kakashi is too arrogant and has not been tempered by iron fists, this mission will just open his eyes. Hiruzen Ryo replied immediately. Although the final mission may cause everyone to lose their memories due to Minato Namikaze's sealing technique. But the physical situation would still remain. What he meant was that the sealing technique could seal memories, but it could not seal physical phenomena. If Kakashi was injured in the mission, or his mind was traumatized, these traces would still exist. So this mission could also allow Kakashi to see reality clearly to some extent. Well, then let's set off. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled slightly, knowing that Hiruzen Ryo would protect Kakashi in this mission, then, there was no problem. Soon, the group left Konoha. When Kakashi learned that he would be participating in an S-rank mission, he seemed very excited. Sakumo Hatake was still alive. So Kakashi in this world was still relatively arrogant in temperament, felt good about himself, and did not have a gloomy meaning. Pride outweighed calmness, and he looked more rash, or rather, reckless. Along the way, the group crossed the plains. Kakashi ran and looked at Hiruzen Ryo beside him. Young Master Ryo, my father said, if I have any questions about taijutsu, I can come and ask you. Kakashi's sudden words had a bit of provocation. But there was indeed an intention to ask for advice. Before, Might Guy became famous in one battle, and Guy's taijutsu became increasingly sophisticated. As Hiruzen Ryo said before. Some people run slowly at first, but later they will run faster and faster. Guy is that person. Kakashi must have seen Guy's rapid growth and felt some pressure. In terms of taijutsu, Sakumo Hatake was not good at that kind of move-by-move, fist-to-fist confrontation. So, if Kakashi wanted to improve in this area, he could only come and ask Hiruzen Ryo, who was also a taijutsu master. In the entire Konoha, only a few people, such as the third Hokage, Princess Tsunade, and Might Due, could surpass Hiruzen Ryo in taijutsu. After thinking about it, and having been ridiculed by Hiruzen Ryo before, Kakashi naturally approached him. Taijutsu. Hiruzen Ryo glanced at Kakashi with a cold tone. Even Guy, who you think is a dead last, can stand in the ranks of the strongest in the ninja world in at most 20 years. And with your qualifications, even if you practice for 100 years, until you die, you will never be able to catch up with his tail. Hiruzen Ryo's words stabbed Kakashi's self-esteem fiercely. Kakashi's face immediately turned pale, you're talking nonsense. He subconsciously retorted. How could he be inferior to Guy? He couldn't even catch up with his tail even after practicing for 100 years. How was that possible? Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered. Having the future memories seen by the great Toad Sage, he knew that young Master Ryo was telling the truth. In the future, Guy would really become the strongest ninja in taijutsu among ordinary people. Let alone practicing for 100 years, even if Kakashi practiced for 100 years, he could only eat Guy's exhaust fumes. What reason do I have to deceive you? Truth is harsh, and honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, don't you know this principle? Hiruzen Ryo glanced at Kakashi, also wanting to beat Kakashi a bit by the way. Your advantage is that you grow fast in the early stage, which is equivalent to strong early comprehension and a high starting point. You also have the brainpower to develop ninjutsu yourself, but obviously it can only be said to be average compared to those strong people. Your dynamic vision is poor, the moves you develop are likely to be unusable and are failed works. After a series of critical reviews, Kakashi's face became paler and paler. Alas, it would be very good to be able to become an ordinary jonin in this life, there's no hope. Hiruzen Ryo looked away and stopped talking. Because the more he said, the more useless he felt Kakashi was. Chapter 99. From childhood, Kakashi had always been surrounded by the halo of a genius. Now, he was being struck again by Sarutobi Ryo, taking things to a new level. Hearing these sharp words, he, who had always been pampered, had no idea that he had simply been well protected by those around him. Kakashi had never witnessed true cruelty. Whether it was Hatake Sakumo or Minato Namikaze, both had intentionally indulged Kakashi's temperament. This pampering ultimately nurtured Kakashi into a prodigal son. In the end, it took Obito Uchiha, certified by Tobirama Senju as a member of a naturally evil clan, to correct him with the will of fire, completely transforming Kakashi. It has to be said, this is extremely ironic. After hearing these words, Kakashi's speed involuntarily slowed down, sweat broke out on his forehead, his head twitched, and he fell into a state of self-doubt. At this time, Sarutobi Ryo had extremely dazzling achievements. He killed as soon as he made a move. And those he killed were all experts. In the ninja world, he had already become a being known to everyone. The name, Black Reaper, was in no way inferior to the name Yellow Flash. Upon seeing Minato Namikaze, Small Fry and Cannon Fodder could abandon their mission and flee. But the problem was, upon seeing Sarutobi Ryo, there was a high probability they would leave behind a corpse on the spot. Someone would definitely die. Therefore, obviously, the title of Reaper was more terrifying. Because it really meant losing your life. Such a strong person, giving a sharp critique, naturally spoke the truth. So Kakashi's heart began to waver. However, it was clear that Kakashi had extremely strong self-esteem. Kakashi, not yet poisoned by Obito's will of fire, still held the idea that he was superior to others, an elite genius. So, after a moment, he gritted his teeth and actually ran over, lowered his stance, and requested Sarutobi Ryo to teach him taijutsu. In taijutsu, you can't follow Guy's path, the best route is to learn the swift path of your father and your teacher. Acting as a remote turret. Provided that you don't encounter enemies like I, who are speed types. Minato Namikaze, who was on the side, was also in a difficult position at this moment. To be honest, if Kakashi didn't have the Sharingan, his upper limit would be an ordinary background jonin. So what he was waiting for was Obito to receive his bento. Obito was taken away by Madara Uchiha, transplanted with white Zetsu cells, gained some of the first Hokage's power, and then awakened the Mangekyo. If he and Kakashi each had one eye, then Kakashi could still be saved. Before that, cultivating Kakashi was pretty much left to fate. Yes, fate. Because Minato Namikaze didn't know how to teach Kakashi. His path was completely unsuitable for Kakashi. He couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique. The Rasengan consumed too much chakra, and Kakashi could only create his own Chidori, but the problem was that the Chidori required excellent dynamic vision. Going back and forth, it was a dead cycle, unsolvable. In fact, Minato Namikaze had always been optimistic about Obito. Even without second playthrough memories, he felt that Obito would one day surpass Kakashi. After all, the Sharingan was an unreasonable thing. That's why he had said to Obito more than once, "Obito, we will eventually become Hokage." But he had never said such words to Kakashi even once. Although in the second playthrough memories, Kakashi eventually became the sixth Hokage. In addition, Kushina also liked Obito the most among the three children, treating Obito as a younger brother. So, Kakashi's cultivation was pretty much left to fate. As for the matter of Obito being tricked by Madara, resulting in Rin's death and Obito's corruption, Minato Namikaze believed that he already had second playthrough memories and would not let Obito go astray again. Think about it. Obito, with the Mangekyo and white Zetsuhashirama cells, would be such an excellent seedling. This time, Madara, I won't let you have your way. Night. The team began to rest. Kakashi came over again. Sarutobi Ryo naturally ignored him, using this as an opportunity to knock him down a peg. But Kakashi was determined to follow behind Sarutobi Ryo. He stubbornly didn't say a word, just kept following. Seeing Kakashi like this, Minato Namikaze didn't stop him, because he really didn't have any good ideas to teach Kakashi. So, if young Master Sarutobi had a way. 2 days later. The group, covered in dust, arrived at a certain place on the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers. Yellow sand filled the sky, and strong winds blew. In this desert area, there was a city-state surrounded by green vegetation. It didn't make sense no matter how you looked at it. Those trees should have been created by chakra. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the ring of vegetation, lost in thought. It's the power of the dragon vein, Minato Namikaze thought. Hundreds of meters of spires reached straight into the clouds. The large towering building complex looked even more prosperous and ahead of its time than Konoha. The design of these buildings came from the hands of a future person, An Lushan. To be honest, Sarutobi Ryo was quite interested in the future. After all, parallel worlds, time travel, these things were closely related to him. So, what would the future of this world be like? If you can catch my eye in this mission, I will find a way to help you improve your strength. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Kakashi and gave him a promise. For your father's sake. Kakashi. Soon, the group entered Lulon together. As they approached the wall, Minato Namikaze instructed, everyone be careful, it is said that there are many puppets here. As soon as Minato Namikaze finished speaking, a dark mass of puppets flew out from inside the wall. They looked like 2-meter-tall robots, but the body structure was mostly made of wood. In terms of weapons, they were made of metals such as steel. Honglian was injured by them. It was previously confirmed that the weapons were not coated with poison, but it was hard to say now. The dark, oppressive puppet offensive seemed to have the intention of dispersing the invading enemy, and also had the intention of preventing it in advance. Behind, puppet threads. At this moment, Ruri whispered a reminder. Behind these puppets, they were controlled by faint purple puppet threads, like marionettes. And almost all the towers in this city-state were chakra transmission sources. It was like a TV transmitting tower. Sarutobi Ryo's right eye pupil contracted, and he quickly followed the chakra lines to see the chakra structure of the entire city-state. I'm afraid, simply cutting the puppet threads won't stop them. The guess was quickly confirmed. Kakashi took the lead, throwing kunai and cutting off the connections behind them. As the puppets were about to fall down after losing power, the surrounding towers surged with chakra. Chakra lines projected from the spires reconnected to the puppets. Each tower here is a chakra transmission relay. Minato Namikaze, who possessed excellent sensing abilities, immediately shouted. We must bypass them and find the power source. The so-called power source naturally referred to the boss of this mission, Lushan. Under attack, these puppets locked onto Kakashi as the target in the first instance according to the jutsu settings. Whoosh! Sharp, 3-pronged claws stabbed fiercely at Kakashi. Kakashi barely dodged. The palm of another puppet behind him turned into a black hole, and a purple chakra light brewed within it. Boom! With a burst of expanding roar, a stream of purple light was emitted from the wrist. Kakashi flew back, immediately creating distance from the enemy. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a flash. Chapter 100. From the waste mechanisms, all the puppets launched multiple blades resembling cluster missiles. Purple chakra trailed behind them, drawing unpredictable and graceful paths in the air. What's going on with these guys? Kakashi's eyes widened, his heart filled with surprise. It wasn't as if he hadn't fought against Sand Village's puppet masters before. But those puppets were, in fact, traceable. However, the puppets he faced this time not only concealed their puppeteer, but their weapon systems also exceeded the standards of this era. Just as Kakashi was about to be overwhelmed by countless cluster projectiles, a gust of wind swept past, and a thunderous sound exploded beside Kakashi's ears. Crushing palm. Sarutobi Ryo unleashed a palm strike, causing the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. The air burst apart, and the power of destruction directly detonated the countless blades. The flying tools made of refined steel shattered into countless fragments as if crushed by a tremendous force. This scene left Kakashi dumbfounded. Minato Namikaze, Shibi Aburame, and Choza Akimichi all revealed expressions of astonishment. Is this, Sarutobi Ryo-sama's taijutsu? Shibi Aburame, as the second-in-command of the Aburame clan, whose current leader was his older brother, the legendary insect master, Shirku Aburame. In terms of strength, Shibi Aburame could serve as a substitute for the clan leader. Once Shirku Aburame retired or met with an accident, he would be the next leader. Although he had witnessed the strength of the third Hokage, this was the first time he had witnessed Sarutobi Ryo's specific actions. Dust rained down. Sarutobi Ryo strode forward, continuously swinging his palms. The puppets in front of him shattered one after another as if they were made of paper. Soon, a pile of fragments lay on the ground. Sarutobi Ryo himself swiftly leaped over the wall and entered the interior of Roran. This scene filled everyone's hearts with amazement. Each puppet possessed strength comparable to a jonin among the chunin. Yet, Sarutobi Ryo-sama shattered them with a few blows. Naturally, the puppets shattered into fragments could no longer be controlled by the puppet threads projected from the tower. Minato. Choza Akimichi glanced at Minato Namikaze. The latter revealed a thoughtful expression. If they were to compete for the Hokage position, Ryo-sama would be a strong contender. Choza Akimichi thought, perhaps, Shikaku's judgment was wrong. Ryo-sama's talent might be even stronger than Minato's. Well then, let me continue to witness it during this mission. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been rescued, revealed an expression of longing. After all, anyone who witnessed such powerful taijutsu would definitely imagine the possibility of learning it themselves. Thinking of this, Kakashi steadied his mind and decided to perform well, striving to earn Ryo-sama's recognition and have him guide him. Rorin Central Plaza. Various musical instruments played, and the voices of the people were boisterous. A red-haired girl stood on the platform of the highest tower, waving to the people below. She was followed by puppet bodyguards, protecting her safety. And this girl was the current queen of Rorin, Sarah. Sarutobi Ryo stood in the shadows, gazing at this scene. Sarah was completely unaware. The countless people in the plaza were actually just puppets. The real people had already been enslaved by Anrokuzen and were currently forced to work in sweatshops beneath the surface of Rorin, constantly manufacturing various puppet weapons for Anrokuzen's production line. Perhaps out of a twisted sense of humor. Anrokuzen did not directly kill Sarah. Instead, he prepared to have her die in an accident. Thus, the puppet behind her subtly moved its fingers, and Sarah, completely unaware, suddenly lost her footing and fell from the suddenly shattered platform. Falling from a height of several hundred meters onto the ground would definitely turn her into a pile of mush. Watching Sarah scream, Sarutobi Ryo did not hesitate and immediately formed hand seals. Crystal release. Crack, crack, crack. A black dragon composed of black crystals roared as it flew into the sky. Under Sarutobi Ryo's control, it was as easy to use as an arm. Crystal release, descending dragon. This giant black dragon was about 6 meters long. The overall shape was streamlined, and unlike the dragons in the Naruto world. The black dragon with 4 claws and dragon scales looked more like a Chinese dragon. Chakra is a combination of physical and spiritual power. Ninjutsu is a symbol of a person's energy, spirit, and mind, or rather, spiritual thoughts. Sarutobi Ryo's subconscious believed that a dragon should look like this. Thus, the image of a Chinese dragon appeared. This black dragon was hollow, incredibly light. The freely flying black dragon gently caught the falling Princess Sarah. When Minato Namikaze and the others arrived, what they saw was Princess Sarah, leaning against the wind on the back of the black dragon, landing safely. Oh, Queen Sarah. Strange. Sarutobi Ryo saved Princess Sarah, but he didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he looked around, but he didn't see a certain person's figure. If it were the original movie version, Naruto Uzumaki should have also traveled from the future and saved Princess Sarah. Was there a small problem with the details? You are, Sarah, still in shock, looked up at the group. She quickly recognized the mark as that of the leaf ninja she had seen several times as a child. Each time her mother entrusted a mission, she would have Leaf Ninja carry it out. Queen Sarah, as you can see, we are Leaf Ninja. I am the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo stated his identity, quickly winning Sarah's trust. The identity of the Hokage's son was incredibly useful at this moment. Thank you for saving me, Sarah quickly thanked him. Before she could continue to express her gratitude, Sarutobi Ryo directly interrupted her and told her the purpose of their visit. Your mother, the previous queen, has already met with misfortune. The culprit is the minister you trusted the most, that man from outside, Anrokuzen, and all the civilians in the plaza that you believe in are actually just Anrokuzen's puppets. It wasn't difficult to make Sarah realize the truth, for Sarutobi Ryo was very good at facing reality. And making others face reality. After learning about what had happened in her country, Sarah's heart was in turmoil, and she fell into a temporary state of confusion. Our people were seriously injured, almost dying. No matter what you think, we will not leave the culprit alone. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, indicating that Sarah could do whatever she wanted. But Anrokuzen had to die. Not long after. Sarutobi Ryo went to the underground of Rorin through the steps. As he went deeper into the center, the place gradually became filled with smoke. It's steam. Sarutobi Ryo thought as he looked at the underground factory that was a world of its own. The underground of Rorin was full of machines and contraptions. Anrokuzen had already built this place into a war factory. There were all kinds of humanoid puppets patrolling around. And the ragged Rorin nationals, with chains on their feet, were working hard to turn the machines, driving the operation of the steam engines. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head, his heart filled with contempt for Anrokuzen. It was like opening a bank ATM and finding a teller squatting inside. It seemed advanced, but in a sense, it was still very backward, still using human resources. After scanning the scene, Sarutobi Ryo went straight down the steps and headed towards the depths of the factory. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo's appearance aroused the vigilance of the puppets. But they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stared at Sarutobi Ryo, standing still in place. This situation could only explain one thing. They were being controlled in real time. Tap, tap, tap. As footsteps sounded, a figure appeared on the high platform of the underground space. This was a man dressed in desert style, somewhat overweight, looking gloomy. Black Reaper. From his mouth, he murmured Sarutobi Ryo's title. This title was known to all the ninjas in the ninja world. Chapter 101. But if it comes from the mouth of a future person, it represents other meanings. Anlushan stared at Sarutobi Ryo, wondering what he was thinking. And soon, he laughed loudly, Black Reaper, no matter how powerful you are, you will die here today. Ka ka. The sound of countless puppets came from all directions. Sarutobi Ryo stood in the center of the hall, his expression very calm. For Sarutobi Ryo, raising his hand is manipulating magnetic fields, completely leeching the earth's power. So wanting to exhaust him with numbers is impossible. After obtaining the 6th Kekkai Genkai crystal release, Sarutobi Ryo's physical qualities increased dramatically again. It can be said that at this time, all of Sarutobi Ryo's stats physical qualities have reached the peak that the Jonin level can reach. There will never be anyone whose overall stats are stronger than Sarutobi Ryo. With just one step, Sarutobi Ryo can step into the Kage level. Of course, basic qualities, to some extent, only represent blank slate abilities. If you count the extra 6 Kekkai Genkai techniques, Sarutobi Ryo can naturally compete with the gatekeeper powerhouses of the Kage level. An all-around, no blind spot ninja is Sarutobi Ryo's path. Faced with any situation, Sarutobi Ryo has a way to solve it. As expected of the Black Reaper. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, Anlushan's expression changed slightly. Then, he raised his hand, and the next moment, all the fragments on the ground shimmered with a faint purple light. Subsequently, countless fragments split and combined, and a 6-meter-tall puppet giant rose from the ground. In terms of height, it is equivalent to the medium-sized summoning beast summoned by Pain. It is also equivalent to the Susanoo used by the Uchiha clan after opening the Manjiki. The assembled giant rumbled all over, and under the action of the Ramayaku power, it completed its reorganization. White steam spewed out from its body. Then, the 6-meter-tall giant raised its giant fist and slammed it down on Sarutobi Ryo. From a normal point of view, a Jonin, or even a Kage-level ninja, cannot directly resist this behemoth with their body. Because this is an absolute difference in mass. However, Sarutobi Ryo didn't dodge or avoid. His left foot stepped forward. With the help of the magnet release magnetic field rotation, the main body used the rock fist, super straight fist taijutsu, supplemented by swift release to increase the speed of the shot. Sarutobi Ryo was seen punching out, white sound cones appeared around the fist, bringing up the roar of the atmosphere. The steel release on the surface of the skin increased the strength of the body. Multiple Kekkai Genkai and Taijutsu merged, thus unleashing a shocking punch. In the shocked eyes of Kakashi and others, the giant puppet fist collided with Sarutobi Ryo's seemingly small human fist. Then, boom! The explosion resounded, the puppet's fist shattered inch by inch, and the force was transmitted from the fist to the arm. Crack crack. Boom! The entire fist surface, along with half an arm, was actually blown to pieces. Is this still a human? Sarah was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Kakashi was shocked, but his eyes became brighter. Choza Akimichi and Shibi Aburame were dumbfounded. Minato Namake's expression was slightly shadowed. Crystal release, crystal dragon descent. The next moment, Sarutobi Ryo shouted. The giant dragon condensed from black crystal directly crashed into the giant puppet. After a series of loud booms, I don't know how many machines in the underground space were destroyed. It even directly blasted out a passage to the underground. And that is where the true value of Ran lies, the location of the Ramayaku. Ahui, Ruri, you are responsible for taking Queen Sarah and the others to the surface. Sarutobi Ryo turned his head and said to the stunned crowd. Because what follows is the real battle. Minato Namikaze turned his head and gave the same order to Shibi Aburame and Choza Akimichi. Then, he and Kakashi ran towards Sarutobi Ryo. Minato Namikaze, who has the memories of the second playthrough, ignored Anlushan standing on the platform. Because he knew that this Anlushan was just a puppet. The real body is hidden in the deepest part of the underground, probably, about to act. Sarutobi Ryo slapped the Anlushan puppet standing on the high platform from a distance. Anlushan, who was still BB, suddenly stopped his voice and finally calmed down. Then, the three of them ran to the deeper underground without looking back. The three of them followed the steps and advanced to the dark underground. After the battle just now, Kakashi no longer doubted Sarutobi Ryo's taijutsu level. He believed that the only one in the entire Konoha who was qualified to teach him taijutsu was young master Sarutobi Ryo. That earth-shattering punch echoed in Kakashi's heart, making him yearn for it. Ka. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the air. The three stopped and looked up. Between countless tunnels, passages, overhead, and underfoot, countless puppet parts and individuals flew over. These countless puppets are gathering towards a certain depth in the dark underground. In that case, let you see the power of the ultimate puppet weapon I created. An Lushan's confident roar came from the depths of the underground. I have prepared for this for too long, for this day, to eliminate you, and then, replace you. Originally, Honglian's serious injury was just a guise. It was a trap designed by An Lushan to deliberately lure Sarutobi Ryo to come. This also includes Minato Namikaze. Although Sarutobi Ryo doesn't know what happened in the future, it is clear that An Lushan's target is aimed at himself and the yellow flash. Feel my new body. The earth began to rumble. It was as if there was a major earthquake. The three of them stood unsteadily, their bodies swaying. The next moment, a huge giant with a height of more than 20 meters rushed out from the ground. He has a burly upper body and a tail like a centipede scorpion. His arms are as thick as 2 towers. In terms of height, it can already compete with the tailed beasts. And as a power source, it is the Ramayaku of Ran, which is also the source of power for the entire city-state. Hunching his back and looking down at the earth, An Lushan's total length exceeded 40 meters. If he stood up completely, his height would reach 30 meters. This couldn't help but remind Sarutobi Ryo of snakes, slugs, and other creatures. Huh, how is it, are you scared? An Lushan let out a triumphant roar, like a thunderbolt, resounding throughout Ran. The entire Ramayaku is the source of my power. My power is endless. Backed by the Ramayaku, An Lushan, with the Ramayaku as the foundation, can be said to have become the materialized incarnation of the Ramayaku at this moment. Although there is only a puppet in front of him, it represents the power of the entire Ramayaku. An Lushan opened his mouth and fired a purple chakra cannon. The diameter of the giant cannonball exceeds 6 meters. It is close to the size of the tailed beast ball spit out after the tailed beast appears. The three immediately dodged. The ball of light slammed into the distance, and then caused a huge explosion. The entire night was illuminated, becoming like daylight. Young Master Ryo, we must seal the Ramayaku. Minato Namikaze decided to return to the underground again, enter the deepest part, and seal the Ramayaku. This is the only way to suppress An Lushan's power. Sarutobi Ryo was thinking at this moment, why didn't Naruto Uzumaki appear? Did something happen in the future? No problem, leave it to me here. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, signaling Minato Namikaze to seal the Ramayaku. Chapter 102. After the two agreed on a plan of action, Minato Namikaze instantly used the body flicker technique and left the scene. Summoning technique. After Minato Namikaze left, Ryo Sarutobi immediately summoned Katsuyu. Kakashi ran to the side to watch the battle. This level of battle was extremely rare and a valuable opportunity to observe. Of course, this level of combat was also something he couldn't interfere with at all. Young Master Ryo, allow me to witness your power. Katsuyu opened its mouth and released a stream of concentrated bioacid. The surface of An Lushan that was corroded immediately evaporated, turning into smoke. However, as a beam of purple light struck down from the tower, his puppet body began to regenerate. Ha ha ha. It's useless. As long as the dragon vein is here, I am invincible. With that said, An Lushan's hands turned into sharp blades, and then the blades rotated, like a chainsaw. Puppet spinning fist. The 20-meter-tall giant spun around, its power earth-shattering. An Lushan swept across the area, crushing countless objects. Boom boom boom. After a series of explosions, An Lushan crashed into Katsuyu's body, and Katsuyu tilted to one side. In terms of absolute power, Katsuyu was inferior to other summoned beasts of the same size. However, An Lushan's impact didn't hurt Katsuyu at all. Even if Katsuyu's flesh was cut open, it wouldn't prevent Katsuyu from reorganizing. What should we do? Katsuyu asked in a deep voice. This guy in front of them could regenerate endlessly because of the dragon vein. And when the summoning duration was up, Katsuyu would return to Shikatsu Forest. Lend me your chakra. Ryo Sarutobi didn't hesitate and directly asked Katsuyu to borrow chakra. The summoned beasts of the three great sage lands all had special abilities. One of Katsuyu's special abilities was to transmit chakra to others. This was a high-level technique that only medical ninjas and perfect Jinchuriki could master, belonging to the category of Yang Releasing Release. Crystal Release. Ryo Sarutobi, standing on top of Katsuyu's head, began to form hand seals. Katsuyu hesitated for a moment, but still lent chakra to Ryo Sarutobi. With the borrowing of an extremely large amount of chakra, the chakra within Ryo Sarutobi's body suddenly increased to an unimaginable level. Crystal Wall 8 Formations. Crack crack crack. 8 huge crystal pillars began to emerge around Enlushan. These crystal pillars grew rapidly, and finally merged with each other, directly enveloping Enlushan within. Because it was a barrier technique, it completely shielded external chakra disturbances. Enlushan tried to struggle, but was locked in more tightly by the barrier. In the end, he could only watch his body stagnate, solidify, and then. "Ha ha ha," as expected of the Black Reaper. Enlushan's voice came from the barrier. Before completely solidifying, he still had something to say. But, this is not the end, not the end. Before Ryo Sarutobi could think about the meaning of these words, the light in Enlushan's eyes slowly went out, and finally lost its power. "Katsuyu, thank you." Ryo Sarutobi stared at Enlushan in front of him. He was already trapped by the barrier. The chakra of an entire Katsuyu clone had been transformed into the power of the barrier. Enlushan wouldn't be able to get out of it for a while. And when Minato Namikaze closed the dragon vein and he completely lost his power source, he would become a turtle in a jar. Ryo Sarutobi, solved. On the other side, Minato Namikaze had already gone deep underground and arrived near the eye of the dragon vein. However, the following conversation completely subverted his understanding. "Ha ha ha, Yellow Flash, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Enlushan stood next to the eye of the dragon vein, quietly staring at Minato Namikaze who had come. Minato Namikaze immediately held the flying thunder god kunai and took an offensive stance. Enlushan stretched out his hand and activated a certain technique. As a white flash passed, the light instantly illuminated Minato Namikaze. This phenomenon, which was like sunlight shining, was impossible for even Minato Namikaze to avoid. Crap. Just when he thought he was being attacked, some familiar chakra made Minato Namikaze feel inexplicable. "This is my chakra." In the white flash, countless memory images flashed back. Intermittently, not continuously. By capturing the limited images, Minato Namikaze suddenly learned many memories that he had never had. No, it should be said, memories of the future. Not the original future predicted by the great Toad Sage, but the distorted future that had begun to deviate. Then, live well in the vortex of fearful memories. After transmitting his memories, Enlushan's body began to shatter. With a burst of chakra projection, he actually committed suicide in front of Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze stared blankly, still watching those future selves, transmitting to the past, that is, giving memory information to the current self. A moment later, Ryo Sarutobi brought Kakashi to the dragon vein sealing site. Minato Namikaze was already standing next to the dragon vein's formation eye, preparing to apply the seal. At this moment, the dragon vein had already begun to boil. From normal purple, it turned scarlet. The earth continued to shake, indicating that Enlushan had triggered the dragon vein, causing an unstable state. If left unchecked, this place would blow everyone to smithereens. "Minato, are you ready?" Ryo Sarutobi asked. "Yeah." Minato Namikaze's expression looked a little complicated. He nodded, quickly hiding the strangeness in his eyes. Receiving the memories transmitted from his future self had shocked Minato Namikaze's mind. Enlushan did not return to the past on his own through the dragon vein, but was sent back by his future self, using Enlushan as a carrier to carry the memories of future people. Or perhaps it was because his future self had little experience in transmitting future memories, so the memories that were transmitted back were incomplete. It may also be that the original complete memory was scattered due to the influence of the power of time and space. But in any case, his future self gave his current self many useful things. Among them, including various S-rank techniques, even forbidden techniques. Minato Namikaze didn't know what his future self had encountered to send Enlushan back to the past. Enlushan may just be an experimental subject of his future self. However, Minato Namikaze still realized that his future self had selectively chosen the information to be transmitted, rather than sending back all the memories. Different from the original future predicted by the great Toad Sage. His future self came from the distorted future, which was also the trajectory of the deviation of his current world. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. In any case, with the cultivation memories and techniques given by my future self, I can surpass myself in any time and space. Minato Namikaze calmed his mind and began to seal the dragon vein. Young Master Ryo, the sealing of the dragon vein's power will cause unpredictable changes, it may interfere with our memories, please be prepared. Minato Namikaze explained. It was not the sealing that caused the memory loss. But Lushan first created a time-space distortion, which would take away memories that should not exist. Yeah, no problem. Ryo Sarutobi also knew a little about the concept of spacetime ninjutsu. Knowing that Minato Namikaze's sealing would only correct some things, he let him seal it. Seal. As Minato Namikaze inserted the flying thunder god kunai into the formation eye. A white light flashed, and everything was corrected. Chapter 103. The Eve of Dawn. Queen Sarah was leading her people, about to survive in a difficult environment. The loss of the dragon vein meant they would lose their homeland and could only seek a new path to survival in a foreign land. After all, the changes in the dragon vein were unpredictable. This was a natural disaster, and human power could not resist it. Allies from Konoha helped the people of Roran seal the dragon vein, stabilizing the power that was about to go berserk. The above is the memory that everyone has after being corrected. Minato Namikaze stood in the team, looking at Sarah waving goodbye to his side, as well as the people of Roran. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Everyone had forgotten what happened before. The traces left by the fighting at the scene were also made up as the runaway of Roran's power. With the application of the sealing technique, this time and space was corrected by the power of time. What Lushan said still echoed in his mind. Minato Namikaze thought about all this and embarked on the road home. Just as Sarutobi Ryo also turned around and stepped forward, preparing to leave. His footsteps suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Young Master Ryo. In his memory, this mission was when young Master Ryo showed off his skills and suppressed the runaway puppet. There was no Lushan, no future people, and no conspiracy to harm the country. It's nothing, I just forgot to take something. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. But a few lines of brand new text clearly popped up on the retina in front of him. Will of Fire System. Memory module activated. Play deleted memories. Yes. Sarutobi Ryo confirmed, and soon, scenes flashed before Sarutobi Ryo's eyes, just like a replay in his mind. After watching the pictures recorded by the system, Sarutobi Ryo suddenly understood. So that's how it is. A dozen shadow clones quickly disappeared from the scene and returned to Roran. Immediately, Sarutobi Ryo and Minato Namikaze embarked on the road home. A few days later, the team returned to Konoha. Sarutobi Ryo also obtained some useful things from Roran. Hokage Building. Everyone reported the experience of this mission. The mission, which should have been S rank, became A rank because of the sealing technique. Kakashi had one more A rank experience on his resume. Before everyone left, Hiruzen Sarutobi separately called Sarutobi Ryo and Minato Namikaze to stop. Kirigakure sent out Shibi Aburame to investigate the intelligence before, but he hasn't sent back any information for a long time. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly mentioned Kirigakure. The ninja village with the least activity in the Third Shinobi World War is Kirigakure village. The Konoha high-level officials knew that this was a sign of an approaching storm. Kirigakure must be planning something. So they sent out Shibi Aburame. But after a period of time, Shibi Aburame did not send back any information. This made the high-level officials worry about whether he had been killed. So, you should rest for a few days first, and be mentally prepared during this time. In case Shibi Aburame was killed, then the Konoha high-level officials would launch new reconnaissance personnel to find out what happened. Understood. Sarutobi Ryo and Minato Namikaze nodded and then left the Hokage's office. The two people who walked out of the building went in different directions, as if they had parted ways. Minato Namikaze recalled the memories. Knowledge and information transmitted by his future self in his mind. These valuable experiences would allow his strength to be improved to another level. Minato Namikaze even planned to start practicing S-rank techniques, forbidden techniques, after returning. Sarutobi Ryo planned to go back and study Lushan's legacy. The two people, who had gained something, tacitly chose the same arrangement. Improve strength, become stronger, and then compete for Hokage. However, a doubt finally sprouted in both of their hearts at the same time. What will the future be like? After returning to his residence, Sarutobi Ryo plunged into research. Although he was not a puppeteer, according to some records recorded by Lushan, he could also absorb the knowledge for his own use, which also gave Sarutobi Ryo a glimpse of the future. Among them, many techniques for using the power of the dragon vein are remarkable. Puppet regeneration technique is also based on the power of the dragon vein. But in order to complete these techniques, Lushan chose to abandon most of his body. Just like Sasori, only a core was left. Because the chakra control of normal ninjas has a limit after all. For example, normal people have 10 fingers. Therefore, puppeteers can only control one puppet with one finger at most. Chio is famous for controlling 10 puppets at the same time with the Chikamatsu puppets. Sasori, who completed the puppet core, was able to perform a 100 marionette technique, controlling more than 100 puppets at the same time. Therefore, chakra control is a difficult problem that many ninjas are trying to solve. Sasori and Lushan chose to abandon most of their bodies. The Hyuga clan has Byakugan. Tobarama Senju invented the shadow clone technique as a cultivation cheat. Whether it is a technique or a mutated organ, they are all directions that ninjas are working hard to solve chakra control. Currently, Sarutobi Ryo's cultivation has indeed encountered a bottleneck. Some ideas cannot be realized due to his own chakra control. This cannot be compensated by shadow clone. For example, Naruto Uzumaki, no matter how hard he tries, no matter how much Azura's chakra possesses him and reincarnates, and no matter how he uses the shadow clone, he cannot learn rotation. Because Naruto Uzumaki does not have Byakugan. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo thought of the existence of two girls. Hinata Ruri and Hinata Natsu. According to the system prompt, the reward for one of them is Hyuga power, and the other is Hyuga branch family chakra control technique. So, the clue to the next breakthrough lies in the two of them. Because of her personality and her status as a teammate, Sarutobi Ryo would not rudely attack Ruri. So the target naturally has to choose Hinata Natsu. When Sarutobi Ryo came out of the underground secret room, Kakashi had been waiting there for a long time. Young Master Ryo. Seeing Sarutobi Ryo appear, he hurriedly came forward. Are you going to teach me taijutsu? When did I say I would teach you taijutsu? With your trash aptitude, even if you practice for 10,000 years, you will only be a small fry. Kakashi's face immediately turned red when he heard these words. He was anxious. But you said that I performed very well in the Roran mission before. Then, he reacted. Young Master Ryo, do you mean you are going to teach me ninjutsu? Kakashi's eyes lit up and he became happy again. Sarutobi Ryo nodded. I will teach you some theoretical knowledge first, so that you can understand where your own problems lie. Because he may have to go to the Hyuga clan later, he can only teach Kakashi for a while now. When the two sat down, Yamanaka and Noichi brought tea. Kakashi wanted to drink, but after thinking about it, he decided to concentrate on listening first. Dynamic vision and reflex nerve can be regarded as one. Reflex nerve is easy to understand. Everyone's brain and neuron thinking reaction speed are different. Dynamic vision is the ability of the eyes to see high-speed moving objects. The optic nerve connects the brain and the eyeball, so there is no problem in saying that these things are one. Some people's brain nerves react slower, and some people's vision is insufficient. The simple explanation made Kakashi nod. Then, young Master Ryo, is my eyes bad, or is my nervous system bad? Your eyes are bad. Sarutobi Ryo pointed out Kakashi's problem. Before Kakashi could be happy, Sarutobi Ryo continued. The nervous system can only be regarded as second-rate, not top-notch. Compared to monsters like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, Kakashi is still one level behind. Even if he has Manjiki in the original work, his eye was taken by Madara Uchiha in a second. Chapter 104. Among them, even if there is a gap in strength, it is normal for Kakashi to react half a beat slower than these top experts. Rather, it would be ghostly if Kakashi's reflexes were stronger than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Kakashi's face flushed again. It seemed that he could suffer endless blows here with Ryo. He had never been so aggrieved in his life. You have two solutions now. One is that you fall asleep tonight and wake up tomorrow morning to find that you have Sharingan or Byakugan. The other is to use ninjutsu to strengthen your reflexes, thereby indirectly improving your dynamic vision and reaction. Then it must be the second one, Kakashi muttered. Use the technique you are developing now and let me see it. Sarutobi Ryo said, let me see. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but still began to form hand seals, which were lightning release seals. Then, a group of not very well-formed, very manic lightning release appeared very loosely in his hand. Well, looking at the level, it is already B rank. If you continue, it won't be a problem to practice to A rank. Sarutobi Ryo recognized it at a glance. This is the incomplete A rank Chidori. This technique is full of Kakashi's whimsy. After seeing Minato Namake's A rank Rasengan, he began to invent his own ninjutsu. In fact, Chidori is a modified version of Rasengan, or it can be said to be a lightning release modified version. Because Minato Namake's lacked lethality, the direction of Rasengan was attack. Unlike the Rasengan, which only has attack power, Kakashi invented Chidori for another purpose, which is to improve his movement speed. When using Chidori, it is not just like Rasengan, holding a ball stupidly. The lightning release attached to Chidori will flow through Kakashi's whole body, activating his muscles. When human muscles are stimulated by electric current, they will improve efficiency and output. However, it is also extremely easy to fatigue. The idea is fine, but it needs to be modified. Sarutobi Ryo pointed out the path of advancement to Kakashi. Your next training should not only use lightning release to stimulate muscles, but also use lightning release chakra to stimulate the whole body's nerves. Stimulate nerves. Kakashi's eyes widened. He had thought about this kind of thing, but it was very dangerous and would kill people. After unremitting efforts, he finally figured out how to let the current only flow through the muscles. If I'm not careful, my brain will be destroyed, and it would be good if I just become an idiot. Work hard, or continue to be a waste. Sarutobi Ryo glared at him. The lightning release chakra mode of the Raikage clan is only B rank difficulty, but the technique you developed is A rank difficulty. You can complete an A rank technique. Can't you figure out how to activate the nerves with B rank difficulty? But the Raikage clan's physique is special. Kakashi said in a low voice. People have strong physiques, and they can't be ruined no matter how they practice, and they can create miracles with great strength. I am just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? No, I am a genius, the genius boy ninja Kakashi. Think about it carefully, and tell me the result when you think of it. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at Kakashi, then got up and left, heading to the Hyuga clan's residence. The Hyuga clan's residence welcomed a special guest today. Sarutobi Ryo's visit made Hayashi Hyuga personally come forward to receive him. Because of Sarutobi Ryo's suggestion last time to let Ruri join the Umbu, Hayashi Hyuga was very frightened by Sarutobi Ryo's arrival today, fearing that Sarutobi Ryo would cause something again. It's nothing, I just came to see Ruri. Sarutobi Ryo sat in the main family's living room and chatted with Hayashi Hyuga. Hearing that he was just seeing a teammate subordinate, Hayashi Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from her appearance, it is obvious that this is the mother of Hinata Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga. What a beauty! The traditional Yamato Nadeshiko image is probably like this. By the way, young Master Ryo, I wonder how the war situation has been recently. Hayashi Hyuga suddenly asked a question. The situation of the Third Ninja World War seemed to be much more severe than the previous two wars. Although the higher-ups intentionally concealed some things, Hayashi Hyuga still keenly noticed it. The situation is not optimistic. Sarutobi Ryo looked over directly and gave a conclusion. Iwagakure has more than 15,000 ninjas, but it's just a small fight and hasn't really launched a full-scale attack. Sunagakure is confronting us. Kumogakure has repeatedly harassed the border. Kirigakure is eyeing us covetously, and it is said that they have reoccupied the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. It can be said that Konoha is now besieged on all sides. To be exact about the odds of winning, unless Inoki is dizzy and sends 10,000 IWA ninjas to Kumogakure to die, as in the original book. By the way, he exhausted the third Raikage to death, causing Kumogakure to withdraw its troops and shrink back, and Killer Bee was imprisoned in Unreikyo. Otherwise, Konoha is in danger of extinction. This is not alarmist talk. You must know that in the original book, Iwagakure sent out 10,000 heads. Only some remnants were left. Inoki finally made a desperate move and sent 1,000 IWA ninjas to cross Kusagakure and invade the Land of Fire. Konoha, which had run out of ammunition and food, had to send the Minato Namake's team to cover the rear, cut off the enemy's supply line, and force the enemy to retreat. Instead of directly killing 1,000 people, this is already very telling. In the later stages of the war, Konoha was having difficulty fighting even 1,000 enemies, and would probably die on the spot when facing 10,000 fully staffed IWA ninjas. After casually talking about the current situation, Sarutobi Ryo got up and left the scene. AKA, you lead young Master Ryo. Hayashi Hyuga instructed Natsu Hyuga, who was standing outside, to accompany him. And this is exactly what Sarutobi Ryo wanted. After Natsu Hyuga led Sarutobi Ryo away from here, Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but feel worried. Is what young Master Ryo said true, or is he just probing us Hyuga? If it's just probing the Hyuga clan, just like Ruri joining the Umbu, the Hyuga clan's future survival strategy will have to be adjusted accordingly. But if it's true, it means that the building is about to collapse. If Konoha is ever in a moment of survival, the Hyuga clan should also plan a way to survive as soon as possible. That is, to preserve themselves and continue to protect the inheritance of the Byakugan. Hayashi, why don't we ask the elders to come over and discuss it? Hayashi Hyuga's fiancée, Hazuki Hyuga, observed his expression and said to her fiancé. Hayashi Hyuga, well, that's the only way. Natsu Hyuga, right, Sarutobi Ryo followed behind Natsu Hyuga and suddenly asked. Yes, young Master Ryo. The pretty maid of the branch family nodded. She is about the same age as Rin Noera and has already grown up. The white maid outfit on her body is particularly charming. Sarutobi Ryo stared at her with appreciation in his eyes. The dark green, ear-length short hair is very suitable for this style. Maid. Following Natsu Hyuga into the courtyard of the branch family. Compared to the main family, this side is a bit more crowded. After all, the branch family has a large number of people, but the area is also more extensive. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo saw Hisashi Hyuga practicing gentle fist in the courtyard. His practice was intermittent. He would practice gentle fist for a while, and then stop to think. It didn't seem like he was thinking about how to cultivate, but rather about his own destiny. Sarutobi Ryo was very clear about this contradictory psychology. Because Hisashi Hyuga possesses abilities no less than his brother Hayashi Hyuga. Every time he used gentle fist, he would start to doubt his life. Why do I, who have the same talent, become a member of the branch family just because I was born a little later? Hisashi Hyuga's gloomy face and melancholy are completely opposite to his brother's temperament. Looking around, he didn't see Ruri. Natsu Hyuga immediately reminded him, young Master Ryo, Lady Ruri usually stays alone in her room, contemplating. Finally, Natsu Hyuga said the word contemplation. In fact, everyone who understands understands. It's just avoiding the world and not wanting to come out. Yes, Sarutobi Ryo nodded and walked to Hisashi Hyuga's side. After a while, Hisashi Hyuga noticed someone coming, young Master Ryo. He blinked his eyes, very surprised, wondering what wind had blown young Master Ryo here. Then, Hisashi Hyuga wanted to say something, but closed his mouth again. Finally, he still knew to speak, young Master Ryo, Ruri, is in the house. Hisashi Hyuga pointed to a separate courtyard. Obviously, Ruri was unwilling to live with others, so she lived alone in a small courtyard. Yes, I have some things to talk to Ruri about the Umbu. Sarutobi Ryo waved the Umbu banner. Hisashi Hyuga looked at Sarutobi Ryo's departing back, thoughtful. Chapter 105. As Sarutobi Ryo entered the private courtyard, Hyuga Natsu stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Ruri-sama, Ryo-shasama has come to visit. Silence. After waiting for a moment, the door opened. Ruri took the initiative to open the sliding door. Although she didn't speak, Sarutobi Ryo knew that she was allowing him to enter. Thus, Sarutobi Ryo, with years of tacit understanding, quickly entered her boudoir. The room was very clean, with a faint fragrance. She sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. Ruri knelt and sat opposite him, facing each other across the low table. Hyuga Natsu was about to leave to create a private environment for the two to talk, but Sarutobi Ryo stopped her. Miss Natsu, you don't need to leave, it's nothing that others can't hear. Sarutobi Ryo's words made Hyuga Natsu feel doubtful, but she still walked over and stood aside. Ruri, I have now mastered 6 bloodline limits. Ryo-shasama said that he has 6 bloodline limits. This. Hyuga Natsu just thought Ryo-shasama was joking. Although Ryo-shasama's reputation has been growing lately, how should I put it, 6 is too exaggerated. I'm afraid he's just trying to make Ruri-sama happy because she's in a bad mood. I'm only one small step away from entering the Kage level. Sarutobi Ryo assessed his basic qualities. In the official Naruto databook, there is something called comprehensive basic stats. From Genin to Chunin to Jonin, there are actually strict numerical representations. For example, the limit for Genin is 38. Shikamaru during the Chunin exams happened to have this value. If it is greater than or equal to this value, there is a chance to become a Chunin. Another example is that among the special jonin, the strongest ninja is Marino Ibiki, with a total value of 55. Exceeding this value allows one to become a jonin. Among the jonin, Kurenai Yuhi's value is 58, and Shizun also has a similar value. The two are the gatekeepers among the jonin. At the end of part 1, Kakashi's value is 66. And Sarutobi Ryo estimates. At this time, his basic value is probably 67, which is close to the level of his elderly father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But note that the third Hokage in his old age has severely diminished stats. It is the level after degeneration, but years of experience are still there. Sarutobi Ryo at this age naturally has less experience than his aging father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in terms of physical fitness, he has completely surpassed his old father. Going further up, every step forward is like an insurmountable gap. This is easy to understand. Moreover, the strength of a ninja, at this level, cannot be judged solely by basic qualities. The total strength of a ninja, basic stats. Ninjutsu Bloodline Limit Bloodline Elimination Ninja Tools. This formula holds true. Now, I have the initial ability to rewrite fate. Sarutobi Ryo took a deep breath and looked out the door. Years of hard work, years of forbearance, keeping a low profile. Finally, he has reached the point where he is only one step away from the Kage level. Of course, if you count the ability to summon Katsuyu and the assistance of the bloodline limit, the total combat power can definitely compete with the Kage level. Rewrite fate. Hyuga Natsu listened silently on the side. Fate, this word is something that the people of the Hyuga clan often mention. The branch family members are branded with the caged bird seal shortly after birth, when they are still children. The fate of the branch family is to serve the main family, to do their best for the main family until death. Rewriting fate or something, it sounds like something from another dimension. Ruri, I have never told you before, that I want to help you change your fate. Sarutobi Ryo glanced over and stared at the expressionless girl in front of him. In her crystal clear eyes, there is no brilliance, only dullness. She stared at the table, without saying a word, as always. Because I didn't have the power before, and saying it would be like drawing a big cake unreliable. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. He wouldn't learn from someone who just likes to draw big cakes. Now I have the power, so, I promise you, I will find a way to change your situation and change the fate of the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Ryo solemnly promised Ruri. What is the will of fire? The will of fire is to protect important people or things. For Sarutobi Ryo, Hyuga Ruri, who grew up with him and was a teammate in the same squad, is one of his most important people. After saying that, Sarutobi Ryo got up, nodded, and bid farewell to Ruri. Ryo-shasama, are you leaving? Hyuga Natsu quickly followed and went out. Ruri knelt in place, expressionless, without moving. Inject the will of fire into Hyuga Ruri. Progress, 10. Hyuga Natsu walked in the courtyard, her steps a little messy. Because she heard something she shouldn't have heard. The branch family maid looked up, frequently looking at the young man walking in front. The other party is the son of the Hokage, with a noble status. But he said that he wanted to change Ruri's fate and change the words of Hyuga. What does this mean? Is it saying that the higher-ups are going to attack the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Natsu felt uneasy and a little disturbed. She didn't know whether she should report what she had just heard to Hisashi-sama. Ryo-shasama, just as Hyuga Natsu hesitated, Sarutobi Ryo suddenly stopped. Ryo-shasama. In front, someone also called Sarutobi Ryo's name. May I have a word aside? It was Hyuga Hisashi. He glanced at Hyuga Natsu, the meaning was obvious. He didn't want Hyuga Natsu to hear the conversation between the two. Yes, Sarutobi Ryo nodded and followed Hyuga Hisashi into his room. Outside the door, Hyuga Natsu didn't know whether to stay or leave. On the one hand, she wanted to hear the conversation between the two. On the other hand, she didn't know if she should report the matter to Hisashi-sama now. Perhaps, Hisashi-sama has noticed Ryo-shasama's intention, so he wants to persuade Ryo-shasama. Thinking this way, Hyuga Natsu stayed in place, pricked up her ears, and tried her best to listen to the conversation between the two in the room. Ryo-shasama, I have carefully considered what you said before. Hyuga Hisashi clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and finally made a certain decision. I have thought about it carefully. With me, I cannot give Ruri a promise and happiness. Hyuga Hisashi gave a wry smile, and the caged bird seal on his forehead seemed to throb faintly. Once a branch family, always a branch family. But, why is he still unwilling? Unwilling ah. I don't care about myself, but, Ruri she. Growing up with Hyuga Ruri since childhood sweethearts. Hyuga Hizashi watched Ruri's mood become more and more gloomy every day. If this continues, perhaps she will eventually wither directly and die in depression. He didn't want to see his childhood sweetheart have such an ending. He didn't want her to wither. So. Ryo-sama, do you have a way to save Ruri? Hyuga Hizashi looked up, his eyes looking at the handsome young man opposite him. Yes. Sarutobi Ryo gave Hyuga Hizashi a definite answer. This answer made Hyuga Hizashi slowly widen his eyes. But before that. Sarutobi Ryo said, looking out the door. Chapter 106. Hinata Natsu's posture of eavesdropping was extremely obvious. I understand. Hinata Hizashi did not hesitate at all, directly getting up and rushing out. Before Hinata Natsu could react, he struck her with a palm. A moment later, Hinata Hizashi brought Hinata Natsu in, capturing her. This was determination, and also surrender. Fire will weapon no. 1. Hinata Natsu. The Hinata clan has many branch family members. And some branch family members can find happiness in a life of servitude. Hinata Natsu was one of those who had been completely brainwashed. She had been raised from a young age to be a maid serving the main family, and she was completely loyal to the main family. If Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hazuki were to marry in the future and have children, Hinata Natsu would most likely become a childminder as well. From this, one can see her position. Previously, Sarutobi Ryo's frank conversation with Hinata Hizashi was also to confirm Hinata Hizashi's position. Now, Hinata Hizashi has already made a show of surrendering, showing his determination to make Ruri happy. Then it was time for his side to take action. I will take her back for the time being. If others ask, just say that I have something about Ruri that I want to ask Hinata Natsu about in private. Sarutobi Ryo got up, directly grabbed Hinata Natsu, and in the instant of using swift release, he disappeared silently from the scene, without even causing a ripple of airflow. This body flicker technique left Hinata Hizashi dumbfounded. Soon, Hinata Hizashi calmed down. Even he had not understood Ryo-sama's actions just now. Ryo-sama's strength is probably already at the top level. In the entire Konoha, there won't be many who are his opponents. Hinata Hizashi calmed his mind and quietly closed the door. For the sake of his childhood sweetheart Ruri being able to obtain happiness, he decided to bet everything. Even if he was a branch family member, he had the courage and the idea to resist. Not long after, Sarutobi Ryo sneaked back to his residence. In the courtyard, Gyurin was practicing crystal release. In the dark underground, Hinata Natsu slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and found that her hands and feet were bound. Red ropes bound her body, outlining a budding figure with knots. Her arms, folded behind her back, were tightly knotted. The Hinata branch family girl, dressed in a maid outfit, immediately widened her eyes. She looked around and found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Where is this? In the dark underground, candlelight flickered. Sarutobi Ryo stood in the shadows. You're awake. In the quiet underground, there was not a sound, so quiet that even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. Ryo-sama? Hinata Natsu exclaimed in surprise. She only remembered being knocked unconscious by Hizashi-sama. Why would Hizashi-sama do that? I have something to ask of you. Sarutobi Ryo stepped out of the shadows and came to the girl. White eyes were so conspicuous, coupled with dark green short hair, she had qualities different from other girls. What is it? Hinata Natsu struggled subconsciously. She didn't understand why she had become like this. And where was this? Ruri sighed, I'll have to trouble you to take care of her in the future. Sarutobi Ryo slowly asked Hinata Natsu to take care of Ruri. As the one-sided conversation deepened, Hinata Natsu's expression slowly became calm, and then took on a hint of contempt. Ryo-sama, excuse my frankness, Ruri-sama is clearly in a high position in the branch family, but she doesn't know how to be grateful to the main family. Hinata Natsu spoke about Hinata Ruri's faults in a strong tone. She spoke, and Sarutobi Ryo listened. The general idea was that Ruri, a member of the branch family, actually dared not to be grateful to the main family, truly ungrateful. Oh. After listening to her statement, Sarutobi Ryo nodded. You've been instilled with such thinking since you were young, so it's normal to have such thoughts, but just because you're used to being a slave doesn't mean others are too. Hinata Natsu immediately frowned when she heard the word slave. Before she could refute, all kinds of voices immediately sounded. Hinata Natsu was stunned, and then sluggish. The summoning weapon of the Sarutobi clan quickly expanded and rose. My strength is almost there, so I need someone to be an undercover agent to monitor the Hinata for me. Sarutobi Ryo stared at the sluggish Hinata girl and said his true purpose. According to the timeline, if it was the original work, it was almost time for Hinata Hizashi to get married. But in this world, Hinata Hizashi took the initiative to entrust his wife and children, entrusting Ruri's happiness to him. That is to say, he will not marry Ruri. But he will inevitably face pressure from the main and branch families. At that time, it will be more troublesome for him to explain. Therefore, Sarutobi Ryo decided to insert an undercover spy into the Hinata clan. In order not to arouse suspicion, the most suitable candidate was Hinata Natsu, who came from the branch family but served the main family. In this way, he could know about the affairs of both the main and branch families at the first time. The Hinata clan still retains the slave system. That group of people is a bit extreme. In order to prevent it in advance, it is necessary to insert a spy. Hinata Natsu was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. She opened her small mouth and made sounds. Her gaze was completely fixed on the weapon summoned by Sarutobi Ryo, which shows the weapon's terrifying degree. Sarutobi Ryo, who had fused 6 bloodline limits, was of course extraordinary in strength. He patted the Hinata girl's cheek with the weapon. She, who was paralyzed on the ground, immediately retreated backward as if frightened. But at this moment, she forgot one thing: she was bound by ropes, so it was difficult to escape. Sarutobi Ryo stepped forward gently. Come, let's have a good sparring session and let me see the Hinata clan's prestige. Sarutobi Ryo said, come and spar, don't be polite. The summoning weapon attacked mercilessly. Ugh. Hinata Natsu took a hit, her eyes looking up at Sarutobi Ryo, almost crying. And just after the first taijutsu move was made, Sarutobi Ryo slowly said to her, you, a member of the branch family, came to me. If others know that you came here voluntarily, what will others think? Giving Hinata Natsu time to think, after a moment, Sarutobi Ryo continued. Others will say that you took the opportunity to join the 6th squad of the Umbu through Ruri, deliberately approached me. They will say that you are not chaste and want to cling to me, right? As the glorious inheritor of the will of fire. Absolutely no one would have thought that Sarutobi Ryo would attack Hinata Natsu. If the truth comes out, others will only think that Hinata Natsu took the initiative to have ideas. Hinata Natsu, realizing Sarutobi Ryo's implication, immediately showed an unimaginable expression. She didn't understand how things had become like this. Sarutobi Ryo gave a low shout, and the summoning weapon struck again. Hinata Natsu was in pain, but could only look up and silently endure everything. Time passed minute by minute, and in the underground space, the sparring between the two continued. Chapter 107. The next day, before dawn, Sarutobi Ryo retreated. He had acquired some of the chakra control techniques of the Hyuga clan. Or rather, the foundational training system knowledge of the Hyuga was now in his mind. The Hyuga clan's chakra cultivation method focused on chakra flow and precise control. Those with great strength could freely manipulate chakra to release it from every acupuncture point on their body. Thinking about this knowledge, Sarutobi Ryo looked forward to further cultivation and growth. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo left the scene. The scene was completely silent, with only the branch family girl staring blankly at the ceiling, fresh tear stains adding another layer. At dawn, Hyuga Natsu, having tidied everything up, hurriedly left. Sarutobi Ryo continued his cultivation without any psychological burden. Once something happened, no matter what, outsiders would not suspect him. They would only think it was Hyuga Natsu's own problem. Several days later, Sarutobi Ryo had achieved some success in his cultivation. Finally, there was news from Kirigakure. It turned out that Aburame Shibi had been discovered by the enemy, and while escaping, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. By the time Hitaki Tsukumo arrived, Aburame Shibi only had one breath left. The information received from Aburame Shibi's hand showed that the 3rd Mizukage, in order to persuade the daimyo and dignitaries of the Land of Water to provide wartime supplies, had shifted internal conflicts onto the Yuki clan. The Yuki clan became a sacrifice, and after being exterminated, the internal conflicts were temporarily cleared. Kirigakure would then logically launch a large-scale invasion of other countries. Having received the news, Hitaki Tsukumo immediately returned to Konoha and informed the Konoha upper echelons of the information. The reason why Kirigakure had not taken large-scale action for a long time was also explained by Hitaki Tsukumo's bringing back the news. Hitaki Tsukumo's timely acquisition of information also gave Konoha the opportunity to prepare for Kirigakure's attack. According to the analysis of Konoha's higher-ups, the ruins of Uzushiogakure would become Kirigakure's forward base for re-invading Konoha. Therefore, the battle for the Uzushiogakure ruins would be the key to Konoha's defense against Kirigakure's attack. Thus, a large number of ninjas were dispatched to the Uzushiogakure ruins to set up a base there. Initially, Konoha was reluctant to send troops due to many concerns, such as the problem of resource consumption. Furthermore, Kirigakure's small-scale harassment made Konoha lose its vigilance, creating a "boy who cried wolf" situation. Ultimately, Hatake Tsukumo confirmed the enemy's movements and prevented the crisis before it happened. This also relieved the third Hokage, Sarutobi Ryo, and he praised Hatake Tsukumo's achievements in front of everyone. At the Jonin meeting, Namikaze Minato looked at Hatake Tsukumo being praised and felt a little uncomfortable. Because according to the development of the original future, the arrogant Konoha would indeed ignore Kirigakure's harassment in the early stages, eventually leading to chaos and heavy losses when Kirigakure attacked. Hatake Tsukumo's survival allowed things to develop in a good direction. This was not a problem in itself. But the problem was, Hatake Tsukumo had made a great contribution this time, timely discerning Kirigakure's action plan. In terms of strategic significance and winning the war, Hatake Tsukumo was a great contributor. In addition, Aburame Shibi, who should have died, survived because of Hatake Tsukumo's rescue. Because of his near-death injuries, he entrusted the position of clan leader to his younger brother, Aburame Shibi. Another important piece of information was also discerned. The Kirigakure ninja who seriously injured Aburame Shibi was a young girl named Terumi Mei, about the same age as Kakashi. This was quite astonishing. Everyone was skeptical of this news, but everyone knew that the ninja world never lacked geniuses. Being able to defeat the long-established legendary bug user Aburame Shibi at this age was enough to show the genius of that Kirigakure girl ninja named Terumi Mei. And only Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Ryo knew. Terumi Mei would become a Mizukage in the original future, and her talent and potential should not be underestimated. Then, let the Hyuga clan be the reconnaissance team. Sarutobi Ryo arranged the specific tasks. Kirigakure ninjas all used Kirigakure's hiding in mist technique, which could obscure vision. Even the Sharingan could not penetrate the dense fog composed of chakra. Only the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, because of its ability to see through things, could see through everything. It was more than appropriate for them to take the lead. Time flew by. As a large number of Konoha ninjas were dispatched to the Uzushiogakure ruins. The Third Shinobi World War began in full swing. Kirigakure joined the war, and Hozuki Mangetsu appeared in the ranks of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen, led by Hozuki Yagura, constantly launched attacks on the Uzushiogakure ruins. The two sides launched a fierce tug-of-war on this island ruin, and a large number of ninjas died every day. Kirigakure seemed to regard human lives as worthless, constantly and frantically launching attacks on the Uzushiogakure ruins. In the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, various action plans that seemed impossible were actually leveled by Kirigakure using human lives to trade for human lives. This could not help but make Konoha's higher-ups begin to suspect whether the third Mizukage was deliberately letting his subordinates die. Sarutobi Ryo and Namikaze Minato affirmed this idea in their hearts. Because the third Mizukage of Kirigakure had the shadow of Uchiha Madara manipulating him from behind. Uchiha Madara didn't care about the lives of Kirigakure ninjas. He just wanted to make Konoha bleed more. The war situation continued to advance. Corpses were carried off the battlefield every day. In order to fill the personnel gap, Konoha began to promote a large number of children to Chunin. As Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, Marino Ibiki, Mitarashi Enko, and other children successively became Chunin and were sent to the battlefield. Kakashi also successfully advanced to Jonin. He was beaming with pride, but before he could be happy, he was hit by Sarutobi Ryo. Because this kind of wartime promotion, if it wasn't because of real ability, there was only one possibility. Konoha didn't have enough people. With Kakashi's age, it was obviously unreasonable to be promoted to Jonin at such a young age. Konoha's surface prosperity could not hide the many internal problems. The real thunder would explode sooner or later. Just as smiles would not really disappear, but would only be transferred. The thunder that Konoha exploded this time became an important proof that the building was about to collapse. That was. Konoha's troop resources were actually not enough. When this fact was placed before Konoha's higher-ups, Sarutobi Ryo was worried about this. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura continued to play music and dance, using singing and dancing to cover up the real problem. As for Shimura Danzo, no one knew what he was thinking. The beginning of the new year. It should have been a day for family joy. But Konoha was shrouded in a cloud of sorrow. Because when dominoes fall, they cause a chain reaction. Following, Kirigakure's great destruction of the Uzushiogakure ruins, reoccupying them, and using the Uzushiogakure ruins as a forward base to launch an invasion of the Land of Fire's interior. Konoha's other fronts also faced different pressures. The AB brothers tried many times but failed to break through Konoha's front. This included Namikaze Minato's repeated efforts to hold back Killer Bee. It also included Uchiha Fugaku's achievements in holding back the fourth Raikage. But as the third Raikage joined the battle, the situation instantly reversed. Konoha's front against Kumogakure quickly collapsed, and history once again hurtled in another direction. At the same time, Iwagakure's large forces regrouped on the border. This time, they learned from the previous lessons and conducted reconnaissance more cautiously. The dark, oppressive army brought great psychological pressure to Konoha. To this end, Konoha's higher-ups had to send as many troops as possible to the front. The only thing worth being gratified about was the front against Sunagakure. Here, victories were constantly being reported. The dozen or so elders of Sunagakure, the turd stirrers, finally showed their usefulness. In this war of being the worst, Konoha among the two sides always laughed last. However, this situation reversed with the return of the third Kazekage. The suddenly appearing third Kazekage announced the news of regaining control of Sunagakure's regime. A dozen or so Sunagakure elders were purged, some died, and some were arrested. The third Kazekage swept away all the internal parasites of Sunagakure with thunderous momentum. This could not help but make people think that the third Kazekage's previous disappearance was intentional. The purpose was to make the dozen or so Sunagakure elders reveal their ugly faces and extend their claws. The higher-ups of various countries could only think about this kind of result that was almost entrapment, because no one could confirm the truth of the matter. After reintegrating the internal affairs of Sunagakure, the third Kazekage designated Ebizo as the next Kazekage. Gaara's father, Raza's past compromises with the elders in order to take office as Kazekage became a joke at this moment. Sunagakure with 2 generations of Kazekage in the same hall greatly boosted morale. The counterattack horn sounded. The third Kazekage sat in Sunagakure, constantly monitoring and clearing any obstacles that emerged. While Ebizo focused on fighting in various battlefields, encouraging the morale of all Sunagakure ninjas. Because of the return of the third Kazekage, Ebizo's appointment as the new Kazekage was widely expected, the morale of the greatly boosted Sunagakure sounded the horn of counterattack. Chapter 108. They advanced relentlessly, directly breaching Konoha's defenses and penetrating deep into Fire Country's key locations, Mount Katsuragi. Konoha, besieged on all sides, was on the verge of collapse. An unprecedented shadow loomed over Konoha. Swish. Heavy rain poured from the sky. It was after the new year, yet snowflakes weren't falling. Inside the Hyuga clan's estate, Hayashi Hyuga's expression was grim. The battle reports constantly arriving from the front lines stirred everyone's hearts. Their fates were intertwined, they either prospered or suffered together. If Konoha were to fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hayashi-sama, something terrible has happened. Just then, a member of the branch family rushed in. His face was panicked, almost on the verge of tears. What is it? Hayashi Hyuga immediately stood up and asked. The main family, that esteemed member of the main family has died in battle. What? Hayashi Hyuga's eyes widened suddenly. The branch family members sent to the mist front lines had almost all perished, and even that relative from the main family hadn't survived. What about the Byakugan? Hayashi Hyuga immediately asked. His biggest concern at this moment was the Byakugan falling into enemy hands. The branch family members' trembling replies struck Hayashi Hyuga's chest like a heavy hammer. It is said that the mist has obtained one of the esteemed members' Byakugan. Hayashi Hyuga suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The Hyuga clan's destiny to protect the Byakugan had suffered a setback in this generation. In the end, one Byakugan was lost. The rain continued to fall. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't hear anything anymore. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. The fury of Konoha's higher-ups, the Hyuga clan's own sense of crisis. The Jonin meeting was convened once again. Hayashi Hyuga, his face pale, sat in his place. Konoha's higher-ups were furious, reprimanding the Hyuga clan for their incompetence. However, everyone knew that the Hyuga clan had already done their duty. So, were the enemies too strong? Or were Konoha's higher-ups, too? Dismissing any unwelcome thoughts, everyone continued to listen to the upper echelon's pronouncements with somber expressions. Konoha's ninjas were gradually dwindling, and large numbers of children were being sent to the battlefield. The flames of war raged within Fire Country, and countless ordinary people were displaced. Now, the Hyuga clan had also lost a Byakugan. History had been altered. Inoki focused his attention on Konoha and Suna. And it was clear that Wind Country was a barren wasteland, useless even if occupied. So Inoki's target was naturally the closest, Konoha. As for Suna. After purging the parasites and uncovering vast amounts of money and resources, Suna's reserves directly jumped to a new level. The money and resources were invested where they were needed. The third Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, were established Kage-level experts. Yakura and Raza, with the tempering of war, had improved their strength and also entered the Kage level. So, Suna currently possessed 5 Kage-level experts. While flourishing, the new generation had unlimited potential. And Konoha, hailed as the strongest, had now fallen to such a state. After the meeting, Hayashi Hyuga and the main family elders held secret talks all night. They ultimately concluded that Fire Country was facing a national crisis. Konoha naturally couldn't remain aloof. The final outcome might not be different from the fate of the Uzumaki clan. Our Hyuga clan's destiny is to protect the Byakugan. In the dark night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside. Hayashi Hyuga looked up, gazing at the elder's solemn face. Hayashi, we must make a choice. Elder, do you mean? Hayashi Hyuga vaguely guessed what he was getting at. And when the main family elder spoke the decision, Hayashi's eyes widened suddenly. Sure enough, they were going to take this step. Leaving Konoha. It was a gloomy, rainy afternoon. The wind howled inwards, and the window kept banging. Sarutobi Ryo sat calmly in the living room, practicing his chakra control techniques. In front of him on the table was a cup of water. Inside the cup, ice flowers visibly formed one after another. This was a new technique that Sarutobi Ryo had developed in recent days, or rather, an improvement in his chakra control. Ordinary ninjas could only release chakra from their palms or soles of their feet. Sarutobi Ryo had begun to try radiating chakra outwards from various acupoints on his body. This was a slow and steady process, not to be rushed. Ryo-sama, that's roughly the situation. Across the low table, a branch family maid sat kneeling, her expression gloomy. Since the last incident, she had been forced to become Sarutobi Ryo's spy, passing on information from the main family to Sarutobi Ryo. Apart from the caged bird seal on her forehead, another brand had appeared on her abdomen. This made her realize that her life was also in the hands of the man before her. The activation of the cursed seal would inflict great torment on the afflicted. And when the afflicted died, they usually wouldn't leave any trace of the cursed seal. That is, there would be no proof of death. For her own life, Hyuga Natsu could only listen to the arrangements of the man before her. After all, only by living could she have everything. Sarutobi Ryo was even clearer about the reason why Hyuga Natsu had quickly become compliant. When she got used to being a slave, she would naturally get used to being controlled by others. Compared to the brooding Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Ruri, who had a rebellious spirit, Hyuga Natsu was the type of slave who was willing to let things be. The branding of the cursed seal made Hyuga Natsu subconsciously accept Sarutobi Ryo's position as a superior. Her current servility was clearly filled with the meaning of a slave. Of course, Sarutobi Ryo hadn't tortured Hyuga Natsu, he had only asked her to pass on information. The Hyuga clan's recent movements could be said to be very worrying. A large number of branch family members had died in battle. And they had also lost one of the main family's Byakugan. This was a major blow to the Hyuga clan. And considering the changing situation in the ninja world, Konoha was in imminent danger. The Hyuga clan had developed the idea of protecting their destiny. No, rather, they had always been like this. The Hyuga clan's joining Konoha was only in accordance with history and the general trend. In reality, they were still primarily focused on protecting the Byakugan. Understood. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, indicating that he had received the information. Interesting. The Hyuga clan was actually going to run away. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. For them, the Byakugan was above everything else. Chapter 109. According to what Hinata Natsu said. In order not to arouse suspicion from others, the Hinata clan would only secretly transfer a portion of the clan members. After success, the others would gradually retreat. A pair of men and women cannot be an absolute guarantee. Therefore, Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Ruri were also in the ranks of those leaving. Apart from the clan elders, these four had the highest Byakugan purity. They could carry on the family line and continue the descendants. The location of the escape was unknown. It was only decided to head towards the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron is a neutral country, ruled by samurai. Most of the area there is covered in snow, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. And whether choosing to hide, or the idea of defecting after the Land of Fire perishes, were both very reasonable strategies. The time of the escape would be tomorrow night. Ah Hui, I'll leave the surveillance to you today and tomorrow. Sarutobi Ryo looked behind him, asking Yamanaka Hui, whom he trusted most, to monitor the Hinata. Yamanaka Hui nodded vigorously. Don't worry, young master, I will keep an eye on Ruri's movements. She left excitedly, already eager to rescue Ruri. The Hinata clan, this was completely courting death. Without even forcing them, they were seeking death themselves, truly, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, next. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the branch family maid in front of him. She slowly lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching her skirt. In order to thank you for your work and the information you provided, next. Sarutobi Ryo got up and walked to Hinata Natsu. Clatter. Body contact. Hinata Natsu looked up, then saw Sarutobi Ryo's summoning weapon of the Sarutobi clan. The moment she saw it, Hinata Natsu's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. She would never forget young Master Ryo's summoning weapon and his powerful strength. Recalling the past, Hinata Natsu's body couldn't help but tremble. Sarutobi Ryo patted Hinata Natsu's cheek with the weapon. The hint was already very clear. You know very well what to do, right? Ugh. Hinata Natsu opened her mouth and nodded. Then, she began to move tremblingly. The taijutsu sparring began. Outside, the wind and rain were shaking. Sarutobi Ryo stood on the spot, his taijutsu moves wide open. At a certain moment, the rain in the sky poured down, as if gushing onto the earth. Plop. Accompanied by the sound of a human body falling to the ground, Sarutobi Ryo pressed his advantage. Sizzle. Hinata Natsu, exclamation point. The rain is really heavy. At the same time, in another room of the manor. A special machine was installed here. Something that looked like a helmet was worn on Yamanaka Hui's head. This machine was manufactured in imitation of the intelligence department's machine. It could expand the sensory range of sensory ninjas. Yamanaka Hui's perception could therefore cover the entire Konoha. To prevent anyone from disturbing her, Kurenai stood aside, protecting Yamanaka Hui's safety. Yamanaka Hui's perception quickly locked onto the Hinata clan's mansion. Everyone's chakra flames were clearly perceived. Speaking of which, Kurenai, you've been developing more and more recently. Yamanaka Hui suddenly brought up something. Ah. Kurenai blinked her eyes, her expression slightly stagnant. She also noticed that her figure had been growing rapidly recently. How should I put it, with curves in all the right places, she was becoming more and more womanly. Kurenai certainly knew the reason. She thought to herself, after only a few times of being taken care of by the Lord, I become like this, what if the frequency was higher? TSK, Kurenai, what are you thinking about? Maybe the food in Konoha is better. Kurenai made an excuse. With the invasion of Kirigakure, the port town was impacted. A portion of the industry was stagnant. Fortunately, the company headquarters had already moved to the Land of Waves, so it was not affected. Yeah, Yamanaka Hui nodded. Seeing that she didn't continue to ask, Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief. What is the Lord doing now? Kurenai muttered, and the handsome face and figure of Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but appear in her mind. 2 days later, at night. The Hinata clan was ready to go. That night, it was pouring rain. The Hinata clan's residence was located in a corner on the edge of Konoha. According to the designed escape route, Hinata Hizashi chose to start from the clan gathering place and directly cross the city wall. Around Konoha, there was a huge sensory barrier covering it, which was said to have been personally designed by Uzumaki Mido back then. Therefore, doing so would inevitably trigger an alarm from the sensory barrier. But all of this changed with Ruri's joining of the Umbu. Under the coercion and lure of the clan elders, Hinata Ruri could only be forced to say the password of the barrier. Once you know the barrier password, you can quietly sneak into or leave Konoha, like Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in the original work. In the middle of the night, Hinata Hizashi, who was ready, followed the clan elders, taking his younger brother Hizashi, his fiancée Hinata Hazuki, and his younger brother's fiancée Hinata Ruri, and left the mansion together. The 5 figures hurried along, crossing the city wall all the way. After using the password technique to open the barrier, the five crossed the barrier. Coming to the outside world, Hinata Hizashi looked back. The hometown where he had lived for many years, growing up here since childhood, was about to be left behind. His mood had to be said to be very complicated. Let's go. Taking one last look back, Hinata Hizashi resolutely stepped into the rainy night. The five walked silently, not daring to stop for a moment. They walked like this for most of the night. As dawn was about to arrive, not only did the rain not stop, but it was getting heavier and heavier. Let's rest for a while. Seeing the tired expressions of the crowd, the clan elders signaled to find a place to rest first. The town in front was clearly discernible. The houses inside were all emptied out. The start of the war caused people to flee. Randomly choosing a house, the five entered and began to rest. Because they had left Konoha, and were afraid of attracting the attention of others, Hinata Hizashi did not make a fire. Soon, Hinata Hazuki, who had casually eaten some dry food, fell into a dream. Hinata Hizashi looked at his fiancée, then turned to look at his younger brother. He wanted to let his younger brother be the guard, but after thinking about it, he turned his gaze to Ruri. Ruri, you go to the door to watch. The cold tone carried the dignity of a superior. Even in exile, there was still a distinction between the main family and the branch family. Hizashi was silent and did not speak. He quietly watched Ruri get up and go outside. Then, Hizashi bowed slightly and went to the living room. Chapter 110. Ruri stood at the door, gazing at the swaying rain outside, a surge of sorrow welling up in her inorganic eyes. Hizashi stood in the living room behind her, silently watching his childhood friend. He had barely spoken a word on the way, nor had he shown any concern for Ruri. Such silence naturally had its purpose. Hizashi knew that Ryoshasuma had already taken action. For the sake of his childhood sweetheart's happiness, he was willing to drift further and further away from Ruri. Even pushing the one he loved into the arms of another man. What is true love really? Could this be considered true love? Hyuga Hizashi didn't know. He only hoped that Ruri could find happiness, true happiness. Slowly, as Hizashi pondered these things, he drifted into sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed. A clap of thunder boomed. Hizashi woke up abruptly. He subconsciously activated his Byakugan and began to scan his surroundings. Before he could say anything, his brother stormed out, his face flushed with anger. That bitch. Hizashi had only seen that kind of rage on his brother's face when he was punishing members of the branch family. But he saw Ruri standing at the door, still expressionless, but with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hizashi suddenly understood, Ryoshasuma has come. The house was in chaos. Hyuga Hayashi, the clan elder, and Hyuga Ugetsu were all terrified. Because in their Byakugan vision, ninjas were approaching from different directions. Southeast, northwest, pursuers were coming from every part of the town. People from the Umbu Sarutobi Ryo Yamanaka K. Familiar and unfamiliar faces appeared in the rain before dawn. The sky was beginning to lighten. In less than an hour, it would be dawn. And Hyuga Hayashi and the others had been on the run for an entire night. So, the village knew our whereabouts all along and sent Sarutobi Ryo and the Umbu to track us down. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly realized. So, what should they do next? We can only fight to the death. The clan elder suddenly emanated an aura. The feeling of old age instantly vanished. Defecting from the village was a capital crime. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. How could he not know this? That's all we can do. Swish. Swish. Several figures leaped through the rain. Soon, they had surrounded the mansion. Before long, Sarutobi Ryo appeared from the crowd and entered the courtyard. Hyuga Hayashi, can you give a reasonable explanation for leaving the village with your clan members without any reason? Sarutobi Ryo looked at Hyuga Hayashi, not paying any attention to Ruri's situation. Because at this time, the more he ignored Hyuga Ruri, the more he could protect her. This is the explanation. The young and vigorous Hyuga Hayashi knew that the only way for them to escape was to fight their way out. Faced with being surrounded, he adopted the gentle fist stance and directly launched a palm strike at Sarutobi Ryo from a distance. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The vibration of the air triggered a shockwave. In the Hyuga clan's gentle fist system, the 8 trigrams vacuum palm was the fastest. In the original story, Niji's palm strike was so fast that even Kisame had difficulty reacting. And Hyuga Hayashi had been immersed in gentle fist for many years, so the power of his 8 trigrams vacuum palm was naturally extremely terrifying. He struck Sarutobi Ryo's chest with one palm, hitting his heart with a bang. Most people would suffer a ruptured heart and die from this palm. However, Sarutobi Ryo only moved his body slightly and remained standing there. Sensing something was wrong, Hyuga Hayashi immediately activated his Byakugan. Soon, he discovered the abnormality. He saw that Sarutobi Ryo was wearing a layer of metal armor under his black lining. It was meant to be used in this mission. In the original story, Jiraiya and others also wore armor to protect against the enemy's hidden arrows. Sarutobi Ryo raised his hand and slowly brushed off the dust from his chest, then continued to look at Hyuga Hayashi. "Don't anyone move." His low voice carried a certain momentum. Sarutobi Ryo, who had long been displeased with the Hyuga clan, stomped on the ground and directly punched Hyuga Hayashi. Gentle fist versus hard fist, who would be the better? Everyone watched this scene with bated breath, anticipating the battle that would follow. Space-splitting katana sword control technique. The Umbu surrounded them, and the rain continued to fall. If it were other enemies, Sarutobi Ryo would have been in the mood to fight slowly, constantly honing his abilities. But at this moment, Sarutobi Ryo only wanted to solve the problem immediately and save Ruri from the fire. Thus, Sarutobi Ryo's figure suddenly blurred for a moment, and he used the swift release to point his finger at Hyuga Hayashi's brow. A power like a Tyrannosaurus Rex swept over him. Before he even got close, Hyuga Hayashi felt a stinging pain on his brow. He had thought Sarutobi Ryo was strong, but he still hadn't expected him to be this strong. But it was too late to think about anything now. He could barely catch the opponent's speed with his Byakugan. So, Hyuga Hayashi desperately raised his arms and struck out. At this critical moment, Sarutobi Ryo didn't expect the opponent to give up defense and attack with all his might. He thought he would use rotation, but now he wanted to trade injuries. Thinking quickly in his mind, Sarutobi Ryo quickly decided on the next strategy. Before Hyuga Hayashi's palms could hit his throat and face, Sarutobi Ryo's fingertip had already released chakra. Hyuga Hayashi only felt a cold wind blowing, his body turning cold, and the muscles all over his body becoming stiff. The ice release chakra released through the fingertip was launched from a distance. This was something Hyuga Hayashi had not expected at all. After turning Hyuga Natsu into a fire will weapon, Sarutobi Ryo's chakra control skills began to advance by leaps and bounds. After absorbing the essence of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, Sarutobi Ryo was already able to release gentle fist-like moves through his fingertips. It was difficult for other ninjas to do this except for the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. This was also the place where Hyuga Hayashi was negligent. It was this negligence that led to his defeat. With a thud, Hyuga Hayashi fell into the rain. The cold current coming from all over his body caused his body temperature to drop rapidly. Soon, his body began to turn blue and purple, and bursts of cold air kept coming out. Like a corpse buried in a glacier. Whoosh! The rain continued to fall. Sarutobi Ryo slowly retracted his finger. Instantly killing Hyuga Hayashi, everyone around was extremely shocked. By controlling a part of the Hyuga clan's chakra control skills, Sarutobi Ryo successfully raised his strength to the Kage level. The moves he used between his gestures were no longer something that ordinary jonin could master. With just a finger from a distance, he injected a large amount of ice release chakra into Hyuga Hayashi's body. "Hizashi, aren't you going to do it yet?" Just then, the clan elder roared from the side. Hyuga Hizashi raised his head, shifted his gaze, and then charged toward Sarutobi Ryo in a gentle fist stance. He and Sarutobi Ryo met eyes, understanding each other's intentions. At the same time, Hyuga Ugetsu's scream rang out. She tried to run towards her fiancé, but Yamanaka Kei quickly controlled her with mental secret techniques, holding her in place. Chapter 11. Then, Sarutobi Ryo and Hyuga Hizashi brushed past each other. The latter swayed slightly, his lips moving. He seemed to be saying, "Ruri, I'm entrusting her to you, young Master Ryo." Thump. Hyuga Hizashi collapsed into a puddle, unconscious. Waste. The head elder of the main house cursed inwardly. Little did he know that Hyuga Hizashi had no fighting spirit and was 100% determined to throw the fight. Soon, the head elder of the main house, with a grimacing face, began his desperate struggle. Because he knew very well that if he didn't break through today, the fate of those few people would be exceptionally miserable. "Ah!" he roared, sending out gentle fist strikes from a distance. Boom! The advanced form of 8 trigrams palm, 8 trigrams mountain crusher, allowed his chakra to mix with compressed air, creating something resembling a laser cannon. After one strike, everything was destroyed. Whether it was the wall or the trees outside. It plowed a terrifying path straight to the outside world. After delivering this palm strike, the head elder of the main house didn't show any joy on his face, but immediately turned around. Without him knowing, Sarutobi Ryo had silently appeared behind him. Relying on swift release movement, Sarutobi Ryo didn't cause the slightest ripple. Gentle fist. The head elder of the main house roared, the chakra in his palm glowing with a substantial blue light. Rock smash. As soon as Sarutobi Ryo attacked, an earth-shattering force howled through the air. The fist, exploding like thunder, slammed heavily into the old palm. Strong fist vs gentle fist. Using magnetic field rotation, combined with swift release and taijutsu. Sarutobi Ryo's fist directly exceeded the speed of sound, causing a terrifying sonic boom. After one punch, the head elder of the main house flew backward. Crashing through houses, breaking through walls, and finally flying outside. Sarutobi Ryo took a step, using swift release instantaneous body technique, almost instantly catching up. Rotation. The head elder of the main house, getting up from the ground, immediately used rotation. After rotation ended, Sarutobi Ryo fell from the sky with a thump. Sarutobi Ryo, who looked bloody all over, didn't have the slightest dimness in his eyes. On the contrary, they became even brighter. Chirp. A streak of blue light suddenly flew out from Sarutobi Ryo's back. With a buzzing sound, it instantly cut the head elder of the main house in half. Kusanagi sword, empty blade. After the assassination, Sarutobi Ryo murmured the name of this move. After the chakra control was improved, the new ability of the Kusanagi sword was also unlocked. Just like in the original story, when Orochimaru controlled the Kusanagi sword to stab Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Ryo also learned the same move from this Kusanagi sword. It looked like he was using sword control technique. The Kusanagi sword flew out, turned around, and quickly returned to Sarutobi Ryo's back, entering the scabbard. A look of astonishment appeared on the face of the head elder of the main house, and until his death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed so easily. Splash. The rain was still falling. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi were lying in the puddle. Hyuga Heiom was crying. Hyuga Ruri's eyes were slowly lighting up. Not long after, Sarutobi Ryo simply bandaged the wound and asked his subordinates to collect the remains of the head elder of the main house. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi were arrested. Hyuga Ruri was placed in a carriage. She, who had not slept for several days, slowly closed her eyes at this time, and snuggled up to Sarutobi Ryo. Her outstretched arms tightly wrapped around Sarutobi Ryo, as if afraid of losing him. Sarutobi Ryo looked ahead, driving the carriage slowly back towards Konoha. The road was bumpy, but peaceful. Kage-level powerhouse. That night, everyone returned to Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi's defection from the village will be punishable by death, this is a definite crime. Hyuga Hizashi, on the other hand, was coerced and not voluntary, so he will only be symbolically imprisoned for a short time. And the treatment of Hyuga Heiom and Hyuga Ruri, who are tools for passing on the family line, is even clearer. Hyuga Heiom was placed under house arrest. Hyuga Ruri was directly transferred to Sarutobi Ryo's command. For most of the Hyuga clan members, things happened too fast for them to react. At a time when Konoha was in danger, a family rebellion was no small matter. So, after careful discussion by the high-level officials of Konoha, it was decided to secretly solve this difficult problem. Just like in the original story, the high-level officials of Konoha secretly solved the Uchiha problem. The death of the head elder of the main house does not need to be explained to the outside world. After all, the head elder of the main house has been living in seclusion for many years, and even if he suddenly dies, no outside ninja will care. Within the Hyuga clan, it is claimed that the elder suddenly died of a sudden illness. As for Hyuga Hayashi, the high-level officials of Konoha are preparing to announce to the outside world that Hyuga Hayashi was seriously injured while performing a mission and is currently recuperating. A defection turmoil was quickly suppressed and subsided. However, the changes in the Hyuga clan that followed were the real beginning. Sarutobi Ryo, who do you think should be the leader of the Hyuga clan? In the Hokage conference room, the four high-level officials of Konoha stared at Sarutobi Ryo sitting opposite them and asked this question. At this time, it was already late at night. The disposal of the Hyuga clan has been discussed for most of the time. The remaining question is who will succeed the Hyuga clan leader. The Hyuga clan cannot be without a leader for a day. Hyuga Hayashi was seriously injured and imprisoned. At present, the Hyuga clan needs someone to preside over the overall situation. Outsiders are obviously impossible, so they still have to choose from within the Hyuga clan. At present, the Hyuga clan's main family members currently have Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Haeum, Hyuga Kei and his mother. Hyuga Kei. Sarutobi Ryo had already investigated his information. The Byakugan that was lost this time, and the Hyuga main family ninja who died in battle, was Hyuga Kei's father. Many people may not be familiar with Hyuga Kei. In fact, this extra has some background. In the original story, when Pain attacked, he released a super large Shinra Tensei, pressing everyone underneath. The Hyuga extra who climbed out of the ruins and shouted Miss Hinata was Hyuga Kei. The official book, Book of Array, clearly states that Hyuga Kei is also a member of the main family. In this era, Hyuga Kei is just a child. Just learning gentle fist and literacy. If he is to be established as a puppet clan leader, it is obviously not very suitable, because he is too young. Hyuga Kei's mother also has no talent, but is only prominent because of her status as a member of the main family. Knowing the death of Hyuga Kei's father, she is depressed all day long, and it seems that her days are numbered. I think Hyuga Hizashi is the most suitable. Sarutobi Ryo said his opinion. Hyuga Hizashi is very talented, and has always been frustrated. If he could replace his brother and become the leader of the Hyuga clan, he would definitely feel much better, and Hyuga Hizashi would not betray Konoha. The premise is to control Hyuga Hayashi. Because the means to launch the caged bird are currently only in the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. Hizashi, Several high-level officials were a little suspicious. Hyuga Hizashi is a member of the branch family. Everyone, Hizashi's skills are comparable to Hayashi's, in my opinion. Replacing Hayashi is no problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his colleagues, very approving of his eldest son's opinion. It can only be this way. Nezumi Koharu and the others nodded. Chapter 112. Hinata Ruri is a patient with severe depression. Although her skills aren't weak, she's not capable of handling great responsibilities. Hinata Hizashi is still young and can't be utilized. So, looking at the current situation, only Hizashi is truly suitable. And Hinata Hayashi's downfall also indicates one thing. In the future, should we continue to use the caged bird seal to control the Hinata clan? That kind of thing is too far off. Koharu-sama, our Leaf Village's top priority is to mobilize all our strength to jointly resist the enemies of the 4 great ninja villages. Sarutobi Ryo directly shifted the conflict. To decide whether to continue following the old Hinata path in the future, we must at least wait until the crisis of the Great Ninja War has passed. That makes sense. Udatane Koharu nodded, looking at Sarutobi Ryo with appreciation. His performance in battle and missions has made her feel that. Perhaps, Sarutobi Ryo is more outstanding than Namikaze Minato. From a personal standpoint, she is a close friend of Sarutobi Biwako. Between her and Sarutobi Ryo, there is a relationship of elder and junior. It's only natural to promote a young person. Sarutobi Ryo, I've already heard about the specific details of the battle from the Umbu members. Udatane Koharu couldn't help but feel a desire to nurture his talent. Perform well, I look forward to you making contributions on the battlefield. Udatane Koharu rarely curved her lips into a slight smile. Then she got up and left. Mitokado Hamura, who was beside her, frowned slightly, feeling that something was not right. If Sarutobi Ryo continues to grow and becomes even more outstanding than Minato, then what follows, we really need to consider the possibility of switching to cultivating Sarutobi Ryo. Hiruzen, congratulations. Danzo, who had been silent all along, congratulated his old friend. Your son has become a Kage-level powerhouse at such a young age, it is indeed worth celebrating. Then, Danzo looked at Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo, with your talent, it's too much of a waste to only serve as the leader of Umbu Squad 6, strive for the position of Jonin Squad leader. In Danzo's view, it is most appropriate for Sarutobi Ryo to take the vacant Jonin Squad leader position. As for Namikaze Minato, he is still too naive. His vision and thinking are not as good as Sarutobi Ryo. Understood. Sarutobi Ryo nodded. He calmly watched the others leave. What they say is not important, what's important is what they actually do. If these 3 really change their bets because of his performance, then that's naturally no problem. But if it's just empty promises. Therefore, no matter what they say, he only needs to look at the actual development. Sarutobi Ryo, you already have the strength of a Kage, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his eldest son, his eyes filled with increasing satisfaction. If this momentum continues, Sarutobi Ryo is estimated to be the best candidate for the 5th Hokage. Just one more achievement. Sarutobi Biwako reminded her son. If the eldest son can make a great contribution, then, he will have the opportunity to learn the S-class techniques in the Book of Seals. At that time, his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will be able to convince everyone, just like he allowed Namake's Minato to view and learn the S-class Flying Thunder God technique back then. Let the eldest son also learn one of the forbidden techniques. It was already late at night when Sarutobi Ryo returned to the mansion. The courtyard was pitch black, with only the light in the hall still on. When Sarutobi Ryo walked in, he found that the members of Umbu Squad 6 were all there. Yamanaka Kei, Hinata Ruri, the Yumano couple, and Guren. Umbu Squad 6 has a formal establishment of 6 people. Noera Rin has just been nominally added. During this time, Noera Rin became a chunin, and Sarutobi Ryo hasn't had time to congratulate her. Noera Rin's nominal addition means that the establishment will become 7 people. And an Umbu Squad has a minimum establishment of 8 people. Who will join the remaining name list in the future? Sarutobi Ryo glanced at the scene, everyone. The decision to handle the Hinata clan was announced from Sarutobi Ryo's mouth. From today onwards, Ruri is free. The death of the main family elders. Hinata Hayashi was seriously injured, imprisoned, and dismissed. Hinata Hizashi took over. All of this indicates that the Hinata clan will usher in earth-shattering changes. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ruri, sincerely happy for her. Ruri slowly raised her head, her eyes trembling slightly. Thousands of words were contained in a single glance. Alright, it's getting late, everyone, hurry back and rest. Sarutobi Ryo smiled slightly, issuing an order to leave. The Yumano couple nodded and left first. Guren personally participated in the pursuit mission of the Hinata clan, once again witnessing the strength of her lord, and was satisfied with this. After Guren left, Yamanaka Kei gently patted Ruri's shoulder. Ruri, congratulations, live here from now on, this is your home. Yamanaka Kei told Ruri to move over. Don't live in the Hinata clan anymore. The old things are gone, and the new things are coming. A brand new future awaits her. Without waiting for Ruri to reply, Yamanaka Kei got up and left the scene. After she went out and closed the door, there were only 2 people left in the room. The hall was empty, appearing particularly spacious. The bright light shone, giving Ruri a hazy feeling. Ruri, you are safe now. Sarutobi Ryo walked over, gazing at the Byakugan girl who stood up. From now on, she has gained most of her freedom. Ruri stared at Sarutobi Ryo, then threw herself into the latter's arms. Smelling the fragrance of the girl's hair and feeling her trembling body. Until this moment, her disguise was finally removed, and she began to sob. Hinata Ruri, progress, 30. Sarutobi Ryo didn't care about the system's prompt. Compared to the cold data, Ruri's safety is the top priority. Hinata Hayashi is still unconscious. Even if he wakes up, he will find that he is controlled and completely unable to move, let alone use the cursed seal. The night was quiet. Sarutobi Ryo slowly raised his hand and hugged the girl in his arms. Quietly comforting her, time began to pass minute by minute. After a long time, Ruri stopped sobbing. She slowly raised her head, her tearful and exquisite face looking at Sarutobi Ryo. As if to completely imprint the other party's face in her eyes. Sarutobi Ryo raised his hand and slowly grabbed the girl's chin. After raising it to a high enough height, Sarutobi Ryo did not hesitate at all and directly leaned down to kiss her. Your destiny will be changed by me. From tonight onwards, you will be mine. At the same time. The Umbu prison. This is another cage different from the one under Uchiha's jurisdiction. Some special prisoners are held here. Hinata Hayom was not imprisoned with chains because her strength was too weak. The reason why Hinata and Hanabi's talents are average has a huge connection with her as a mother. On the other hand, Niji, whose talent is extremely strong, is an example. Hayashi. Hinata Hayom, who was captured back, looked more and more haggard. She held on to the railing, looking at her fiancé in the prison. The medical ninja had already treated him, but it was uncertain when he would wake up. The ice release chakra eroded his body. Perhaps he could wake up, or perhaps, he would never wake up. Hinata Hayom, you can leave here. The Umbu stood behind Hinata Hayom, issuing a cold order. Chapter 113. News just came from the top echelons of Konoha. They will release Hyuga Hazuki and Hyuga Hizashi without charge. As for the mastermind, Hyuga Hayashi, of course, he will remain imprisoned. Soon, Hyuga Hazuki saw Hizashi walking out of another cell. Whether it was the rescue of Ruri, Or his own meteoric rise. He owed an immense debt of gratitude. I understand, Hoga Hizashi nodded and took a deep breath. Congratulations, Mr. Hizashi, no, Lord Hizashi. The ANBU member changed his tone, his voice filled with congratulatory intent. Some were happy, and some were sad. When Hoga Hazuki learned that the Hoga clan had changed hands, his vision spun. How could this be? Sister-in-law, no, Hazuki, please accept my condolences. Hoga Hizashi was quick to grab Hoga Hazuki's arm. The changed tone represented many things. Hoga Hazuki also realized from this. It was very possible that Hizashi, as the younger brother, was dissatisfied with his elder brother's usual authority. Having always been dissatisfied with the main family, what would he do to him? Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you. Hoga Hizashi approached Hoga Hazuki and said softly. But before Hoga Hazuki could rejoice, Hoga Hizashi said coldly. Someone will want you. That person was naturally young Master Sarutobi Ryo. Hoga Hizashi had been a member of the branch family for many years, so he was very good at observing people's expressions. From Sarutobi Ryo's rescue of Ruri, and the beautiful women surrounding him, he could more or less guess something. Of course, guessing is just guessing. The reality might be different. But no matter what. It's always good to be careful. Who knows if young Master Ryo really likes that sort of thing. So, just obediently wait. After saying that, Hoga Hizashi looked at Hoga Natsu, who was rushing over from outside. Natsu, from today onwards, I am the head of the Hoga clan. When you return, summon everyone, and I will explain this matter. As he spoke, Hoga Hizashi looked at the ANBU member beside him. The latter nodded, indicating that he would accompany him to explain the arrangements made by the higher-ups. At that time, everyone would understand the changes in the Hoga clan. The next morning, Sarutobi Ryo looked at the Byakugan maiden still sleeping in his arms, feeling satisfied. Infuse the will of fire into Hoga Ruri. Progress, 90. Reward, Hoga power. The system's reward was just a line of prompts. But Sarutobi Ryo knew that he had truly obtained the power of the Hoga. Whether it was Hoga Ruri, or the child who might be born in the future, Hoga Niji. No, from now on, he should be called Sarutobi Niji. The strongest mother in the Hoga clan, plus the strongest offspring, they were all his relatives. Obtaining Ruri was equivalent to obtaining the power of the Hoga. Byakugan, or even, Tenseigan. In addition, Hoga Ruri's strength was obviously tens of thousands of times stronger than Hoga Natsu. Therefore, from her, he could also obtain most of the Hoga clan's inheritance. As for the details of some secret techniques passed down orally in the main family, he could obtain them from Hoga Hayashi, or even Hoga Hazuki, when the time came. The changes in the Hoga clan were told to others by Hoga Hizashi the next day. The entire Konoha knew about the changes in the Hoga clan. If it were at ordinary times, everyone would pay close attention and use it as idle chatter after meals, even speculating about the conspiracy theories that might be involved. However, Konoha after the new year was simultaneously facing pressure from the 4 major ninja villages, which made everyone unhappy. Faced with a national crisis, everyone could only focus their energy on fighting. Those with discerning eyes had already seen that the Konoha building was about to collapse. Would the foundation of half a century be destroyed in one fell swoop? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very worried about this. The Third Ninja World War continued to be an opportunity for Konoha to break through the encirclement. Fortunately, the 4 major ninja villages were also fighting on their own, with no intention of joining forces. This more or less gave Konoha a chance to breathe, and, a fluke mentality. After another meeting of the Jonin squad ended, everyone left one after another. This time, in addition to Hoga Hizashi coming forward to replace Hoga Hayashi and being officially recognized, there was still some uninformative talk. After everyone left, Sarutobi Ryo, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Namikaze Minato stayed behind. Tsukumo, Sarutobi Ryo, Namikaze Minato, the reason we asked you 3 to stay here is because we have some things we want to tell you. Koharu Yudatane's words became slightly gentler. Perhaps it was because Konoha was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even Hitaki Tsukumo, who she originally disliked, now seemed precious. After discussions at the higher levels, we believe that we should consider selecting the 4th Hokage to boost morale, and you 3 are the most hopeful candidates to become Hokage. This not only included the 4th Hokage. It also designated the scope of the 5th Hokage. Tsunade's departure, Jiraiya's lack of interest in the Hokage position, Orochimaru's hidden evil intentions. After excluding these people, Sarutobi Ryo, Hitaki Tsukumo, and Namake's Minato were the best candidates at the moment. Sarutobi Ryo, you don't need to speak first, we know that you highly admire your teacher, Konoha's white fan. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses, indicating that they understood. But now that the war has become this situation, we can't just designate one person. The implication of Hamura Mitokado's words was that any one of the three could die on the battlefield. Therefore, we must plan in advance and at least have a substitute. Normally, according to the order, Hatake Tsukumo would definitely be the fourth Hokage. Then the younger Sarutobi Ryo and Namake's Minato would compete for the fifth Hokage. But now it's different than before. Why don't you ask them three what other views they have on the current situation? Dan suddenly spoke. Rather than designating who is the Hokage, he was more concerned with how to win this battlefield. Since they believed that all three were qualified to become Hokage, then as candidates, it would be normal for them to turn the tide, right? Hatake Tsukumo scratched his head, unable to think of a specific strategy. Although he was highly skilled, he did lack judgment on the direction of the war. This was because he had only been involved in politics for a short time, so, he was still considered a rookie. Namake's Minato was also silent. He had obtained the memories of the second cycle, and also obtained the information sent back by his future self. What he currently lacked was only time. That's right, he was racing against time, and he had to have enough time to become stronger. Then, young Master Ryo must also have the same idea. Namake's Minato looked at Sarutobi Ryo beside him, whose expression was equally calm. Because both of them knew that as long as they had enough time, sooner or later, the two of them could become powerful people who could turn the tide. In fact, Sarutobi Ryo did have some ideas. In the current situation, if he wanted to quickly defy the heavens, he would naturally need a heaven-defying technique. For example, impure world resurrection. This was a bottom-line method. Pulling out the dead to fight in place of the living would instantly reverse the situation. To be extreme, gathering the power of the entire Konoha to research impure world resurrection was not impossible. But impure world resurrection was currently banned by the higher-ups, so it could only be a last resort. Leaving aside this forbidden technique, the remaining heaven-defying technique was probably only 8 gates released formation. Chapter 114. However, that's not the only way to obtain the 8 gates formation. Perhaps I could ask Might Dai for help. The three of them were thinking different things. Outside, an Umbu ninja rushed in. Lord Hokage, something bad has happened. The eastern defense line of the Land of Fire has been breached. What? Yuditane Koharu was the first to stand up, both shocked and angry. Lady Koharu, Hozuki Yagura is leading the 7 ninja swordsmen and a large force from the hidden mist village with irresistible force, advancing all the way into our heartland. The Umbu operative reported the tragic situation on the front lines. Why would the hidden mist village suddenly break through the defense line? Could it be the Byakugan? That's the only possibility. The Hyuga clan lost their Byakugan, and the hidden mist village is now using it. The Byakugan's 10-kilometer range of perception allows them to grasp the movements of both enemy and ally forces. That's the reason for their unstoppable momentum. Immediately withdraw the troops. Preserve our combat power as much as possible. Tsukumo, the three of you immediately go to provide support, and try your best to rescue those retreating comrades. Hiruzen Sarutobi was concerned about the refugees. He hoped that Tsukumo Hatake and the others could go and rescue them. Saving even one person would be good. Having received their orders, the three quickly set off, heading towards the Land of Fire. Among them, Sarutobi Ryo saw a familiar figure. Mr. Dai. Young Master Ryo. Might Dai was worried, because his son, Guy, was on that front line. Therefore, don't worry, we'll go find Guy together, Sarutobi Ryo comforted Might Dai. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but think of this time in the original story, which was about the time Might Dai sacrificed himself. The inland of the Land of Fire was shrouded in continuous rain. Rainwater kept falling from the sky. On the coastline, a group of people quietly arrived. The leader was an elderly man with long gray-white hair. His eyes were tightly closed, and his face bore the marks of time. Around him, dozens of Umbu members carefully guarded him. Lord Mizukage, the road ahead has been cleared. The Umbu captain walked over and said to the third Mizukage. He didn't know what the Mizukage wanted to do, only that he had suddenly mobilized the Umbu to prepare to go to a certain place in Kyusugakure. Was there something there? The Umbu captain was puzzled, but he never dared to doubt the third Mizukage's intentions. Because those who disobeyed had already died. Although the third Mizukage had begun to age, the strength he represented from living since the Warring States period was not something others could contend with. The third Mizukage nodded. Yagura led the 7 ninja swordsmen and a large army to break through the coastline border of the Land of Fire, clearing the way for his actions. Kyuzugaku, Uchiha Madara. A red light flashed in the third Mizukage's eyes. It was the light of the Sharingan's genjutsu. As Madara grew older and older, he no longer had the strength to act. Therefore, in order to maintain the effectiveness of the weakening genjutsu, the third Mizukage needed to personally go to Kyuzugaku and then receive Madara's genjutsu again. Let's go. The third Mizukage began to walk. The group set off for Kyuzugaku. Whoosh! The group moved forward through the forest. Might Dai's speed became faster and faster. This indicated that his mood was becoming more and more anxious. Scattered comrades kept fleeing back from the front lines. The information obtained from them also showed that the situation was becoming more and more cruel. Guy. He hadn't seen his son, Guy, all this time. According to informants, the last time they saw Guy, he was with his 2 teammates, Ebisu and Genma Shiranui. The 3 children had become separated from the main force. That kind of situation was inevitable. After all, it was the third Mizukage's disciple, Yagura Karatachi, leading the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Hidden Mist army. Their invasion caused Konoha's defeat to be like a landslide. The fierce offensive, regardless of troop losses, made people wonder if they wanted to completely occupy the inland of the Land of Fire and use it as an extension of their frontline base. Soon, Yamanaka Satoshi and the Uno couple were having some trouble keeping up with the group. Only Sarutobi Ryo was still chasing. As for Ruri, she didn't participate in this operation, seemingly due to physical discomfort. After the Hyuga incident, she needed to adjust her mood and rest. The team continued to move forward. Because they set off at night, by the time dawn arrived, everyone had already reached the heart of the Land of Fire. Along the way, they continuously collected information. In the end, everyone's fragmented words and phrases connected, proving one thing. Guy and the others were in grave danger. It was relatively difficult to find the figures of 3 children in the vast Land of Fire. But father and son were of one mind, and Might Dai, relying on his thoughts for his son, actually managed to deduce Guy's location based on a synthesis of the information. When Sarutobi Ryo and Might Dai rushed into a forest, Yamanaka Satoshi and the others had been completely left behind. The 2 stopped on a large tree. Coincidentally, they encountered an injured person. This injured person was a Yamanaka clan ninja, who was clutching his abdomen and had suffered some injuries. Young Master Ryo, Guy and the other 2 are in that direction, cough cough. He pointed out the specific direction to the 2. Looking up, startled birds flew into the blue sky one after another. Such a distant distance, although they couldn't hear the sounds of fighting, just seeing the anomalies of a large number of birds and beasts, they knew that there must be gathered powerful experts there. Who was it? The 7 ninja swordsmen? Or, a Jinchuriki? Sarutobi Ryo was judging in his heart, no matter what, he should go to investigate immediately. So, Sarutobi Ryo created a shadow clone, and let the shadow clone take the injured person away. The main body was preparing to continue on the road with Might Dai. Might Dai hesitated for a moment, preparing to use that move. The situation is unclear now, Mr. Dai, don't be impulsive. Sarutobi Ryo knew that Might Dai was going to use the 8 gates formation. Might Dai shook his head, revealing a smile. The anomalies of the birds and beasts explained everything. The ninjas in the bloody mist were generally bloodthirsty. Everyone unreservedly revealed their own ferocity. Because only in this way could they survive in the bloody mist. Therefore, the more powerful the ninja, the stronger the killing intent released. Such anomalies, I'm afraid that at least several of the 7 ninja swordsmen would have to act together to create such a power. If it was an infiltration mission, the 7 ninja swordsmen would definitely put away their killing intent and be careful. But now that Konoha had been defeated, they invaded on a large scale, so they didn't need to hide it at all. We all understand, young Master Ryo. Might Dai gave Sarutobi Ryo such a look. The first Hokage once said. Might Dai still remembered the experience of seeing the first Hokage when he was a child. After all, Might Dai's age was similar to Tsukumo Hataki's. That is, he was older than Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. When Tsunade was a child, she was spoiled by the first Hokage. With Might Dai's age, he naturally saw the first Hokage. I still remember the first Hokage's teachings. Chapter 115. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Might Dai's eyes. It was a reminiscence of the past, and also, a premonition of death. When a person is about to leave, there are always various omens, and Might Dewey was no exception. Sarutobi Ryo's heart skipped a beat, but he still prepared to wait for Might Dewey to finish speaking before trying to dissuade him. The first Hokage-sama said, "Each generation has its own things to do, don't be too impatient, what I can do is today's matter, as for tomorrow's matters, leave them to the people of tomorrow." Sarutobi Ryo, exclamation point. Might Dewey's words couldn't help but remind Sarutobi Ryo of Senjin Iwaki. Looking at the man with a smile on his face, his eyes narrowed into crescents, about to go to his death generously. Sarutobi Ryo still wanted to make one last effort. The principle is like this, but the current Konoha needs someone like Dewey-sensei alive even more, so that the village can be changed for the better. Might Dewey was silent. Then, a startling brilliance appeared in his eyes. Ryo Shasuma, the will of fire is to protect important people or things, and to truly save all the children, one needs to lead by example, illuminating their path forward with their life. The establishment of Konoha was originally to protect the children. Later, the children had to die for Konoha. Might Dewey wasn't stupid, how could he not see this point? Having experienced the early construction process of Konoha, he understood the twisted iteration of the will of fire even more. Therefore, Might Dewey was prepared to sacrifice himself, so that Guy and the others would understand the true meaning of the will of fire. Afterwards, Might Dewey smiled freely, and the aura around his body began to surge. The Eight Gates Formation. Ryo Shasuma, our village does have many problems, but, after seeing you and everyone's efforts, I believe, the village will definitely become better and better, until it finds its original intention, and, I believe, you will definitely become an excellent Hokage. Open. The violent aura surged, and then converged. Might Dewey restrained his overly powerful and violent power. The next second, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and he dashed out like a thunderbolt. South of the grass country, hundreds of kilometers away, in the heartland of the fire country, Might Dewey ran swiftly. From stepping out of a giant pit with one foot, to being able to control his power well, it only took a dozen seconds. By the time Might Dewey adapted to his current speed, he also sensed the specific location of Guy and the other two. Crap. In the forest, Guy, Ebisu, and Genma Shiranui were surrounded. 50 Umbus slowly approached, gradually encircling them in a leisurely manner. Why are there so many Kirigakure Umbu? Guy and the others hid behind a rock. The three children looked extremely frightened. The number of opponents was as many as 50. What kind of mission would make the Kirigakure Umbu go out in full force? With this kind of formation, the third Mizukage must have personally come out. Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses, his expression becoming ferocious. It can be said that Ebisu was a very intelligent chunin with rich theoretical knowledge. He quickly guessed that the main person was the third Mizukage. To think, we'd run into the third Mizukage. Tch, Genma Shiranui had a senbon needle in his mouth, and sweat kept pouring out of his forehead. Guy slowly stuck his head out, and soon, he saw a man surrounded by many Kirigakure Umbu. He looked about 70 years old, with an old face, a generation older than the third Hokage-sama. This kind of person had survived from the Warring States period and was a contemporary of the first and second Hokage. According to history, the third Mizukage was about the same age as the second Mizukage, and both were the right-hand men of the first Mizukage, Byakuren. It was just that later, Hozuki Genjutsu, who had better personality and ability, took over as Mizukage. The introverted third Mizukage served as an assistant. What he lacked was not ability, but popularity. Of course, the so-called popularity was also in comparison to the second Mizukage, Hozuki Genjutsu. And the bloody mist was created by the third Mizukage single-handedly. Some say that the third Mizukage was dissatisfied with the first Mizukage Byakuren's arrangement, allowing Hozuki Genjutsu to become the second Mizukage. As for whether the matter was true or false, it could only be buried in history. Damn it. Guy clenched his fists. Although he had already begun to cultivate the 8 gates, he could currently only open up to the 4th gate. If he barely opened the 5th gate, his body would at most only be able to unleash one move before his bones broke. Faced with the encirclement of as many as 50 elite Kirigakure Umbu, wanting to break through was a fool's dream. What should we do? Just as Guy and the others were panicking. Swish! A figure landed lightly in the forest like a feather. Dad? When Guy saw the person who came, he suddenly widened his eyes. His father, Might Dewey, appeared here. And Dad, you. Guy, the moment to release the self-imposed restriction has arrived. Might Due turned his head, raised his thumb, and smiled at his son Guy. These words, when heard by Ebisu and Genma Shiranui, were just an inexplicable sentence. However, Guy knew the meaning of these words. Reddened skin, pale eyes. And, the blood-colored steam coming from his body, this was clearly the effect of burning the 8 gates formation. The so-called self-imposed restriction is to set a difficult goal for yourself in advance, and then work hard to surpass it. This is the superficial meaning. In fact, the deeper meaning of this sentence refers to, striving to become stronger is not to surpass others, to compete for strength, but to protect important people or things. Which is the true meaning of the will of fire. If you want to use the 8 gates formation, you must add a self-imposed restriction condition on it. And now, the next generation has encountered a dilemma. It was the moment for the previous generation to burn themselves. The third Mizukage, who originally planned to completely eliminate the 3 little bugs to prevent them from leaking their whereabouts, slightly opened his eyes. What kind of move is this? Even though he had lived for too long, it did not mean that the third Mizukage knew about the 8 gates formation. Uchiha Madara was also because he had too much combat experience, and accidentally heard about it. The next moment, Sarutobi Ryo also arrived at the scene. It was very reasonable that Might Due easily surpassed him using swift release to travel. After all, the 8 gates is an unconventional, non-common sense ultimate taijutsu, and it also represents the blooming of a person's self-burning life. Due-sensei, please feel free to attack. Sarutobi Ryo guarded Guy and the other 2, reminding Might Due not to have any concerns. Might Due nodded slightly, concentrated his mind, and focused all his energy on controlling the release of the 8 gates formation. The next moment, the aura surged, like a typhoon passing through. Just the overflow of aura blew away all the surrounding Kirigakure Umbu. Morning Peacock. Without any nonsense, Might Due's figure flashed, and he came directly in front of the third Mizukage. This was also the strongest enemy he had encountered in his life. But so what? 20 years of hard training, welcoming this moment, even if a god blocked the way in front of him, he would completely smash him. Boom boom boom. The fists at 6 times the speed of sound ignited the air, erupting with the roar of a tank gun. The orange-red fireball, because all 8 gates were opened, turned into blood-colored tail feathers, and the sky was dyed red. After Guy's countless air fists bombarded, a large area was cleared in the forest ahead. More than a dozen Kirigakure Umbu instantly turned into meat sauce. This scene shocked everyone. And the third Mizukage who was killed turned into a puddle of water. It was an exchange of a water clone and a water replacement. Might Due didn't have Byakugan and Sharingan, so it was natural that he might make mistakes. Chapter 116. But, that's not a problem at all. Because this doesn't even count as an appetizer. The next second, Might Guy locked onto the location of the resurrected third Mizukage, brought his hands together, raised his arms, and made a peculiar hand seal. Daytime Tiger. A crimson tiger's head roared, as if a giant beast had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Roar. The roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. The tiger's head, launched like a giant air cannon, devastated everything in its path, directly carving out a fissure hundreds of meters long in the earth. Then, the tiger's head exploded. Sarutobi Ryo used crystal release, crystal wall in front of him, and cooperated with steel release to protect Guy and the other 2. The violent shockwave was as if a fuel-air explosive bomb had been dropped out of thin air onto the ground. The hemispherical blast wave surged, affecting a distance of up to several kilometers. In just an instant, all 40 hidden mist Umbu and the third Mizukage were swallowed up. By the time the crimson storm dissipated, there was no trace of any forest on the scene. As far as the eye could see, there was only a bare meteorite crater. This amazing strike came from the formation of the 8 gates released. Originally, it was a technique that could only be used after opening the 7th gate. How strong was Might Guy's power when he used it in the state of the 8th gate? After one daytime tiger strike, all the hidden mist Umbu were wiped out. The scattered pieces of flesh were scattered everywhere. How difficult is it to destroy a ninja's body with brute force alone? Jonin-level ninjas have off-the-charts resistance to blunt force, needless to say. Only sharp weapons can injure their bodies. Cough cough cough. From within the ruins, the figure of the third Mizukage appeared. He looked extremely embarrassed, with traces of water-release chakra still around him. Obviously, he had wrapped himself in a water-release defensive technique before being hit. Even so, he suffered extremely serious injuries. Sarutobi Ryo stood in front of the 3 children, watching the third Mizukage without blinking. After opening his eyes, the third Mizuki's eyes contained confusion, anger, and shame. The famous conspiracy theory in the Naruto world, that Madara Uchiha manipulated the third Mizuki to create the Bloody Mist Village, doesn't seem to be groundless. Until this moment, the seriously injured third Mizuki finally broke free from Madara Uchiha's control. However, it was already too late. No matter how much he regretted it, no matter how much he wanted to make amends. But the Bloody Mist Village he created with his own hands was indeed an unchangeable fact. Moreover, even if the third Mizuki hadn't been manipulated by Madara Uchiha, when the Great Ninja War broke out, Hidden Mist would still have fought with Konoha. This is, the so-called position. To survive after taking a daytime tiger, as expected of the third Mizuki. Might Guy stared at the man in front of him, focusing all his attention on him. Because if he didn't, his whole body, which was already in pain from opening the formation of the 8 gates released, would collapse at any moment. Relying on his strong mental strength, Might Guy barely managed to continue supporting himself. At this moment, he was like a torch in the wind. Although the momentum was huge, it was also about to burn out. With both arms fractured, Might Guy decided to use his last move. It was also the swan song of the formation of the 8 gates released that he had comprehended with unwavering determination. Crack. The next moment, Might Guy took a stance, lowering his body. That was the stance to prepare for the final blow. After gathering all the chakra in his legs, Might Guy suddenly launched the strongest blow to date. Evening Elephant. Might Guy, who kicked out in a flying motion, rushed towards the third Mizuki with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that everyone present saw a blur. Even in Sarutobi Ryo's eyes, Might Guy had turned into a blurry shadow. It was as elusive as the wind that occasionally blows in the night. But for Guy, Ebisu, Gema Shiranui, and the third Mizuki, Might Guy had suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared the next moment, an unimaginable force kicked the third Mizuki from a distance. The immense power gathered into a beam. A beam of light piercing through heaven and earth appeared, looking like an elephant's foot from afar. The huge beam of light directly engulfed the third Mizuki's body. Boom! It wasn't until the technique was completed that Sarutobi Ryo heard a thunderous explosion in his ears. With one kick, the third Mizuki was annihilated. The remaining tissues of his body, like mud, were blasted into the ground along with the light that pierced through heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. A huge pit nearly 100 meters deep appeared on the spot. The power of this kick was something even the god of shinobi couldn't withstand head-on. This was the swan song of a mortal, the passion of a person without bloodline. The earth-shattering attack triggered a major earthquake. Ebisu and Genma Shiranui opened their mouths wide, completely stunned. When the smoke cleared, Might Guy's figure standing on the spot appeared in front of everyone. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps it was forever. Might Guy turned his head and smiled, slowly raising his arm and giving Sarutobi Ryo and the others a thumbs up. The next second, the man whose body was covered with lava-like crimson patterns vanished with the wind, the scattered ashes blown by the wind and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Dad! Guy's sound of kneeling on the ground rang out, and at this moment he could no longer stop the tears from streaming down his face. Mr. Guy. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the place where Might Guy had disappeared, his heart impacted by intense emotions. Hashirama Senju, Might Guy. These martyrs illuminated the path for future generations with their own blood. What is the true will of fire? Their practice is the standard. No matter what Konoha is like, there will be such generous people who tell the beautiful side of humanity. Sarutobi Ryo once again strengthened his belief in his heart to change the world in Konoha. Because only in this way can he be worthy of the sacrifices of the martyrs. Several days later, the Hidden Mist army retreated like the tide. Perhaps many people still don't understand. But the Konoha high-level officials have already brewed their explanation. When Hidden Mist truly began to retreat, Might Guy's feat of killing the third Mizuki and 50 Hidden Mist Umbu was announced by the Konoha high-level officials. This undoubtedly injected a powerful shot in the arm into Konoha, which was at a disadvantage in the war. Initially, many ninjas still suspected the truth of the information. After all, Might Guy was a perennial genin before. How could he possibly kill the third Mizuki and 50 Hidden Mist Umbu? However, the traces left by Might Guy's battle with the Hidden Mist ninjas, like the evidence of the Valley of the End, became powerful testimony. On the Hidden Mist side, they also saw the epitaph left behind locally and investigated the scene before deciding to temporarily withdraw their troops. Might Guy, Konoha Chunin, single-handedly killed the third Mizuki and 50 Umbu, and so on. Such an epitaph was engraved on a rock. Coupled with the traces of destruction caused by the formation of the 8 gates released on the scene, Hidden Mist was extremely shocked. If the dead were just ordinary soldiers, it is estimated that no one would care. However, the third Mizuki's actual death report caused a crisis within Hidden Mist. The Bloody Mist Village is controlled by cruel means. With the death of the third Mizuki, there will inevitably be a long period of infighting within Hidden Mist. This will cause them to withdraw from the Great Ninja War for a long time. On Sarutobi Ryo's side, after the pressure on Konoha was greatly reduced, he returned to the village and received Might Guy's inheritance. That was something Might Guy had prepared to give as a gift before his death. Handed over by Guy himself, its name is, the 8 Gates Release Technique. Chapter 117. The 8 Gates Formation, whether it's Might Guy and Guy's performance, or Madara Uchiha's recognition. All actual combat demonstrates the power of this technique. The higher the basic quality, the more the power of the 8 Gates Formation can be brought into play. Each gate of the 8 Gates Formation has physical requirements. The user must first possess a strong physique and proficiency in taijutsu. There even needs to be a certain amount of talent. In the original work, Guy simultaneously taught the 8 gates to Lee, Niji, and Tenten. In the end, only Lee learned it. In the TV animation, it was also originally created that Kakashi could only open the first gate. All these kinds of things illustrate the bias of this technique. Hiruzen Ryo held the scroll of the 8 gates formation, and immediately turned to the end. It recorded Might Guy's words to the world. It especially used honorifics, hoping that Hiruzen Ryo would continue to practice the will of fire in the future, and, he deeply hoped that Hiruzen Ryo would become Hokage and change Konoha's state of mind. Solemnly closing the scroll, Hiruzen Ryo looked at Guy and made a decision. Guy, are you willing to join Umbu Squad 6? Umbu Squad 6, plus Rin Noera who is nominally on the team, now has 7 quasi-slots. Hiruzen Ryo decided to give the 8th slot to Guy. This completes the basic formation of a complete Umbu squad. This is not only an explanation to Might Guy, but also a recognition of Guy's talent. In the TV animation, Danzo once said, Guy is not dark enough. But who stipulates that Umbu must be dark? Might Guy has passed away, and his name can only be engraved on the cenotaph. But his spirit will be passed down and inherited by others. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, a few days have passed. After confirming that Kirigakure had completely withdrawn from the Land of Fire, and even abandoned the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, everyone realized that the internal chaos and hidden dangers of Kirigakure were more troublesome than everyone imagined. In the original work, the third Mizuki was still alive at this time. Later, Madara Uchiha continued to control the third Mizuki and directed the Rin Noera kidnapping incident. Now, the Mizuki's direct Umbu is completely destroyed. The Mizuki is also dead. The mine buried by Kirigakure's high pressure over the years has finally exploded. I am afraid that even Madara Uchiha did not expect that the third Mizuki would be taken care of by someone in 3 or 2 strokes. The idle move he buried in Kirigakure was suddenly wiped out. It can be confirmed that Kirigakure is currently only persecuting the Yuki clan, a Kekii Genkai family. Other families, such as the Hozuki clan, the Kagaya clan, and other powerful clans are still alive. To persecute other Kekii Genkai families, you have to wait for Obito to control Yagura. However, in the current situation, it is difficult to say whether Obito will be picked up by Madara Uchiha. Even if he is picked up, Rin Noera will not necessarily be designed to be killed. And in any case, the most important thing right now is to practice the 8 gates formation. In the past few days, Hiruzen Ryo has been staying behind closed doors, concentrating on studying the scroll given by Might Guy. As long as you master the 8 gates formation, you can reverse various situations. Relying on his multiple Kekii Genkai coexistence, the transformation of his body, the bloodline of the Hiruzen clan, and the strong taijutsu foundation, it is enough to completely master the 8 gates formation and use even stronger power. When I learn the 8 gates formation, I will specialize in hunting down all kinds of strong people and change the situation. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Ryo continued to study the 8 gates formation. At the same moment, the distant land of grass, Kanobi Bridge. Kakashi experienced the greatest crisis since his birth. As Hiruzen Ryo said, Kakashi, who had just been promoted to Jonin, encountered Jonin from other ninja villages, and exposed his own shortcomings in the successive life and death battles with the other 3. First, facing the swordsman master of Iwagakure, Mozu who can use 20 shadow clones. The immature A-level Chidori was used, but he was almost killed. Minato Namikaze rescued him in time, and euphemistically said that Chidori was a failed technique, so don't use it again in the future, such words. Minato Namikaze knew very well that Kakashi, without the Sharingan, could not see the enemy's attack at all. Only after transplanting Obito's Sharingan can Chidori be completed, and Chidori can be evolved into Raikiri in the Umbu career. However, Minato Namikaze still believes that Obito is his successor, so, this time in the Canopy Bridge battle, Minato Namikaze decided to change some things. Afterwards, Minato Namikaze left alone and rushed to the front line. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara continued to penetrate deep behind enemy lines, preparing to cut off the enemy's supply line. During this period, Rin Noara was kidnapped. The second Iwagakure Jonin Kakashi encountered, Onoki, who can use the camouflage concealment technique, scratched Kakashi's eye. Obito also awakened the Sharingan because of this, and successfully killed Onoki. As soon as he opened his eyes, it was Tomo, and he could also kill an elite Jonin. Obito, who opened his eyes, was nourished by the pupil power, and his quality completed a transformation in an instant, and continued to grow towards an unreasonable height. Afterwards, Obito and Kakashi went to rescue Rin Noara together. This time, Kakashi didn't say anything, the mission is the most important thing. With Tsukumo Hatake alive now, Kakashi still firmly believes in the will of fire that teammates are the most important. When fighting against the squad leader in charge of logistics protection, the elite Jonin of Iwagakure, Hikari, Kakashi's dynamic vision shortcoming reappeared. And this time, thanks to Obito's help, Kakashi defeated the enemy. However, the fallen enemy only gasped for a moment, then stood up again and released Earth Release, rock lodging destruction. The collapsing cave began to bury the three of them. In order to rescue Kakashi, Obito was accidentally hit by a boulder. Before he could say his entrustment, Minato Namikaze arrived in advance, killed Hikari in seconds, and rescued Kakashi in Rin Noara. Looking back at the cave, Obito was completely buried. Minato Namikaze's expression was heavy, and after careful consideration, he decided not to let Kakashi get Obito's eyes. Because Obito is his most promising disciple. He is also the candidate he thinks can be Hokage. So, Obito, wait for Madara Uchiha to transplant the cells of the first Hokage for you, then. It's the moment when our master and apprentice meet again. Minato Namikaze quickly left with his two disciples, leaving the Iwagakure pursuers behind. Human experiments are taboo in Konoha. So Obito's Hashirama cells can only be completed by Madara Uchiha. At that time, Obito will also need to open his eyes. A Mangekyo Sharingan that will not go blind, dual Kamui, Obito with Hashirama cells in his body will become his most powerful helper. The Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion will never be allowed to happen again. As the title says. Coding a lot of words all year round, non-stop every day, the annual average coding volume is more than 5 million words, and the total coding volume exceeds 25 million words. After 5 consecutive years of working in the industry, the author's body and brainpower have been completely overdrawn. There is currently a problem with my health and I can't use my brain. My head hurts as soon as I think. This book has a specific outline. There are also several new book settings lying in the folder. But brainpower can no longer continue. The author's current state no longer supports continuing to write. It's not a question of what to write. But it's impossible to write anything, my head hurts, and I'm very tired. So I can only rest. I always thought that the 35-year-old optimization of major factories was a joke. Now I know when it's my turn. People, oftentimes, many industries, really rely on youth. Of course, every industry has leaders, exceptions, and old and strong people. But the general situation happened to the author. A person, if he is not the top student in the industry, can only overdraw his physical strength and brainpower to fight. Because this is the only thing the bottom people have. I thought of a joke, young people exchange their lives for money, and old people buy their lives with money. Chapter 118. Konoha, the rain started to fall again. Iwagakure's tentative large-scale offensive preparation was temporarily delayed because the supply route of Canopy Bridge was cut off. Unlike in the original story, the incident of 10,000 IWA ninjas attacking Kumogakure did not happen. So Iwagakure's organization is still intact. The temporary crisis was resolved, only allowing Konoha to breathe a slight sigh of relief. To boost morale, in the Battle of Canopy Bridge, a hero named Kakashi of the Sharingan emerged. The name of Obito Uchiha, who died in battle, was engraved on the memorial to be admired by people. In the rain, Kakashi covered his eyes, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When he put down his arm, the gauze-covered cheek appeared in front of Hiruzen Ryo. The two talked in the rain. Hiruzen Ryo's face was indifferent. Kakashi's expression was sad. The two were talking, and in the distant mansion, in the living room, someone was also talking. Because Ruri was unwell, Nono came over from the orphanage. After years of continuous operation, the number of employees in the orphanage is already sufficient to raise all the orphans. So, Nono also has more free time. Her fingers rested on Hyuga Ruri's wrist. After a while, Nono came to a conclusion. Ruri, you are pregnant, congratulations. Nono thought immediately that this was Mr. Hisashi's child. Nono was slightly stunned, never expecting to hear a reply from this withdrawn Byakugan girl. Is it because she became a mother? No problem, but you should take care of your body in the future. After Nono finished reminding, she got up and left the scene. Hyuga Ruri, who learned that she was pregnant, stroked her abdomen, and a watery light flashed in her eyes. New life is brewing in the body. His child. Soon after, Kakashi left. Obito's death became a thorn in his heart, difficult to erase. This also made the proud him completely aware of the fact that he was trash. Just as Ryo-sama said, some people start slow, but later go fast, just like Dai-sensei, Guy, Obito. And some people start fast, but later go slow. That person's name is Kakashi Hitaki. Watching Kakashi leave, Hiruzen Ryo turned around and looked at Nono. Ruri is pregnant. Hiruzen Ryo is not a fool, naturally he can calculate what happened to Ruri based on the time. That night, she directly conceived Niji, becoming a mother. Nono looked at Hiruzen Ryo in surprise, feeling that nothing could escape his eyes. Ryo-sama, that's right, so, Ruri-san should be taken care of in the future, it's no longer suitable to go on missions. Understood, Hiruzen Ryo nodded, seeing that Nono had not yet realized the truth. Watching her leave, Hiruzen Ryo quickly went to the Hokage building. Another round of high-level meetings. At this meeting, an unexpected figure appeared. When Mito Uzumaki slowly walked in, the varied gazes of the crowd betrayed their true thoughts. Hiruzen Ryo stared at this stunningly beautiful woman. Soon, he guessed the whole story. Mito Uzumaki simply greeted Minato Namikaze. Just a simple greeting proved a lot. Third Hokage, I originally didn't want to show my face, but now that Konoha is in a crisis, I can't continue to sit idly by and pretend that nothing has happened. Mito Uzumaki stood on the platform and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Obviously, Minato Namikaze had persuaded Mito Uzumaki. And judging from Shikaka Nara sitting next to Minato Namikaze, I'm afraid Minato Namikaze also made Shikaka Nara lean towards him. In this way, it is equal to Minato Namikaze simultaneously winning over the Uzumaki clan, Shikaka Nara, and Jiraiya. There is also the inclination of the two advisors, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado. Konoha is now facing internal and external troubles. Outside, strong enemies surround it. Inside, Minato Namikaze is seeking the position of Hokage. And everyone with discerning eyes can see that, in terms of ability, Tsukumo Hitaki is the most suitable. Of course, Minato Namikaze is also very excellent, but he cannot compete with Tsukumo Hitaki, and can only consider the inheritance of the next Hokage. Good methods. And the things that Hiruzen Ryo can see, others are not stupid, naturally they can also see them. Is it, the fourth Hokage competition? Everyone present thought to themselves, all understanding the current development of the situation. Obviously. Konoha's white fang Tsukumo Hitaki, Ryo-sama Hiruzen, and the yellow flash Minato Namikaze formed a mutually opposing force. Unexpectedly, the fourth Hokage will be born among the three. With the appearance of Mito Uzumaki, this Jonin meeting also moved in an unpredictable direction. Although Mito Uzumaki does not have an explicit current position. But after all, she is a former Konoha high-level official. This identity is still very deterrent to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other three. Her return has caused the plot to completely skyrocket. Then, according to Mito-sama's opinion, how should we Konoha get out of the current predicament? Among the four, the one who least approves of Hashirama Senju's set is undoubtedly Danzo. He directly challenged Mito Uzumaki, wanting to hear what high opinions Mito Uzumaki had. And as a ninja with even older qualifications than Danzo, Mito Uzumaki is naturally resourceful. She smiled slightly, captivatingly beautiful. Just like Might Dai killed the third Mizukage, completing the decapitation operation, next, we should focus on resolving the upper echelons of other villages, even the Kage. Just like the deaths of the second Raikage, Tobarama Senju, Genjetsu Hozuki, Mu, and several other Kage in those years, which led to the hasty end of the Second Shinobi World War. As long as there are losses in the upper echelons of each village, the war will naturally end quickly. After all, the lives of the lower levels are worthless. But when it comes to the upper echelons really having to die, they will naturally want a truce. Now, Kirigakure is in a mess internally, and the crisis on the Kirigakure battlefield has been resolved. As long as there are some problems within Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure, everything can be settled. The next second. Mito Uzumaki suddenly looked at Hiruzen Ryo. Hiruzen Ryo, your Umbu Squad 6 has recently become famous, and is very well known in the ninja world. To say the most famous Umbu, besides Danzo's route in Sunagakure's Ebizo's intelligence department. Then it is Umbu Squad 6 led by Hiruzen Ryo. Among the new generation, no one can be compared with Hiruzen Ryo in the secret department. So, you must have a lot of experience in assassination, right? Mito Uzumaki's sudden attack and transfer of contradictions did not surprise Hiruzen Ryo. Just like that year, she felt that Hashirama Senju had made bad friends and that Madara Uchiha was a threat. Chapter 119. Whirlpool Mito, possessing the ability to sense malice, noticed three dark figures as soon as she entered the door. One was Orochimaru, harboring malice in his heart. The other was Shimura Danzo, known as the darkness of the shinobi. If these two each had their own merits, one being obsessed with immortality and the other with controlling power. Then, the third dark figure, Sarutobi Ryo, his heart was the purest evil. In her eyes, his chakra was like the purest black. Like ink, without any impurities, purely terrifying. Whirlpool Mito had never seen such a pure black existence. What exactly is his evilness like? No matter what it's like, this Sarutobi Ryo guy will become a formidable obstacle. Well, not bad. Sarutobi Ryo replied faintly, without refuting. No matter how Whirlpool Mito schemes, one day, he will turn her into a weapon of the will of fire. Using the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon, he will fiercely inject her with the will of fire chakra. Looking at the woman's exquisite face, Sarutobi Ryo's heart burned. When the meeting ended, Sarutobi Ryo was assigned a new mission. Enemy rear sabotage operations against Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure. According to intelligence reports, Kumogakure's Umbu department is generally more anxious and not very useful. This ninja village mainly uses frontal engagement as its primary strategy. Some of the conspiracies they use are often very crude. So there's nothing good to sabotage here. On the Iwagakure side, there are too many ninjas, making it impossible to infiltrate. Whirlpool Mito couldn't possibly ask Sarutobi Ryo to go and die. That wouldn't make sense. And Sunagakure became the most suitable target for Sarutobi Ryo's actions. Mission: infiltrate the rear of Sunagakure and assassinate key members of the opposing side. A series of names were listed. Most of these people had already been personally killed, dismissed, or imprisoned in Hozuki Castle by the resurrected third Kazekage. The remaining few high-level officials have several times more workload than in the past. Therefore, the loss of one high-level official now would be a significant blow to Sunagakure. After the third Kazekage personally cleaned up and reorganized Sunagakure, the loopholes within Sunagakure village are now very obvious. Each time a high-ranking person is killed, Sunagakure will lose many functions. Sarutobi Ryo received the order and was about to rush to the battlefield. By the time he returned home, it was already dark. Ruri sat in the living room, looking at the courtyard outside, and saw Sarutobi Ryo's return. "Welcome back," the girl spoke softly, her clear voice carrying a rare hint of warmth. "Yeah, Ruri, I'm back." Sarutobi Ryo walked towards her and gently embraced her. The outside world doesn't know the relationship between Sarutobi Ryo and Ruri. Nor do they know about Ruri moving in. Even less do they know the fact that Ruri is pregnant. Pacifying the Hyuga and changing environments has brought significant changes to Ruri's mood. Day by day, she became more cheerful. After a while, Yamanaka-Kei prepared dinner. The three gathered together, sat around the table, ate dinner, and seemed very warm. For Yamanaka-Kei, Ruri had finally escaped the Hyuga and gained most of her freedom. The reason for saying most is because Ruri still has the caged bird seal on her forehead. We have to think of a way to unlock it for her. These cursed seals start at A rank. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. Cursed seals aren't that easy to undo. In the original work, Orochimaru's cursed seal, the caged bird seal, these cursed seals are all A rank. Unless it's the kind of temporary binding cursed seal, only used as a control skill, which will only last for a little while. But it's not like there's no way to solve it. Sarutobi Ryo thought for a while, as long as one day, he successfully fuses the truth-seeking ball. Mastering the power of all things in nature. Maybe he can erase the caged bird for Ruri. Because as long as it's a jutsu, it will have weaknesses. After eating dinner, Sarutobi Ryo went to wash up. The two girls sat at the table and started a private chat. They are good sisters, so naturally there is nothing they can't say. Ruri, what were your medical diagnosis results? Looking at the other party's radiant smile, thinking of her usual concern. Ruri couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Yamanaka Kei. Because, it's like she stole something that should have belonged to the other party. After a little thought, Ruri slowly said, I am pregnant. Really? Yamanaka Kei's eyes lit up, appearing very happy. Ruri felt that she might have misunderstood her meaning. She was saying that the father of this child is actually. That's great, I didn't want children in the first place, I heard that giving birth is very hard, and raising children is even more of a headache, now it's good, Ruri, you've replaced me. Yamanaka Kei patted Ruri's shoulder generously. Now, it was the emotionless girl's turn to be stunned. Kei, you know the child's father is Sarutobi Ryo? Of course, Yamanaka Kei nodded, feeling that this was nothing serious. As a representative of evil girls, Yamanaka Kei has held the villain script since childhood, and is well versed in the self-cultivation of villains. What's wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines, isn't it normal? Those dignitaries are all like this. It's nothing serious. Looking at Yamanaka Kei's carefree and completely unconcerned appearance, Ruri slowly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much calmer in her heart. Kei, thank you. She thought about it and felt that Yamanaka Kei was still pretending to be generous. Maybe after returning to her room, she will definitely secretly cry or something. However, Ruri's brain was purely overthinking. Let's go take a bath together. Yamanaka Kei's lips curled up, thinking of something. Tonight, you continue to be on duty, this is a good opportunity to increase intimacy. Before Ruri could react, she was pulled up by Yamanaka Kei and walked towards the bathroom. After Sarutobi Ryo walked out of another bathroom and returned to the bedroom. He started the 8 gates formation training again. First gate, gate of opening, open. As the chakra pathways in the brain were opened, Sarutobi Ryo felt the flow of chakra in his body instantly speed up a lot. What followed was mental clarity and enhanced senses. The way the whole person looked at the world was completely different. The first gate of the 8 gates formation is to release the chakra flow in the brain, doubling the human body's qualities. This allows a person's output to increase dramatically in a short period of time. The side effect is high consumption and faster fatigue. If Sarutobi Ryo was just a child now, then after using the first gate, he would most likely be like Rock Lee, his body extremely exhausted, thus slowing down his movements. But Sarutobi Ryo possesses 6 bloodline limits, plus his Sarutobi clan background, his physical strength has long surpassed ordinary people. Therefore, the side effects of the first gate of the 8 gates formation can only make Sarutobi Ryo breathe faster and his blood slightly boil. Whoosh! The next moment, Sarutobi Ryo was seen moving around in the room. The whole person was so fast that he looked like a blur. Just by moving normally, without using any jutsu or bloodline abilities, Sarutobi Ryo's speed has already greatly surpassed Rock Lee, who released his weights in the original work. This quality, for most genin and chunin, is like a miraculous instantaneous movement. Coupled with swift release, Sarutobi Ryo's speed will become exceptionally terrifying. A moment later, Sarutobi Ryo returned to the chair, breathed a sigh of relief, and completed the initial experiment of the first gate. Very good. Sarutobi Ryo nodded in satisfaction, and was even more looking forward to the improvement of his own strength. The first gate of the 8 gates formation has already been mastered. The second and third gates behind will not be far away. The next morning, before dawn, Sarutobi Ryo set off with his men to the rear lines of Sunigakure. Chapter 120. Due to Ryuli's absence, Sarutobi Ryo transferred an assistant from another Umbu squad. That person was Hatake Tsukumo. Minato Namike's series of actions foreshadowed his desire to contend for the position of 4th Hokage. As a senior figure, Hatake Tsukumo naturally couldn't fall behind either. Sarutobi Ryo's goal in this operation was to use Hatake Tsukumo as the main force to reverse the situation of the war between Konoha and Sunigakure. With Hatake Tsukumo's strength, there were basically no ninjas he couldn't handle, except for the 3rd Kazekage. As long as Hatake Tsukumo was given a one-on-one environment, most Sunigakure ninjas could be forcefully killed. Umbu Squad 6, fully prepared, set off quickly. Several days later, Sarutobi Ryo and the others successfully infiltrated the rear of Sunigakure. The third Kazekage was stationed within Sunigakure. Ebizo was fighting on all fronts as the new Kazekage. The collection of all intelligence relied on Chiyo's younger brother, Ebizo, and the Sunigakure Umbu department he led. And the purpose of Sarutobi Ryo's trip was to destroy the enemy's intelligence capabilities. Or rather, Sarutobi Ryo's goal was to kill or capture Ebizo alive. Land of Wind. Inside an artificially created underground bunker. Ebizo and the others were hiding inside, with Umbu members being dispatched to various battlefields every day. The territory of the Land of Wind is different from that of the Land of Fire. The area of this country is 3 times the size of the Land of Fire, but most of the area is desert. Therefore, it is very difficult to transmit intelligence from Sunigakure in a timely manner with ordinary communication methods. Currently, Ebizo's hideout is located north of the Land of Rain and east of the Land of Grass. This location is perfect for covering all battlefields, providing Sunigakure and frontline ninjas with accurate intelligence in a timely manner. Who? The wind blew, raising a cloud of sand. In the dark night, the members of Umbu Squad 6 arrived here. Yamanaka K sensed it slightly and confirmed that there were chakra reactions inside. Sunigakure and Konoha have some differences in ninja technology. For example, Sunigakure does not have a spherical barrier surrounding the village, so it can be assumed that Sunigakure's barrier and sealing techniques are relatively lacking. Therefore, Yamanaka K accurately located the enemy's position. The missing Sunigakure ninja will soon be discovered. Therefore, Sarutobi Ryo decided to act immediately. So, the members of Umbu Squad 6 split into 2 groups. Sarutobi Ryo and Yamanaka K were in one group. Hataki Sakumo and the Yumano couple were in another group. The 2 teams, splitting up, quickly began to intervene from different entrances. Going down the road. Sarutobi Ryo walked and stopped, relying on Yamanaka K's perception to avoid several Sunigakure Umbu members. Although it is possible to instantly kill the small fry, it is not yet time. Before confirming Ebizo's specific location, Sarutobi Ryo was not prepared to be reckless. He zigged and zagged in the maze-like underground building. Yamanaka K reminded in a timely manner, "Young master, it can't be avoided. Some places cannot be avoided no matter what. There are 2 patrolling Sunigakure Umbu members ahead, and in the next 10 seconds, they will meet them." "Yes, leave it to me." Sarutobi Ryo concentrated his mind, stood in the passage, and waited for the 2 Sunigakure Umbu members at the corner to arrive. Sarutobi Ryo and Yamanaka K began to count down in their minds. The sound of footsteps became clearer and clearer. Finally, 3 Sunigakure Umbu members appeared from the corner. Schwa! Sarutobi Ryo's body flickered slightly, and with the application of swift release, he appeared behind the 2 Sunigakure members like lightning. This maneuver is already second only to Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God's second stage, and I the fourth and Hataki Sakumo's extreme speed state. Obviously, Sarutobi Ryo's strength has greatly improved compared to the past. The other party's eyes blurred, and they didn't have time to react at all. The image of Sarutobi Ryo was still lingering in their retinas, and Sarutobi Ryo slapped out with both palms from behind them. With a burst of bone cracking, Sarutobi Ryo struck left and right. 2 collapsed palms, wrapped in ice-release chakra, had already been imprinted on the back of the 2 Sunigakure ninjas' heads. Bang! Bang! The fierce force smashed their heads. The ice-release chakra that was swung out turned the shattered brains into a pile of icy flesh and blood. The fragments, exuding cold air, fell with clanging sounds. Sarutobi Ryo maintained the action of striking out, his expression calm. Half a minute later, Sarutobi Ryo went deep into the underground palace and came to the outside of Ebizo's office. Hataki Sakumo and the others also killed over from another passage. Soon, the Konoha people were about to converge together. And outside the office, there were 4 Sunigakure Umbu members guarding. 8 gates release formation. First gate, gate of opening, open. Sarutobi Ryo instantly unleashed his own potential. The liberated brain region directly doubled Sarutobi Ryo's body output. This is like a turbocharger for a car engine, or overclocking a computer or mobile phone CPU. The suddenly improved quality allowed Sarutobi Ryo to display extremely terrifying strength. I saw Sarutobi Ryo take a step, and the moment he rushed out, a light lit up in his palm. Chi! In the air, a blue-white laser flashed away. It's like the floating light when a car lights passing by the road after get off work at night shine on the glass of the store's door head on both sides of the road. Just a mistake. Sarutobi Ryo completed the killing. The storm release laser that was swung out directly cut through the bodies of the 4 people. When Sarutobi Ryo's figure reappeared, the 4 Sunigakure Umbu members who were frozen in place also slipped and turned into dead pieces of meat. It only took less than 0.5 seconds before and after Sarutobi Ryo completed the movement and killing. The speed is far beyond the reaction of the Jonin level. This also officially announced that Sarutobi Ryo has stepped into the Kage level. Most Jonin, facing Sarutobi Ryo, will not be able to go back and forth in front of Sarutobi Ryo. Just like in the original book, Kakashi in the Chunin exam held the lightning blade against Orochimaru, but it was useless. Kage level. It foreshadows a ninja's true transformation from an ordinary person to a superhuman. And the reason why he is still said to be a human is because Kage-level powerhouses still have the normal birth, old age, sickness and death of normal human beings. This makes him not become a monster in the eyes of others, but can live normally with others. But once a battle occurs, amazing potential will erupt from the body of a Kage-level powerhouse, thus making him different from other ninjas. The 4 Sunigakure Umbu members were instantly killed, and Yamanaka K couldn't help but exclaim. Young Master's strength has become stronger again. Instantly kill for Jonin. This is something that only Kage-level masters can do. No elite Jonin can do this. A few seconds later, Hatake Tsukumo appeared at the other end of the passage. He looked at the corpses of the 4 Sunigakure Umbu members in front of him, nodded to Sarutobi Ryo, his eyes full of praise. The little child back then has now grown into a strong man who can stand alone. As expected of the 3rd Hokage's son, he is truly a tiger father without a dog son. Immediately afterwards, Hatake Tsukumo broke in and entered the office. Sarutobi Ryo stood at the door, scanning the surroundings. Hatake Tsukumo and Ebizo began to fight. Although Ebizo is also a long-established master, and even Chiyo's younger brother. But facing Konoha's white fan Hatake Tsukumo, he was quickly defeated. Even if they are both Kage-level powerhouses, there are different areas of expertise and obvious gaps in strength between each other. After a while, Hatake Tsukumo walked out with the injured Ebizo in his grasp. Chapter 121. The higher-ups of Sunigakure were captured alive by him just like that. Directly killing Ebizo would only make Sunigakure's ninja even more frantic. Just like how the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage became the fuse for the 3rd Shinobi World War. But if he was captured alive, the nature of the situation would be completely different. As an old general of Sunigakure who had been famous for a long time, and a figure relied upon by the people, this would greatly strike a blow to the morale of Sunigakure. And it would also continue to enhance Tsukumo Hatake's prestige. Everyone, let's go. Tsukumo Hatake, carrying Ebizo in his hand, quickly left the scene. Before long, a field of corpses of Sunigakure ninja and Umbu was left behind. The Iwagakure Intelligence Department was greatly destroyed, and the head of the department was captured, which would greatly affect Sunigakure's strategic progress and direction. Before long, Sunigakure learned the news of Ebizo's capture. Anxiety and shock were rampant. The 3rd Kazekage, who was sitting in Sunigakure, was even more furious. Konoha's White Fang had finally shown his skills again in this great war. This couldn't help but make the 3rd Kazekage recall the past when Tsukumo Hatake had greatly defeated Sunigakure during the last war. The capture of Ebizo, who was in charge of the intelligence department, indicated that Sunigakure's intelligence transmission had been paralyzed. Communication between the various battlefields and Sunigakure would be delayed. If it was during peacetime, this would naturally be excusable. But during wartime, this was a huge loophole that could cost lives. In addition, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were killed by Konoha's White Fang back then. The transformation of her grandson, Sasori, was also inseparable from the death of his parents. Now that her younger brother, Ebizo, had also been harmed, in order to prevent Chiyo from doing anything irrational, the 3rd Kazekage immediately ordered Chiyo, who was at the front line, to withdraw her troops. Konoha's White Fang went deep behind enemy lines, destroyed the enemy's intelligence department, and captured Ebizo alive, forcing Sunigakure to retreat. Upon hearing this, everyone's morale was greatly boosted. Konoha, which was originally under attack from both sides, now, seemed to have ushered in a dawn. Kirigakure retreated to quell internal strife. Sunigakure retreated to recuperate. Currently, the enemies that Konoha had to face suddenly only temporarily remained Iwagakure and Kumogakure. This greatly reduced the pressure on Konoha's battle lines, allowing for more possibilities for a stalemate. And this was just the beginning. Next, Tsukumo Hatake continued to quickly reverse Konoha's unfavorable situation. Ebizo was imprisoned, and Konoha's higher-ups personally contacted him to inquire about Tsunagekyu's strategic deployment. Tsukumo Hatake set off again. Taking advantage of the opportunity that Kirigakure was busy with internal strife, Tsukumo Hatake infiltrated the ruins of Uzushigakure on a dark and windy night. He successively killed the 7 ninja swordsmen who remained at the ruins. At dawn, the Kirigakure troops who discovered the 7 corpses quickly retreated. The ruins of Uzushigakure once again fell into Konoha's hands. Another week passed. Tsukumo Hatake, who had been lurking on the Kumogakure battle line for several days, found an opportunity. When Minato Namikaze and Killer Bee clashed for the nth time, and still couldn't defeat each other, Tsukumo Hatake and the 4th Raikage, had a showdown. This decapitation operation went very smoothly. The 3rd Raikage was sitting in the Kumogakure main camp. And the 4th Raikage, as the commander of Kumogakure, his importance was naturally self-evident. After Tsukumo Hatake severed one of his arms, he forced the 4th Raikage, to sound the retreat. Kumogakure's system relied on the personal heroism of the superiors to maintain the village's rule. In other words, the fact that he lost an arm caused a major blow to the Kumogakure troops. Visibly, Kumogakure's morale began to decline. Just like that. At a time when Konoha was in crisis, Tsukumo Hatake turned the tide of the war in an incredible and astonishing display of strength, quickly reversing Konoha's unfavorable situation. The name of Konoha's White Fang once again resounded throughout the ninja world. Konoha. On this day, the village was filled with a joyful atmosphere. It was another new year. Compared to the past, this year's atmosphere was obviously much better. People had hope in their eyes, and also believed that Konoha would win. And all of this was because Konoha's White Fang turned the tide and saved the village from danger. The story of Tsukumo Hatake was circulating in the streets and alleys, in every household. Some were happy and some were sad. Minato Namikaze didn't have a pleasant new year this year. Especially when he kept hearing about Tsukumo Hatake's frequent victories. This indicated that Tsukumo Hatake's path to becoming the 4th Hokage was very likely to become a reality. Well then, Minato-sensei, Kushina, I'll be leaving first. Rin Noera had to leave immediately after finishing her New Year's greetings. Kakashi, who was beside her, didn't seem to be leaving, and looked at Rin with a puzzled look. Rin, are you going to young Master Ryo's place again? Kakashi's question was quite like that of a straight steel man. In this timeline, Kakashi's father was still alive, so he didn't single-mindedly agree with the thinking of a tool person. Also, because he went to save Rin with Obito and jointly displayed the will of fire, Kakashi didn't feel guilty, and didn't feel sorry for the village or Rin. The only regret was that because of insufficient ability, he didn't rescue Obito. Instead of being scolded by Obito for not having the will of fire. The problem of insufficient ability would only make Kakashi more eager to become stronger, but his heart wouldn't be blackened, and he wouldn't give up and lie down. Plus, he was still a bit arrogant. So, the image of a slightly reckless young man was vividly displayed on paper. Kakashi. Rin Noera turned her gaze away and glanced at Kakashi, her tone quite reproachful. You're too bad at talking. Many times, making things too clear doesn't conform to social etiquette. Rin. Minato Namikaze looked at Rin with a complicated expression. At some point, Rin seemed to be getting very close to young Master Ryo. This made him feel some indescribable feelings in his heart. It's about Umbu Squad 6. Rin Noera explained. She was nominally a member of Umbu Squad 6, so she had to do her part to some extent. During the war, there were many places in Umbu where she was needed to help. Soon, Rin got up and left Kushina's house. Kushina sighed, her eyes following Rin's back as she moved. You're getting further and further away from Rin. If, when Obito was still alive, she treated Obito as a younger brother, and she was still on Obito's side, hoping that Obito could win Rin's heart. Then, after Obito sacrificed himself, she hoped that Kakashi could be with Rin. But now it seemed that Kakashi had great difficulties. He didn't completely understand a girl's heart. Minato-sensei, I'm also going to young Master Ryo's place. Kakashi thought for a while and suddenly spoke. At this time, Kakashi was covering one eye. His eye had been injured, so he had been like this ever since. Because of insufficient strength, he could only watch Obito sacrifice himself. In order to prevent this tragedy from happening again, Kakashi decided to ask young Master Ryo to guide his strength. Watching Kakashi leave in a hurry, Kushina looked at Minato again. Minato, even if you can't become the 4th Hokage, you can still become the 5th Hokage. Kushina gently placed her hand on the back of Minato Namikaze's hand, and said with a gentle expression. Anyone with eyes could see it. The comparison of strength between Konoha's White Fang and the Yellow Flash. Minato Namikaze had fought Killer Bee and A many times. Sometimes it was with the AB brothers together. Sometimes it was alone with Killer Bee, and sometimes it was alone with A. But Minato Namikaze, who had fought many times, had failed to seriously injure any of them. Chapter 122. In contrast, Konoha's White Fang severed one of Ice's arms with a single strike. Furthermore, even the 7 ninja swordsmen who acted together died at his hands. Adding to that the previous capture of Ebe is alive. Such glorious battle results have essentially secured his position as the 4th Hokage candidate. Currently, all that's left is another operation against Iwagakure to completely solidify his position as a candidate. Yes. Minato Namikaze nodded, his eyes flickering. Actually, he really wanted to say to Kushina. Becoming the 5th Hokage is also an option. It's just that. If that were the case, he would have to marry later. This is the best outcome. Kushina would keep waiting for him until he became the 5th Hokage. But, by that time, Naruto's birth would be completely missed. Naruto's inability to be born into this world is the biggest anxiety in Minato Namikaze's heart. Therefore, he must contend for the position of 4th Hokage. It's just that. Minato Namikaze, who has memories of his second life, deeply understands his limits. Currently, he doesn't have the opportunity to obtain half of the 9 tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Therefore, he can only seek other methods. During the mission in Ran, the future version of himself transmitted a portion of future memories back. Among them was knowledge about cultivation. His chakra is much more than Kakashi's. But even so, it's impossible to complete the S-rank wind release, Raisin Shuriken on his own. Because a single S-rank Raisin Shuriken consumes an extremely terrifying amount of chakra. If we use the chakra amount of an adult Kakashi, 1 card, to represent the unit of measurement, then, to practice a single S-rank Raisin Shuriken, you need at least 50 cards. After mastering it and optimizing it, it can be reduced to about 30 cards. However, optimization comes later. Mastering it first is the beginning. If he wants to obtain Hashirama cells, there are currently only 2 channels. 1. Cooperate with Dans or Orochimaru. 2. Wait for Obito to reappear and meet with Obito. As expected, the future me saved Obito. Minato Namikaze thought for a moment, confirming that this should be the case. Then, he still needs to be patient for a while, waiting for Obito to appear. The Sarutobi clan's residence, mansion. Rin Noera is conducting some operations in her specially established laboratory. In the culture tank in front of her, a dark, sturdy arm floats. This arm is the spoils of war brought back by Tsukumo Hatake after severing the 4th Raikage's arm. Now, it is placed here for medical ninjas to study and analyze. Nonoyu stands beside Rin Noera, discussing something with her. The two of them kept talking, trying to extract the bloodline secrets of the Raikage clan from it, which is the technique. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, commonly known as Lightning Release Armor. The difficulty is only B rank. Theoretically, the Sharingan can copy it. However, until now, no Uchiha ninja has been able to copy the Raikage clan's technique. The reason is that their technique must be used in conjunction with a special physique. Sarutobi Ryo's idea is like the second Kazekage, shaman, observed and studied Shikaku to obtain information on magnet release. Analyze, improve, and ultimately obtain magnet release that humans can use. Let Nonoyu and Rin Noera analyze this arm, and finally uncover the mystery of lightning release chakra mode. So that he, Kakashi, and others can use it. Young master, Kakashi is here too. Yamanaka K entered the laboratory and said to Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo, who was observing Nonoyu and Rin Noera doing experiments, nodded, and then walked out of the laboratory with them. Young Master Ryo. Outside in the living room, Kakashi immediately stood up when he saw Sarutobi Ryo arrive. Please let me join Umbu Squad 6. If based on the time in the original work, Kakashi should be joining Umbu soon. In this world line, some inertia is still manifesting. It's just that it's already floating on the surface, and the real core has deviated beyond recognition. Kakashi's purpose in joining Umbu is very clear. He wants to improve his strength so that Obito's tragedy doesn't repeat itself. The young Kakashi is already a Chunin. That is to say, his combat power is on par with the adult Kurenai Yai in the original work. Because Kurenai Yai's stats are at the level of a Chunin gatekeeper. So, thinking that Kakashi's current combat power is 1 Yai Kurenai is also fine. This kind of combat power is enough to cheer 66 for oneself from the side. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, temporarily letting Kakashi be listed in Umbu. After observing for a period of time, if his performance is satisfactory, he will be officially transferred. Kakashi was overjoyed after hearing this. Sarutobi Ryo then asked about Kakashi's training. Kakashi is worthy of being the talent who can invent the S-rank Raikiri, and he does have some talent in lightning release. After some exploration, he actually came up with something similar to the basics of lightning release chakra mode. Currently, Kakashi can release lightning release chakra to stimulate his nerves, allowing his dynamic vision and reflexes to improve, achieving a weakened version of the Raikage effect. At the moment when Obito sacrificed and he himself blinded an eye. Born from adversity, Kakashi, who experienced great sorrow, understood the true meaning of lightning release. Unfortunately, if it could have been earlier. Kakashi shook his head vigorously. Obito has passed away. All he can do is look forward and protect his other companions. Because he didn't inherit Obito's eyes, Kakashi isn't as pessimistic as in the original work. He doesn't think about Obito through the transplanted Sharingan at every turn. In the original work, Kakashi transplanted the Sharingan, opening the door to a new world for Dans and Orochimaru. The legend of the eyes actually started at this time. With Kakashi's successful precedent, Dans and Orochimaru began a crazy study of the Sharingan. In this timeline, this didn't happen, so Dans and Orochimaru naturally couldn't have such wild ideas. Let Kakashi tell about the experience he has explored. Sarutobi Ryo learned by analogy. And through the information analyzed by Nonoyu and Rin Noera from the 4th Raikage's arm. In summary, Sarutobi Ryo almost deduced the popularization principle of lightning release chakra mode. Time passed by every minute and every second. Kakashi accepted Sarutobi Ryo's guidance. The weather outside seemed to have a bit of chill. Kakashi glanced at the sky. Has the weather changed? A few days later, Sarutobi Ryo sorted out the feasibility information of lightning release chakra mode. After exploration and practice, and using Kakashi and Ice Arm as a reference, Sarutobi Ryo is convinced that lightning release chakra mode is probably like this. Staring at the records on the scroll, reorganizing it in his mind again. Chapter 123. Sarutobi Ryo believed that he could learn this technique. Unlike Kakashi, who was short on chakra. The chakra reserves of the Raikage clan are comparable to those of the tailed beasts. And Sarutobi Ryo's own chakra, although not as much, was still considerable. Far surpassing the likes of Kakashi. This level of chakra, combined with the 8 gates, would unleash a torrent of chakra from the compressed body when the gates were opened, effectively increasing the quality and quantity of chakra. Using the lightning release chakra mode in the 8-gate state became a logical choice. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the scroll in his hand, thinking, perhaps, a brand new technique was about to be born from his hands. While Sarutobi Ryo was immersed in research and training, the battlefield near Kumogakure saw changes. Black flames scorched and consumed large swathes of the forest. The area known as the Uchiha Stronghold had been the property of the Uchiha clan since the Warring States period. After Konoha was established, it became an important area for resisting Kumogakure's invasions. The fortress, surrounded by forests on all sides, was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Relying on the terrain advantage, Konoha had repelled countless Kumogakure invasions. However, at this moment, the Uchiha clan's stronghold was reduced to ashes in a sea of black flames. This seemed to symbolize the fall of someone. And that person was Uchiha Fugaku. No one knew what had happened. After Hatake Sakumo severed A's arm, Kumogakure remained silent for a while. Everyone understood that it was the calm before the storm. Beyond that was the land of fire. This was an impregnable fortress. Logically and emotionally, the Uchiha clan would defend this place with their lives. And that was exactly what happened. Uchiha Fugaku dismissed his subordinates, telling them to stay away from this place. Then, he faced the 3rd Raikage alone. The black flames started as mere sparks. But soon, they turned into a black ocean. Whether it was trees or metal, or even various artificial creations, even stones and water were set ablaze. Nothing could extinguish the black flames. In the raging fire, a figure covered in black became the victor. He slowly walked out, standing nearly 2 meters tall. The crowd quickly widened their eyes. The people from Kumogakure cheered, while the people of Konoha showed fear. The 3rd Raikage, known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear, It was said that he could fight tailed beasts hand to hand. Now, he walked out of the Black Sea of Flames. Did that mean that Fugaku-sensei had already been? However, the people of Konoha did not grieve for long, and the cheers of Kumogakure also stopped abruptly. Because both sides simultaneously discovered. The third Raikage, covered in black fire, stood there quietly, being burned away bit by the black fire. In the end, not even a trace was left. When the third Raikage perished, body and soul, the black flames continued to burn. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights before slowly stopping. The reconnaissance team, after searching countless times, confirmed again that Captain Uchiha Fugaku, who was in charge of the front line, was probably, indeed dead. The news of the third Raikage's death and Uchiha Fugaku's death, both perishing together, spread back to Konoha like the wind. The shock of the people of Konoha was beyond words. However, the most unsightly faces belonged to several Konoha higher-ups. Because according to the information collected from the scene, it was clearly the legendary Amaterasu, recorded in the Uchiha secrets by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, a jutsu called the Meijiki Sharingan. When the news reached Sarutobi Ryo's ears, Sarutobi Ryo immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Uchiha Fugaku died defending the country, and should have been a hero. However, the Uchiha clan had been a legacy issue since the founding of the village. Especially, judging from the information that came back, Uchiha Fugaku not only possessed the Meijiki, but also used the jutsu Amaterasu. The third Raikage's strength was comparable to the Eight Tails. Ordinary ninjas could not compete with him at all. After weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately chose to carry out the will of fire and protect the village and his comrades. He also knew that it would be best to take the Meijiki into the grave. But to defend the front line, he resolutely exposed the Meijiki and perished together with the third Raikage. Perhaps the deeds of Obito and other Uchiha compatriots inspired him, allowing the always forbearing Uchiha Fugaku to choose to practice the will of fire. Whether from the perspective of a frontline commander or as a Konoha ninja, Uchiha Fugaku did nothing wrong. And the biggest problem is how the Konoha higher-ups would view the Uchiha. Especially after Uchiha Fugaku demonstrated the Meijiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan moved forward in sorrow. Whether there would be more owners of the Meijiki Sharingan within. That was the biggest problem. Think carefully. Obito died in battle, and Uchiha Fugaku died in battle. Currently, the Uchiha clan is without a leader. Taking advantage of this opportunity, how would the Konoha higher-ups deal with the Uchiha? Shimura Danzo, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura all inherited the will of Senju Tobarama. That is, to target and persecute the Uchiha. Although his old father, the third Hokage, wanted to change the status quo, and even arranged for Obito to be Minato's disciple. But in the end, he was weak and unable to truly change the Uchiha's position. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 3 higher-ups, Udatane Koharu, Mitokado Hamura, would bring up Senju Tobarama's name. If you dare to oppose Senju Tobarama, you are opposing the will of fire. This was a fatal political problem. So, now that Uchiha Fugaku is dead, and there is no leader, I am afraid things are really going to go wrong. According to intelligence, Kumogakure began to retreat due to the death of the third Raikage. The fourth Raikage A lost an arm. Kumogakure was greatly injured. Due to his personality, Killer B could not become a qualified leader. It is likely that he will be locked up in the Kumarai Gorge again. Yujito Ni is younger than Kakashi and cannot become a force. The Raikage of Kumogakure lead the village with strong personal charisma. Now, their morale is extremely low, and Kumogakure's style problems make it difficult for them to achieve results in this war again. In addition, Kirigakure is in internal strife and Sunagakure is shrinking back. Currently, Konoha's biggest enemy is only Iwagakure, which has more than 10,000 ninjas. So, next, I am afraid that the Konoha higher-ups will use Uchiha Fugaku's death to make a fuss, inciting the Uchiha clan's ninjas to go to the Iwagakure front line to die. When all the good hands are dead, the legacy issue of the Uchiha clan will also be resolved. By the way, maybe they can really damage a large number of Iwagakure troops, and find out the Meijiki owners hidden among them. Sarutobi Ryo thought about these issues. Soon, Yamanaka Satoru came in and said that an Uchiha ninja was asking to see him. Sarutobi Ryo got up and immediately went out to greet him in person. The gray-haired, squinting man who walked up to him was named Uchiha Yashiro. His age was similar to Hatake Tsukumo and might die. He was a veteran ninja who had witnessed the era of the first and second Hokage, and was also Uchiha Fugaku's right-hand man and the second strongest in the Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Shisui, at this time, Uchiha Shisui was still studying at the Ninja Academy. He would have to graduate at least next year. The official novel clearly stated that Uchiha Shisui became a genin after the end of the Third Shinobi World War, selected by the Fourth Hokage. That is, the year the Nine Tails incident occurred. Chapter 124. The moniker, Shisui of the Body Flicker, would come much later. Young Master Ryo. Uchiha Yashiro's expression was gloomy, his mood low due to the death of the clan leader. Sarutobi Ryo invited him inside. Soon, Uchiha Yashiro explained his purpose. Before Captain Fugaku died in battle, he left behind some last words. Uchiha Yashiro looked at the young man before him, a variety of emotions flickering in his eyes. Captain Fugaku said, "Young Master Ryo is a ninja who possesses the will of fire, he saw the future of the Uchiha clan in you." Sarutobi Ryo's various actions had not gone unnoticed. Because he was the Hokage's son, everyone would talk about Hokage-sama's son this and that during their leisure time. Therefore, most of the things Sarutobi Ryo did were widely known. Naturally, this included Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku had mentioned it more than once during the clan's secret meetings. If Sarutobi Ryo became Hokage, the Uchiha clan's current situation would definitely change. This idea became even clearer after Obito's death in battle. Uchiha Fugaku could see that Sarutobi Ryo had been helping Hitaki Sakumo, hoping the latter would become Hokage. The White Fang of the Leaf was the fourth Hokage. Then, Sarutobi Ryo would be the fifth Hokage. The Uchiha clan might be the sixth Hokage. Because Captain Fugaku's son, Itachi, is a true genius, if he could receive young Master Ryo's guidance, or even protection, he would definitely become Hokage. Uchiha Yashiro mentioned Uchiha Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's talent completely surpassed the Sannin. This is what Captain Fugaku determined, these aren't boasts, but Yashiro tried his best to explain. In the current village, in this kind of situation, Itachi's talent simply couldn't be utilized. Just like how the Uchiha clan had always been suppressed by the higher-ups. No matter how capable you are, it's all for naught if people don't use you. Therefore, once things have settled down, I will personally pay a visit. Sarutobi Ryo immediately gave Yashiro an answer. Facing Yamanaka Kei's question, Sarutobi Ryo nodded. The true will of fire is to protect important people or things. The Uchiha clan is also a member of the village, so naturally, they should also be cared for. Uchiha Fugaku's name was engraved on the memorial stone. Ninjas without bodies, such as Obito, would be handled in this way. Amaterasu burned everything to ashes, and Uchiha Fugaku himself was no exception. Uchiha Fugaku's residence was shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow. Uchiha Mikoto, that is, Uchiha Fugaku's widow, was dressed in black. A portrait of her husband was placed in the living room. Uchiha Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, who was much younger than Kakashi, was also keeping vigil for his family. Kneeling before the portrait, he understood everything, despite his young age. His father had taken him to the battlefield at a young age. He wasn't a ninja yet, and hadn't even entered the ninja academy. It was only because Uchiha Fugaku wanted his son to experience, that this was a cruel world. This was, the reality of the Uchiha. Parents always hope that their children won't repeat their mistakes. Uchiha Fugaku, from a young age, entered the ninja academy like the other children, graduated, and yearned for the title of Hokage. But only later did he realize. Reality wasn't as simple as he thought. The Uchiha clan, although also members of the Leaf, were different from everyone else. They had to face even more problems. Therefore, having once gone astray and understood things too late, he decided to let Itachi accept some things early. Uchiha Fugaku, who wasn't good with words, believed that the best way to temper a person was to let him recognize the truth of the world early on. This contained a parent's painstaking efforts and love for their child. It's just that, Uchiha Itachi was still young after all. Going to the battlefield too early and seeing the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood would leave a deep psychological shadow at this age. Seeing his father's death with his own eyes would affect a person's entire life even more. For example, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan of the Rain Country. Nagato witnessed his parents being killed by leaf ninjas. Later, he also witnessed Yahiko's death due to Danzo's scheme. These painful experiences completely changed Nagato, or rather, shaped Nagato into a certain form. Then, will Uchiha Itachi also follow the original path? Probably not. The premise is, that he can realize the meaning of his father's death. Just like Might Dewey's self-sacrifice, illuminating the path for future generations, eventually allowing Guy to become the most upright ninja. Sarutobi Ryo, as a member who came to offer condolences, went through the motions like everyone else. Please accept my condolences. After saying the formal words, Sarutobi Ryo walked to the side. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was a person of high status, so naturally, many people would come to offer condolences. Of course, most people were just going through the motions. Thank you. Uchiha Mikoto returned the greeting, and Itachi bowed together with her. After one person after another completed the formalities, the place began to become deserted. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the empty courtyard and was preparing to close the door when she suddenly noticed that Sarutobi Ryo was standing at the door, not leaving. Young Master Ryo. Uchiha Mikoto remembered the last words her husband had brought back by Yashiro. She had also heard Yashiro talk about his visit to Sarutobi Ryo's residence. Knowing that Sarutobi Ryo had something to say, she invited Sarutobi Ryo into the living room that had lost its head of the family. Returning again, Sarutobi Ryo was accompanied by Yamanaka K. This was a way to avoid suspicion. After all, Uchiha Mikoto's family was now a widow and orphan. Madam Mikoto, I won't say any polite words, you and Mr. Fugaku must have deeply understood the situation the Uchiha clan is facing. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the beautiful woman before him. He had also seen Kushina's figure among those offering condolences earlier. She also felt unspeakable sadness for her good sister's misfortune. Knowing that loss takes time to soothe, Kushina, who had once experienced the pain of a country's destruction, decided to let time heal her best friend's grief. Itachi, Uchiha Mikoto looked at her son on the side, wondering if Itachi should hear the following conversation. Madam Mikoto, it's okay, my young master has come here this time to discuss the future of the Uchiha clan. Itachi is Mr. Fugaku's son, so he should also participate in the conversation as a member. Yamanaka K immediately smiled and stopped Uchiha Mikoto from preparing to let the child leave. Uchiha Mikoto was slightly stunned. She thought to herself, this young master Ryo in front of her didn't seem to be treating Itachi as an ordinary child. Uchiha Itachi, I heard about you from Mr. Yashiro. Sarutobi Ryo immediately looked at Uchiha Itachi. The latter immediately straightened his body, his expression slightly serious. This showed the good upbringing of the Uchiha Fugaku family. And this quality was well known. Even his old father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, praised the Uchiha Fugaku family's family style. You are not an ordinary child, you are naturally precocious and talented, but such talent is like a piece of raw jade. Next. Sarutobi Ryo told Uchiha Itachi about Kakashi's situation. Kakashi was also very proud once. Without being beaten down, he took many detours and made many wrong decisions. It wasn't until Uchiha Obito died in battle that he understood that talent sometimes also means a burden. Uchiha Itachi listened thoughtfully to the analogy. Of course, he knew the story of the White Fang of the Leaf's son, the genius boy Hatake Kakashi. He also knew that the White Fang of the Leaf was most likely to become the fourth Hokage. These were words that his father had said many times during his lifetime. Then, Sarutobi Ryo told the story of Might Dewey. Then, he told the story of his guide, Senjin Iwaki. Chapter 125. If you don't have predecessors to guide you, you're likely to go down the wrong path, just like I did back then, and Kakashi, and Guy. Sarutobi Ryo's continuous examples quickly made Itachi understand. He realized that as a child, he really needed the constant guidance of his seniors and elders to continue walking on the right path with the will of fire. The so-called will of fire is to protect important people or things. Sarutobi Ryo spoke the true meaning of the will of fire. And in this process, predecessors will illuminate the path for future generations. Many times, predecessors will burn themselves to make the path clearer for their successors. The so-called will of fire is a continuous cycle of life. That's what it means. Senjin Iwaki, Might Dewey, Uchiha Fugaku, they put this idea into practice with their actual actions. Uchiha Itachi, you must remember that the essence of the will of fire is to protect specific people or things, and not the other way around, just for the sake of the will of fire in name, to kill or sacrifice specific people and things. Uchiha Mikoto understood Sarutobi Ryo's last emphasized words very well, and also knew that this was an implication. Now, the will of fire of Konoha's higher-ups is distorted, and they have been walking on the path of fire cultivation. But there are still some people, such as her husband, Mr. Dewey, and young master Senjin Iwaki, who are walking on the right path. Uchiha Itachi pondered, digesting these words. Uchiha Mikoto thought for a while, and couldn't help but ask, Ryo-sama, do you think the Uchiha clan will have a future? Her soft voice carried endless melancholy. Her husband is dead, and Konoha's higher-ups don't know what they will do next. Yes, there will be. Sarutobi Ryo's mouth curled up, giving her the most certain answer. Because, I will be like Nawaki-senpai, Mr. Due, and Mr. Fugaku, fulfilling the will of fire. I will eventually become Hokage and inherit Nawaki-senpai's will. And in this process, I will firmly walk down this path, never correcting it, that is my path. In the Uchiha clan, after Uchiha Fugaku's death, things took a turn for the worse. Konoha's higher-ups publicized Uchiha Fugaku's achievements. On the surface, there is no problem. But the problem is, taking advantage of this opportunity, they encouraged the Uchiha clan's ninjas to go to the front line against Iwagakure to defend the village. In short, to die. The higher-ups of Konoha, occupying the moral high ground, used rhetoric to bewitch the simple-minded Uchiha ninjas. After all, how could they have imagined the sinister intentions of Konoha's higher-ups? War is always one of the fastest ways to eliminate a clan. Throughout history, I don't know how many ninja clans have been destroyed in various wars. The best outcome is that the clan declines, the population dwindles, and it never recovers. The idea of Konoha's higher-ups is roughly to make the Uchiha clan like this. When the Uchiha clan is wiped out, leaving only a few scattered ninjas, they will not be a threat. As for those Uchiha civilians who seem to be large in number, they are all in one gathering place anyway. When something unexpected happens, a wave of total annihilation, being killed by rogue ninjas who invaded Konoha overnight, isn't that normal? Sarutobi Ryo thought about these things, never underestimating the ideas of the higher-ups. Ruri. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Ruri, who walked out of the room. As time passed, Ruri's abdomen grew bigger day by day. The fetus brewing inside is very healthy. Sarutobi Ryo looked at her and said gently. Ah oui, I'll leave Ruri to your care. This time, Sarutobi Ryo didn't plan to let Yamanaka Hui go to the battlefield with him. Yes, Ryo-sama, don't worry, I will take good care of Ruri's diet and daily life. Yamanaka Hui nodded. She doesn't want to have children in this kind of Konoha. In a cruel world, life is very difficult. Unless, one day, Ryo-sama achieves his dream. Perhaps then, she will consider having children. Sarutobi Ryo smiled slightly and turned to leave. According to the original timeline, Konohamaru will be born in about 5 or 6 years. This time is enough for me to change everything. Iwagakure battlefield. Namikaze Minato was staking out on the front line. He looked around, but couldn't see Rin's figure. With a bad premonition in his heart, Namikaze Minato immediately asked his teacher Jiraiya, who was the commander, for instructions, intending to leave the battlefield. Minato, you want to leave at this critical moment? Jiraiya looked incredulous. His disciple has always been very steady and able to take care of the overall situation. Why now of all times? Jiraiya-sensei. Namikaze Minato considered his words, persuading his teacher is not a simple matter. Fortunately, he was prepared. Actually, it's the prophecy of Mount Maiboku. Namikaze Minato spoke ambiguously, meaning to stop there. As soon as he said prophecy, Jiraiya understood. He heard the two great sages say that the great Toad Sage had shown Minato the predetermined future memory. If it is about prophecy. Well, Minato, be careful on the road. Jiraiya's expression became serious, and he didn't doubt it. Jiraiya, who has been living for prophecy all his life and pursuing the child of prophecy, will naturally not ignore his disciple's words. In this way, Namikaze Minato easily persuaded his teacher and rushed to the place where Rin was performing the mission. Sunrise and sunset. Sarutobi Ryo arrived at the Iwagakure battlefield. With the withdrawal of Kumogakure's troops, the Uchiha ninjas also slowly transferred here. Their figures can be seen everywhere in the camp. Because of Uchiha Fugaku's achievements, the Uchiha clan became a reliable existence for everyone for a while. And the Uchiha ninjas also had solemn expressions, thinking in their hearts that they must serve the village well. Even if they die for it. Just like Captain Fugaku. Looking at the resolute Uchiha ninjas. Sarutobi Ryo didn't think this was a good sign. The Uchiha clan is loyal to the village. However, it is being used by the higher-ups. This is really unpleasant. Sarutobi Ryo, you're here. When Jiraiya saw Sarutobi Ryo entering the tent, he couldn't help but smile. The old man's son has also become an amazing ninja. Even Minato often feels a lot of pressure. Not bad, not bad. Jiraiya, who is also wholeheartedly for the village, is very happy that another young master has appeared in the village. As for competition, it's normal. If Minato is defeated, it would be a pity, but overall, it's still a win. If Minato wins the competition, that's also a good thing. Both are good things. Jiraiya got up, came over and patted Sarutobi Ryo on the shoulder. Sarutobi Ryo, you look more and more like the old man when he was young. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi Ryo, who looked very similar to his father when he was young, with a smile. Come and take a look at the sand table, let me hear what you think. Jiraiya led Sarutobi Ryo to the sand table and map for deduction, preparing to ask this up-and-coming star for his opinion on the battle situation. Konoha's military strength is completely at a disadvantage compared to Iwagakure. Therefore, Jiraiya is more inclined to Sarutobi Ryo going deep behind enemy lines and launching another beheading operation. However, Iwagakure has suffered too many losses. People are destroying the rear in various ways. Using this strategy again may not succeed. Jiraiya-sama, in my opinion, Iwagakure will definitely not make the same mistakes as before. Sarutobi Ryo first stated that going deep behind enemy lines is no longer effective. However, the beheading operation can still continue. Oh. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and immediately understood Sarutobi Ryo's meaning. Are you saying, prepare to directly take down Iwagakure's commander in a frontal battle? If a frontal battle is inevitable. Chapter 126. The quickest way to resolve the situation is undoubtedly the best. Iwagakure. Unlike other villages, this is a militaristic ninja village. Their military law is strict, and the hierarchy is clear. Level by level, from top to bottom, somewhat like certain countries in my previous life. As long as you can take out the enemy commander on the battlefield, their troops will fall into disarray. How much threat will a unit without discipline pose? Even if we succeed, the opponent has just too many ninjas. Jiraiya sighed, very anxious. No matter what, there are just too many Iwagakure people. Jiraiya-sama, although we are short on troops, we can make up for it with summoning beasts. Sarutobi Ryo gave his suggestion. Ho ho, just then, Orochimaru lifted the curtain and walked in. Jiraiya, Sarutobi Ryo is right. Being outnumbered is a foregone conclusion. Thinking about how to compensate as much as possible is what a commander should do. My Manda, plus your Gamabunta. Orochimaru's mouth curled up, seemingly very much looking forward to the upcoming battle. This is also a stage where he can show off his skills. It's not just Minato Namikaze who is eyeing the position of 4th Hokage. Orochimaru had a mysterious confidence before he was truly rejected. However, the Orochimaru of this world ultimately chose a different path than in the original story. Because in this world, Tsukumo Hatake did not die. In the original story, Orochimaru never took Minato Namikaze seriously, which is why he felt unbelievable and extremely psychologically disappointed after being rejected. On the other hand, Konoha White Fang had always been ahead of the Sannin. Orochimaru was relatively convinced of this. After all, Tsukumo Hatake was a few years older than him, became famous just as early, and was also a genius. Plus, he had numerous battle achievements and didn't need the Konoha high-ups to create momentum. Finally, Tsukumo Hatake had a gentle personality and never offended anyone, such a Mr. Nice Guy, even Orochimaru couldn't possibly have any objections to him. So, in this battle, Orochimaru aimed for an opportunity. He believes that the upcoming battle situation is a good opportunity for him to show his strength. If he can make great contributions and his reputation soars again, then the position of 4th Hokage may not be without a chance. It is very likely to be the last chance to perform, and the next battle is also very likely to affect the trend of the entire ninja world war, and even the life and death of Konoha. After all, more than 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas are not to be underestimated. Actually, I also have a summoning beast. Sarutobi Ryo turned his gaze back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama. As Sarutobi Ryo explained the situation of Katsuyu, Jiraiya's eyes quickly lit up. Katsuyu Jiraiya's eyes revealed a nostalgic look. Speaking of Katsuyu, he would think of Tsunade. She has been away from the village for many years, and I don't know how Tsunade is doing. And even Sarutobi Ryo did not expect that in this spacetime where the plot has completely changed, some things continue to undergo butterfly effect changes. At the same moment. Konoha, Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi welcomed an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Tsunade. He gazed at the unrestrained beauty in front of him with a complex gaze. Tsunade, one of the Sannin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and also his disciple. Humph. Tsunade stood in the office, looking around. She discovered that Koharu Utatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo were all present. At this critical juncture, the Konoha high-ups are frequently holding meetings, which is naturally not a good thing. I've already heard about the specific situation from others. Behind Tsunade was Shizune, the niece of Dan Kato. Over the years, Shizune has existed as Tsunade's follower and half-disciple. Back then, Tsunade left the village, always brooding over the death of her younger brother and lover. Later, she just wandered around for many years. Until she happened to go to the ruins of Yuzushiogakure and found that the barrier left behind had been broken. Tsunade was initially surprised and angry. Every year, she would return to the village at least once to visit relatives. Taking advantage of the opportunity to visit relatives, she asked the members of the Senju clan about the specific situation. Only then did she learn that Dan Kato's grave had been moved back by that kid, the old man's eldest son, Sarutobi Ryo. He said, Konoha's ninjas should return to their roots. Tsunade then went to the cemetery and indeed saw her lover's grave. Although it was a newly built grave, it was appropriately placed next to Nawaki's tombstone. The two most important people in her life were buried here. Subsequently, Tsunade learned more about Sarutobi Ryo from others. As time passed, Sarutobi Ryo's name became more and more well known in the ninja world. He did one major thing after another, witnessing one ending after another. These deeds touched Tsunade quite a bit. Might Guy, and then the young ninja of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan hero Uchiha Obito. Then there was Fugaku. It is very likely that next time it will be other acquaintances, or strangers, regardless of age. They shed blood and sweat for the village. For the sake of inheriting the will of fire. So many years have passed, and there are still many people who foolishly persist. After observing and experiencing intense psychological struggle, Tsunade finally decided to return to the village as an aide at the moment of Konoha's life and death. Tsunade, I am really happy that you can come back. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and put down the burden in his heart. But, your hemophobia. If you want to overcome that kind of thing, there will always be a way. Tsunade waved her hand, indicating that hemophobia is just a psychological problem. If she could witness it one more time. The backs of those who truly practice the will of fire. Then, hemophobia will definitely be cured. Tsunade was very convinced of this. I won't say any more nonsense, I'll go to the battlefield immediately. Tsunade decided to set off for the Iwagakure battlefield immediately. Who knows when Iwagakure will attack? No, wait a moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression returned to calm. Tsunade, I have a mission for you to do. Tsunade, what mission? Hokage-sama. The next moment, a thin middle-aged man walked in from outside. This person is Ebizo, who has been under house arrest for many days. As the Sand Village's strategist and the leader of the intelligence department, Ebizo, after analyzing the situation, deeply understood the principle of mutual dependence. The third Kazekage-sama has already calmed the internal situation of the Sand Village and removed the parasites. Then there is no need to continue fighting with Konoha. Now, the common enemy of both sides is Iwagakure. If Konoha is destroyed, Sand Village will not be able to escape. Now, only by uniting can both sides reverse the situation. And the mission that Hiruzen Sarutobi arranged for Tsunade was to go to the Sand Village to formally cease the war with the Sand Village and conclude a secret treaty. Both sides will fight together. In this way, they can barely deal with the numerous Iwagakure people. Thanks to that child Sarutobi Ryo for sparing Ebizo's life back then. Koharu Udatane and Biwako Sarutobi looked at each other and nodded. Back then, when he went deep behind enemy lines, Sarutobi Ryo said, to spare Ebizo's life. Now, it comes in handy. If we can cease the war this time and join forces, Tsukumo Hatake and Sarutobi Ryo will have made an indelible contribution. Koharu Udatane thought in her heart. Perhaps, the position of 4th Hokage will really belong to Konoha White Fang by then. Chapter 127. The situation in the ninja world is changing tensely. The Third Ninja World War has changed from a raging fire to a stalemate. Kirigakure is quelling internal strife. Kumogakure has withdrawn its troops and is shrinking back, with Killer B being protected in the Cloud Lightning Gorge by his brother A, who had his arm severed. Sunigakure is planning to start negotiations with Konoha. And the only one unaffected by any political or internal strife is Iwagakure village, which is as solid as a rock. Iwagakure is a militaristic ninja village. In order to fight, the daimyo called on the dignitaries to tighten their belts and save money to replenish military supplies. It is said that even the daimyo has started eating cornbread, according to the headlines in the Land of Earth's newspapers. Iwagakure's slogan is, All Hearts United. At every meeting, Noki leads Iwagakure in talks with the dignitaries led by the Land of Earth's daimyo. They are constantly adjusting the plan to conquer the ninja world. More than 10,000 IWA ninjas are ready to go. According to their plan, as long as they enter Konoha together, they can directly flatten the ninja village built by Hashirama Senju. For Noki, it is also a good opportunity to avenge personal grudges. Back then, Noki would never forget the humiliation that Madara Uchiha inflicted on him and the second Tsuchikage. The experiences of his youth have influenced his entire life. This hatred in his heart can only be vented on Konoha. Especially, when Noki heard that the ninjas of the Uchiha clan were all going to the battlefield, he became even more energetic. Although Madara Uchiha had already died. But it would be quite good to solve the Konoha he built and destroy the Uchiha clan. Just as the situation in the ninja world was changing. On the other side, Minato Namikaze traveled quickly, using a body flicker technique that was difficult for others to see, rapidly moving through the jungle. I must catch up. In the predetermined future, Rin was captured by the third Mizukage, who was controlled by Madara Uchiha, and the Three Tails was sealed inside her. Kakashi mobilized to rescue her. On their way back to the village, he and Rin were chased by a group of Kirigakure ANBU. In the end, Rin, in order to prevent the Three Tails from rampaging in Konoha, resolutely chose to commit suicide on Kakashi's Chidori. Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered as he recalled the information from the first timeline. Obviously, in the second timeline, many things have changed. In this way, Kirigakure only has a few good hands that can be used internally, such as Yagura Karatachi, Mei Terumi, and Ao. Yagura Karatachi should be quelling the internal strife in the village right now. So, is it probably Mei Terumi and Ao? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was stolen, and Mei Terumi and Ao were among those involved. Then. Soon, Minato Namikaze leaped out of the forest and landed on the grass. Pa! He placed his right index finger on the ground to sense. After a moment, Minato Namikaze detected traces of a large amount of chakra gathering. Among them were Kakashi and Rin. Then, Obito should be nearby. Obito, who has the cells of the first Hokage in white Zetsu cells, seems to have a strong stealth ability. Even my sensory abilities can't detect him. But, he should be there. Whoosh! The next moment, Minato Namikaze flashed and used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing next to Kakashi. The gift he gave Kakashi when he became a Jonin, the Flying Thunder God Kunai, was carried with him. Therefore, it has a suitable use. I caught up. Before the two disciples could react, Minato Namikaze's figure flashed several times. In an instant, several Kirigakure ninjas were killed. The leader in charge of the pursuit, Ao, frowned immediately when he saw this. Not good, it really is the yellow flash. What to do? He subconsciously looked at a girl of similar age to Kakashi. The girl with brownish red hair, although young, already had a charming temperament. When she grows up, she will definitely be a beauty. And this girl is Mei Terumi. Retreat. Mei Terumi decisively decided to run away. If it were a few years later, her strength would surpass Minato Namikaze, and she might even win the title of Mizukage. But not now. The age gap has become an insurmountable gap. After taking a deep look at Minato Namikaze, she stirred up a white mist, and soon, the remaining Kirigakure ninjas terminated the mission. Minato-sensei. Kakashi was excited when he saw Minato Namikaze arrive in time this time. Noera Rin, who was still in shock, also looked over and nodded to the Jonin instructor. Rin, are you okay? Minato Namikaze immediately stepped forward and put his hand on his disciple's shoulder. He was afraid that Noera Rin would have the Three Tails sealed inside her like in the first timeline. I'm fine, Minato-sensei, Noera Rin nodded, indicating that she was fine. Fortunately. In the second timeline, because the third Mizukage died early, Yagura Karatachi was able to take the position in advance. He coveted the power of the Three Tails and used himself as the Three Tails Jinchuriki to deter others. So, history has been changed. Rin, who was being chased, was only slightly frightened and tired. Minato Namikaze thought, this is already the nth time Rin has been captured. That's great. At the same time, in the jungle tens of meters away, Obito, whose appearance had changed greatly, looked at this scene with the same excitement. This time, Minato-sensei caught up. He saved Rin. That's great. While Obito was immersed in his joyful mood, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes and felt uneasy. And a Fey White Zetsu, who was wrapped around Obito, was waiting for Black Zetsu's orders at all times. Should he forcibly control Obito, or forget it? Black Zetsu shook his head. A 3-tomo Sharingan waist cannot become Madara's pawn. Originally, saving Obito and transplanting white Zetsu cells Hashirama cells into him was to make him open his eyes and become Madara's pawn. But unexpectedly, Minato Namikaze arrived in time and saved Noara Rin, who asked Might Dai to kick the third Mizukage to death with one kick. And that Konoha White Fang, who instantly killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. This made Kirigakure a mess. Whoosh! A fey white Zetsu on Obito's body slowly unfolded and faded away. Obito, I can only help you here. A fey white Zetsu's tone had an inexplicable meaning. Yeah, thank you, I won't forget the days I spent with you. Obito, with his long hair draped over his shoulders, had shed his childishness and gained a bit of perseverance. His disfigured half-face and half-body made him appear more steady and mature. Immediately, Obito couldn't restrain his joyful mood and quickly rushed out of the forest to reunite with Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, and Noara Rin. Fellow villagers meet fellow villagers, with tears in their eyes. The 4 of them were overjoyed after a long separation. Black Zetsu took a deep look at Obito, and when Obito opened the Manjiki Sharingan, he might go back to find Madara. Inside the command camp in the Iwagakure front line, Sarutobi and Jiraiya were discussing daily strategies to defend against the enemy. As the leader of ANBU Squad 6, Sarutobi had access to many secrets that even Jiraiya could not know. For example, the ninjas who came to the front line this time included Kushina. And Sarutobi also knew about Kushina's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, Sarutobi, as a time traveler, already knew about it. The reason why the higher-ups told Sarutobi about this matter. It is because Konoha is already in imminent danger. Chapter 128. The village had reached a critical juncture, and some secrets had to be revealed ahead of time. In this great war, the Sand Village might only be allied with the Leaf Village, but the outcome was uncertain. Therefore, the Leaf Village had to prepare for the worst. That was, if the Leaf Village's front line was breached and the Rock Village launched a full-scale attack. Kushina would fulfill her mission as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and release the Nine-Tails. Because the Nine-Tails was uncontrollable. And the Jinchuriki would die after releasing the tailed beast. The final result was still uncertain. This could only be used as a last resort. When that time came, Sarutobi Ryo would take Kushina and secretly infiltrate behind enemy lines, allowing Kushina to self-destruct on the spot. The Leaf Village's higher-ups spoke eloquently, as if this was the only option at the moment. However, if it weren't for the Leaf Village's higher-ups' various garbage operations over the years, how could the Leaf Village have fallen into such a state? The Leaf Village was in constant danger of destruction, which made Sarutobi Ryo's mood heavy. The young man with shoulder-length hair and half his face destroyed, who else could it be but Uchiha Obito? The Uchiha clan ninjas surrounded Obito, surprised by his survival. This was a pleasant surprise. After all, anyone would feel this way when they saw their compatriots safe and sound. Fools have their fortune. Jiraiya stroked his chin, marveling. Uchiha Obito, who was presumed dead, was actually still alive, interesting. Surrounded by the crowd, Obito happily chatted with his clansmen. After escaping death, his state of mind had also changed greatly. When he heard that the village was in danger of destruction, his first reaction was to rush over. Namikaze Minato also had this intention. Obito, who had transplanted Hashirama cells white Zetsu cells, was only lacking Madara Uchiha's teachings. This couldn't be helped. But it wasn't a big problem. Although Obito didn't know about the demonic statue of the outer path and other things. But the memories sent back by his future self had already allowed him to grasp a lot of information about this. Tailed beasts, demonic statue of the outer path, 10 tails. Of course, the most crucial thing at the moment was to resolve the crisis facing the village. Obito, you're still alive. That's great. Kushina squeezed into the crowd and hugged the young man in front of her. Seeing Obito escape death, Kushina couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. She had always treated Obito as a younger brother. Now that Obito was alive, she was the happiest. Kushina. Obito couldn't help but blush and frequently looked towards Rin on the side. But unfortunately, Rin didn't react to this. This made Obito feel a little disappointed. But he quickly began to cheer himself up, believing that this would be the best opportunity to show off. Rin, just watch me, I will definitely protect the village. That's basically the situation. After entering the camp tent, Namikaze Minato spoke about the matter of rescuing Obito. Of course, most of the details were simplified. And Obito wasn't as naive as he seemed on the surface. He kept his mouth shut, not saying a word about Madara Uchiha. He only said, he was saved by a strange old man. Given that Obito usually helped the elderly often and had a good relationship with them, everyone didn't suspect anything. Just like that, Obito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Madara Uchiha's matter was of great importance and shouldn't be spoken about carelessly. On the way, he only told his most trusted teacher, Minato, about this matter. Well, since Obito, you've rested for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles. Jiraiya immediately looked at Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo, you should take Obito with you. Jiraiya's arrangement seemed strange, but it was actually very reasonable. Jiraiya knew that Sarutobi Ryo was a ninja with the will of fire. But Obito had been missing for so long, and there might be hidden secrets. In order to prevent him from being rescued by the enemy and changing his thinking, Sarutobi Ryo would act as a supervisor. Namikaze Minato understood the arrangement after thinking for a moment. Only Obito was completely kept in the dark and couldn't think of this. He only felt that following young Master Ryo as soon as he returned was really awesome. I said that after I awakened my Sharingan, I would become a ninja even more powerful than Kakashi, now it seems that I'm completely right. Obito's smugness made Kakashi happy and apprehensive at the same time. The survival of his friend immediately healed his heart. This also allowed Kakashi to further understand the true meaning of the will of fire. And, a correct and clear understanding of his own talents. Obito, then I'll have to rely on you next. Kakashi indicated that you've awakened your Sharingan, you're awesome, and you can decide what to do next. Of course, Obito nodded quickly, his expression particularly funny. After the tasks were arranged, everyone dispersed. Noera Rin approached Sarutobi Ryo alone to explain the situation. Young Master Ryo, I found that there is some special chakra in Obito's body, a type that has never been seen before. Noera Rin didn't know how to describe those chakras. She only felt that, they were particularly vital. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, half of his body seemed to have been replaced by a large number of other cells. This situation was simply like a modified human in a cheap ninja novel. Rin, thank you for telling me these things. Sarutobi Ryo was now at a corner outside the tent, where no one could eavesdrop on the conversation. Noera Rin specifically came to him to explain the situation. This meant that she had some small thoughts. It was also equivalent to expressing her feelings. Rin, do you like me? Sarutobi Ryo suddenly spoke. Noera Rin was slightly stunned, not expecting young Master Ryo to respond like this. After a moment, her face turned red. She was about to refuse, but then found that, she had already fallen in love with him. No, the ignorance of childhood didn't count for anything. Thinking that Kakashi was an elite and should be liked was just a child's ignorance. And in terms of true elites, it was obviously young Master Ryo. In Kakashi's increasingly unsuccessful past, Noera Rin's feelings for him naturally faded slowly. On the other hand, Sarutobi Ryo's meticulous care, as well as the generous mission rewards and money offensive. Under the two-pronged approach, a little girl like Noera Rin would naturally fall quickly. Then, she lowered her head, nodded slightly, her voice as inaudible as a mosquito. Well, I'm very happy to hear you say that. Sarutobi Ryo stared at Noera Rin, having already thought out his words in his heart. The system's prompt clearly showed Noera Rin's progress 35. Almost, this was the limit for the current stage. To continue to rise, something had to be done. So, Sarutobi Ryo said to her, Rin, actually, the fetus in Ruri's belly is my child. Hearing Sarutobi Ryo suddenly state the fact, Noera Rin's eyes widened suddenly. Although she had already guessed, from Ruri always living there, she could guess more or less. But hearing it from Sarutobi Ryo's mouth was another matter. So, Sarutobi Ryo hesitated, and finally just looked at her in silence. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Noera Rin lowered her head, her eyes darting left and right, obviously her heart was very chaotic. She found a reason, bowed, and quickly left. Obviously, she needed some time to sort out her thoughts. Chapter 129. After all, the person she liked already had the crystallization of love with someone else. Watching Noera Rin leave in a hurry, even stumbling, Sarutobi Ryo kept staring at her back until she completely disappeared. The so-called playing hard to get. Sometimes, it's better to be frank and straightforward to solve some things. Back in the tent. Sarutobi Ryo sat down cross-legged and began a new round of cultivation. After a period of understanding, the 8 gates formation has now successively opened the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th gates. The prerequisite for cultivating the 8 gates formation is in human physical training, maximizing physical fitness. In the original manga, Kakashi does not know the 8 gates formation. In the TV animation, Kakashi was given an original ability to open the first gate. And what's interesting is, even though Kakashi's total value was second only to the elderly third Hokage at the time, his single numerical values in some aspects are not higher than Rock Lee's. Sarutobi Ryo is referring to several numerical values of physical skill proficiency. In this regard, Rock Lee during the Chunin exam period was already more outstanding than 27-year-old Kakashi. Therefore, to cultivate the 8 gates, it is necessary to maximize several numerical values such as physical skills, which is a necessary entry requirement. When the physique is reached, the 8 gates formation can be opened. If the physique is not reached, it can never be opened. On this premise, adding the option of talent for cultivating the 8 gates formation is the key to whether a person can truly practice to the later stages. Sarutobi Ryo's physical skills are off the charts in all aspects. He also has multiple bloodline limits to strengthen his physical fitness. Currently, in terms of physical skills, he is second only to his elderly father, the third Hokage, in his prime, and Tsukumo Hatake himself. It can be said that among all the existing ninjas in Konoha today, Sarutobi Ryo is one of the most qualified ninjas to cultivate the 8 gates formation. I remember in the last movie animation, Rock Lee and a group of Konoha ninjas who had cultivated the 8 gates formation formed the 8 gates crane wing formation to meet the meteor falling from the sky. Multiple people cooperated to directly blow up the meteor. From this, it can be seen that the 8 gates formation is an excellent forbidden technique that can be circulated and learned by others. Combining this information, Sarutobi Ryo logically opened up and began to impact the 5th gate. Before the war starts, it's best to be able to break through to the 5th gate, and by the way, Sarutobi Ryo formed a seal and used the shadow clone technique. More than 20 shadow clones sat around, crowding the tent. These shadow clones have lightning chakra flowing within them. Combined with the techniques Kakashi himself explored, the byproduct of Chidori stimulating the body to activate nerves and muscles. Plus, the part of the lightning release chakra mode deduced from analyzing A's arm. Combining the two, a complete lightning release armor mode that can be used by oneself can almost be created. Using the 8 gates formation, superimposed with the lightning release chakra mode, two techniques that place a great burden on the body, working simultaneously to increase strength by a level, is what Sarutobi Ryo is doing. Not long after, Tsunade sent back news of the negotiations. Tsunade, who arrived at Sunagakure, met the third Kazekage himself and confirmed that he was indeed still alive. And the elders of Sunagakure, that group of troublemakers, were indeed completely cleaned up. This shows Sunagakure's determination to move towards a bright future. As for the fourth Kazekage, Yakura, she is still on the front line, so Tsunade did not see her. As for the bitter and pathetic Raza, he was also thrown to the front line, another battlefield. The third Kazekage's intention is obvious, he wants him to reflect on what it means to be a qualified Sunagakure ninja. After the two sides met, Tsunade first returned Ebizo. Seeing that his younger brother was fine, Chiyo's anger also subsided a lot. Her brother's matter made her realize that continuing to fight would not lead to a future. Sometimes, being a little kind, perhaps, can usher in a better future. I thought it would be the third Hokage's son who would come. The third Kazekage was a little surprised. After all, Tsunade's departure from Konoha is not a secret, many people in the ninja world know it. In his opinion, this matter should have been handled by that young man, Sarutobi Ryo. However, since it is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, that weight is naturally enough. The third Kazekage affirmed Konoha's determination. After a series of negotiations. In the end, Konoha is willing to support Sunagakure in obtaining an oasis. As for the location of the oasis, the ninja world is so big, there is too much land that has not been reclaimed. There are indeed some areas near the land of wind that can be used as oases. It's just that if it is not approved by other major countries, once Sunagakure starts to reclaim, it will definitely be attacked by others. Now with Konoha as support, Sunagakure can safely start operating on the green land adjacent to the land of fire. Seeing Konoha being so generous and willing to give up benefits, the third Kazekage is not a pretentious person. He promised Tsunade. As long as he lives for one day, Konoha and Sunagakure will form a bond of friendship. He doesn't know what the descendants will think. But at least he can give this promise while he is alive. Then, Kazekage Dano, let's talk about the joint effort to deal with Iwagakure next. Tsunade's face lit up, and she immediately began a new round of secret talks. In the end, both parties reached an agreement to jointly send troops to the battlefield to resist Iwagakure. The news of the secret alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure spread back to Konoha like wind. The Konoha higher-ups, upon learning the news, immediately passed the news to the front line. According to the third Kazekage's arrangement, the Sunagakure team will be led by the fourth Kazekage, Yakura, to personally consolidate the defense line on the front line. They will immediately move out once Iwagakure launches an attack on Konoha. Because of the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, Sunagakure cannot possibly watch Konoha be destroyed by Iwagakure. Of course. Even if Sunagakure and Konoha join forces, their forces are still severely weaker than Iwagakure's. One thing that Konoha did not reveal to Sunagakure is that, Konoha is completely strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and has no follow-up power. The most powerful evidence is that children such as Kakashi, Obito, Rin Noara, Ima Shiranui, Ebisu, Gai, Ibiki Marino, Raid Namishi, Aoba Yamashiro, are being sent to the battlefield to die. Last time, when 100 Iwagakure ninjas invaded, Konoha had to choose to cut off the opponent's supply route instead of directly annihilating these 100 Iwa ninjas. Although Minato Namikaze successfully stopped the invasion of 100 people. But this team of 100 people did not suffer any losses, they just temporarily withdrew to the Iwagakure front line. The problem caused by Iwagakure's excessive troop expansion is a severe shortage of domestic supplies. Therefore, Iwagakure will inevitably have a major battle with Konoha. As for why not Kumogakure? First of all, although the third Raikage is dead, A's sworn brother, Killer Bee, is also constantly honing himself in the war, and finally fought with Minato Namikaze many times, and neither could do anything to the other. Killer Bee's title of Perfect Jinchuriki has also gradually spread. The ninjas of Konoha and other parties watched helplessly as Killer Bee's strength increased, eventually turning into a perfect Jinchuriki. Noki is very clear. Killer Bee can't do anything to Minato Namikaze because Minato Namikaze runs fast. But there will always be times when the yellow flash can't run away. Iwagakure's large-scale invasion of Konoha is the best way to invalidate the Flying Thunder God technique. Everything is a tactical conversion. Sarutobi Ryo came to the command camp after leaving seclusion, according to the reports of the reconnaissance team. A large number of Iwagakure troops are gathering on the border. The mighty force of more than 10,000 Iwa ninjas is truly awe-inspiring. Actually, I'm not too sure. Jiraiya looked at the map in front of him and said in a deep voice. Not sure about what? Minato Namikaze thought for a while and immediately understood his teacher's thoughts. Even if Sunagakure and Konoha join forces, I'm afraid, they may not necessarily be Iwagakure's opponent. Konoha's life and death will be witnessed today. Konoha will activate the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki at the last moment. This is something Sarutobi Ryo didn't tell Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is still being kept in the dark by the Konoha higher-ups. And what Jiraiya is considering is. Iwagakure has two great generals who are also Jinchuriki. The four-tailed Jinchuriki, Rishi, who is a little older than Sarutobi Ryo and Minato Namikaze. The five-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, who is slightly older than Kakashi. Although these two are young, they have both made great achievements in battle. This time, Iwagakure is afraid of going all out and letting the two Jinchuriki also take the field. Don't worry, Jiraiya-sama. Sarutobi Ryo immediately responded. According to the information found by the Umbuan route, she is not a perfect Jinchuriki, Han is even younger and even less likely. As long as it is not a perfect Jinchuriki, the combat power will be infinitely smaller than a wild-tailed beast. Rishi and the Four Tails have a bad relationship, and it is impossible for him to become a perfect Jinchuriki in this lifetime. Chapter 130. The era of the Second Hokage was too recent, and the era of the First Hokage even more distant. So, there's nothing to fear. For a normal ninja, even a Kage-level ninja, facing a Jinchuriki would be a significant disadvantage. For example, Jiraiya in his normal state couldn't handle a Jinchuriki with four tails. But Jiraiya has Sage Mode. With the addition of the two great Sage Toads, it's a completely different story. He would have a chance of winning against either Rashi or Han. In other words, Orochimaru with both hands intact, even if he hadn't researched impure world reincarnation in this era, could still go toe-to-toe with a Jinchuriki. After all, Orochimaru's ability to survive is the strongest. Besides those two powerhouses, what Iwagakure can rely on is its massive force of 10,000 ninjas, and, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki himself. Anoki is 57 years old this year. He's at the peak of his ninja career, about to begin his decline. That is to say, Anoki's strength is at its peak right now. When the time comes, Konoha will have to make more preparations. Alright, there's no use in saying more, either way, we still have to fight, everyone. Jiraiya turned around and looked at everyone. For Konoha. For the will of fire, Sarutobi Ryo thought silently. Without knowing when, rain began to fall from the sky. The drizzling rain fell on the earth, nourishing the hearts of both sides. Following the shouts of the reconnaissance team. The ground before them seemed to vibrate. The Konoha side, having prepared their defenses, immediately prepared to meet the enemy. At the same time, on another borderline not far away, the Sunagakure camp, led by Ikai, also received the signal. The ninjas from the three sides gathered in the border area. A great battle was about to break out. Just as Sarutobi Ryo was nervously waiting for the battle to begin, a figure silently arrived behind him. Sarutobi Ryo looked back and saw it was Torian Aburame, one of Danzo's subordinates. Oh. As expected of young Master Ryo, you even guessed that. At this critical juncture, Danzo delving into Amigakure to persuade Hanzo to become an ally of Konoha is a reasonable development that aligns with the original story. So, Yahiko still got his lunchbox, huh? But, after witnessing the power of the Rinnegan, does Hanzo still have the courage to send troops? This reinforcement isn't trustworthy. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Ryo turned his head. With a loud and powerful command, the great battle began. Bang! Sarutobi Ryo stomped his foot on the ground and charged out first. Facing the overwhelming Iwagakure forces, the number unknown. On such a battlefield, Konoha's defensive offensive might be directly annihilated. But at this crucial moment, there's no other way. Magnet release. Borrowing the power of the earth, Sarutobi Ryo waved his palm through the air. After one palm strike, a gust of wind swept across the sky, directly turning several Iwagakure ninjas into a pile of minced meat. The most important thing at the start of a great battle is to conserve stamina. The advantage of magnet release, magnetic field rotation, is that it uses the chakra within the body to resonate with the Earth's magnetic force. Therefore, it requires almost no consumption. This strength, obtained for free, supports Sarutobi Ryo in raising his hands and waving his fists or palms countless times. Relying on this Kekkei Genkai, Sarutobi Ryo is capable of fighting continuously for days and nights without getting tired. Facing the biggest battle of his life, Sarutobi Ryo was of course extremely cautious. In order to confront the several powerful enemies he expected, Sarutobi Ryo would conserve his stamina as much as possible. As Konoha and Iwagakure made contact, Ikai, leading the Sunagakure, also began to move at the same time. The three-way battle turned the border area where the countries met, the location of Amigakure, into a meat grinder. The sounds of battle cries never ceased. This is a battle where lives are wagered, the fate of the village is at stake, and even the future of the nation is on the line. Although Iwagakure would never do something like how Kumogakure and Kirigakure annihilated Yuzushiogakure, exterminating the entire population of the Land of Fire. The destruction of Konoha is a foreseeable future. Therefore, in order to prevent that future from happening, the ninjas of Konoha will spare no effort. Summoning technique. After a brief exchange, Konoha quickly fell into a disadvantage. Facing the tidal wave of Iwagakure ninjas, Jiraiya immediately summoned Gamabunta as planned. Orochimaru, as the deputy commander, also immediately summoned Manda. The addition of the two giant summons slightly changed the situation on the battlefield. And with the addition of the third summon, Katsuyu, a brief stalemate seemed to descend on the battlefield. Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsuyu are all existences that can briefly contend with wild-tailed beasts or imperfect Jinchuriki. The simultaneous appearance of the three summons is no less than the arrival of a powerful tailed beast on the battlefield. Gamabunta and Jiraiya joined forces to unleash the Toad Oil Flame Bullet, instantly annihilating hundreds of IWA ninjas. Manda spewed poisonous gas, covering a large area. Katsuyu's attack range seemed to be the smallest, but relying on the low consumption spitting of acidic liquid, any IWA ninja who was stuck to it was instantly corroded beyond recognition. Seeing the three legendary Sannin summons appear at the same time, the Konoha ninjas were encouraged and their morale boosted. They let out a cheer and fought even more bravely. But Jiraiya knew very well. If they continued to fight, Konoha's chances of winning would still be small. When the summon's duration is up and the three summons disappear, the situation will continue to be one-sided. Chi. Just then, a dazzling white blade light appeared on the battlefield. The addition of Hatake Sakumo changed the battle situation once again. Hatake Tsukumo's strategy was to constantly seek out those experts among thousands of enemies and kill them. Compared to Minato Namikaze, Hatake Tsukumo was more efficient. Because Hatake Tsukumo didn't need to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is efficient, it has the fatal flaw of consuming a lot of chakra. Constantly moving across the vast battlefield requires an extremely large amount of chakra. This is no longer a small-scale battle where you only need to move within a short distance. Therefore, Minato Namikaze's advantages cannot be fully utilized in this large-scale battlefield. In contrast, Hatake Tsukumo, relying on his solid fundamentals, was like entering an uninhabited land. The white light chakra saber combined with chakra flow techniques consumed very little chakra. And every slash would inevitably take a life. The Iwagakure Jonin could not even last one round in his hands before dying on the spot. This was Hatake Tsukumo's mission. Specifically hunting down those Jonin and elite Jonin. As long as the number of Iwagakure commanders decreased rapidly, their combat would become chaotic. This army mode of issuing orders level by level downwards made Iwagakure stubborn and lacking in flexibility, which was also the only weakness that could be exploited. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo didn't need to block 10-0-0 IWA ninjas like the third Raikage in the original story. He only needed to constantly find strong targets to attack. The miscellaneous soldiers could be left to others. Just as the situation became increasingly heated. On another battlefield, the war also broke out. Hanzo of the Salamander led Emigakure to join the war. Appearing together was also a group of young people. Sarutobi Ryo took a closer look and found that it was Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. This was puzzling. No, thinking about it carefully, the conclusion was clear. In the original story, Hanzo decided to eliminate Akatsuki in order to consolidate his rule. At that time, it was already the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Iwagakure had lost its 10-0-0 troops. The remaining 1-0-0 IWA ninjas, because Minato Namikaze had cut off their supply lines, could only return in disgrace. In this timeline, 10-0-0 IWA ninjas were like a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Even Hanzo had to consider the possibility of national extinction. A small country like Amigakure, once subjected to a full-scale war, would be directly flattened like Uzushigakure. Chapter 131. Therefore, Hanzo considered and agreed to Danzo's negotiation, reaching an alliance with Konoha. As an aide, Akatsuki was naturally invited to this battle. When a nation is in peril, everyone has a responsibility, and Akatsuki is no exception. Looking at the three familiar yet changed figures that appeared, Jiraiya opened his eyes in disbelief. Yahiko? Nagato? Konan? After Jiraiya left the Rain Village, he continued to hear legends about Akatsuki. But then Akatsuki disappeared. Some said they had been killed. In other words, Iwagakure was fighting three ninja villages at the same time with its own strength. This not only foreshadowed the strength of Iwagakure. It also indirectly showed how weak Konoha had become. Seeing the morale wavering, the Iwagakure commanders decisively activated the power of the tailed beast. The first to enter the semi-tailed beast state was Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki. As a beam of scarlet light shot straight into the sky, everyone saw this light stirring the clouds. The next moment, an extremely powerful chakra reaction appeared on the surface. This reaction was so powerful that even non-sensory ninjas could observe it. Is it a Jinchuriki? A cloud of smoke rose, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru landed. The two simultaneously looked up at the other side. Soon, a lightning-like figure shot over from afar. Orochimaru didn't even have time to warn him, and Jiraiya was hit head-on. Pfft. Jiraiya, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, was instantly blown away. He crashed heavily into the trees, breaking more than a dozen trees in a row before barely stopping. Roar! When the scarlet figure appeared, Orochimaru slowly turned his head. Heh heh. Orochimaru, known as one of the Sannin, showed a solemn expression on his face for the first time. During his many years as a ninja, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had seen Jinchuriki. The two even had some experience fighting Jinchuriki. But no Jinchuriki had ever shown this appearance. Not borrowing the tailed beast's chakra, but changing the appearance of the eyes, teeth, and other features. Nor was it the bubbly tailed beast's transparent chakra coat that changed after further activating the tailed beast's chakra. This scarlet covering the body, eyes turning white, lying on the ground like a miniature tailed beast, was a form that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had never seen before. It can also be said. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had seen the complete form of Shikaku, because Sunigakure had repeatedly deployed it to the battlefield in the past. But what was going on with this miniature form? Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who could only glimpse the full picture during the Shippuden era, saw this form more than a decade in advance. I saw the scarlet monster on the ground. The three dancing tails, like wild ribbons, fluttered behind him. With just one blow, Jiraiya lost his fighting power. You must know that Jiraiya is a strong man with the title of Sannin, whose strength has reached the Kage level. This danger made Orochimaru's expression even more solemn. It's not Rashi, it's Han. Orochimaru outlined the opponent's appearance and recognized that this was Iwagakure's Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Because if it was Rashi, the appearance would be different, and Rashi was better at lava release chakra mode. Wind release. Immediately, Orochimaru formed a seal and used the most powerful wind release ninjutsu as the starting move. To deal with monsters like Jinchuriki, naturally use the most lethal moves. However, when the B-level wind release, Great Breakthrough, which had just formed, swept towards Han. Roar! Han opened his mouth and roared, and the chakra shock wave formed a visible shock wave from his body as the starting point. The shock wave bombarded wind release, Great Breakthrough, and the latter instantly declared its destruction. Looking at the ninjutsu that was shattered by the roar, Orochimaru's pupils slowly dilated. The next moment, he no longer hesitated, and directly pressed his hand on the ground, summoning all kinds of poisonous snakes. Groups of snakes of all sizes attacked Han from all directions. Faced with the encirclement of the snakes, Han just rushed and directly turned the snakes into debris all over the sky. All kinds of poisonous blood and flesh splattered. It wasn't until this time that the others reacted. Jiraiya-sama. It's a Jinchuriki. All kinds of exclamations sounded on Konoha's side. Faced with the Jinchuriki who suddenly entered the battlefield, their side seemed to have fallen into a complete disadvantage again. Fortunately, at least there was only one Jinchuriki here. The other Jinchuriki, Rashi, seemed to be fighting Pakura head-on on the Sunigakure battlefield. Without the slightest pause, Orochimaru directly took out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The whole person turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Han with an incredible swift trajectory. As the Kusanagi sword thrust out fiercely, the sharp blade that even Enma could not withstand directly pierced Han's body surface. Chi! The Kusanagi sword succeeded, piercing in a little. But that was all. The extremely high-density chakra covering Han's body prevented the Kusanagi sword from piercing further. The next moment, a tailed beast's chakra hand suddenly grew out from Han's back, grabbing Orochimaru's body fiercely. Then, in the unbelievable eyes of everyone, Orochimaru's body was pulled and torn. With a crisp sound, Orochimaru's body was torn into two pieces. If it were an ordinary ninja, they would have died at once. But Orochimaru's life-saving ability is there after all. I saw the severed upper body directly spit out a brand new Orochimaru from his mouth. It's a bit tricky, heh. Orochimaru looked at Han, thinking about the plan to fight the Jinchuriki. Originally, he planned to rely on Jiraiya's Sage Mode. But the other party made Jiraiya lose his fighting power as soon as he came up, which was not good. If even the Kusanagi sword cannot pierce the tailed beast cloak, it means that he can only fight a war of attrition with Han. Drag it until White Fang is free to come. Or. Orochimaru turned and looked into the depths of the camp. Konoha's secret weapon, Kushina Uzumaki. Relying on the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, adamantine sealing chains, can restrain the power of the tailed beast. As long as Kushina fixes him, then, I can. The other party's Jinchuriki has been dispatched, and Jiraiya-sama lost his fighting power with one blow. In the rear of the camp, Noara Rin, who rescued Jiraiya, immediately said to Kushina. Kushina, who came with her, was standing next to Minato Namikaze in a battle-damaged state. On such a large-scale battlefield, even the yellow flash would be stretched thin. After all, the Flying Thunder God can only harvest within a small-scale range, so as to maintain the balance between damage and blue consumption. Once crossing a long distance, using the Flying Thunder God will rapidly consume chakra. By then, before defeating the enemy, he will die of exhaustion first. Cough cough cough, I was careless. Jiraiya leaned against the broken tree, constantly spitting out blood. Generally speaking, ordinary ninjas taijutsu cannot have this kind of lethality. It's not sharp weapon damage. However, Han with 3 tails is so powerful. If there are 4, 5, or even directly become a complete tailed beast, how strong will it be? Jiraiya-sama, please don't talk anymore, Noara Rin said anxiously to Jiraiya. Minato-sensei. Standing behind Kushina, Obito, who was arranged by Minato Namikaze to protect her, couldn't help but reveal anticipation in his eyes. He hoped that his teacher could show great power and kill the Five Tails Jinchuriki. However, this is not something that Minato Namikaze can do immediately. Obito, the tailed beast Jinchuriki is something. Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered, and he began to explain. Chapter 132. He had ample experience fighting Killer Bee of the Eight Tails. The premise was, the opponent hadn't invaded and broken through the defensive line on such a large scale. Simply put, it was, kiting. Once the balance of kiting was broken, and they were forced to clash head-on. The ending would likely be like the Second Hokages back then, killed by the Gold and Silver Brothers and their forces. Or like, in the first timeline, himself on the night of the Nine Tails rampage. However, everything was different now. Obito didn't turn evil, so the Nine Tails rampage wouldn't happen. But Obito hadn't awakened the Manjiki yet, so he couldn't become an absolutely powerful force. Bang! A figure suddenly flashed behind Han, and then punched him in the side of the abdomen. As if a flash flood had erupted, Han's body instantly soared into the air, flying away. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and other experts slowly widened their eyes, looking incredulously at Hiruzen Ryo appearing there. Ryo Sarutobi looked at the gazes of the three and said to them, "Everyone, you just need to watch from now on. Don't get in the way, leave him to me." Before anyone else could react, Ryo Sarutobi stomped his legs fiercely, and the ground beneath him was already kicked into a deep pit. The next moment, with a loud bang, Ryo Sarutobi jumped up, his palm directly pressing on Han's back as he was sent flying. Roar! Suddenly ambushed and struck in mid-air, Han roared, and a terrifying chakra aura erupted, instantly pushing Ryo Sarutobi and everything around him away. This scene was as if Han had used a chakra shockwave out of thin air, forming a vacuum zone that repelled everything. If the person hit was an elite jonin, like Yakushi Kabuto in the original story, that is, a ninja with a combat power of 1 Kakashi. Then, they would be seriously injured on the spot, thus losing their combat power. Unless they possessed superb medical ninjutsu and recovery abilities, they could get up again after a while. From here, one can see the terror of the Jinchuriki. After all, 1 Kakashi's combat power is already a first-class combat power in various villages. It can be compared to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Asuma of Konoha, Darui of Cloud, and other elites. And in the eyes of others, it was as if a chakra sun had appeared out of thin air in the sky. The explosive shockwave stirred the air, attracting the attention of everyone around. That is, young Master Ryo. Standing in the crowd in front of the camp, Minato Namikaze's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, his strength has become stronger again. In the memories of the first timeline, the third Hokage once blasted the Nine Tails out of Konoha with a single staff. Seeing Ryo Sarutobi knock away the Jinchuriki with his bare hands, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but be surprised. Because, according to the original memory, young Master Ryo was not this strong. On the other side, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others also had surprised expressions. Especially Orochimaru, his gaze was even more strange. Heh, could it be that taijutsu I gave Ryo Sarutobi? Orochimaru's first reaction was that Ryo Sarutobi had combined that taijutsu with the Sarutobi clan's bloodline, and practiced it to the extreme. No way. Orochimaru shook his head again. Relying on that taijutsu alone is not enough to do such a thing. Just like Jirobo in the original story, after erupting with State 2, he slapped away Choji, who was like a small mountain, with one palm. And in fact, Ryo Sarutobi relied on the transformation of multiple bloodline limits, plus the 8 gates release technique. Currently, Ryo Sarutobi has only opened the 3rd gate. That is, he has released the left and right brain regions, and squeezed the body's cells to quickly recover physical strength. Originally, I didn't think that the 3rd gate could solve the battle. After all, this is a Jinchuriki. After Ryo Sarutobi landed easily, he clenched his fist, and the situation changed again. 8 gates released, 4th gate, open. 5th gate, open. The air surged. Ryo Sarutobi, who had continuously opened 2 gates, had blue veins popping out on his body. The whole person was like a burning red figure, with the heat of chakra tumbling on the surface of his body. The violent storm swept in all directions with Ryo Sarutobi as the center. In this state, just running could tear the earth apart, plowing a terrifying trail on the ground. However, this was not the end. Ryo Sarutobi let out a low roar. His whole body trembled violently up and down. Among the surging air waves on the surface of his body, red electric lights actually began to jump. That is. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru was finally moved. He, who understood ninjutsu the most, could see at a glance that this was the prototype of lightning release chakra mode. Different from Kakashi's early Chidori, which stimulated the muscles of the body. At this moment, Ryo Sarutobi's lightning release chakra mode simultaneously stimulated the muscles and nerves. He even allowed lightning release to initially jump on the surface of his body. Although he hadn't done it like the Raikage, completely wrapping his body with lightning release. But this level is enough. 8 gates released 5th gate, combined with lightning release chakra mode, the ninjutsu and taijutsu performed by the two at the same time is what Ryo Sarutobi's talent can do. At this time, to what extent was Ryo Sarutobi's explosiveness strong? The answer is boom. Ryo Sarutobi's figure flickered, and the violent force directly squeezed the air in front of him into a solid piece. Carrying a rolling air wave, he flashed in front of the ladder at a speed that even the Jinchuriki could not match. Han, who subconsciously felt bad, immediately grew sharp claws of tailed beast chakra from his back, intending to grab Ryo Sarutobi. However, Ryo Sarutobi in this state, after the superposition of qualities, had already exploded. Ryo Sarutobi's strength was infinitely close to opening the 6th gate of the 8 gates released. Breaking palm. A style of breaking palm. Made a rumbling sound. The speed of punching alone had already reached several times the speed of sound. Therefore, Han's counterattack was completely ineffective, and he was slapped away by Ryo Sarutobi's palm. When this palm across the air shattered the tailed beast chakra claws and slapped Han away together. Everyone heard the rumbling sonic boom. The next moment, Ryo Sarutobi's figure disappeared again, and he began to beat Han with various violent taijutsu. Han, who was knocked flying, had not yet landed, and was subjected to various violent bombardments from Ryo Sarutobi. The various kinds of taijutsu, in this explosive state, repeatedly bombarded him from various angles. From the perspective of everyone, Han was completely floating in the air, and his body was repeatedly trembling in the sky. As a leverage point for foothold. The ground was constantly being exploded by Ryo Sarutobi. The trees also exploded. There were even people who were stepped into the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. The entire battlefield was filled with countless sonic booms for a while, turning into a scene that no one could intrude on. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze's heart sank, knowing that Ryo Sarutobi had completely surpassed him. Because a ninja's speed is divided into movement speed and attack speed. Even if Flying Thunder God has a movement speed advantage. But attack speed, that is, the speed of attack, he does not take advantage of it at all. Think about it, others can punch hundreds of times in a second. You can only wave kunai a few times. This kind of gap cannot be compensated by normal means at all. Even if Flying Thunder God can move to the opponent's side, if the opponent punches 100 times in return, before you can attack, you will already be beaten into minced meat. Kushina and others on the side did not know what Minato Namikaze was thinking at this time. Kushina, Rin Noera, and others opened their mouths wide, staring dumbfounded at Han being violently beaten. Under this terrifying high-frequency attack. Even the tailed beast cloak has a moment of being shattered. When a gap is blasted open in the tailed beast cloak, the victory is already decided. Chirp. A blue-white, finger-thick laser flashed in the air. In everyone's retina, they only felt that the gloomy sky lit up. An arm fell from the sky. It was Han's arm. Chapter 133. Han's severed arm crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Following close behind was Sarutobi Ryo, in his 8 gates released formation. When the dust completely settled, Han's appearance emerged from the crater. The scarlet chakra cloak around him was fading. Wearing a conical hat and red armor, Han looked no more than a few years older than Kakashi. Yet, this was the man who had ambushed and instantly killed Jiraiya. But he had been directly defeated by Sarutobi Ryo, who severed one of his arms. The disadvantage of an imperfect Jinchuriki was now apparent. When the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki's minds aren't in sync, a tug-of-war ensues. Simply put, while the Jinchuriki borrows the tailed beast's chakra, the tailed beast also erodes and steals the Jinchuriki's chakra. With this ebb and flow, after a period of time, the Jinchuriki will exit the tailed beast cloak state, becoming extremely weak and powerless. Like Han now, the drawbacks of forcibly entering a partial tailed beast transformation are evident. He staggered to his feet, clutching his severed arm, his youthful face beneath the hat contorted in a grimace. What's wrong? If you don't want to be killed, surrender, I can cut off your arm, and naturally, I can take your head. Sarutobi Ryo's meaning was clear. He was clearly aiming to capture the 5 tails Jinchuriki alive. After all, tailed beasts are coveted by every ninja village. If Konoha could obtain the 5 tails, the balance of the war would begin to tip. Although nurturing a Jinchuriki is difficult, simply deploying the Jinchuriki on the battlefield and using them as a timed bomb to release the tailed beast. Sacrificing the Jinchuriki's life to trigger the tailed beast's rampage isn't a bad strategy. Hearing Sarutobi Ryo's words, everyone present revealed shocked, surprised, and unimaginable expressions. After all, Jiraiya's example was very clear. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Ryo was actually able to directly defeat the 5 tails Jinchuriki. This was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Is that the 8 gates released formation? But that's already amazing enough. Because the lightning chakra wrapped around his body indicates that the technique is not simple. It's more than just the 8 gates released formation. Could it be that there's also a lightning release chakra mode? Minato Namikaze said bitterly, feeling that he had suddenly been distanced greatly from Sarutobi Ryo. With the Sarutobi clan's bloodline, they are clearly very suitable for training in the 8 gates released formation lightning release armor. Obtaining either technique would make one a top powerhouse. Combining the 2 techniques creates a force so powerful that even Han can be defeated. Although Han isn't a perfect Jinchuriki right now. And he was defeated due to a moment of carelessness. But Ryo-sama's 8 gates will also have great improvements and qualitative changes in the future. The power of 4 or 5 gates is already so great. What about 6 or 7 gates? Minato Namikaze knew, with Sarutobi Ryo's performance and talent in this timeline, perhaps 6 gates would be enough to defeat the current 5 Kage, or even defeat the demigod. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but recall his experience in Roran, the memories of his future self being sent back. The techniques in those memories, all kinds of forbidden techniques. Indeed, there's a reason for it. If he doesn't learn those forbidden techniques, he simply won't be able to compete with Ryo-sama. The position of Hokage is even more distant. Ha! Han sneered, like a dying beast struggling. The ambition of youth is particularly valiant. Although he lost an arm, he resolutely refused to surrender. Although the militaristic Iwagakure doesn't have the concept of seppuku. But considering the consequences of facing a military tribunal after defeat, Han felt a chill run down his spine. Iwagakure absolutely doesn't allow failure. So. Boil release. Han gathered all his chakra, launching a sudden assault. White steam howled, revealed from the gaps in his red armor. Faced with his desperate struggle, Sarutobi Ryo's reaction was even more direct. Without saying a word, he sent a rock fist. Borrowing the power of the earth, amplifying it with magnet release, he gained immense strength for free. In addition to swift release to increase his speed. As soon as Han made a move, Sarutobi Ryo's counterattack arrived first. With a loud bang, Han's monstrous strength was directly shattered. He heard the crisp sound of his arm breaking. His entire body instantly flew towards Konoha's camp like a cannonball. The Yumino couple, who were prepared, roared. Guy, who had been watching with excitement, cheered. He and Kakashi simultaneously pulled up chains, wrapping them around Han's body. To prevent him from escaping, Kakashi even placed talismans on him. After a series of continuous operations, Kakashi and Guy worked together to capture Han on the spot. Seeing the 2 young men's excellent cooperation, Sarutobi Ryo nodded with satisfaction. The enemy general, the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han, has been defeated by me. Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. In the 8 gates released formation state, Sarutobi Ryo's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. The Konoha people were slightly stunned, and then their morale greatly increased. Sarutobi Ryo took the lead, directly flashing into the enemy formation with swift release. With a palm strike, a Jonin's head exploded directly. With a sweep of his leg, another Iwagakure Jonin bent over and broke. A Kage-level ninja naturally has an overwhelming advantage over Jonin-level ninjas. After opening the 8 gates and lightning release armor, Sarutobi Ryo's strength soared to a level that no one present could match. Before the 8 gates ended, Sarutobi Ryo prepared to kill as many Iwagakure Jonin as possible within his sight. Once the opponent's upper-level combat power completely collapsed, his side would have a great buffer opportunity to face the opponent's human sea. Sarutobi Ryo shuttled back and forth among the army. The sonic boom generated by mere movement was enough to kill the grassroots Iwagakure ninjas affected by his passing. And Sarutobi Ryo was too lazy to pay attention to them, specializing in hunting those Jonin. Just like what Hatake Tsukumo did on the distant battlefield. Soon. Hatake Tsukumo and Sarutobi Ryo joined forces. One from south to north, one from north to south, they directly cut through the entire battlefield. Although the main force of Iwagakure was almost intact. However, their command level, that is, the Jonin, were almost completely slaughtered. Unlike the third Raikage in the original work, who defended the Kumogakure coastline against 10,000 single-handedly. What Sarutobi Ryo had to do was just specifically pick those Jonin to kill. As for what happens next, that is, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo's body was exhausted, and he was about to exit the 8 gates released formation state. Sarutobi Ryo, panting, looked around. Countless Iwanin gazes were different. Even if it's killing chickens, killing them one by one will take from dusk to dawn. So, what will the situation be next? Soon, Konoha began to sound the retreat. The shrill signal sounded, a signal to temporarily retreat and regroup. Sarutobi Ryo did not hesitate at all, and soon returned to Konoha's position with his master Hatake Tsukumo. There, the two saw a figure being surrounded. Although he was short, his figure was unusually majestic at this time. Sarutobi Ryo, Hatake Tsukumo, you two did very well. Arriving here, wearing battle armor, was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had secretly come to suppress the formation. At the moment of Konoha's life and death, as Hokage, of course, he couldn't just watch. And when Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the battlefield, he heard great good news. His eldest son, Sarutobi Ryo, single-handedly defeated and captured the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled, forming hand seals. Next, leave it to me. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang bang. Smoke rose. How strong was Hiruzen Sarutobi in his prime? Chapter 134. After creating 5 clones. These 5 clones leaped into the battlefield. Wind release. Fire release. Earth release. Water release. Lightning release. The 5 shadow clones each used chakra of 5 different natures. The title of Professor of Ninjutsu was on full display here. 5 shocking bolts of chakra erupted from the 5 shadow clones. Like 5 lightning strikes, they pierced through the entire battlefield. After the 5 release great combination technique, at least several hundred IWA ninja died. In the original story, the elderly Hiruzen in his reanimation form, with just this technique, stopped the wooden golem summoned by Tobi's White Zetsu army. And Tobi's White Zetsu army, relying on the wooden golem, was able to hold off 20,000 allied shinobi forces and the exhausted 5 Kage. Hiruzen Sarutobi at this time was in his prime, and his strength was naturally even greater. His main body summoned Enma and leaped into the battlefield. The extended adamantine staff swept across, accompanied by a series of rumbling explosions. One strike directly annihilated at least 200 IWA ninja. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's personal presence on the battlefield, the morale of the Leaf side was boosted again. Both sides of the ninja issued angry roars. Everywhere was a scene of chaos. The battle lasted from day to night. In the dead of night, the retreating Iwagakure ninja left behind a large number of corpses. But the Leaf side also suffered heavy losses. Tsukumo Hatake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze and others stood together. Everyone was more or less carrying injuries. A day of continuous fighting left many people so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground, unable to even stand. The corpses everywhere meant that the subsequent cleanup work was also a top priority. Because if these remains were not collected, it would probably lead to a large-scale plague. However, the remaining forces on the Leaf side were unable to transport all the remains back to the village. So everyone had to decide to bury them on the spot. It had suddenly gone from being the strongest ninja village to the weakest village among the 5 great nations. For a long time, the Leaf would have to focus on logistics and recuperation as its main strategy. And Sunigakure had also suffered equally losses. But for Sunigakure, this was actually a good thing. Because the barren desert environment could not support so many ninja at all. The death of a large number of ninja would instead reduce the village's burden, which was completely different from the Leaf situation. After the war, Sunigakure would flourish. After integrating its internal strife, Kirigakure would also usher in a new future. Although Kumogakure had lost the third Raikage, and they had also lost an arm, the main force's organization was intact and had not suffered too much damage. Iwagakure, with the collaboration of Amigakure, Sunigakure, and the Leaf, it lost nearly half of its ninja in one day. 500 IWA ninja limped back to Iwagakure. Noki would probably have to spend a long time readjusting his strategy. So overall, the most severely damaged was the Leaf. Lord Hans, thank you for your help. In the camp, Hiruzen Sarutobi received the demigod, Hans of the Salamander. Following Hans was also a young man named Yahiko. It was said that he had established an organization called Akatsuki. Lord Hokage, I heard that Tsunegakure has also allied with your village, it seems to be true. Yahiko smiled slightly, very satisfied with the development of the situation in the ninja world. Tsunegakure, the Leaf, and Amigakure had reached an alliance. Everyone had become allies. It was said that there was internal strife in Kirigakure, and if the new Mizukage could change the blood mist policy, perhaps another member could be added to the alliance. Former enemies, joining hands to jointly deal with a more powerful enemy. Although this is very much in line with the development in traditional stories, I feel that after the ninja world calms down, new friction will re-emerge. Hans shook his head, not agreeing with this young man Yahiko's view. Having experienced more things, Hans vaguely began to become somewhat pessimistic. He was not optimistic about the future of the ninja world. Lord Hans, at least we are still allies now, aren't we? Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. Danzo, who was beside him, was the hero of the alliance with Amigakure. It was he who found Hans, and through a series of negotiations, persuaded the other party. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very happy about this. Each generation has things that it can do, we are already old, but excellent young people are growing rapidly, and will eventually take our place, won't they? Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flickered, his implied meaning. Sarutobi Ryo, Minato Namikaze, and others, as well as Yahiko and others, were all juniors who could be entrusted and looked forward to. With such excellent juniors, the future of the ninja world would definitely be bright. After a night of rest, the sky was faintly bright. Early in the morning, the reconnaissance team reported the latest situation. Iwagakure's withdrawal was very thorough, and they had no intention of making a comeback in the short term. Thinking carefully, it was easy to understand. Many IWA Jonin in charge of commanding were killed, and they were no longer able to launch an organized offensive. Faced with the joint resistance of the Leaf, Tsunegakure, and Amigakure, Iwagakure had ultimately suffered a defeat. After the midnight meeting, Hans had already left. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked out of the tent, gazing at the superiors in front of him. Tsukumo Hatake, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Ryo, Minato Namikaze, these reliable juniors formed a solid lineup. And after yesterday's battle, some things had begun to become clear. Obviously, in a one-on-one fight, Sarutobi Ryo, who defeated the Five Tails Jinchuriki, with absolute advantage, surpassed Nara Shikaku and other Jonin. Becoming the strongest expert of the younger generation in the Leaf. The feat of capturing the Five Tails Jinchuriki made Minato Namikaze pale in comparison to him. Thus, the vacant position of Jonin squad leader was no longer questioned. Sarutobi Ryo, from today onwards, you are the Jonin squad leader. Shimura Danzo announced Sarutobi Ryo's responsibilities in front of everyone. This was the result of unanimous discussion among the higher-ups. Hearing this decision, Nara Shikaku's expression changed slightly. He had been working hard to compete for this position, but in the end, Sarutobi Ryo had won the lead. Nara Shikaku. However, the next moment, Danzo looked at him again. You are the vice-captain, responsible for assisting Sarutobi Ryo. This time it was Nara Shikaku's turn to be stunned, then a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Ryo-sama's appointment was because his war exploits and abilities were too dazzling. So there must be a suitable appointment. But in fact, Ryo-sama probably didn't like those paperwork jobs very much. So, Nara Shikaku immediately understood. Ryo-sama was in the position, but did not plan its duties. He was not in the position, but planned its duties. Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage, please rest assured, I will assist Ryo-sama well. Nara Shikaku understood very well. The Inoshika Ch trio had always been vassals of the Sarutobi clan. So it was only natural for him to assist Ryo-sama. Plus, Inoichi was a cousin of Yamanaka Inoichi, they were all family, our own people. Nara Shikaku thought of this and felt much happier in his heart. But speaking of which, through the performance in yesterday's battle, Minato's strength was still inferior to Mr. Tsukumo. This was a difference in experience caused by age. There was no way, Minato was still too young. Nara Shikaku thought, yesterday Hatake Tsukumo alone killed more than 3 digits of IWA Jonin. This was equivalent to directly severing the limbs of Iwagakure's upper echelons. Trash ninja were easy to cultivate, but Jonin were a village's valuable combat power. Based on this merit alone, Hatake Tsukumo was the undisputed number 1. So, the position of 4th Hokage will probably be Hatake Tsukumo's. Many thoughts flashed through Nara Shikaku's mind. Chapter 135. Naturally, others present could also imagine some of it. Everyone looked at each other, waiting for the future changes in Konoha. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Ryo, who had been appointed, looked at the system's prompt before him. The reward has been credited. True power. What could it be? Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation for this reward. In addition, the system didn't seem to have issued a prompt for the next main quest stage yet. However, according to the original story's development, the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Rebellion shouldn't happen, right? After all, Obito sighed. No, not necessarily. After all, no era Rin, At this critical juncture for Konoha's survival, Sarutobi Ryo, single-handedly, captured the five-tailed Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. By this alone, he had rendered a great service. Strictly speaking, it was even comparable to when Minato Namikaze rescued Kushina, who had been kidnapped by Kyomogakure. With such merit, facing everyone, Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally proposed the decision to have Sarutobi Ryo serve as the Jonin squad leader, which would undoubtedly convince everyone. No one would say that Sarutobi Ryo was relying on his elder's promotion. This appointment was truly well-deserved. Faced with the changing timeline, Minato Namikaze seemed slightly anxious. Ryo-sama becoming the Jonin squad leader doesn't mean he can't compete for the Hokage position. Rather, if he participates in the election at that time, the road will be smoother. In this, the third Hokage-sama did not engage in any favoritism. Along the way, Ryo-sama has relied on his own intelligence to get to where he is today. Even he can't find any fault with it. However, not being able to find fault doesn't mean that problems won't really arise. Whether it's Tsukumo-sensei or Ryo-sama, their careers will all affect his eventual marriage to Kushina. And then, affect Naruto's birth. The scales began to tip, and Minato Namikaze was indeed anxious. Congratulations, Ryo-sama. After a brief congratulation from everyone, their faces remained full of sorrow. Because while Iwagakure suffered a temporary defeat, Konoha also suffered heavy losses. Even if Iwagakure doesn't attack again, they must prevent the invasion of other ninja villages. Facing his father's expectant gaze, Sarutobi Ryo nodded, "Everyone, our current military strength has been severely damaged and can no longer support another large-scale battle." This was a fact. Konoha's ninjas had been exhausted. It was fortunate that the remaining personnel could defend the village. Therefore, our next strategy should shift to small-scale operations. Because it was a zero-sum game, single points had to be broken through. Multiple reconnaissance squads should be formed with many small teams, constantly patrolling within the national borders, avoiding direct conflicts with the enemy as much as possible. Fighting head-on would result in death, many deaths. Therefore, the remaining Konoha ninjas should focus on reconnaissance work. The strategy should shift from large-scale warfare to guerrilla tactics. Those tricky enemies should be left to Tsukumo-sensei. Question: if there are more powerful experts leading troops to invade, what should be done? The answer is to directly use Hatake Tsukumo and let Hatake Tsukumo find a way to carry out assassinations and ambushes. Orochimaru-sensei's abilities are very good at infiltration. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Orochimaru, who nodded slightly. Orochimaru was, of course, very proud of his talents. There was no place that Orochimaru couldn't infiltrate if he wanted to. Therefore, once the reconnaissance squad confirms that there really are experts leading troops to invade again, let Orochimaru go to the enemy's camp to collect information. After obtaining the information, Hatake Tsukumo would be dispatched. Of course, containment is also very necessary. With my and Minato Namikaze's abilities, we are very suitable for harassing and containing the enemy. Minato Namikaze has the Flying Thunder God technique. And Sarutobi Ryo himself also has swift release and powerful strength, as well as the 8 gates release and lightning release chakra modes burst. Both are suitable for reaping miscellaneous soldiers, mowing the lawn without equal. Listening to his eldest son formulating a suitable action plan so quickly, even Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but nod repeatedly. It can now be assumed that the war has entered its later stages. Most ninja villages are playing a zero-sum game. In this situation, infiltration and assassination have become possible. Small-scale conflicts will become the absolute main theme. Good, very good. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, feeling that he had underestimated his eldest son. Although Sarutobi Ryo didn't like to talk much since he was a child, nor did he like to show off, appearing slightly withdrawn. But when it comes to actually doing things, others will understand that he is no worse than any extroverted ninja. Right now, Ryo-sama's proposal is the most suitable strategy. Nara Shikaku also nodded, unable to find any fault. In the later stages of the war, with Hatake Tsukumo's strength as the backbone and others as supplements, it would be possible to turn the tide. After all, Hatake Tsukumo's strength is obvious to all. His various assassination and ambush records of famous and powerful individuals are also impressive. In yesterday's battle, Hatake Sakumo traversed countless times in the midst of thousands of troops, killing 3 Iwagakure Jonin, which is absolute proof. After arranging the general direction of the strategy, everyone showed convinced expressions. Minato Namikaze was silent on the side. He couldn't find any fault with this plan. Because, Hatake Sakumo can not only do the same things as him. The beheading operations that he can't do, Konoha's White Fan can also do. When everyone dispersed, constantly congratulating Sarutobi Ryo, regaining smiles and confidence. Kushina keenly noticed her lover's unease. Minato, what's wrong? Are you feeling sad for everyone who died in battle? Kushina subconsciously thought that Minato Namikaze was somewhat saddened by the fierce battle yesterday. However, in fact, Minato Namikaze was anxious about whether Naruto would be born or not. According to this trend of development, it is likely that Naruto will never be born. Even if he eventually marries Kushina, the child born, if the timing is not right, it will not be Naruto. Minato. Jiraiya walked over from the side, patting his disciple on the shoulder. His thoughts were similar to Kushina's. And Jiraiya was even more emotional, regretting not being by his disciple's side back then, leading to the deaths of the other 2 students. Now, Minato must be reminded of the scene, right? Kushina, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered, his heart becoming more and more anxious. He thought of various possibilities, and finally found that the difficulty of marrying Kushina was very high. If Sakumo-sensei becomes the Hokage, of course, he will have to fulfill the responsibility of guarding the Jinchuriki. And he, who is not related to him in any way, will definitely not be able to marry Kushina. Maybe the person who marries Kushina will become Ryo-sama. It is also possible that Kushina will live alone for the rest of her life. This kind of future cannot be allowed to happen. Subsequent arrangements were carried out in an orderly manner. The remains were buried on the spot, and Konoha's ninjas began to withdraw from the battlefield one after another. Because the high-level officials adopted Ryo-sama's suggestion, the main force was divided into smaller units, adopting a strategy of small-scale, multi-team guerrilla warfare, and began to deploy defenses throughout the borders of the Land of Fire. And Hatake Sakumo, Sarutobi Ryo, and others, who were meritorious officials, returned triumphantly. The Great War brought heavy losses, breaking countless families, but it finally brought back the dawn of victory. In the later stages of the zero-sum war, it depends on which expert performs better. The existence of Hatake Sakumo, Sarutobi Ryo, and others has become an important cornerstone of the village in the later stages. From this perspective, Hatake Sakumo becoming the 4th Hokage is already a foregone conclusion. Konoha needs Hatake Sakumo, and so does the Land of Fire. The interests of all parties can be maintained because of the existence of Hatake Sakumo. To ensure Konoha's survival, Hatake Sakumo must be allowed to sit firmly in this important position. Chapter 136. Therefore, the preparatory ceremony for the 4th Hokage election began quickly. Young master, you're back. Ruri and I heard about your heroic performance. Yamanaka K was somewhat regretful that he couldn't go to the battlefield himself. As time passed, Ruri's belly grew larger and larger. Looking at the girl who maintained her emotionless appearance, her petite figure, due to the bulge of her abdomen, inexplicably had a feeling of even more mature charm. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at Ruri and immediately suppressed the restlessness in his heart. But some things can't be erased no matter what. Arriving in the living room and sitting down, Sarutobi Ryo talked with Yamanaka about what happened on the battlefield, while Yamanaka K explained what had happened in the village recently. Everyone is saying that Sakumo-sensei will be the 4th Hokage. Yamanaka K had no doubt about this. Listening to the recent rumors circulating in the village, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but feel comforted in his heart. Finally, he had changed many things. However, for the sake of prudence, he still had to investigate. In addition, regarding the disposal of Han, the 5-tailed Jinchuriki, he was temporarily imprisoned and guarded by the Umbu. He believed that Han's existence would become an important breakthrough for Konoha and Iwagakure to cease hostilities. Because Sarutobi Ryo heard that, on the other battlefield, Rashi was fighting fiercely with Yakura and others. But suddenly, he heard the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki order a retreat. Rashi almost fainted. He believed that Rashi would soon quarrel with Inoki, break with him, and eventually leave. I'm going to see Shikaku and the others later, go and inform them. As the next head of the Sarutobi clan, and also a witness to the Inoshikacho formation, Sarutobi Ryo decided to have a talk with Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. The specific matters were naturally about the 4th Hokage election and voting for Hatake Tsukumo. At that time, the Sarutobi, Inoshikacho 4 major clans, and the Hyuga clan, that would be at least 5 major clans who would choose to vote for Hatake Tsukumo. And at this critical juncture, the Uchiha clan was also very worthy of winning over. The Konoha higher-ups originally planned to cripple the Uchiha, tricking a large number of Uchiha to the front lines of Iwagakure. But the result allowed them to witness Tsukumo-sensei and his own power with their own eyes. Sarutobi Ryo believed that persuading them was not a difficult task. With Fugaku Uchiha's death, it was no problem to find Yashiro, the second-in-command acting leader. At first, Obito thought Rin was doing it for the wounded. But soon he discovered that Rin didn't seem to be planning to go to Konoha Hospital. After buying the things, Rin Noara turned to look at Obito. "Obito, I'm leaving first." "Ah. Where are you going?" Obito blinked. "Going home." Rin Noara was certainly not going home, she was planning to go to Sarutobi Ryo's place. Before, on the battlefield, she already had an answer in her heart to young Master Ryo's question. No matter what, a doctor's heart is like a parent's. Taking care of the wounded and the weak is what should be done. What I mean is, Miss Ruri has been pregnant for so long, she should have regular checkups. "Rin, I've become a lot stronger recently, Kakashi and I sparred, and he's no match for me anymore." Obito happily told Rin Noara about his recent progress. Ever since he was saved by Madara and transplanted with a messy white half of his body, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. With the dual Sharingan, beating up Kakashi was like playing. Obito only felt how weak he was in the past. The current him is invincible among his peers. "Is that so, Obito? You've improved so much, you've finally realized your long-held dream." Rin Noara nodded, her tone somewhat calm. Obito had always wanted to defeat Kakashi, and now he had done it, and then? There was no then. Because, she no longer cared about those things. "Rin, let's have a meal together." Obito mustered his courage and made an invitation. He wanted to spend some time alone with Rin, starting with a date for dinner. "No, Obito, I have some things to do." Rin Noara. Obito. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Obito, now that you've become stronger, you should take on your responsibilities, especially since Mr. Fugaku is no longer here, the entire Uchiha clan needs you in many places. "Oh." Obito was slightly stunned, then nodded. He felt that Rin was right. He was no longer a kid now. Maybe he would be the next captain of the police force. With Captain Fugaku gone, he should take on the responsibilities of the clan. Then, goodbye, Obito. Rin Noara turned and left, without the slightest intention of lingering. Rin, Obito looked at Rin's departing back. Rin was as gentle as she used to be. But, it seemed that something was still a little different recently. After he was injured, the entire ninja world had undergone earth-shattering changes. So had everyone else. Sensei Minato always seemed to have something on his mind. Kakashi had become much more mature. Rin's words seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Itchy. His hair was so itchy. Obito began to scratch his head, then scratched his body. He felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if, small grass was about to break out of the soil. The wood release cells in my body are restless. Obito's body trembled, staggering, slowly turning and heading towards the road home. I hope there won't be any problems, it would be terrible to become like Tobi and the others. Sarutobi Ryo's residence. In the mansion, Rin Noara, who had just arrived, was diagnosing Hinata Ruri's pregnancy. After probing with medical chakra, Rin Noara found that the fetus was growing well and there were no defects. The ninja world, medical ninjutsu is such a convenient thing. Even if there is a problem with the baby, it can be detected in advance. Congratulations, Miss Ruri. Rin Noara took off her right hand placed on the other party's wrist, her tone containing a hint of unspeakable meaning besides blessings. Hinata Ruri nodded slightly, as a thank you. Periodic diagnosis, I'll trouble Rin from now on. Yamanaka K put his hand on Rin Nohara's shoulder, smiling. Looking at the interaction between the three girls, Sarutobi Ryo's gaze was far-reaching. When the three finished chatting, Yamanaka K accompanied Hinata Ruri back to the room, and the huge living room was suddenly left with only Sarutobi Ryo and Rin Noara. Rin, thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, affirming Rin's arrival. She must have thought about the decision before coming this time. That, young Master Ryo, Rin Noara raised her eyes and stared at Sarutobi Ryo. The so-called maiden's heart. Sarutobi Ryo clearly observed the posture of the girl in front of him. Obviously, Rin Noera didn't want to give up the feelings in her heart. Emotions are something in the heart that no one can erase. Miss Ruri, her, and your child are very healthy. Rin Noera thought for a while, using such a sentence as the opening remark for the conversation between the two. But everyone knew that the drunkard's intention was not in the wine. If you want the other party to take the lead, it must be on my side, Sarutobi Ryo thought. After all, you can't let a shy girl confess. So. Cough cough, Rin, after continuous combat on the battlefield, my body is slightly uncomfortable. Sarutobi Ryo coughed, feigning physical discomfort. Rin Nohara's eyes quickly lit up, finding a way to move further. This kind of vague, unclear thing is called ambiguity. Chapter 137. Sometimes, things don't need to be said so clearly, a simple hint is enough for everyone to understand. Thus, Sarutobi Ryo invited Noera Rin to the secret underground chamber for a thorough diagnosis. Noera Rin immediately nodded, and under the guise of a physical examination, Sarutobi Ryo quickly went underground with Noera Rin. As the two passed through the barrier, the entrance closed. Everything seemed to be hidden below. The dark underground, with flickering candlelight, illuminated a portion of the space. Sarutobi Ryo went to the chair, but instead of sitting down himself, he patted the back of the chair, signaling Noera Rin to sit. Noera Rin was puzzled, but she still walked over and slowly sat down. Once she was seated, Sarutobi Ryo began to examine her face. Among the many activities in the ninja world, the success of Umbu Squad 6 was inseparable from Ringo Amuri's inside information. For example, last time, finding the location of Ebizo's Sunagakure frontline intelligence base involved Ringo Amuri's activities. In the future, he must thank her properly. Thinking this, Sarutobi Ryo walked in front of Noera Rin. Before Noera Rin could react, a rustling sound rang out. Soon, some symptoms were displayed in front of Noera Rin. Rin, I'm injured here, it's quite swollen. The terrifying condition left Noera Rin stunned on the spot. Because she didn't expect such a development. As a skilled medical ninja, Noera Rin naturally had studied many conditions and had a sufficient understanding of the human body. However, this condition was clearly in existence beyond common sense. Most people couldn't possibly be swollen, so badly, so big. Rin, can you help me heal it? Sarutobi Ryo slowly took a step, getting closer. The affected area was directly displayed in front of Noera Rin. The girl's eyes were wide open. In the darkness, the candlelight flickered, and Sarutobi Ryo's expression slowly disappeared. Looking calmly at the girl sitting on the chair in front of him, Sarutobi Ryo waited for Noera Rin's reply. Underground secret chamber. At this moment, even if Noera Rin wanted to leave, it was impossible to leave immediately. Because from the moment she arrived, it was decided that some things were bound to happen. She had made a decision and taken a tentative step. Then, he would use thunderous means to take her down immediately. Therefore, Noera Rin tremblingly raised her small hand, and with Sarutobi Ryo's confirmation as a patient, began to slowly stroke the affected area to examine the condition. After some examination, Noera Rin understood that Ryo Shasama was poisoned. Why you have to suck the poison out, Sarutobi Ryo said meaningfully, looking at the trembling medical girl who was still trembling. Noera Rin, ugh. In the next moment, without hesitation, the treatment to remove the poison began with the cooperation of the patient and the medical ninja. Uchiha clan compound. Back home, Obito's head became more and more itchy. Until, something seemed to grow out of his body. Wow! When he saw a branch appearing, he was stunned. What's going on? Obito was about to shout in fright. But someone outside walked in directly. There was no way, Obito was always careless and never closed his door, always like this. Namikaze Minato kindly closed the door for him, and then walked into the courtyard. As soon as he reached the living room, he saw Obito with branches growing out of his body, and for a moment, Namikaze Minato was also stunned. Then, he realized that Obito had awakened the power of wood release. Obito. Originally, Namikaze Minato, who was somewhat overwhelmed by the Hokage election, his eyes lit up rapidly at this time, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Fugaku-sensei died in battle, and the Uchiha clan is currently without a leader. Theoretically, they would have to wait at least until Uchiha Shisui grows up. However, in this second-round world, Obito was rescued by himself, and he awakened the power of wood release so quickly. This is really great. Thoughts flashed through Namikaze Minato's mind, and he instantly thought of many things and possibilities. Minato-sensei, wow. I've become a monster. Minato-sensei, don't look at me. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato quickly comforted Obito. After Obito returned, his body had not been examined. Now, it was almost time. Because referring to the memory of the first round, several masters will appear in the Uchiha clan in the later period. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, these people all have the qualifications for Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could get their support, he might not be able to become Hokage. Namikaze Minato, who had the intention of co-opting the Uchiha clan, took Obito as a disciple for this reason. The Uchiha clan has always been a legacy issue. Now that Obito is alive, Fugaku-sensei died in battle, and the Uchiha clan is without a leader. Coincidentally, Obito is the most suitable to take that position. Think about it, Obito leads the Uchiha clan, and he, as his benefactor, considering Obito's talent for space-time ninjutsu. Teaching the S-class Flying Thunder God technique and learning it would not be difficult. At least compared to Kakashi, Obito is more likely to inherit his skills. Next, Namikaze Minato planned to take Obito to find Rin and have Rin help diagnose Obito's body. Wood release cells are very powerful. When Obito, who awakened the Sharingan and inherited the power of the first Hokage, is known to everyone, what will the scene be like? Namikaze Minato was very much looking forward to everyone's reaction. To become Hokage, you must gain the support of others. First, let Obito become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Then, tell everyone the fact that Obito possesses the power of the first Hokage. The experiment of Hashirama cells has failed many times, and therefore, it was listed as a taboo by the third Hokage back then. Konoha, who has always wanted to obtain the power of wood release, their hope lies in Obito. The importance of Obito himself is self-evident. The Uchiha clan will also completely change its image in the eyes of everyone because of the power of the first Hokage mixed in. Namikaze Minato pondered these things in his mind, and the ultimate goal pointed to competing for Hokage. Naruto, he must be allowed to descend into this world. Minato-sensei, Rin doesn't seem to be home. On the way, Obito hesitated, and finally looked up at his benefactor. Rin, she seems to have gone to Ryo Shasuma's house. Obito actually understood everything. He knew very well that Rin and Ryo Shasuma were very close. Since returning, many things have become completely different. Is that so? Namikaze Minato didn't think much about it. Because there was no way he could have imagined the relationship between Noara Rin and Sarutobi Ryo, and what they were doing at this moment. Chi. Sarutobi Ryo maintained the action of being treated, and a large amount of poison was expelled from his body. Ugh. Noara Rin tried her best to absorb the poison, and her body trembled slightly from time to time. Chi. Sarutobi Ryo stared at the candle in front of him, the flame was shaking. Time passed in a short and long moment. Finally, everything returned to silence. After all the sound disappeared, another moment passed. Pfft. Sarutobi Ryo slowly backed away. Then he stared at the panting girl. Rin, thank you, I feel much better. Obviously, this treatment was very successful. Chapter 138. Huff, huff, Rin Nohara's eyes flickered, and indescribable things welled up in her heart. Rin, next time, for the second treatment, I'll still have to ask you, okay? Sarutobi Ryo reached out and slowly stroked the girl's cheek. Rin Nohara's face flushed red, and she nodded slightly, agreeing to the treatment in the future. Sarutobi Ryo was very satisfied with this. Good, Rin, then you should take a good rest. After saying that, Sarutobi Ryo straightened his clothes and then left the underground area. After the closing sound rang out, Rin Noara was the only one left underground. The indescribable taste in her mouth and the thoughts that welled up in her heart made her brain a mess. Corresponding to this was the joy that welled up in her heart. Finally, she was one step closer to him. Next time. Rin Nohara's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but shudder as she thought about the next treatment. Chirp. Then, she heard the subtle sound of something flowing in her ears. Not long after, Sarutobi Ryo visited Nara Shikaku. Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and others were at his home. The heads of the Inoshika-cho clans began a secret conversation with Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo directly stated that he intended to run for the 5th Hokage. Nara Shikaku nodded, not surprised by this. With Ryo-sama's talent, he is indeed qualified to run. The 4th Hokage's competitors included Hatake Sakumo, Orochimaru, and others. At this time, Ryo-sama was already able to capture the 5-tailed Jinchuriki alive and had become a strong ninja close to the Sannin. And when the 5th Hokage election comes in the future, Ryo-sama's strength will probably surpass the Sannin. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. After all, someone who has learned the 8 gates formation is completely different from ordinary ninjas. Because my ambition lies in becoming the Hokage. The last trace of dissatisfaction in Nara Shikaku's heart because of serving as the vice squad leader also disappeared. Because he knew. If Sarutobi Ryo becomes the 5th Hokage, it would mean that the entire Konoha would still be led by the Sarutobi clan and the Ino-Shikacho trio. The interests of everyone are the same. After a brief explanation, everyone decided that when the 4th Hokage vote came, they would vote for Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo has outstanding military achievements and is Sarutobi Ryo's teacher, so no matter how you look at it, he is one of their own, so there is no problem at all. By the way, Ryo-sama, there might be some problems with the Uchiha. Nara Shikaku mentioned. Uchiha Fugaku died in battle, and the war has reached the stage of endgame. The Uchiha, who have calmed down, may become restless. Although Uchiha Yashiro, as a veteran ninja of 3 generations, can suppress others. But in the long run, it won't be a good thing. That's simple. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, also having arrangements for this. I will personally make a trip to the Uchiha. Namikaze Minato brought back Uchiha Obito, and will most likely want to train Uchiha Obito to become the next successor. And he has a different view. Someone more outstanding and talented than Obito, Uchiha Itachi is the most suitable candidate. Hearing Sarutobi Ryo nominate Uchiha Fugaku's son, Nara Shikaku was initially a little confused. But when Sarutobi Ryo praised Itachi Uchiha's talent as being no less than the Sannin, at least at the level of Hatake Tsukumo, surprise appeared on their faces. Afterwards, Nara Shikaku and the others thought of Uchiha Fugaku's act of taking down the 3rd Raikage together, and they suddenly understood. As expected, like father, like son. Then, Ryo-sama, we will give our full support to whatever you need next. The atmosphere was so harmonious that Nara Shikaku and the others were very happy. Under Ryo-sama's leadership, Konoha's future will definitely be bright. That afternoon, at the Uchiha clan compound, Sarutobi Ryo quietly paid a visit. The setting sun shone on the simple courtyard, covering it with a layer of orange light. Sarutobi Ryo stared at the courtyard. From the half-open door, he could see a figure sweeping the floor. Uchiha Mikoto, dressed in black to mourn her late husband, looked slightly haggard. Her pale face had a heart-stopping beauty because of her sorrow. Counting the days, the 49-day mourning period was coming to an end. Before long, Uchiha Mikoto would take off this outfit and return to a normal life. Sarutobi Ryo's eyes were fixed on her, until... Mother, we have a guest. Itachi, who was young but had an extraordinary perception, immediately spoke up to remind her. Uchiha Mikoto, immersed in her thoughts, raised her eyes slightly and looked at the entrance of the courtyard. Who is it? Mikoto Fujin, sorry to bother you. Sarutobi Ryo gently pushed open the door and walked in. Itachi, also dressed in black, stood near his mother, helping to sweep the courtyard. Mikoto, Ryo-sama. A moment later, Sarutobi Ryo entered the living room. First, he respectfully paid his respects to Uchiha Fugaku's portrait. After completing the etiquette, Sarutobi Ryo slowly sat down. Across the low table, Sarutobi Ryo looked at the mother and son. Because of his father's death, Itachi, at a young age, had to be forced to grow up, shoulder heavy responsibilities, and fulfill his duties as a man. He tried his best to show proper etiquette, staying by his mother's side. In Sarutobi Ryo's opinion, Uchiha Itachi was indeed intelligent, but after all, he was inexperienced. His lack of experience was obvious to anyone at a glance. Ryo-sama, are you here, for the Uchiha clan's affairs? Uchiha Mikoto turned her mind and began to guess. When Uchiha Fugaku was alive, she followed her husband in everything. Now that her husband was dead, she could only manage the family and even the clan on her own. Her husband's death would inevitably lead to the election of a new captain of the police force. No matter what everyone thinks, this is an ironclad fact of the future. Yes, Mikoto Fujin, I have several things to discuss this time, including the Uchiha clan's problem. Sarutobi Ryo cut to the chase. First, he talked about the Hokage election. The preparatory election ceremony for the 4th Hokage has already begun. During this preparation stage, the village will inform all the Jonin in the village. Because only Jonin have the right to vote. Then, the Jonin will begin to nominate, putting slips of paper with names written on them into the suggestion box. The Konoha High Level will eventually collect these slips of paper, which is considered a preliminary audition. After this stage is completed, it will enter the next stage, which is the formal election. At that time, all Jonin will be present. The daimyo will also come to witness and vote together with the dignitaries of the Land of Fire. Because the daimyo's appointment is also an important item. This matter is naturally also related to the Uchiha clan. Because there are many jonin within the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha are known as an elite clan. They can produce many jonin. This matter should be discussed with Yashiro. Uchiha Mikoto said hesitantly. After getting married, she became a full-time housewife and no longer performed missions. And Yashiro is the second in command of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head, interrupting Uchiha Mikoto's hesitation. Mikoto Fujin, what I want to talk about is the future of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Ryo emphasized the words clan in his tone. Uchiha Mikoto blinked her eyes, making an expression of wanting to hear the details. At the same time, she clapped her hands, signaling Itachi to leave. Because the following conversation may involve secrets. No need, it's fine for Itachi to stay here. Sarutobi Ryo reached out to stop her. This matter is also related to Itachi. Itachi widened his eyes slightly, wondering how it could be related to him. Chapter 139. Lady Mikoto, what do you think, what should the future of the Uchiha clan look like? Sarutobi Ryo's expression gradually turned serious as he asked the unmarried woman before him this question. Our clan's future. Uchiha Mikoto murmured softly. A trace of contemplation flashed across her beautiful face. Clearly, as an Uchiha, she was well aware of the Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha. Although she usually just followed her husband's lead, the things she had seen and experienced with him made Uchiha Mikoto aware of everything. The biggest problem was the fact that the Uchiha clan was being suppressed. The Uchiha clan has always been suppressed and oppressed by the higher-ups. Before Mikoto could speak, Sarutobi Ryo took the lead in stating this shocking fact. The courtyard at dusk was very quiet. Uchiha Mikoto widened her eyes, looking at Sarutobi Ryo in disbelief. The young Itachi, who was beside them, felt as if he had misheard something. Still young, he did not know what the Uchiha clan was facing, only dreaming illusory dreams. This dream. In the original story, Itachi gradually understood this shocking fact after joining the Umbu. But from that time on, his foolish loyalty had already formed, and he did not truly want to change the Uchiha clan situation. Therefore, some things need to be grasped from a young age. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Itachi beside him. Itachi, your father, Mr. Fugaku, do you know why he took you to the battlefield? Itachi began to recall his father's face and voice. He clearly remembered the conversation at that time on the battlefield. His father said, it was to let him see this cruel world, such a world, is the world he lives in. Itachi also learned about death for the first time. Mr. Fugaku, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, is deeply aware of the Uchiha clan's situation, therefore, he hopes that his child can avoid detours and see these facts sooner. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku was not good with words and could not communicate well with his child. This led to Itachi seeing the battlefield early, eventually causing psychological problems. Such a young child must be properly guided. Itachi, you have the talent to become Hokage, but you must walk on the right path. Sarutobi Ryo stated. My old father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said that you could think with the mind of a Hokage at the age of 7. I, on the other hand, say that you have the talent to become Hokage at the age of 4. Sarutobi Ryo's high evaluation of Itachi and his emphasis on him surprised Mikoto very much. After all, in her opinion, this second Hokage was not on the same path as the Uchiha clan at all. Why would he? What is the true will of fire? Sarutobi Ryo once again brought up the topic from their first meeting. The so-called will of fire is to protect important people or things. The Uchiha clan is also a member of the village, so I think it is right to care about the Uchiha clan. What do you think, Lady Mikoto? Sarutobi Ryo's intention was to regard the Uchiha clan as a part of the village. As a ninja clan that founded Konoha, this was a matter of course. However, this natural state began to change after the village was built. The Uchiha clan was ostracized and oppressed. Itachi is a rare genius. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Itachi beside him again. The latter immediately sat up straight, feeling a sense of expectation for no reason. Such an excellent seedling can not only change the future of the Uchiha clan, but also make a huge contribution to the village in the future. Sarutobi Ryo was very optimistic about Itachi's talent. As long as he was guided correctly, he could become a powerhouse no less than Hatake Tsukumo. Similar to the fate of Ringo Aimuri, Yakushi no, Hatake Tsukumo, Yakura, and others. In the original story, Itachi was also forced to make a choice by the higher-ups. Clearly, the Konoha higher-ups wanted to destroy the Uchiha, but they entrusted this matter to Itachi. This tragedy could have been changed. If the Konoha higher-ups were truly benevolent and could properly assign positions to the Uchiha, then Konoha would not have continued to decline. In the original story, if Naruto had not been the reincarnation of Asura, pain would have directly destroyed Konoha. And Sarutobi Ryo did not like placing his fate on the gods. The fate of mankind must ultimately be controlled by mankind itself. Sarutobi Ryo released his goodwill, waiting for the beautiful woman's reply. This unmarried woman was clearly very shocked by the goodwill that Sarutobi Ryo had brought today. She could not respond to this for a while. Because the Uchiha clan had been persecuted for too long, suddenly facing this kind of goodwill, she really didn't know what to do. It seems that Lady Mikoto needs to think carefully. Sarutobi Ryo nodded, seeing that he could not get a reply for a while, so he prepared to get up and leave. I hope Lady Mikoto can make the right decision, not only for Itachi, but also for the Uchiha clan, and even more for the future of Konoha. In a great war, Konoha's population was dwindling, and its combat power was severely damaged. Promoting grassroots ninjas and cultivating the next generation became the most important things. The survival of Konoha is closely related to everyone. Living in this village, there are corresponding obligations and rights. When Hatake Sakumo becomes the fourth Hokage, it will be time for drastic reforms, to change the Uchiha, to change Konoha. Itachi, if you have time, you can come sit at my place, I have many scrolls there, if I'm home, I can also guide your training. Leaving these words for Itachi, Sarutobi Ryo got up and left. Mikoto got up to see him off, walked to the door, and looked at the departing young figure, her heart filled with more and more confusion. At this time, her greatest anxiety was young Master Ryo's goodwill real, or bait? After Sarutobi Ryo left the Uchiha compound, he went straight to the Hokage building. The sky slowly darkened, and the lights came on. In the quiet Hokage office, Sarutobi Ryo met his old father. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to his eldest son, with a faint smile on his lips. His eldest son was perfect in everything he did, whether from the perspective of a father or a Hokage, he could not find a single fault. And the reason he called his eldest son here today was to fulfill his promise. The scroll was unfurled, with a list of ninjutsu on it. From A rank to S rank, all kinds of forbidden techniques were shocking. Each of the techniques inside could shake the entire ninja world. For example, the 8 gates formation, and the S rank spirit transformation technique, and the A rank multiple shadow clone, the S rank flying thunder god, and so on. Sarutobi Ryo already had an idea about this. Father, I choose this one. Sarutobi Ryo pointed to the S rank Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu, and said. Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu is a collective term for the Ein Seal and Creation Rebirth, 2 S-rank forbidden techniques. In the original Hokage manga version, this technique was invented by Tsunade. Later, Tsunade was removed from the version, and the manga updated the content, saying, the Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu was a technique that existed since the era of the Six Paths Sage. Eating books is very common, it can be understood. Seeing the Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu, Sarutobi Ryo would think of Mito Uzumaki. At the beginning, tentatively told Senjin Iwaki to tell Mito Uzumaki, which eventually allowed Mito Uzumaki to survive after the tailed beast was extracted. Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu is a life-saving move. Even if the internal organs disappear, as long as you don't die in a short period of time, you can regenerate the internal organs. It can be said that Tsunade learned this technique in order to make up for the regret that Kato Dan died because he lost his internal organs and could not be cured. With it, even if his heart is pierced, as long as he stores a large amount of chakra in advance, he can regenerate it in one breath. It can be said that it is a very bug ninjutsu. But there is a prerequisite for learning this technique, you need excellent yang release talent, and medical ninjutsu mind, knowledge, none of which are indispensable. Fortunately, Sarutobi Ryo is proficient in yang release, and has excellent mind and knowledge. Although he is not interested in medical ninjutsu, as long as he is willing to learn, he will definitely succeed. The reason for choosing this technique is because Sarutobi Ryo has already learned the 8 gates. As for the Flying Thunder God, it seems convenient, but in fact it has various disadvantages. In the end, it will lead a person to the road of scraping Sha. Sarutobi Ryo is not lacking in means of displacement. Whether it is signless instantaneous body, or swift release, and the 8 gates, lightning release chakra mode, can quickly transfer himself. In terms of attack power, the 8 gates and lightning release chakra mode, magnet release, storm release, are not lacking either. Currently, he only lacks a recovery method. So choosing the mitotic regeneration jutsu is the best solution at the moment. Mitotic regeneration jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the words on the scroll and nodded. Chapter 140. He had actually already guessed his eldest son's choice. It just so happens that Tsunade has returned to the village. If you have time, go and ask her for advice. Of course. Sarutobi Ryo nodded. The image of Tsunade, the mature older sister with large breasts, vividly appeared in his mind. He hadn't seen her since Dan Kato's death. It's time to meet her. Senju Clan Compound. The Senju Clan, which has been destroyed countless times in various fanfictions, is actually alive and well in the Naruto world. This can be glimpsed from the official novels. It's just that the Senju Clan, without the reincarnation of Azura's chakra, is gradually declining, and no outstanding experts have emerged anymore. In other words, the Senju Clan has always been benefiting from the reincarnation of deities. Once there are no deities to rely on, they will naturally become ordinary. When the tide recedes, people will realize who is swimming naked. The Senju Clan, which has completely become a background element, has seen its power decline due to the changing times. It's just that they have a large number of people and maintain a basic foundation, with their presence in various departments, high-level, mid-level, and grassroots positions. Sarutobi Ryo arrived at the Senju Clan's compound. The residence, which he hadn't seen for a long time, had been tidied up nicely. Needless to say, it must have been Shizun who did it. Because with Tsunade's spoiled and willful upbringing, she certainly wouldn't do these things. Sasha. Shizun was holding a broom, sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Sarutobi Ryo's appearance surprised her. Ryo-sama. She didn't expect anyone to visit, and it was Sarutobi Ryo-sama. Shizun's age is similar to Kakashi's. 5 years younger than Sarutobi Ryo. Sarutobi Ryo looked Shizun up and down. Well, she has no special characteristics. And the lack of characteristics may be this character's characteristic. Shinpachi from Gintama at least has the setting of complaining in glasses, but this Shizun is a completely ordinary passerby character. Is Princess Tsunade at home? Sarutobi Ryo went straight to the point, directly stating the purpose of his visit. She is, but... Shizun glanced back at the house. A smell of alcohol wafted out from inside. Needless to say, she must have bought good wine and food and started enjoying herself. When Sarutobi Ryo entered the house, looking at the living room he hadn't seen for many years, the figure of Nawaki Senju flashed through his mind. Oh, that little kid from back then has grown into an impressive figure. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Ryo with a smile. That follower behind her younger brother has now become an impressive person. Sarutobi Ryo thought, I have many impressive qualities. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but recall the past. Back then, it was always Nawaki Senju who took care of his older sister. Tsunade-sama, long time no see. Sarutobi Ryo sat down and glanced at the wine and dishes on the table. Shizun washed her hands, walked over, and helped pour wine. When it was Sarutobi Ryo's turn, he politely declined, saying that he followed the 3 ninja precepts and did not drink alcohol. Still the same as before. But the ninja who inherited his will is still here. Encouraged by the deeds of Sarutobi Ryo, Tsukumo Hatake, Might Dai, and others, Tsunade was able to change her mind and resolve her inner conflicts. Her return also has her own purpose. That is, to change Konoha. The past events are still in her heart. She is very dissatisfied with certain practices of the higher-ups. Now that Tsukumo Hatake may serve as Hokage, it is an opportunity to change everything. At least, certain things should change according to her will. Compared to the stubborn old fogies, the new Hokage is more receptive to others' advice. That's what Tsunade thinks. But there is one thing she has always been puzzled about. Her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, has reminded her more than once to be careful of Sarutobi Ryo. Because Mito Uzumaki, who possesses the ability to sense malice, can clearly distinguish people's malice. Humans, as creatures, have both good and evil sides. However, some people's evil is particularly immense. Madara Uchiha, Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Ryo. These 4 people are the ninjas with the most evil thoughts in their hearts that Mito Uzumaki has ever seen. Among them, a person whose evil and good thoughts are half and half, but equally immense, is named Tobarama Senju, which is an exception. And she can see from Sarutobi Ryo's heart, pure to the extreme, boundless evil thoughts. This reminder was given again after Tsunade returned to the village. Mito Uzumaki hopes to support Minato Namikaze and let Minato Namikaze become Hokage. Because Minato Namake's heart is full of good intentions, such a person will make this village better. So, Tsunade is hesitant about who to support. As one of the returning Sannin, Tsunade has the ability to lead the Senju clan and even appeal to the entire Konoha. After all, the purity of this bloodline is evident. In terms of being a direct descendant, no one can compare to the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. One of the reasons Sarutobi Ryo came here is to gain Tsunade's support. As long as Tsunade speaks out, a large number of Jonin will support her opinion. This will have a significant possibility to sway the Hokage election. Sarutobi Ryo, let me get straight to the point, should I believe that you can make the village better? Tsunade's eyes were burning, more serious than ever before. Such solemnity made Shizune wipe her forehead from the side. There is a person who is addicted to gambling, although he is a ninja, he can't change his gambling habits. Sarutobi Ryo did not answer directly, but looked at the lottery ticket in the corner of the table. Ah! Tsunade's expression instantly faltered, and her expression immediately became very awkward. There is a person who has made various contributions to Konoha, dedicating himself to the fullest, but often goes to pleasure quarters and drinks flower wine. Tsunade. There is also a person who is a genius on the surface, but has a very gloomy personality, has no popularity, and is complacent without realizing it. It's Orochimaru. Tsunade muttered softly. The Sannin. Gambling, alcohol, and drugs. Everyone has shortcomings, no one is perfect, even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, has both good and evil sides, which is why my father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura inherited his left and right sides respectively. Sarutobi Ryo raised his eyes and looked at the beautiful Tsunade. Over the years, Tsunade has shed the last bit of immaturity and become very charming and mature. Moreover, in terms of clothing, because she is more open-minded, the so-called surging waves and magnificent waves, these words can describe her. I admit that there is indeed a lot of darkness in my heart, but I am also a successor of the will of fire, inheriting the dream of Nawaki-sama, that is, to become Hokage. Sarutobi Ryo's tone was firm, and his eyes sparkled. My dream is to become the fifth Hokage and practice the true will of fire. As for the darkness in my heart, that does not hinder the comprehension and execution of the will of fire. Having darkness in your heart makes you understand the importance of light even more. To me, Nawaki-sama is like the sun. Tsunade-sama, you're right, aren't you? Sarutobi Ryo moved her with emotion and reasoned with her, directly persuading Tsunade with truthful words. Good kid, long time no see, your eloquence has also improved a lot, eat. Tsunade picked up her chopsticks, raised her eyebrows, and directly invited Sarutobi Ryo to eat. This also represents that she recognized Sarutobi Ryo's statement. No one is perfect. Everyone has some problems and shortcomings. But as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation, it's fine. Tsunade judged Sarutobi Ryo with her own standards, using her own generosity. However, she didn't know. The darkness in Sarutobi Ryo's heart is far heavier than she imagined. Tsunade-sama. Sarutobi Ryo picked up his chopsticks, staring at Tsunade in front of him. Incorporating that beautiful face and beautiful figure into his eyes. And in the near future, Sarutobi Ryo is confident that he will also incorporate other places. Chapter 141. In the following days, Sarutobi Ryo went to Tsunade several times to consult about the practice of the Yin seal. During this time, they would also discuss the preparations for the Hokage election. The days of the election drew closer and closer. The people of Konoha also began to look forward to it more and more. After Iwagakure retreated and some time had passed, everyone thought they would make a comeback. However, according to Ebizo and Danzo's spies, who risked their lives to infiltrate. After losing some manpower, they successfully obtained an important piece of information. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, had a disagreement with Inoki over the war arrangements, and the two had a very stiff relationship. Rashi accused Inoki of not investigating clearly before directly confronting the alliance of Sunagakure, Konoha, and Amigakure. Of course, the reasons don't matter. The main point is that Iwagakure was defeated in this war. Iwagakure, which had lost more than half of its manpower, could still launch a war, but it no longer had the possibility of conquering the ninja world. Especially since the Five Tails Jinchuriki colleague was also lost in this war. Rashi finally left in anger, which meant that Iwagakure had lost the Four Tails again. Half of the 10,000 IWA ninjas were lost, the two Jinchuriki were captured and left one after another, and many Jonin were lost in the upper echelons. Relying on Inoki alone was already unsustainable. So, the Third Ninja World War was clearly moving towards its later stages. That is, a period dominated by zero-sum games and small-scale conflicts. During this period, various squad missions and encounters would occur frequently. Espionage infiltration would also become the main theme of the war. After all, when there are fewer people, there are not enough personnel to guard everywhere, and there will always be the possibility of being infiltrated. And before the war is completely over. The alliance between Sunigakure, Konoha, and Amigakure is still quite solid. Taking advantage of this period to reorganize the internal situation of the village is what the Kage need to do. Whether it is to prevent the risk of the alliance breaking down in the future, or because of the reorganization and replenishment after the loss of a lot of manpower in the war, each ninja village has come to such a period. And when Sarutobi Ryo was about to visit Uchiha Mikoto, an explosive piece of news spread throughout Konoha. Uchiha Obito. This heroic young man from Kanabi Bridge, who survived a disaster, turned misfortune into blessing and obtained the power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and awakened would release. After awakening the Sharingan, Obito's strength soared and he became a leader among the Uchiha clan. As long as his eyes are not blind, anyone can see his potential. Of course, this is only in terms of strength. The most important thing is that Obito's awakening of wood release is also the second reason. Since Uchiha Obito possesses the power of the first Hokage, he may become the Hokage. After all, wood release is a mythical existence in Konoha and even in the ninja world. At this time, everyone has to consider the importance of Minato Namikaze, as Obito's mentor. As for the matter that Obito himself is an evil Uchiha and that the Uchiha clan is a historical problem left over from the founding of Konoha. It also changed with Obito's possession of wood release. Why would an evil Uchiha possess the power of wood release? The Konoha higher-ups will have a headache for a long time. Who exactly is the mysterious person who saved Obito? And for what reason did Obito obtain wood release cells? Why can an Uchiha who is considered to have impure roots, a bad background, and is inherently evil, possess the power of Senju instead? Just like in the original work, Kakashi's transplanting of the Sharingan opened the door to a new world for Danzo, Orochimaru, and others. In this world, Obito's transplanting of Hashirama cells white Zetsu cells will also become another path to a new world. If we go back more than 10 years, the Konoha higher-ups would definitely study Obito thoroughly from the inside out. However, because of the failure of the wood release experiment back then, human experimentation was listed as a taboo by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, Danzo and other Konoha higher-ups can only entrust medical ninjas to conduct detailed examinations such as physical examinations on Obito at most, and that's all. As for human experimentation or anything like that, that is impossible. Of course, Danzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado will definitely put pressure on Hiruzen Sarutobi, requesting Hiruzen Sarutobi to loosen his grip and restart human experimentation. If it were the original work, Hiruzen Sarutobi would negotiate with Iwagakure, not ask for compensation, and step down to make way for Minato Namikaze. Danzo and the others would naturally have a chance to cause trouble. But in this world, Hiruzen Sarutobi does not have this intention to make mistakes and abdicate. A normal Hokage election will not affect his image. And for the upcoming Hokage election, because of Obito's possession of wood release power, everything has become subtle. Ultimately, should Konoha's White Fang be chosen as the fourth Hokage? This is a major issue. On the surface, everyone is optimistic about Obito's potential. In reality, everyone respects the reputation and strength of the first Hokage. The overly mythologized wood release is such a powerful existence. However, although Danzo's side cannot use Obito for human experimentation, another test subject, the young child who was saved back then, Tens, also possesses wood release cells. Therefore, Danzo began to study Ten's power. He even considered whether to let Orochimaru know about this. Sarutobi Ryo's side was not nervous after receiving the news about Obito. He had even guessed this move by Minato Namikaze long ago. Thus, Sarutobi Ryo went to Konoha Hospital with Tsunade early this morning. As the former controller of the medical team, Tsunade naturally has the authority to conduct a hands-on physical examination of Obito. Sarutobi Ryo arrived at the hospital and saw Minato Namikaze accompanying Obito. Minato Namikaze had a smile on his face. It seemed that he had more confidence in the Hokage election. However, Sarutobi Ryo, who had already prepared for this, also found another person in Konoha Hospital as an important assistant. Rin Noera. Rin Noera, who has an outstanding talent for medical ninjutsu, was discovered after Tsunade returned to the village. During her free time, Tsunade casually chatted with Rin Noera about some things and found that this little girl was really talented. So, she immediately recommended Rin Noera and promoted her all the way, which can be regarded as cherishing talents. Today, although Rin Noera is only a chunin, she is already a well-known figure in the medical team. Today, she personally accompanied Tsunade to do a physical examination for Obito. By the way, Rin Noera looked at Sarutobi Ryo. The latter's face was calm. Rin Noera couldn't help but think of what happened that day, and her heart trembled a little. After the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived in person, the diagnosis officially began. As Tsunade placed her finger on Obito's palm. After a while, Tsunade's expression became extremely serious. Not bad, it is indeed Grandpa's cells. Tsunade's personal confirmation gave everyone peace of mind. Some were happy and some were worried. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado of the Senju lineage seemed to have eaten shit. Because of Tobarama Senju's teachings back then, saying that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan. So, this is absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong. How could this Uchiha brat possess the power of the first Hokage? Minato Namikaze slightly noticed the reactions of several Konoha higher-ups. The third Hokage was both surprised and happy with this result. After all, the reappearance of the first Hokage's power is of great benefit to the village. Elder Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado had ugly faces, which was in line with their consistent attitude towards the Uchiha. Danzo himself had a gloomy face, making it impossible to see what he was thinking, looking as scheming as he always had. Afterwards, Minato Namikaze looked at Sarutobi Ryo again. He found that young Master Ryo's face was calm, without joy or sorrow, as if nothing could affect him. It has always been like this. In most things, young Master Ryo's surface reaction is so calm. Chapter 142. Only when the will of fire is involved, does he show any emotional fluctuations. Then, after the higher-ups learn and confirm that Obito possesses the power of the first Hokage, what kind of strategy will they adopt? I never imagined that this kid actually possesses the power of wood release. Tsunade removed her fingers, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Then, she began to ponder. However, besides the wood release cells, there seems to be something else. Having never seen white Zetsu, Tsunade naturally couldn't understand the mixture of cells within Obito's body. She knew that a large part of Obito Uchiha's body had turned into non-flesh tissue. If she wanted to figure it out, she would have to study it carefully. Analyzing cells and stuff, she still had no problem with that. Seeing the varied reactions of the crowd, Minato Namikaze thought that everyone was focusing on the power of the first Hokage. This is Obito. Just then, Rin Noera suddenly spoke. What is it, Rin? Called by Rin Noera, Obito immediately responded. From this, one could see his attitude towards Rin Noera. However, Obito Uchiha didn't know that Rin Noera had already preliminarily. It's like this, I think everyone is curious about how you survived, and who saved you. Rin Noera asked this question in public. Yeah, Obito, tell everyone quickly. Kushina, who was beside her, also had a face full of anticipation. She had asked Obito before. But this kid was hesitant, as if he had some secret. Taking advantage of this opportunity, with the higher-ups all present, and the Hokage-sama also here, wouldn't it be okay to say it? It would also be a good opportunity to have someone testify in front of the Hokage-sama. When that time comes, no one will ask questions anymore. Hearing Rin Nohara's sudden question, Minato Namikaze wasn't surprised. As teammates in the same squad, it was normal for Rin to care about Obito. But is that really the case? Minato Namikaze looked at Ryo Sarutobi again. Recently, Rin had always been running to young Master Ryo's side. Besides being nominally in the Umbu, she also seemed to be diagnosing Miss Ruri. But, why does Miss Ruri live at young Master Ryo's house, her child, isn't it Mr. Hizashi's? Many thoughts flashed through Minato Namikaze's mind, but he just silently watched the crowd. He had already discussed it with Obito before. The two had decided to hide the matter of Madara Uchiha. After all, telling this matter would be earth-shattering. If things were related to Madara Uchiha, then it would be troublesome. Obito possessing wood release, which was a good thing, would immediately become dangerous. Although he knew from his previous life's memories that Obito wouldn't have any problems. But the problem was, what would others think? Obito, Rin Noera looked at her teammate with a face full of anticipation. Her eyes flickered. And this question was Ryo Sarutobi's occasional prompting, hinting for Rin Noera to ask Obito the truth. The words that Obito had reached his mouth got stuck. If it were someone else, he would lie without hesitation. After all, although he always helped old people, he was often late, but it was really just because he woke up late. Obito, who had a talent for making excuses. But at this time, he couldn't say it no matter what. Especially since he learned that Rin seemed to not like Kakashi recently. Then, if he were to deceive Rin, what would she think then? Obito's heart went through a struggle, and slowly, he couldn't help but look at Minato Namikaze. Obito, just say it, don't be afraid. Ryo Sarutobi suddenly spoke at this time. No matter who is threatening you, the Hokage-sama and we are all here now. Ryo Sarutobi then looked at Kakashi Hatake, who was slacking off to the side. Kakashi Hatake stood in the corner, seemingly chatting with Jiraiya. Orochimaru stood beside Jiraiya, closely watching the development of things on Obito's side. All the famous experts of Konoha are here, what else can't be said? Obito, young Master Ryo, Obito Uchiha, think about Mr. Fugaku, and the sacrifices of many compatriots and comrades, I believe the will of fire must exist in your heart. Ryo Sarutobi mentioned Fugaku Uchiha and others, directly giving Obito a reassurance. The Uchiha clan can't stand others praising them for possessing the will of fire the most. Therefore, Obito was excited and said with a lot of will of fire, Hokage-sama, everyone, actually, I met an old man named Madara Uchiha back then. Everyone, exclamation point. Minato Namikaze, exclamation point. It's a disaster. As soon as Obito spoke, he immediately looked at his teacher, Minato. He found that Minato-sensei's expression was a bit stiff. Sorry, Minato-sensei, I thought about it and still felt that I couldn't lie about this matter. Captain Fugaku sacrificed himself for the village, and so many compatriots have become heroes. As a Sharingan hero who has returned alive, I can't be unclear about what is right and wrong. At this moment, Obito made his own judgment. He decided to become an absolute, Konoha ninja with the will of fire. Uchiha, Madara. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was shocked. The appearance of this name was no less than a boulder thrown into the water. Inside the medical room, everyone's expressions were shocked and unbelievable. Uchiha Madara. Nonsense, he died a long time ago back then. After all, everyone watched as the corpse was buried. At that time, Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, and the others had already become young ninjas. Naturally, they remembered what happened back then. Elder Koharu, I don't think Obito is lying. Ryo Sarutobi directly smoothed things over for Obito. Obito is a Sharingan hero. Willing to sacrifice himself for the village and his comrades, so, we don't need to doubt his words. The only question is, Obito thought that the person who saved him was Madara Uchiha. But whether that person is actually Madara Uchiha, that's what we should be suspicious of. Seeing his will of fire being affirmed, Obito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Young Master Ryo affirmed my will of fire, that's great. At first, he was still worried that he would be questioned because he was involved with Madara Uchiha. Now it seems that the probability has been greatly reduced. Ryo Sarutobi's words directly cleared Obito of suspicion. A Sharingan hero. An Uchiha ninja with the will of fire. Of course, such a comrade can't be disheartened. Therefore, suspicion was directly transferred to Minato Namikaze. What does that mean? Even if Obito is silly and sweet, he really doesn't have any further involvement with Madara Uchiha. But before confirming the other party's identity, whether it is Madara Uchiha or not. This is like a thorn stuck on Minato Namikaze's side. Speaking of Minato Namikaze, the Konoha higher-ups will think of the matter of Madara. Obito is indeed still just a child, not very old, and doesn't understand anything. But Minato Namikaze is already an adult young man. In terms of reputation, being associated with Madara Uchiha is definitely not a good thing. This is like an ignorant child causing trouble outside. Others will immediately question the parents. Minato Namikaze is Obito's mentor, so he can't escape the relationship. Therefore, Koharu Udatane asked first, Minato, did you know about this? The pressure suddenly shifted to Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze's expression gradually became serious, and finally he nodded. Then why didn't you report it immediately? Koharu Udatane was angry in her heart. Chapter 143. Because it involved Madara's affairs, a sense of dissatisfaction arose towards Minato Namikaze for the first time. And this was just the beginning. Princess Tsunade, how is Obito's condition? Is he in any danger? Sarutobi Ryo directly asked Tsunade, changing the subject. As for how Minato Namikaze would face the Konoha higher-ups afterward, that was his problem to worry about. clearly knowing about Madara's affairs, yet not telling the Konoha higher-ups. Because Obito had transplanted wood-release cells, there was even a sense of using Obito. Sarutobi Ryo was speechless about this. With Obito's merits, age, and personality, even if Madara was involved, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Just like the old saying, he's just a child. But Obito is a child, is Minato Namikaze also a child? Well, this requires further observation. Obito, you must have physical examinations on time from now on. Tsunade looked at the Uchiha teenager in front of her. Because of Hashirama's cells, she suddenly found him pleasing to the eye. The so-called love me, love my dog, is probably what this means. Okay, Lady Tsunade. Obito nodded immediately, surrounded by everyone. He didn't know about the political maneuvering going on in the dark. At this time, he was too far away from the political arena. However, having the power of wood release, he was officially beginning to be surrounded by various political storms. In the future, there would inevitably be many people dealing with him. With Obito's aptitude, even if he didn't use wood release as well as Yamato, he would definitely be a powerful expert with the Sharingan. In the original story, Itachi watched Obito for a full 10 years. 10 years later, Itachi died, and Obito dared to continue his next plan. And the Totsuka blade and Izanami hidden by Itachi were unknown even to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. In terms of hiding ultimate moves, Itachi can be said to be the number one in Naruto. The examination of Obito's would release cells caused things to take a sharp turn because it involved Madara. When Sarutobi Ryo walked out of the examination room, the faces of Koharu Udatane and the other higher-ups were very unsightly. Even Minato Namikaze was criticized along with them. The so-called overdoing it is like this. I never thought that this kid Obito would actually possess Grandpa's power. Tsunade leaned against the window and began chatting with Sarutobi Ryo. They used to be quite familiar, but they stopped interacting after Nawaki's death. Now that old friends were reunited, after a few consecutive contacts, they became familiar again. Having wood release cells doesn't necessarily mean having the power of the first Hokage. Sarutobi Ryo's response stunned Tsunade. She then nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. Having wood release cells doesn't mean that the wood release power can be compared to her grandfather's. Just like countless people in the world know all 5 attributes, but there is only one ninjutsu professor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chakra attributes are just attributes, it depends on the person using them. In fact, in the original story, Obito didn't use techniques such as wood golem technique or advent of a world of flowering trees in the end. Because Obito's talent wasn't in wood release. Kamui, this space-time talent was the path he should take. As expected, Obito would inherit Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique. Combined with the Sharingan, he would surely become the second Yellow Flash. If he awakened the Manjiki, Obito's limit would definitely surpass Minato Namikaze. Therefore, from a talent perspective, Obito was also a Konoha ninja worth paying attention to. The only problem was that he was still young and too obsessed with romance. When he gets older, when he becomes an adult, he will look at things much more rationally. Therefore, if Rin no Era is kept stable for a few years and no accidents happen, Obito shouldn't have any problems. I will talk to my clansmen about Madara's affairs. Tsunade said that she would talk to the old and young of the Senju clan about Madara Uchiha's affairs. When everyone learns about Madara's appearance, the public opinion will naturally take a sharp turn. The idea that originally began to waver because Obito obtained wood release power will be reaffirmed. Before clarifying the matter of Madara Uchiha, they would not consider defecting to Minato Namikaze. After all, the Senju clan as a whole inherited the will of Tobarama Senju. A disturbance was easily resolved by Sarutobi Ryo. Tsunade wasn't stupid and naturally saw the trickery in it. In that case, Tsukumo-sensei is most likely to be the 4th Hokage. Tsunade's lips curled up. As a native of Konoha, Tsukumo Hataki's family background was clean, his battle merits were obvious, and he was a good guy. His strength was recognized by the Sannin, and he belonged to the top powerhouses in the ninja world. If such a person cannot become Hokage, then who else is suitable? Heh, although I don't really want to admit it, but looking at it rationally, Tsukumo-sensei is indeed the most suitable candidate. Orochimaru walked over and joined the conversation. Unlike in the original story, he was not convinced by the young Minato Namikaze. Tsukumo Hatake had been famous for a long time and had always suppressed the 3 of them from the beginning. Orochimaru was naturally inferior in skill and willingly conceded defeat. Sarutobi Ryo raised an eyebrow. If Orochimaru was truly convinced, wouldn't the later defection not have happened? Even if his methods were somewhat unclean, he wouldn't have gone to extremes like in the original story. Leaving Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Ryo continued to devote himself to the practice of the Yin seal. When encountering difficulties, he would directly go to Tsunade to ask questions. Over time, the two of them could be considered familiar during this period. Seeing that the day of the Hokage election was getting closer and closer. When Sarutobi Ryo successfully condensed the Yin seal, Ruri was also approaching labor. At this critical juncture, everything naturally had to be prepared properly. Sarutobi Ryo placed Ruri inside the safest barrier, waiting for delivery. He himself went to the Uchiha clan, preparing to probe the Uchiha clan's intentions again. Last time, he visited Mikoto Uchiha's house. It was time to get a reply. When Sarutobi Ryo knocked on the door, the person who came to open the door was Mikoto. Today, she was still wearing a black dress. She was observing the mourning period of 49 days for her husband, which was nearing its end. Counting the days, she would take off this black dress tomorrow. Young Master Ryo. Mikoto Uchiha wasn't surprised by Sarutobi Ryo's visit. Soon, the two of them entered the living room together. After offering incense to Fugaku Uchiha's portrait again, Sarutobi Ryo sat down. Today, Itachi was nowhere to be seen. He probably went to other clansmen to return gifts. With Fugaku Uchiha gone, Itachi took on the responsibility of the head of the family. Madam Mikoto, I wonder what the specific reply is. Sarutobi Ryo thought. The breakthrough was still on Mikoto Uchiha. Although Yashiro could call on the crowd, Mikoto Uchiha was, after all, Fugaku Uchiha's wife. Some things, in a short period of time, she could still influence. If, because of a few words from Mikoto Uchiha, the Uchiha clan's jonin decided to vote for other people, it would be uninteresting. Tsukumo Hatake would of course be elected 4th Hokage. And the more votes cast for him, the better. Young Master Ryo, I have carefully considered this matter. Mikoto Uchiha knelt on the tatami mat. The black, conservative attire could not hide her beautiful figure. Sarutobi Ryo slightly lowered his gaze, seeing the white socks at the end of Mikoto Uchiha's skirt. The black and white combination had a thrilling temptation. Although the beautiful woman in front of him was not wearing makeup and appeared without any embellishments, she could definitely be called outstanding in appearance. Obito's sighed. As soon as Mikoto Uchiha opened her mouth, her tone was tentative. The fact that Obito had awakened would release was spreading like wildfire. The higher-ups had blocked information about Madara Uchiha. However, through Danzo's management, it was directly made known throughout the village. If there was an opportunity to persecute the Uchiha, Danzo would of course spare no effort. Thus, Obito's experience of awakening would release was covered with a layer of suspicious light. The jonin who originally planned to support Minato Namikaze were either watching, or some had defected to Tsukumo Hatake. The matter of Madara Uchiha seemed to have little to do with Minato Namikaze. But after all, the matter of Obito awakening would release was something he actively announced. The meaning behind it was enough for everyone to speculate. Chapter 144. Obviously, Minato Namikaze's attempt to take credit backfired and turned into a blunder. He wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances. This also shows that Minato Namikaze was a little anxious. After all, young as he was, his battle achievements were still far behind Tsukumo Hatake. So, why was Minato Namikaze so eager to become Hokage? This question naturally leads to Kushina. As Konoha's nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Minato Namikaze needed a powerful status to marry Kushina. Only by becoming Hokage could he 100 marry her. It can't be said that Minato Namikaze was out of his mind, it can only be said, he really had no choice. Obito is a Konoha ninja who possesses the will of fire, although he is young, he is already a Sharingan hero. Ryo Sarutobi signaled first, don't make a fuss about Obito. He took the wood release power, it didn't matter. But if you think that you can get the Uchiha clan to support Minato Namikaze with this, isn't that a bit unclear? In recent years, the Uchiha clan has faced various suppressions from the higher-ups, but they can't speak out, Madara Uchiha is to blame. Faced with accusations from all sides, they could only swallow their anger. Offending Madara Uchiha on one side and the Senju lineage of Konoha on the other. The Uchiha clan was in a difficult position. Over time, the Uchiha clan became like this. Now, there is a possibility that Madara Uchiha is still alive. Tsunade believes that Hashirama's cells supported him to live until now. This speculation is due to the powerful vitality of Hashirama's cells. Obito survived even after losing half of his body, which became evidence for her speculation. As for the demonic statue of the outer path and other things, Tsunade naturally doesn't know. Madara Uchiha may still be alive, shouldn't Mikoto Uchiha be busy clearing her relationship with him? does she still want the Uchiha clan to be in a difficult position again? Lady Mikoto, please see the situation clearly. Ryo Sarutobi persuaded earnestly. Obito has would release cells and the potential to be Hokage. I know you are very anxious. Anxious to change the situation of the Uchiha clan. Even hoping that Obito can become Hokage. Well, the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. So Mikoto Uchiha is a little inclined to support Minato Namikaze. But changing the situation of the Uchiha clan is not the only solution. I'd like to hear the details. Mikoto Uchiha hesitated slightly, then nodded. Yes, seeing Mikoto Uchiha's willingness to discuss, Ryo Sarutobi knew there was still hope. Actually, it can be like this. Ryo Sarutobi said his plan. I can adopt Itachi as my adopted son. Mikoto Uchiha's face was directly shocked when she heard this. Young Master Ryo, you. She never expected that there would be such a thing. In the world of Naruto, the title of adopted son is no different from a real son. They are not ashamed of recognizing someone as their adoptive father. Nor will they say anything like, a great man should not remain under another's command for long. Ryo Sarutobi is very young, but Itachi is not old either. Strictly speaking, he can indeed adopt him as his adopted son. As long as Itachi becomes my adopted son, I will naturally take good care of him. Ryo Sarutobi stared at Mikoto Uchiha's beautiful face and emphasized every word. Teacher Tsukumo is the fourth Hokage. I am the fifth Hokage. Then Itachi will naturally be the sixth Hokage. After Ryo Sarutobi finished speaking, he waited for Mikoto Uchiha's reply. This time, Ryo Sarutobi didn't plan to leave immediately, but prepared to hear Mikoto Uchiha's response on the spot. Ryo Sarutobi decided to adopt Itachi Uchiha as his adopted son in order to solve the historical problems of the Uchiha clan once and for all. The return of Obito Uchiha brought such an opportunity. The Uchiha clan, who were regarded as evil, caused subtle changes in public opinion because Obito possessed the power of wood release. In addition, Fugaku Uchiha and the third Raikage died together, vowing to defend the front line. The image of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of others has slowly become better. So, at this time, making this request and making such an arrangement can further change the Uchiha clan's situation in the village. Think about it, as long as Itachi becomes my adopted son, he can justifiably join the Umbu. Ryo Sarutobi began to persuade and explain the pros and cons. Since the establishment of the village, the Uchiha clan has been confined to the 1-acre, 3-point land of the police force. Other departments cannot intervene. This is because the Konoha high-level officials have been rejecting the Uchiha, not wanting them to enter the core of Konoha. If Itachi can join the Umbu. And this is just the beginning. I said last time, with Itachi's talent, there is no problem in serving as Hokage. Perhaps, the Uchiha clan will have a real first Hokage. Just thinking about these benefits, Mikoto Uchiha can understand the relationship. Now the only question that troubles her is whether to support Minato Namikaze and Obito's side. Or rely on young Master Ryo's side. If Fugaku was still alive, she would naturally have a backbone. Because Mikoto Uchiha is a traditional woman who follows her husband's lead. Now that Fugaku Uchiha is gone, she is indeed a little difficult to decide. Lady Mikoto, what are you hesitating about? Ryo Sarutobi raised his voice slightly. This matter is not only beneficial to Itachi, but also beneficial to the Uchiha clan, it is even beneficial to you. If Itachi becomes his adopted son and is promoted step by step, Mikoto Uchiha will also gain a good reputation. Even so, she is still hesitating. If she chooses to support Minato Namikaze and Obito's side, what can she get? Just because she thinks that the first Hokages would release power can really be manifested in Obito? Just then, there was a sound of pushing the door open from outside. The two looked over from the living room and found that it was Itachi who had returned. Itachi in black clothes looked a little more mature than before. Bearing such hardships at a young age has allowed him to gradually embark on a different path from the original. Mother, young Master Ryo, after greeting, Itachi immediately realized that young Master Ryo was here to discuss the Hokage election. Itachi, there is something I want to discuss with you. Ryo Sarutobi began to state his intentions. When Ryo Sarutobi said that he wanted to adopt Itachi as his adopted son, he couldn't help but look at his mother beside him. Obviously, he would listen to his mother's instructions on this matter. The Uchiha Fugaku family has strict family education. Young Itachi still followed his father's teachings in his heart. Now that his father is gone, he will of course listen to his mother. At the same time, Itachi thought about the matter in his heart. Soon he understood the cause and effect. Itachi, what do you think? Mikoto Uchiha had no conclusion in her mind, so she decided to try asking her son's opinion. I heard that Obito has the power of the first Hokage. Itachi looked at Ryo Sarutobi and said what he had heard when he went out. As for whether he knew about Madara Uchiha, that's another matter. Itachi was considering Ryo Sarutobi. Which side is more potential, this side or the yellow flash's side? It is human nature to choose a good tree to perch on. Ryo Sarutobi nodded, called him in, and then began to analyze the pros and cons, including the stories of Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and others. Itachi nodded ignorantly, and the inclination in his heart began to change. Afterwards, Ryo Sarutobi told Itachi the truth about the Uchiha clan being suppressed. This is also the reason why Fugaku Uchiha wanted to send Itachi to the battlefield. The second Hokage is hostile to the Uchiha. Chapter 145. Sarutobi Ryo's expression was solemn. The subversive truth shocked Itachi's mind. Your father, the other Uchiha clan ninjas, including your mother, have all been discriminated against and oppressed. Uchiha Mikoto nodded, acknowledging what Sarutobi Ryo said. Itachi in the original work. It can be said that he wholeheartedly embraced the will of fire, and his own redness was extreme. Until he grew up and encountered the iron fist of the will of fire. Even so, he remained infatuated and did not turn into a traitor. Because his thinking was too deeply ingrained, he could no longer change. In this world, Itachi is still young and hasn't entered the ninja academy yet. Informing him of some things in advance is beneficial to shaping his personality and allowing him to see the world more clearly. To change the future of the Uchiha clan, you need your talent and power. Sarutobi Ryo stated. There are not many ninjas who can change the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito is one, and you are another. The burden of the clan rests on your shoulders. Should the Uchiha clan continue to be oppressed? Or should the status quo be changed, proving that the Uchiha clan can also serve as Hokage? Is he going to do it himself, or pin his hopes on Uchiha Obito and others? For Itachi, who has dreamed of becoming Hokage since he was a child, this is a very simple question. Mother, I hope to have Ryo-sama as my adoptive father. Itachi immediately looked at his mother, Mikoto, indicating that he wanted to embark on the path of the true will of fire. Hearing her son's answer, a trace of understanding flashed in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes. Okay. Sarutobi Ryo was delighted to gain an adopted son, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan will also be reversed in his hands. Today is the last day of keeping vigil. Once tonight passes, tomorrow will be a more suitable time. Afterwards, Sarutobi Ryo quickly left this place. Itachi. Mikoto's gaze returned from the entrance of the courtyard. She looked at her son, her eyes filled with relief. That was the expression of completing a mission. Now that you have made your choice, you must follow Ryo-sama, your adoptive father, understand? Her mother's soft voice made Itachi subconsciously feel a little strange. But he couldn't understand the resoluteness in Mikoto's eyes. Yes, Itachi nodded. After he left, Uchiha Mikoto once again looked at the portrait of her deceased husband in the living room. Fragments of memories surged into her heart again. In the end, Uchiha Mikoto made a decision she had made long ago. With the important matter settled, Itachi's future had been determined. Then she had no reason to continue living. It was time to follow Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto's determination stemmed from her own character setting. In the work of Naruto, some female characters are dedicated to serving certain male characters. Such as Uchiha Mikoto, such as Hinata. Their existence is to wholeheartedly like someone, simply put, it is a complete love brain. If you remove this setting, they seem to become empty existences. Of course, from a positive point of view, it can also be said that they are deeply in love. In the original work and official novels, whenever Uchiha Mikoto is mentioned, it is generally about following her husband's lead, completely focusing on Uchiha Fugaku. Rather than focusing on the children. Hinata is the same in this regard. For example, if the husband and child fall into the water at the same time, who should be saved first? Mikoto and Hinata's choices must be the same, save the husband first. Even if the husband doesn't need them to save him. This has created a situation where, without their partner, they become existences that are difficult to survive on their own. Now, Itachi's matter has been settled, recognizing Sarutobi Ryo as his adoptive father, which is equivalent to entrusting his life to him, and there is no need to worry about his growth. This is equivalent to fulfilling her last wish. Uchiha Mikoto felt that she could of course follow her deceased husband and reunite in the afterlife. Thus, Uchiha Mikoto took out the poison she had prepared long ago and drank it all in one gulp. When Sarutobi Ryo learned of Uchiha Mikoto's suicide by poison, it was less than half an hour later. Sarutobi Ryo was not surprised by Uchiha Mikoto's decisiveness. Fortunately, Itachi discovered his mother's incident in time. After the Uchiha clan members from the neighborhood rushed her to the hospital in a panic, Noara Rin happened to be on duty in the medical team. She personally performed the rescue for Mikoto. Fortunately, Noara Rin has made rapid progress in medical ninjutsu these days under the guidance of Tsunade. She confirmed Sarutobi Ryo's judgment. She has become a medical expert second only to Tsunade. Given time in the future, she may be comparable to Tsunade. With such superb medical skills, coupled with timely medical treatment, Uchiha Mikoto did not die. Of course, on the one hand, it is also because Uchiha Mikoto herself is a jonin. Even if she takes poison, she will not die immediately like an ordinary person. Her strong physique allows her to last longer. For example, Kenkuro in the original work. After being poisoned by Sasori, he stubbornly held on for 3 days and 3 nights, waiting for Sakura to rush from the land of fire all the way to Sunagakure in the land of wind. That's how he was saved. And the poison that Mikoto took, no matter how fierce, could not be compared to Akasuna no Sasori. Plus, with timely medical treatment and timely rescue, Noara Rin instantly pulled her out of danger. Sitting on the bench in the corridor outside the rescue room, Itachi's face was silent, but his eyes flashed with incomprehension and grief. Sarutobi Ryo sat beside him. Upon hearing the news, Yadai and others were anxious and paced back and forth. Sarutobi Ryo reached out and touched Itachi's head. First his father died in battle, and then his love-brained mother wanted to follow his father, which must be a big blow to him. And Itachi must also be wondering why his mother would do this. He is still young and doesn't understand the things between men and women. Your mother is deeply in love with your father. Sarutobi Ryo explained. When you grow up and have someone you like, you will understand. Yes, Ryo-sama, no, adoptive father, Itachi nodded and said softly. He was still wearing that black suit. Today was the last day of keeping vigil for his father, but such a thing happened. Just then, Noara Rin opened the door and walked out from inside. She breathed a sigh of relief and told Yadai and others that Uchiha Mikoto was out of danger, but she still needed to stay in the hospital for further treatment. The people who came to visit breathed a sigh of relief, and after inquiring, they gradually left. The so-called people leave and the tea cools. After Uchiha Fugaku died in battle, although Itachi was well taken care of for a period of time. But as time went on, everyone gradually forgot Uchiha Fugaku's achievements. Being alive is completely different from being dead. Everyone left one after another, and the corridor became deserted again. Although people were coming and going, no one cared about this place. Until a red figure appeared, it was Kushina. Upon hearing that her best friend had committed suicide, she understood in her heart, but also felt sad. As a good sister who truly thinks of her best friend, her arrival is a matter of course. Accompanying her was Minato Namikaze. These days, Minato Namikaze has not been having a good time. Being condemned and questioned by high-level officials such as Koharu Yudate and Hamura Mitokado, he felt very anxious for the first time. Now that he has encountered such a thing again, will the Uchiha clan still support him? Seeing Sarutobi Ryo and Itachi sitting together, Minato Namikaze's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, Itachi got up, responded to Kushina's concern, and finally said, "Thanks to adoptive father for letting Ms. Rin personally rescue my mother. Mother is temporarily out of danger. Because Noara Rin is a member of Umbu Squad 6. Plus Sarutobi Ryo's instructions to her, fully complied with." Itachi saw this in his eyes and gradually understood the situation. He knew that it was his adoptive father who used his connections to have Ms. Rin personally rescue his mother. Chapter 146. Otherwise, who knows which medical ninja would have rushed in to rescue her? Godfather? Hearing this title, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged glances, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. Yes, Minato, Kushina Uzumaki, I have already recognized Itachi as my adopted son. Hiruzen Ryo also stood up and said to the two of them. This isn't your fault. Kushina knew that her best friend's child had been settled, and her surprise turned to joy. After all, it was a good thing that the child had been entrusted to someone. It's just a little sudden. Yes, I only decided this afternoon. Hiruzen Ryo said that the matter had just been decided when it happened. I see. As Kushina spoke, she looked at Rin, asking if it was possible to go in and investigate. Noera Rin shook her head, indicating that although she was currently out of danger, she would have to undergo a second course of treatment in a while to continue expelling the toxins. She would probably have to stay in the hospital for treatment until she fully recovered. Then thank you, Rin. Kushina nodded to express her gratitude. She stood outside the ward and chatted with Itachi for a while before choosing to leave with Minato Namikaze. She said that she would continue to visit tomorrow. Hiruzen Ryo saw Minato Namikaze and Kushina off, then looked at Itachi. Itachi, it's getting late, you should go back and rest first. At this time, it was already dark. As a child, Itachi would naturally fall asleep easily when he was tired due to physiological reasons. So Hiruzen Ryo said that he would help take care of things here and let Itachi go back first. The sensible Itachi got up and respectfully bid farewell to his godfather. Watching his departing back, Hiruzen Ryo stayed guarding outside the ward like this. Until late at night. Hiruzen Ryo got up and slowly pushed open the ward door. White light shone in the ward. Mikoto Uchiha lay quietly on the hospital bed. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her face was pale. But this did not affect her appearance, but rather gave her a sense of frailty. As the wife of Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha's decision to follow her deceased husband seemed like a small matter. But in reality, it was a big problem. Itachi was still young, and she wanted to abandon her child and leave alone. Just like in the original story, she would leave everything behind and follow her husband to the afterlife, leaving her 2 children to suffer in the world. For Mikoto Uchiha, her husband was the most important person. From a man's point of view, having such a wife, what more could he ask for? However, she was not only Fugaku Uchiha's wife, but also Itachi's mother. Failing to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother and wanting to escape was truly inappropriate. Hiruzen Ryo watched the sleeping Mikoto Uchiha like this. The heartbeat signals displayed on the hospital equipment were weak but stable. At this moment, Noera Rin pushed the door open and entered. Young Master Ryo. Seeing Hiruzen Ryo visiting in the ward, she felt it was normal. After all, Hiruzen Ryo had come as soon as he heard the news. Hearing that young Master Ryo was going to become Itachi's godfather, Noera Rin was slightly surprised. Thinking of the political issues between the higher-ups, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, Itachi's godfather caring for Itachi's biological mother was perfectly fine, right? Young Master Ryo, I'm on duty tonight, so please rest assured. Noera Rin was wearing a nurse's uniform, highlighting her budding figure. Hiruzen Ryo glanced at her, looking her up and down. The appearance of a white-clothed angel was very enticing. Such a pure appearance would be even more alluring when stained with certain colors. Hiruzen Ryo couldn't help but recall that day's experience. Noera Rin stood at the door, being scrutinized by Hiruzen Ryo. Soon, her expression became unnatural, perhaps also thinking of something. Rin, I have something to impart to you. Hiruzen Ryo suddenly said. He would impart the Yin Seal technique to Noera Rin, teaching according to her aptitude. She had the talent for it. Moreover, the Yin Seal also had the ability to maintain youth, allowing her to maintain this petite and lovely appearance. Learning the Yin Seal could also prevent problems later on. In case she was stabbed, she could quickly regenerate and heal. That way, Obito wouldn't go crazy. Hiruzen Ryo had been studying with Tsunade for this period of time and had successfully condensed the Yin Seal. Everyone could choose a different location. Hiruzen Ryo chose to set the location of the Yin Seal at his heart. Because the 8 gates formation technique actually placed the greatest burden on the heart. So this could alleviate the burden on the internal organs brought by the 8 gates to a certain extent. Oh okay. Noera Rin closed the door and, at Hiruzen Ryo's suggestion, locked the door. She slowly walked over, and Hiruzen Ryo placed his hand on her shoulder. At first, Noera Rin was a little confused, but soon, she slowly knelt down. Of course, one must be respectful when learning knowledge. With the rustling of robes, Hiruzen Ryo, who had tidied his appearance, began teaching Noera Rin using the summoning weapon of the Hiruzen clan as a medium. Noera Rin, ugh. It could be seen that Hiruzen Ryo was explaining and imparting knowledge with force. After a while, he finished imparting the knowledge of the Yin Seal. Cough cough cough. Noera Rin, who had finished her lessons, covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Having learned new knowledge, her face was flushed, and she was obviously very excited. Alright, Rin, go and practice the Yin Seal, leave this place to me. Hiruzen Ryo said that he would take care of Mikoto Uchiha tonight. Noera Rin nodded in agreement, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Hiruzen Ryo a few times before turning and leaving. Click. When the door was closed behind her, Hiruzen Ryo turned to look at Mikoto Uchiha on the hospital bed. The night deepened. The hospital went from being crowded to sparsely populated. After eating dinner and visiting the patients, most of the residents and ninjas left the hospital. Even the nurses and medical ninjas were off duty. The huge Konoha hospital became empty. Hiruzen Ryo sat on the long chair in the corridor outside the door, his face ashen. The on-duty personnel who occasionally passed by only thought that Hiruzen Ryo was keeping watch. The fact that Itachi had become Hiruzen Ryo's adopted son would not be announced until tomorrow. So the on-duty nurses and medical ninjas couldn't help but speculate. But tomorrow, everyone would know. Tick-tick. The clock on the wall continued to run. Finally, the time reached 9 p.m. It was also the moment when all sounds were silent. Almost no pedestrians could be seen on the streets outside. The curfew for most clans and civilians was at this time. Hiruzen Ryo was still sitting quietly in the corridor, without saying a word. In reality, however, the Hiruzen Ryo sitting in the corridor was just a shadow clone. Hiruzen Ryo's main body was currently guarding the inside of the ward. Inside the ward. Slowly, Hiruzen Ryo got up, walked to the entrance, and pressed the switch. The light went out with a click. Chapter 147. Only the light of the instruments provided some illumination to the room. Perhaps to others, nothing could be seen clearly. But for Sarutobi Ryo, the existence of his right eye allowed him to see everything clearly. Sarutobi Ryo slowly walked towards the hospital bed. Thump. The hospital bed sank down slightly. Soon, the sounds of treatment began. Sizzle. Whoo. Sarutobi Ryo took a deep breath, and then began the careful treatment. Creak. Silent Konoha hospital entrance. Obito tiptoed in. He first greeted the nurse on duty, indicating that he was there to see Rin. Seeing the much-talked-about Uchiha Mokutan youth, the Sharingan hero, Obito, this celebrity, was naturally known to everyone. The nurse asked him to sign in, her expression understanding. He's here to see Rin. Young love is so good. After signing in, Obito quickly walked towards the office. Seeing his familiar movements, it was clear he had been there many times. Reaching Noera Rin's office door, Obito gently knocked on the door. Obito? Noera Rin, who was on the night shift, opened the door and couldn't help but sigh when she saw Obito. It's so late, Obito, why did you come here? I was just worried about you staying up late, Rin. Obito said with a grin, then magically produced a late-night snack from behind his back. I'm not hungry. Looking at the food, Noera Rin shook her head, indicating that she was full, very full. Is that so? Obito scratched his head and gave the late-night snack to the others in the office. Then, he sat down and started chatting with Noera Rin. However, Noera Rin was focused on studying the Yin Seal, urging Obito to train hard so that he could realize his dream of becoming Hokage. Yeah, Rin is right. Obito nodded vigorously. He thought, Rin is working so hard, I have to work harder too. Rin, drink more hot water. After saying that, Obito turned and left. On the way home, it started to rain. The rain in the middle of the night grew heavier and heavier, and Obito hurried home. While he was lamenting the unpredictable weather, the entire Konoha was covered in rain. The hazy rain curtain merged with the night, as if protecting the sleeping residents of Konoha. The rain was falling. The continuous rain repeatedly washed over the earth. In Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Ryo was also working hard to provide secret treatment to the patient. This kind of thing could not be told to others, only he knew about it. Lady Mikoto. In the darkness, Sarutobi Ryo stared at the Uno woman on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but speed up the treatment. Splash. The pouring rain outside covered up certain shaking sounds. Sizzle. As the rain suddenly stopped, a large amount of medicinal fluid was injected, also announcing its completion. Sarutobi Ryo listened carefully to the world outside the window. The rain stopped. The last trace of rain fell, just like the last bit of medicinal fluid was injected, maintaining the action of administering treatment, for a long time. Pop. Sarutobi Ryo withdrew, the treatment was complete. Looking at the system's prompt in front of him, Sarutobi Ryo knew that Uchiha Mikoto would have the hope and responsibility to live on. Because. Early morning. Noera Rin arrived. She entered the ward and seemed to smell something. Her face flushed slightly, she immediately walked to the window, opened it, and let in some fresh air. Early in the morning, Sarutobi Ryo had already left. After the fresh air after the rain exchanged with the air in the ward, Noera Rin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the patient on the hospital bed. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Lady Mikoto's complexion looked much better than yesterday, or rather, much rosier. Her originally beautiful face had a translucent feeling, like a honey peach that could yield water with a pinch. According to the treatment plan, Noera Rin began another stage of treatment. Time passed by, minute by second. Soon, Itachi came to visit. Learning that his adoptive father had stayed up all night, his heart was filled with gratitude. Confirming that his mother was completely out of danger and only needed to be hospitalized for treatment, Itachi thanked Noera Rin again and again before turning to leave. His hanging heart was put down. Knowing that he was young and needed someone to guide him, Itachi, after experiencing this incident, understood the importance of a pioneer even more. He believed, Sarutobi Ryo young master, no, adoptive father would be his guide. Just like his biological father, Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi went to the Sarutobi clan's residence and personally visited to acknowledge Sarutobi Ryo as his adoptive father, which quickly spread to the ears of the upper echelons. At this critical juncture of the Hokage election ceremony, many things happened one after another. Obito possessing Mokutan, Lady Mikoto's deep affection. These things made people sigh at the rapid changes in the world. And when Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura heard about this, their expressions became extremely astonished. One Sarutobi Hiruzen was enough. Now Sarutobi Ryo was also being foolish. Didn't these father and son know that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan? The matter of Jonin leading Genin teams was decided by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen overruled all objections and arranged for Obito to be in Minato Namikaze's team. This had already made Udatain Koharu and the others very dissatisfied. Later, Minato Namikaze also found Obito more and more pleasing to the eye. He even said many times, hoping that Obito could become Hokage, which was simply outrageous. Now Hiruzen's son, Sarutobi Ryo, was also embarking on the same path of no return, actually taking Uchiha Fugaku's son as his adopted son. Thus, Udatain Koharu and the others arrived at Sarutobi Ryo's residence in a menacing manner. The courtyard in front of them, built like a fortress, really startled Udatain Koharu and the others. When they saw Uchiha Itachi also present, Udatain Koharu couldn't help but start questioning, Sarutobi Ryo, do you know what you are doing? Following closely behind were Sarutobi Ryo's old father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his mother, Biwako. The two also wanted to hear Sarutobi Ryo's opinion. Unlike Udatain Koharu and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a happy expression on his face. Because the Uchiha clan was also a member of the village. Over the years, the unjust treatment towards them had really made people feel heartbroken. Now, everyone was working together to slowly reverse the Uchiha clan's status and reputation, which was really good. Koharu-sama, Elder Hamura. Sarutobi Ryo greeted the high-level officials with an attitude that was neither humble nor arrogant. Since he had already injected the will of fire into Uchiha Mikoto, allowing a certain Indra reincarnation to successfully arrive. Then he would naturally protect Itachi and Mikoto. Chapter 148. I have never seen talent like Itachi's since the founding of the village, his talent even surpasses mine and Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Ryo directly gave Itachi an extremely high evaluation. The fact that Fugaku Uchiha replaced the third Raikage already made Koharu Udatain and the others feel uneasy. Like father, like son. They have no doubt that Fugaku Uchiha's son will reach the same heights in the future. If that were the case, it would mean that Itachi Uchiha's strength could equal the third Raikage and the Eight Tails. Naturally, everyone understood what this kind of potential meant. Itachi possesses the talent to shoulder the responsibilities of the Uchiha clan, and the talent to become Hokage. Sarutobi Ryo believed so. Among the prime of their lives generation, the most suitable person to be Hokage is Tsukumo Hatake. There is absolutely no problem with that. And among the younger generation, the most suitable person to be Hokage is himself. There is also no problem with that. Finally, there's the new generation. Among them, the most suitable person to be Hokage is Itachi. Sarutobi Ryo believes that Kakashi, Asuma, and especially Kurenai Yuhi, their talents are all inferior to Itachi's. In the original story, Kakashi could become Hokage, so why couldn't the more outstanding Itachi? He could use Amaterasu upon meeting someone, and Tatsuka Blade for a sneak attack. If he could awaken the Mangekyo, Itachi would undoubtedly be one of the strongest Kage. Itachi's only problem is his limited chakra. That way, he could use the Sharingan freely without burdening his body. As for the path to awakening the Mangekyo, there will always be a way. Even before awakening the Mangekyo, Itachi's talent completely surpassed Orochimaru. In the original story, this was something Orochimaru admitted himself. Yes, Itachi certainly has this talent. Hiruzen Sarutobi echoed. Fugaku's son is bound to possess the qualifications of a strong person. After all, this is a world of bloodlines. I'm not asking about talent. Koharu Yudatane's expression was unpleasant. She had just started to change her opinion of Sarutobi Ryo, but now this incident happened. The will of fire, huh? Through constant exposure and following me, and everyone else, Itachi will become the most outstanding ninja of Konoha. Sarutobi Ryo looked at Itachi beside him and said calmly. As long as he is influenced enough, what is there to fear about not having the will of fire? The so-called will of fire refers to a person's dedication to a certain ideology. Of course, different people have drastically different interpretations of the will of fire. In the era of Hashirama Senju, building the village, protecting the children, and preventing them from going to the battlefield, this was the original will of fire. Madara acknowledged this dream and worked together with Hashirama Senju, watching the children live and work in peace. Later, the reason for the disagreement between Hashirama Senju and Madara was that their hearts were corrupted by power. Even though Tobirama Senju instigated Hashirama Senju to become the first Hokage, thereby preventing the evil Uchiha from coming to power. However, Hashirama Senju discovered Madara eavesdropping outside the window, pretended not to see it, and agreed with his younger brother's statement. Later, Madara expressed his intention to leave Konoha. Hashirama Senju, who had already become Hokage, said that he needed Madara, and that as long as Madara worked hard, he would eventually become the second Hokage. However, Madara Uchiha already knew what the Senju brothers were thinking. This is the essence of the split between him and Madara. Later, Tobirama Senju became the second Hokage and continued to brand the Uchiha as an evil clan. He used methods to sanction the Uchiha, preventing them from entering the power center of Konoha. After a series of operations, the status of the Uchiha clan seriously declined. From one of the founders of the village, they became a mere low-ranking official. Later, Koharu Yudatane and others, who inherited the will of Tobirama Senju, continued to implement his will. The old father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, inherited the bright side of Tobirama Senju. The dark side was inherited by Danzo and others. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to change the status quo, but he couldn't openly refute it. As soon as he opposed, Koharu Yudatane and the others would bring up Tobirama Senju, this previous Hokage. As long as you dared to disobey, they would accuse you of not having the will of fire, defying the previous Hokage, and so on. Every time Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to change something, he was forced to stop because of this reason. He belonged to someone who was willing but unable to do anything, wanting to change, but because of the limitations of the era, individuals, and ideology, he couldn't really know how to change. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had received 9 years of compulsory education and studied politics. Oh, Sarutobi Ryo knew that people in this world don't study politics, and there is no such thing as a politics class. Politics is something that only belongs to those in power. It is something that is passed down orally, through teaching and example. Therefore, most people in this world, once they encounter a problem, can only be sad or filled with impotent rage. But they just can't think of a way to solve the problem. Nagato is one of the best among them. At least he came up with a peace theory similar to nuclear deterrence. Looking back at Madara Uchiha and Obito, brain tubing and the Matrix, what are those things? This world urgently needs to be changed. It also urgently needs someone to fulfill the true will of fire. Tsukumo Hataki's rise to power was the initial beginning. Next, Sarutobi Ryo will become the next Hokage. Then, he will pass the baton to Itachi, letting Itachi become the 6th Hokage. The management of 3 Hokage generations, decades of change, is enough to turn this world into another appearance. Of course, Sarutobi Ryo knows that each generation has its own things to do. Some things cannot be rushed. It is necessary to follow a step-by-step approach, allowing time to prove everything through the relay of multiple generations. Therefore, how could the thoughts of Sarutobi Ryo, who harbored lofty ambitions, be understood by the frogs in the well like Koharu Yudatane? The reason why Koharu Yudatane and the others are making things difficult right now is not because of Itachi's talent, but because of the sensitive political reason of the Uchiha. In Konoha, if they say you can, and if you can't, you still can. The appointment of people has nothing to do with talent. It can be seen from here that there is a phenomenon of corruption. Of course, politics is inevitably accompanied by corruption, because the human heart is like this, always having a dark side. But the human heart also has a good side. It will always show good things. Sarutobi Ryo simultaneously possesses the light of Nawaki Senju and the darkness that no one else in this world can compare to. Sarutobi Ryo, who has two sides to him, fully understands how to manage and change this world. I greatly admire Itachi's talent. Sarutobi Ryo directly changed the subject and began to play dumb. Reaching out and touching Itachi's head, Sarutobi Ryo looked at the advisors again. If you, Elder Koharu, can find a little guy who is even more talented than Itachi, then I won't hesitate to take him as my adopted son. This is not a matter of talent at all. Koharu Yutane immediately opened her mouth, but then stopped abruptly. If it's not a matter of talent, then what is it? Sarutobi Ryo stared at Koharu Yutane's face. Please speak, Elder Koharu. And Koharu Yutane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo now understand that Sarutobi Ryo, because his father is Hiruzen Sarutobi. He doesn't have a sufficient understanding of the fact that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi has always been close to the Uchiha, believing that the Uchiha are comrades and comrades in arms, so naturally, it is impossible to instill in Sarutobi Ryo some things that the few of them know. And naturally, he cannot pass down the will of Tobarama Senju. It's bad. It's too late. In short, I don't agree with this matter. Koharu Yutane said that she didn't agree. Elder Koharu, you are neither my mother nor my teacher or anything like that, so I'm afraid you don't have the right to say whether you agree or disagree. Sarutobi Ryo stared at Koharu Yutane's face and said lightly. Elder Koharu, I am Itachi's adoptive father. Sarutobi Ryo, you will regret it. Of course, Koharu Yutane would not say that. After all, in her opinion, Sarutobi Ryo is one of their own. But taking Itachi as an adopted son is really a bad move. Come over here with me for a moment. Koharu Yutane had no choice but to ask Sarutobi Ryo to go to the side so that the two of them could talk alone. Sarutobi Ryo directly left the spot and walked to the corner. Hiruzen Sarutobi was asking Itachi about his well-being. Suddenly having an adopted grandson, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed quite happy. He is also a grandfather now. And what Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know was, he is not only Itachi's grandfather, but also Niji's, and even Sasuke's. Chapter 149. The Sarutobi clan has since branched out and inherited many bloodlines. Very good, very good. Sarutobi Ryo. Koharu Yutane straightened her expression. The story begins in the Warring States period. Then, Koharu Yutane began to recount their version of events. In this theory, the Uchiha clan was extremely evil, each one as terrifying as a man-eating demon. It took quite a while. Koharu Yutane spoke with emotion and reason, revealing everything the higher-ups knew. So, Lord Mito also believed that I possessed darkness within, but I still became a ninja with the will of fire. Sarutobi Ryo directly retorted, leaving Koharu Yutane speechless for a moment. Back then, Mito Uzumaki judged that Sarutobi Ryo had hidden darkness within. It was hidden. Different from Orochimaru and Danzo, which were too obvious. However, this ultimately did not escape malicious perception. This is also the reason why Mito Uzumaki chose Minato Namikaze as the guardian of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Of course, initially, she chose her own grandson, Nawaki Senju. However, although Mito Uzumaki judged it this way, Sarutobi Ryo has still become a ninja with the will of fire today. And speaking of darkness, Danzo-sama also has it in his heart. The previous Hokage also had it, because Danzo-sama inherited the previous generation's darkness. Sarutobi Ryo directly retorted. In short, after saying a lot, Koharu Yutane understood. Are you saying, the previous Hokage was wrong? Koharu Yutane widened her eyes, looking threatening. Good heavens, she directly pinned a huge label on him. Presumably, every time his old father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wanted to protect the Uchiha, he would face such opposition and questioning. So-and-so doesn't have the will of fire, goes against the previous generation, such a reputation cannot be borne. However, what kind of person was Sarutobi Ryo? Having been influenced by politics in his previous life, he was extremely familiar with it. Therefore, he directly began to refute Koharu Yutane. Lady Koharu, the previous Hokage must be correct. Sarutobi Ryo first affirmed Tobarama Senju. Anyway, Tobarama Senju is dead. There's no problem giving him a glorious and correct label. Whether he's said to be good or bad, the old coot is long dead, there's no problem giving him some good reputation. Hearing this, Koharu Yutane's expression softened. But Sarutobi Ryo's next words made her feel as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed a mosquito, but I'm afraid some people have misunderstood the meaning of the second Hokage. Koharu Utatane! Exclamation point. Faced with Sarutobi Ryo's set of Tai Chi physical techniques, Koharu Utatane almost couldn't catch her breath. You! Koharu Utatane was angry. The first Hokage is correct, but the people who understand him are wrong. Just like people in the same class, the same team, practicing the path of the ninja together, but some people can become Hokage, and some can't. Even if they learn the same things, they will eventually be completely different. Sarutobi Ryo directly made up a set of arguments, completely blocking Koharu Utatane. Then, Sarutobi Ryo began to improvise freely. He began to tamper with Tobirama Senju's thoughts and ideas. The deeper the love, the greater the hatred. It is precisely because the previous Hokage loved the Uchiha too much, holding the idea of hating iron for not becoming steel, because of Madara Uchiha's defection. He became ill from overthinking, that's why the second Hokage strictly controlled the Uchiha clan, hoping they would not repeat the same mistakes, but become like the first Hokage. Ninjas with the will of fire, what evil clan, it's just like parents being too strict with their children's teachings, even corporal punishment. Sarutobi Ryo raised his face, his eyes serious. Hearing these words, Koharu Utatane began to breathe heavily. Good, good, good. Finally, she said 3 good words. Because she found that Sarutobi Ryo was impervious to reason. It was impossible to change his mind today. After saying that, Sarutobi Ryo looked at everyone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Everyone, I have persuaded Elder Koharu. Koharu Utatane. A moment later, Koharu Utatane slammed the door and left. Goodbye. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at her, then turned around and said to Itachi with a kind expression. Itachi, from today onwards, you are my adopted son. And I will announce this news to everyone in the village. To let everyone know that even if Mr. Fugaku is gone, the Uchiha clan will be well taken care of. The son of a hero will not be allowed to shed tears. Please rest assured about your mother's side, I believe that Mrs. Mikoto already has the belief to continue living. The unknowing crowd did not know the real truth. They only thought that everything was a happy ending. Itachi, call me mom. Yamanaka Kei excitedly said to Itachi. Suddenly having an extra son without having to give birth, how great. Yamanaka Kei, who was happy to be a mom, wasn't unhappy at all. After all, she thought that giving birth was a very scary thing. Such a world, this world is getting better. Then maybe she can consider it in the future. Thus, a harmonious scene unfolded. Hiruzen Sarutobi gained a grandson, and Biwako Sarutobi also thought it was good. Especially when Sarutobi Ryo once again affirmed Itachi's talent, believing that Itachi's talent surpassed the Sannin. At least on par with Tsukumo Hatake. Biwako Sarutobi couldn't help but reveal surprise in her eyes. Everyone, let us slowly wait for Itachi's growth, until he grows up and becomes an excellent successor of the Will of Fire. After Sarutobi Ryo finished speaking, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Several days later, the Hokage election officially began. Having already learned that Sarutobi Ryo had adopted Itachi as his son, the crowd was still discussing the Uchiha's affairs these past few days. Since, Fugaku Uchiha and the third Raikage died together, and Obito survived and returned. These events happened one after another, making the Uchiha clan the focus of public opinion. For a time, everyone felt that Konoha was about to change. The Uchiha clan had reached the bottom and things were starting to look up. Were they about to turn over? Young Master Sarutobi adopting Itachi as his son, the Yellow Flash taking Obito as his disciple. All these things indicated that the upper echelon's direction was starting to shift. Could it be because Obito possessed the power of the first Hokage? Looking at the crowd discussing, Minato Namikaze's expression was complicated. He understood that young Master Ryo had taken advantage of the wood release incident to achieve certain possibilities. The members of the Uchiha clan came forward one after another to congratulate young Master Ryo. Yashiro was beaming with joy, extremely happy. After all, Fugaku Uchiha's death caused the Uchiha clan to lose a top expert. The clan status would probably be even more embarrassing. However, when he heard that Itachi had become young Master Ryo's adopted son, he drank a lot of wine that day. Clearly, Yashiro and the others were extremely excited. The Uchiha clan, this was undoubtedly an affirmation, and they had climbed a high branch. Everyone in the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Ryo, intend to run for the next Hokage, and Itachi, his talent, I believe, can make him the sixth Hokage. Sarutobi Ryo directly announced this explosive news in the conference room. Everyone present was a jonin with a face and a name in Konoha. And they were also the ninjas who came to participate in the Hokage election today. Hearing Sarutobi Ryo say this, they immediately gasped. Yashiro and the other Uchiha Jonin were completely stunned. Immediately, they became even more excited. Heavens! Young Master Ryo said that Itachi has the talent to become Hokage. This explosive news made them feel that the Uchiha clan had completely turned over. Because of Sarutobi Ryo's words, Yashiro and the others instantly became devoted to Sarutobi Ryo's faction. They only felt that following young Master Sarutobi would definitely lead to a bright future. In the future, I will still need the support of all of you Uchiha clan comrades. Sarutobi Ryo cupped his hands and saluted everyone. Of course, of course. Chapter 150. Yashiro couldn't close his mouth from laughing. He looked at his fellow Uchiha clansmen, his eyes flashing. They understood everything. This time, during the election, all of the Uchiha clan's Jonin would naturally vote for Konoha's white fan. Watching the situation turn around so quickly, Obito, who had just been evaluated as a Jonin, immediately gasped. How did things turn out like this? Wasn't it agreed that at least half of the people would support Minato-sensei? The Hokage election voting process officially began. In the large conference room, Sarutobi Ryo, who had already been appointed as the Jonin squad leader, began to preside over the affairs. As a supervisor, he watched as the Jonin cast their votes. The ballot box in front of them would be used for anonymous voting. In the end, the person with the most votes would be the final winner. The Jonin came one by one and cast their votes. Sarutobi Ryo stood on the spot, while the 4 high-level Konoha officials sat at the head of the table. Hatake Tsukumo's face was unusually serious, obviously taking the Hokage election to heart. Because he understood that to control his own destiny, he had to become the leader of this village. Only after sitting in that position could he rest easy. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the familiar and unfamiliar Jonin colleagues, with different expressions on his face. What they were thinking in their hearts was naturally different. Some people supported Namikaze Minato. Some people supported Orochimaru. And more people, naturally supported Hatake Tsukumo. After the long voting process ended, Sarutobi Ryo took the ballot box to the 4 high-level officials. Then, he began to announce the names in public, and Nara Shikaka next to him would count the votes. The 4 high-level officials and countless Jonin had extraordinary eyesight, so there was no possibility of fraud. Therefore, the completely transparent voting quickly came to an end. In the end, Hatake Tsukumo defeated others with an absolute advantage and won the title of 4th Hokage. The moment Namikaze Minato learned the result, his eyes dimmed a lot. Things had completely deviated from the path, making him feel lost. Clearly, the 4th Hokage should have been him. If it had been according to the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, the original result. However, everything had deviated because of someone. Who exactly was that person? Namikaze Minato had once guessed that it was Sarutobi Ryo, or perhaps Hatake Tsukumo. However, the world was so complex. Every person's slight difference in actions would cause the world to move in a completely different direction. So, Namikaze Minato was still unable to 100% determine the instigator of everything. Congratulations, 4th Hokage-sama. After the counting was over and double-checked, Sarutobi Ryo publicly congratulated Hatake Tsukumo. For a time, applause rang out, and congratulations were endless. Some were happy and some were sad. Faced with this result, Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little regretful, but thought it was reasonable. Growing up, he had always heard about the various deeds of Konoha's white fan. From the first time he revealed his title to the time he became famous in the ninja world. Even if he, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were known as the Sannin, they couldn't shake Hatake Tsukumo's reputation. This was proof of absolute strength. Orochimaru, who was sincerely convinced, would only be inspired to catch up. But he wouldn't become completely psychologically twisted and embark on a path of absolute evil like in the original story because he lost to the young Namikaze Minato. Hatake Tsukumo becoming the 4th Hokage made Orochimaru start to consider whether to separate from Danzo and clear his relationship. After all, when the new Hokage took office, there would definitely be 3 fires. At least, he couldn't let others find out about his little tale. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder. "Minato, you are still young, don't be discouraged." Jiraiya had a smile on his face, not feeling embarrassed at all that his disciple had lost. After all, his opponent was Konoha's white fan. Jiraiya-sensei. Namikaze Minato showed a bitter expression. Although losing was regrettable. But, what made him even more anxious was the issue of Naruto's birth. In this world, the 4th Hokage's election was much earlier than in the first timeline. But even so, The date when Kushina should become pregnant with Naruto was, strictly speaking, only less than a few months away. In other words, he had to work hard in these few months to cultivate the result of love with Kushina. But now that he wasn't the Hokage, what would the result be? Jiraiya-sensei, you must have voted for Tsukumo-sensei, right? Kushina pouted, her words a bit sour. She empathized with Minato's defeat. But of course, Kushina wasn't as discouraged as Namake's Minato. This was still because the old senior Hatake Tsukumo was too powerful. Jiraiya scratched his head, not denying it. Jiraiya, who prioritized Konoha in everything, would naturally choose the most correct vote. He naturally voted for Hatake Tsukumo, because the latter was the most suitable candidate. Minato, although you don't have an absolute advantage in this term, you can still run for the next term. Jiraiya patted his disciple on the shoulder. He felt that the battle for the fifth Hokage was the main event. At that time, Orochimaru and Tsunade might also become his opponents. But by then, things would be completely different. The young Golden Flash would grow up, and his strength would definitely become even more extraordinary. Time will prove everything. Yeah, Namake's Minato nodded, his gaze looking at Sarutobi Ryo, who was congratulating Hatake Tsukumo. The scene of everyone being happy made him feel even worse. Naruto. Tsukumo-sensei, congratulations. No, I should call you fourth Hokage-sama now. Tsunade congratulated Hatake Tsukumo very boldly, not showing any displeasure at all. Because she felt that having Hatake Tsukumo as the Hokage was much better than having the annoying Hamura and Koharu. Thank you, everyone. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes narrowed into crescents, accepting everyone's congratulations one by one. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at Koharu and Hamura. The expressions of the high-level officials were okay. Although some people were frowning, they weren't sullen. After all, Hatake Tsukumo being the Hokage was okay for them too. Konoha was now teetering on the brink of collapse. It really needed someone to hold the fort. Before the start of the Third Shinobi World War, the countries were mysteriously confident, and Konoha's high-level officials even felt that Hatake Tsukumo was a hindrance. When the Third Shinobi World War really broke out, everyone realized things were not that simple. The Third Shinobi World War was the most tragic war in history. In this war, there were only losers, no winners. The countries consumed a large amount of resources and reduced a large number of people. This was simply a nightmare. Under the poisonous beating of this reality, Koharu and the others, who had recognized everything, began to slowly change their attitude. From thinking, we can't let Hatake Tsukumo die, to we need Hatake Tsukumo to be the Hokage, it was a complete turnaround. At this point, Sarutobi Ryo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha's white fan becoming the fourth Hokage changed the tragedy and changed more of history. Under the leadership of the strong Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha would regroup and stubbornly face enemies such as Iwagakure. At the same time, Hatake Tsukumo's position could also deter allies such as Tsunagakure and Amigakure, preventing them from having bad ideas. If it were the young Namake's Minato, things would be completely different. The title of Golden Flash was for reaping small fries. The problem was, which Kage-level ninja couldn't reap small fries? Chapter 151. Thanks to Sarutobi's magnet release, empowered by his plundered earth release, he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights, slaughtering countless enemy ninja. When it came to mowing down enemies, even Kage-level powerhouses had their own tricks. However, in battles between powerhouses, talent was the ultimate deciding factor. Tsukumo Hatake severed A's arm with a single strike. Minato Namake's, on the other hand, couldn't manage that even after multiple encounters. He was still young. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The age gap meant he lost to Tsukumo Hatake despite his potential. There was no shame in that. After all, Minato Namake's ideal stage for competition was for the title of 5th Hokage. So Sarutobi believed. Lord 4th, congratulations. Inoichi Yamanaka was also happy for Tsukumo Hatake. Now things were stable, and there was no need to worry about being plotted against by Konoha's higher-ups. After all, no matter how difficult Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutane were, they couldn't possibly plot against the Hokage. Their upbringing had instilled in them a certain set of values that prevented it. Tsukumo Hatake, as the Hokage, held a unique position, making him Konoha's representative. At the highest position, he would carry out his duties and command the people. Even the elders would have to discuss matters with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, still in his prime, had a look of gratification in his eyes. In a few more years, his strength would begin to decline. Passing on the Hokage's seat at this critical juncture was naturally the best choice. From now on, I entrust the village to you, 4th Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi solemnly handed over the reins to Second Hokage. Of course, the official Hokage inauguration still required a series of preparations. It would take at least a few days, or even a week. Only then would the official handover begin. Lord Hokage, you're still in your prime, and the village will still need your help in many areas in the future. Second Hokage nodded solemnly, hoping that Hiruzen Sarutobi would continue to help watch over the village. Wanting to enjoy a peaceful retirement depended on the timing. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally understood that the current situation in the ninja world required everyone to work together. Perhaps, the coming years would not be idle. Father, congratulations. Kakashi was the last to come and congratulate his old father. Second Hokage felt that his disciple was better suited to teaching Kakashi than he, his own father, was. No problem, Ri Sarutobi nodded. The eye transplant for Kakashi was also being prepared by Rin Noara. Many of the deceased had donated their unused eyeballs, which could be transplanted into Kakashi to restore sight to his blind and injured eye. The mastery of lightning release chakra mode also benefited Kakashi. He began to practice the secret techniques of the Raikage clan. With the optimization of reflexes provided by the lightning release armor, Kakashi could do the same things as A. As long as he entered this mode, all his attributes would increase dramatically. Of course, the hardships involved would not be few. The most important thing was the tempering of his taijutsu. This wasn't a big problem. Ri Sarutobi specifically arranged for Guy to train with Kakashi. Faced with Guy's youthful and passionate encouragement, Kakashi would definitely train for at least 10 hours a day, right? Well, he wouldn't dare not to. Everything was arranged properly. The Hokage election ceremony officially ended. Afternoon, dusk. Minato Namikaze sat alone in an izakaya, drinking in silence. The bitter liquid burned his throat, causing him to cough. He didn't know how his teacher Jiraiya and the others could drink such a spicy thing. Whether or not he would compete for the 5th Hokage was no longer the main point. The main point was, Naruto's timely birth. In this world, Lady Mito was still alive. Kushina was not as empty, lonely, and cold as she was in his first life memories. With someone caring for her, facing a stern but caring elder, she naturally had someone to rely on every day. Therefore, he had to strengthen his offensive in his interactions with Kushina. He drank a cup of sake. Minato Namikaze suddenly had an inspiration. He was thinking whether he should do that kind of thing with Kushina in advance, to force the issue. As long as he did that thing, Naruto could be born prematurely. The already established situation would also lead the higher-ups to decide to betroth Kushina to him, no, to allow him to be adopted into her clan. After all, the Uzumaki clan was famous. Even though their country was destroyed, the Uzumaki mark was engraved on the clothes of every Konoha ninja. This was the symbol of their great reputation. Heh, Minato, you're actually here drinking alone in silence. At this time, the curtain was lifted, and Orochimaru walked in. Unlike the Orochimaru in Minato Namikaze's memories, who should have already started to become crazed. The Orochimaru in this timeline had a calm expression, seemingly unaffected by his failure to win the Hokage election. Was it because he was completely convinced by Lord Tsukumo? Minato Namikaze thought to himself, feeling even more uncomfortable. It wasn't until this moment that Minato Namikaze learned that Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama had dragged Lord Tsukumo to the izakaya for a celebratory dinner. Orochimaru had just happened to pass by and came to take a look. Heh, Minato, actually, I think you don't need to be so depressed just because you lost the election, it seems like there's something else bothering you. Orochimaru keenly saw that Minato Namikaze had extra worries in his heart. Lord Tsukumo is already the 4th Hokage, what you can do is to seek the position of 5th Hokage, however, young Master Ri also has a great competitive advantage. Orochimaru euphemistically said that it was not certain who the 5th Hokage would be, and constantly watched Minato Namikaze's expression. Minato Namikaze only felt an indescribable absurdity at this moment. Orochimaru-sensei actually came to comfort him. This was completely unimaginable. According to this situation, how much more unpredictable would the future become? Minato Namikaze didn't know. He just kept recalling the knowledge that the future version of himself had transmitted back. Among them, some taboos. Could it be that he had to embark on the path represented by that knowledge? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but feel anxious. Especially when he thought of Kushina, and the child who should have been born, Naruto Uzumaki. Heh. Orochimaru observed this excellent junior, watching him worry. Then he got up, feeling that he should leave this matter to Jiraiya to handle. It seemed that no matter how excellent a person was, they could not escape the thinking destiny of ordinary people. Eternal life. Orochimaru, who failed to compete for Hokage, decided to completely focus his attention on the research of eternal life. Only by obtaining infinite life would everything begin. Evening. Minato Namikaze went to Kushina's residence. Small bridges and flowing water, a scene of a paradise. Lady Mito. Minato Namikaze greeted Mito Uzumaki. The beautiful Mito Uzumaki in front of him was dressed in white, and had already heard about the Hokage election. Chapter 152. She nodded, her beautiful face devoid of joy or sorrow. Minato Namikaze, you must work hard and try to compete for the next Hokage. Because only then can Kushina and you achieve a fruitful relationship. When everyone felt that Minato Namikaze was qualified and should participate in the competition for the next Hokage, Minato Namikaze's anxiety quietly spread in his own heart. After all, Minato Namikaze couldn't talk to others about Naruto's matter. Therefore, he could only find ways to get closer to Kushina, to create opportunities for intimacy. However, Mito Uzumaki was still alive. She was extremely vigilant about some things. After all, Mito Uzumaki, who came from the Warring States period and a prominent family, was incredibly conservative and traditional in her thinking. Consequently, Kushina, who had been disciplined and educated, also fully accepted some of the ancient traditional ideas. Just as Minato Namikaze kept trying and working hard. On the other side, as the leader of the Jonin squad, and also a staff officer for the new Hokage, Sarutobi Ryo was followed by many people. In the past few days, visitors came in an endless stream. The heads of various families and the leaders of various departments had never been so frequent in the past. A new dynasty, a new court. Everyone understood the principle. So they were very clear about who would be in charge in the future. Time passed quickly like this. On the day Second Hokage took office, the entire Konoha was immersed in cheers. The news of Second Hokage's appointment as Jonin had already been conveyed to various countries by messengers. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before the entire ninja world would know about the birth of the new Hokage. And by that time, the stalemate situation in the later stages of the war would undergo a qualitative change. After all, the name of Konoha's White Fang was well known throughout the ninja world. The third Hokage was in his prime. The existence of two top powerhouses was the backbone of Konoha and an important weight to deter other countries. Following the example of Tsunegakure selecting the fourth Kazekage Yakura, Konoha had given birth to the fourth Hokage. Kirigakure should also be integrating its internal strife, with Yagura taking office as the perfect Jinchuriki, appearing in front of everyone. By then, a new era would arrive. The successive appointments of the fourth Kages in various countries also foreshadowed the end of the Third Ninja World War. It was just unknown what would happen on the Amigakure side. In this timeline, Hanzo did not unite with Danzo to plot against Akatsuki. But Hanzo would definitely solve the Akatsuki problem. Whether Nagato would be recruited by Hanzo or, still fight fiercely, would depend on the changes of time. This was also one of the many events that Konoha had to prevent. After suffering losses in the Third Ninja World War, Konoha would slightly restrain itself and face the ninja world with a more cautious attitude. It's almost time. Sarutobi Ryo stood on the Hokage Rock. Below the Hokage Rock, the people of Konoha were in a sea of people. They were all waiting for the announcement of the appointment. And as Sarutobi Ryo, with a full voice, conveyed the third Hokage's handover to the fourth Hokage, the crowd below finally erupted in cheers. Oh oh oh. The people of Konoha had been looking forward to this for too long. The inauguration of the new Hokage foreshadowed a change in the situation. The Great War was about to come to an end, and a brand new era of peace was coming, which was what countless people were looking forward to. The lively inauguration ceremony lasted for a whole morning. Tsukumo Hatake kept waving and paying his respects, parading through the streets. Finally, he returned to the Hokage building and sat in the seat that originally belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Phew. After being busy for half a day, Tsukumo Hatake finally breathed a sigh of relief. And before he could really relax, more affairs were waiting for him. Inside the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, Danzo Shimura, and Biwako were present. Also present were Tsukumo Hatake and Ryo Sarutobi. The doors were tightly closed. Obviously, the four high-level officials had something to say. Fourth Hokage. As soon as Koharu Udatane opened her mouth, it was fourth Hokage, no longer as rude as in the past. Obviously, the position of Hokage highlighted the true rise in Tsukumo Hataki's status. And Ryo Sarutobi, there are some things that you should also know. Koharu Yutane began to talk about the secrets that only high-level officials could know. As various confidential events were revealed, the surprise on Tsukumo Hataki's face became deeper and deeper. When Koharu Yutane talked about Kushina Uzumaki being the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Tsukumo Hataki only felt that his three views had been subverted. Because, from the historical knowledge he had learned since he was a child, the Nine Tails was a mythical story. It was said that every once in a while, the Nine Tails would appear in the world due to the accumulation of people's resentment. Now, the Konoha high-level officials actually said that Mito-sama was the first nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and Kushina Uzumaki was the second. The Nine Tails, this kind of creature, was inside Konoha. Then Kushina Uzumaki, will she marry Minato Namikaze? Tsukumo Hataki, with a surprised expression, quickly considered the issue of the Jinchuriki's belonging. Although he didn't know that the Nine Tails was inside Konoha before. But he had seen many similar treatment plans in other countries. Konoha had never imprisoned the Jinchuriki like Sunigakure. This showed that it was imitating the arrangements of Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and other ninja villages. That was, only people who had a close relationship with the Kage could serve as Jinchuriki. Then, what would happen to Kushina's life? Now that she was also at the age of marriage, it was impossible to let her grow old alone, right? Yes, this is the problem we want to talk about. Koharu Yutane's expression softened slightly. Mito-sama was the sister-in-law of Tobarama-sama, so there was no problem with her placement. Later, Hiruzen Sarutobi took office. To Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Uzumaki was his teacher's wife, so the latter was also safe and sound. But in Kushina's generation, there were some problems. Kushina and Mito Uzumaki were relatives. In other words, it was because of Mito Uzumaki's sake that Kushina became the Jinchuriki. Because Kushina and Hiruzen Sarutobi were not related. Now that Tsukumo Hataki had become the fourth Hokage, he was even more distant from Kushina. This problem would be very big. If Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage, there wouldn't be so much trouble. This thought flashed through Koharu Yutane's mind and then disappeared without a trace. Minato Namikaze is even more unrelated to you. Koharu Yutane began to shake her head. What was being considered now was not the issue of whose granddisciple Minato Namikaze was. But, what was the relationship between Tsukumo Hataki and Minato Namikaze? Since there was no relationship, then they could only let Kushina and Tsukumo Hataki have some kind of connection. Therefore, who could marry Kushina was what the high-level officials were considering. This is simple. Sarutobi Ryo suddenly spoke. Let Minato Namikaze recognize Tsukumo-sensei as his adoptive father, wouldn't the problem be solved? Koharu Yutane, Hamura Mitokado. From the age point of view, Tsukumo Hataki was very reluctant and could not be Minato Namikaze's adoptive father, because the two were only about 15 years apart. To say that this age of recognizing an adoptive father or something was still too. It's a bit reluctant, Hamura Mitokado frowned, disagreeing. Sarutobi Ryo. Koharu Yutane suddenly looked at Sarutobi Ryo. Considering all aspects, only you are suitable to marry Kushina. Chapter 153. Hataki Tsukumo is the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Ryo is Hataki Tsukumo's disciple, the leader of the Jonin Squad, the son of the third Hokage, and the leader of the Umbu Squad 6. Looking at it this way, isn't it very suitable? Not suitable, Sarutobi Ryo immediately shook his head. Ahui and I are deeply in love. Sarutobi Ryo expressed that he would marry his childhood sweetheart, not Kushina. Moreover, suggesting that Kushina marry me would clearly be met with resistance from both Minato Namikaze and Kushina. Even Mito Uzumaki would definitely not agree. Humph, that child Yamanaka Hui, if she really liked you, why hasn't she shown any intention of getting married until now? Koharu Yutane immediately snorted. She started looking for reasons, seemingly eager to resolve the difficulty of the Jinchuriki's affiliation immediately. Or, should we wait a little longer? Hataki Tsukumo thought for a moment and said. He saw that the two juniors, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, were deeply in love. Forcibly breaking them up might not be a good idea. Moreover, Minato Namikaze has great talent and is qualified to compete for the next Hokage. I didn't expect that the Uzumaki clan's orphan would actually be the host of the Nine Tails. Things have become troublesome. Wait. We can't wait. Koharu Yutane immediately shook her head. What if the Jinchuriki goes berserk if not handled properly? In order to stabilize her and to bind the Nine-Tails weapon, a solution must be found in a short period of time. Watching the high-level officials start arguing, Danzo remained calm, squinting his eyes, still with that appearance of not knowing whether he was asleep or what. How about this, let Kushina recognize Mito-sama as her honorary grandmother, this way, the problem will be almost solved. Sarutobi Ryo interrupted everyone's argument and offered another solution. As long as Kushina becomes the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, equivalent to the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Under this layer of relationship, there is no need to discuss whether there is a close relationship with the third or fourth Hokage. Use this kind of honorary method to bind her. At that time, Kushina will be considered one of our own. Whether Minato Namikaze marries into the family or marries her, it doesn't matter. After all, a relative like Tsunade is equivalent to being able to override most people. She is the princess of the entire Konoha. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado stopped talking. The high-level officials looked at each other and barely nodded. In this way, it is actually equivalent to Kushina climbing up the social ladder. Letting her become the honorary granddaughter of the first Hokage, if this isn't climbing the social ladder, then what is? This is on the same level as Tsunade. They've become sisters. And Tsunade is a little younger than Hatake Sakumo. Speaking of sisters, it's still acceptable. I think Mito-sama will definitely agree too. Sarutobi Ryo believed that Mito Uzumaki wouldn't be able to say anything against it either. After all, she has always been very optimistic about Minato Namikaze. Then the only way is to use this method to pair Kushina and Minato Namikaze together. The only question is whether the two of them can enter the wedding hall on time. Whether Naruto can be born on time. Sarutobi Ryo shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Because he had already done his best. The rest depends on Minato Namikaze's own efforts. At the same time, Konoha Hospital. Mikoto, who had slowly woken up, had completely recovered. The toxins in her body were completely removed. Rin Noera informed her of the diagnosis results, and also told her good news, congratulations, Mrs. Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto was a little dazed. Itachi, standing in front of the hospital bed, also looked blank. Until, Rin Noera said a piece of great news, there is a little life growing in your womb. Rin Noera smiled. This is Fugaku-sensei's posthumous child. A common sense that needs to be emphasized, the theory of 10 months of pregnancy, is not entirely applicable to this world. Because the humans in this world are completely different in physique from the Earthlings in Sarutobi Ryo's previous life. The number of cells is 2 to 3 times that of Earthlings in the previous life. And there is also the magical energy called chakra. And various mutated organs. Therefore, although Uchiha Fugaku has been dead for more than 49 days, it can still be considered that Uchiha Mikoto is pregnant with his child. Rin Noera has little experience in diagnosing Uchiha ninjas, so she feels that the time is a bit long, but it's not a big problem. However, there is a very, very big problem in it. Uchiha Mikoto was slightly stunned, her eyes glancing at her abdomen. She thought for a long time, but she couldn't think of whose Uchiha child would show signs of pregnancy after such a long time. However, it may also be related to the fact that she was too sad when Fugaku passed away, which suppressed certain things, such as the body's metabolism. Uchiha Mikoto imagined it, and then a burst of joy welled up in her heart. Fugaku's second child. She gently stroked her abdomen, as if feeling the arrival of a new life. And regretting why she chose to commit suicide. What if she harmed the unborn child? Madam, you need to come for regular checkups for specific situations. Rin Noera reminded Uchiha Mikoto to check the fetus regularly so that nothing would go wrong. Yeah, Uchiha Mikoto, who had survived a catastrophe, nodded. Itachi was in a trance for a while, and the greatest joy since birth welled up in his heart. I'm going to be a big brother. Outside the ward. Sarutobi Ryo, who had rushed over, heard about Mikoto's pregnancy, is that so? Sarutobi Ryo's expression was calm. Rin Noera was about to leave after finishing her business. As soon as she took a step, she suddenly stopped and suddenly widened her eyes. No, could it be? What's wrong? Rin, is there anything else you want to say? No, nothing. Rin Noera immediately shook her head and walked away. She immediately extinguished the idea, no matter how things were. Mrs. Mikoto already has the belief to live, and that is the best thing. As for the things I was thinking about in my heart, that's right, it must be random thoughts. How could young Master Ryo be that kind of person? Although Rin Noera warned herself like this, she still couldn't help but think of that night when Sarutobi Ryo stayed in the hospital and took care of Uchiha Mikoto all night. Not long after Konoha elected a new Hokage. Kirigakure also sent posts to various ninja villages, confirming the news that Yagura had quelled the internal strife and assumed the position of fourth Mizukage. Yagura, who had just taken office, became the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails by sealing the Three Tails within himself. Moreover, with absolute control, he is known as the perfect Jinchuriki. This news may be deliberately creating suspicion and intimidating other countries. After all, the fourth Raikage's adopted brother, Killer Bee, was not a perfect Jinchuriki at first, and only gradually moved towards the direction of a perfect Jinchuriki after years of training. Yagura controlled the Three Tails in a short period of time. Is this just the new Mizukage boasting after taking office, or is it really the case? And no matter what, the reunited Kirigakure is about to set off a new storm in the ninja world again. But contrary to everyone's views, after Yagura took office as the new Mizukage, he did not continue the brutal ideology of the third Mizukage. The bloody mist seems to be quietly changing. When Sarutobi Ryo learned of this news, he knew very well that history had begun to change. In the original work, Obito went to Kirigakure after turning evil and tried to control Yagura successfully. His confidence was bursting. It was equivalent to rehearsing the Jinchuriki strategy in advance. After that, he came to Konoha and carried out the Nine Tails Rebellion. Chapter 154. In this timeline, Obito isn't corrupted and hasn't awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, Yagura, not being controlled, naturally begins to slowly change Kirigakure from within. Yagura, who disapproves of the continued brutal regime, strives to improve Kirigakure. Changing the internal affairs, rather than engaging in external wars, is what he desires most. With Kirigakure's ambiguous attitude progressing, the Third Shinobi World War seems to be slowly drawing to a close. Iwagakure, confronting the alliance of Sunagakure, Amigakure, and Konohagakure, also has no good solutions. In this stalemate, negotiations have to be brought to the table. On this day, Iwagakure's envoy delivers the message of negotiation. Sunagakure and Amigakure also send people. The four forces are divided into two sides, looking at each other, and begin the first round of talks. At the meeting, tensions run high. The attitudes towards each other are naturally very unfriendly. But reality must move forward. Faced with various realistic situations, each side has to retreat or make various compromises. Because Iwagakure didn't send that Tsuchikage himself, naturally Sakumo Hatake from Konoha didn't participate in the discussion either. Because everyone knows that the first round of negotiations will not yield any results. As the envoy, Ryo Sarutobi sees a familiar figure at the meeting. The fourth Kazekage's disciple, Maki. After not seeing her for a while, the little girl has grown up, beginning to shed her childishness and slowly becoming womanly. Although still a girl, her every move already has a sense of allure. Ryo Sarutobi knows that this is his past accomplishment. And seeing Ryo Sarutobi again, Maki's eyes flash with a hint of fear, obviously with fresh memories of the past. It can be seen that she doesn't really want to be here. This is due to pressure. After all, she is the Kazekage's disciple, so she naturally has to face various predicaments and things. Miss Maki, you've come from afar, it must have been hard. Looking at Ryo Sarutobi starting to chat with Maki, Amigakure's representative, Yahiko crosses his arms, quite curious. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, wearing the Amigakure forehead protector, seemingly a kind of premonition. He is wearing the Amigakure ninja uniform, not the Akatsuki's special uniform. Perhaps, this indicates that he has already submitted to Hanzo. Within Amigakure, a divided force is ultimately not needed. With a great enemy at hand, facing the pressure of the Iwagakure army, some things have been forced to change. I saw you once before, and this meeting has further confirmed some things for me. After staring at Ryo Sarutobi for a while, Yahiko speaks. The son of the Hokage, Ryo Sarutobi, you have a dark side in your heart, but sitting in this position shows that you can recognize the evil of people very well. And also have the ability to control yourself, so everyone has elected you to this position. Talented individuals are rare in the world. Yahiko is the kind of person who has the ability to recognize people. The first time they met was on the battlefield, fighting against Iwagakure together. This time, he still sees through Ryo Sarutobi's essence at a glance. Just like in the original story. Obito pretends to be Madara, fooling the Akatsuki members, but Yahiko directly sees through it. Some people just have very good eyesight. But because of this, they will become a thorn in the side of others. Yahiko is too much of a hindrance, which is why he dies in the original story. Excellent eyesight, thinking ability, but not matching in strength, that's how it will be. A character who possesses the protagonist's personality and thinking, but does not have the protagonist's plug-in ability. This is Ryo Sarutobi's evaluation of Yahiko. But in this world, there are too many capable people, and those who are normal in thinking are hard to find. So to some extent, if Yahiko can inherit Hanzo's position, then Konoha will definitely gain a solid ally in the future. Well, I've experienced a lot of things since I was a child, but those things haven't completely affected me. Ryo Sarutobi looks over, indicating that he has also been in society for a long time, just like you. You are untainted by the filth. And part of me is the thing in the dirt. Ryo Sarutobi, who possesses both light and darkness, is able to see everything clearly. Then I'll just be frank, Iwagakure's envoy, we all know that this meeting will not have a final result, so, next time, send someone with a higher status. Ryo Sarutobi goes straight to the point, directly pointing out the essence of this meeting. Don't waste time, we have other things to do. After speaking, Ryo Sarutobi ignores the other party's expression and starts chatting with Yahiko and Maki. This negotiation meeting turns into a dinner party. The three parties conduct friendly discussions, talking about the affairs of their respective villages. From Yahiko, he learns that Akatsuki has indeed integrated into Amigakure, becoming a special operations unit that only listens to Hanzo. On Tsunegakure's side. After Yakura took office, because he climbed up from the bottom as a commoner, his popularity is just like Tsukumo Hatake, completely no problem. One call, 100 responses, that's Yakura. Especially. Yakura herself is beautiful and has a good figure. Women have a natural advantage in this regard. There's no way, who told her to be good-looking? Ryo Sarutobi can't help but think of the past, the interaction with Yakura. When will we develop further? Watching the natural conversation between the three parties, the Iwagakure envoy couldn't stand the humiliation and left the scene directly. In the end, this meeting ended in such a peaceful atmosphere. Afterwards, Ryo Sarutobi invites Yahiko and Maki to stay in Konoha for a few days to stroll around and have fun. In fact, it is also to create an opportunity for Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to meet with Jiraiya. As the teacher of the three, Jiraiya must also have a lot to talk about with them. As for Maki, Ryo Sarutobi arranges accommodation for Yahiko and the others, and then takes Maki to another villa. Looking at the girl walking beside him, showing her exquisite figure. After being nourished, it will cause such a change in body shape. Facing Ryo Sarutobi's gaze, Maki has to lower her head, not daring to make direct contact. The psychological shadow left that time was too great. In terms of height, Ryo Sarutobi is not the kind of particularly tall and strong. But the slightly strong body sets off Ryo Sarutobi's bravery. Maki's height is slightly shorter than Noera Rin, so Ryo Sarutobi is completely much taller than her. Being watched more and more by Ryo Sarutobi's gaze, the girl from Tsunegakure lowers her head even more. I fought with the 4th Kazekage Dano before, after not seeing him for a while, I miss him very much. Ryo Sarutobi suddenly mentions Yakura. The purpose is to have Maki send a message to Yakura, to find a chance to renew their relationship. Yakura, who has become the Kazekage, has another identity, which is very exciting. But Maki couldn't hear the meaning in it. She is currently only considering her own problems. She is afraid of being treated badly again in Konoha. This kind of thing is difficult to tell others. Unlike the Iwagakure and Amigakure who came together. Tsunegakure is more accustomed to acting alone. Therefore, even if an envoy comes, they are usually alone. This time, Maki came alone, which happened to create some opportunities for Ryo Sarutobi. So, Ryo Sarutobi took Maki into the villa. The environment inside is very comfortable, especially the house in the depths, away from the street, can isolate various noises. Although Ryo Sarutobi didn't prepare in advance, it's no problem to come up with such a set now. It's not early, I'll have someone bring dinner later, is there anything you can't eat? What do you want to eat? Ryo Sarutobi asks step by step, there is completely no problem with etiquette. But that look makes Maki even more afraid. Eat, anything is fine. Looking at the restrained appearance of the Tsunegakure girl with a similar style to Noera Rin, Ryo Sarutobi nods, and then turns and leaves. Maki looks at Ryo Sarutobi's back, and can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that today will be like this. However, she doesn't know that this is not the end. In order to obtain Tsunegakure's intelligence, it is obviously much simpler to pry it out of Maki, who is already a disciple of the Kazekage. With a little trick, you can get the news of this ally without leaking the information. That night. After eating dinner, Maki, because of 3 days of rushing, wind and sun, finally can take off her robe and start cleaning in the bathroom. The sprinkler sprinkles clear water rustlingly, causing her to let out a satisfied sigh. Chapter 155. Because water resources are scarce. Maki couldn't help but think about the green land issue that Konoha and Tsunegakure had negotiated before. It is currently being rapidly developed. That's why the third Kazekage-sama guaranteed it. As long as he is alive, Konoha and Tsunegakure will not go to war. From now on, the lives of the people of Tsunegakure will gradually improve. Maki was thinking about these things when she suddenly heard some noises. She, who was taking a bath, turned her head back in doubt. Through the hazy glass door, she tried hard to look into the darkness behind. It seemed like there was something, but it also seemed like there was nothing. Maki watched for a long time, her eyes gradually widening. Squeak. As the wind blew, the bathroom door was blown open. Pa. Da. Woo. Sizzle. Maki. The sound of the shower continued. The sound of water flowing. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Maki. At the same time. The 7th squad's gathering. Kakashi, as the son of the Hokage, has been in the limelight recently. Naturally, there has been no shortage of social events. He, Obito, and Rin were sitting together, eating the dishes. Rin was the last one to be promoted to Jonin. Therefore, this can also be regarded as a celebration banquet. At this dinner, Kakashi and Obito congratulated Rin, who had been promoted to Jonin one after another. Noera Rin responded one by one, and couldn't help but relax slightly when she saw the eye that Kakashi had reopened. The surgical transplant was very successful. With an ordinary eye donated by the bereaved family, Kakashi can now see the light with both eyes. On Obito's side, scars from that time remained on his face, which made him less childish and more vicissitudes and mature. As time passed, Obito became more and more like a master and a strong man. Slowly, he even surpassed Kakashi, becoming more stable and mature. This can't help but make people sigh at the changes in a person. Of course, the three of them are still teenagers at this time, and they still retain some childishness, or vitality. Obito thought to himself, Kakashi's progress has been great recently. The defect in dynamic vision is actually being made up little by little. Lightning release chakra mode, combined with the first gate of the 8 gates. Kakashi's strength has skyrocketed. The burden caused by this is also greater, forcing him to practice taijutsu with Guy every day. With the strengthening of his physique, Kakashi is gradually beginning to get rid of the situation of having little chakra. After all, with Guy's training method, chakra would not be a problem for anyone. I'm full, I'm going to the bathroom first. Facing Obito's gaze, Kakashi understood. He got up directly and left, finding an excuse. Of course, it was to create opportunities for Obito. Well, an opportunity to confess. Kakashi had already decided not to compete with Obito for Rin. So, the rest is up to Obito himself. Rin. In the tempering of mission after mission, Obito, who gradually got rid of being naive, naturally understood Kakashi's good intentions. He mustered up his courage and began to brew his emotions. Kakashi on the side walked to the corner and secretly glanced over to see Obito's performance. At this distance, he couldn't hear the conversation between the two, but he could get a general idea by observing their expressions. On the other side, Grandmaster Jiraiya was having dinner with 3 ninjas from Amigakure. Grandmaster Jiraiya and that guy named Yahiko laughed heartily. The red-haired guy named Nagato and the woman named Konan curled up the corners of their mouths and kept smiling. When Kakashi turned his head back to look at Obito, he felt bad. Because he seemed to have missed the process, and it was over so quickly. He saw Obito looking shocked, with an expression of disbelief. Rin on the other side was glancing left and right, seemingly avoiding answering directly. Obito's confession was of course politely rejected. Obito then mentioned Kakashi, but Noera Rin said no. This made Obito feel extremely shocked. Although he had guessed it long ago, hearing Rin say it in person was another matter. If it's not Kakashi, then who is it? A girl's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Obito finally understood that chasing girls is not an easy thing. Rin doesn't like Kakashi. Could it be that she likes Minato-sensei? But Rin, you and Minato-sensei are impossible. Because he was rejected by Rin, Obito felt a little flustered, so he began to think wildly. It's getting late, Obito, I'm going to pay the bill. Noera Rin got up and immediately walked to the counter. Obito sat there in a daze, unable to believe it. Looking at the somewhat dejected Obito, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. What's going on? The night was late, and Noara Rin said goodbye to Kakashi and Obito. Obito and Kakashi were walking on the way home, and Kakashi couldn't help but ask about Obito and Rin. I don't know either. Obito scratched his head, he couldn't understand Rin's specific thoughts. The three of them in childhood, after growing up, some things began to slowly become different. In the process of growing up, people will gain things and lose things. Obito only felt a faint pain in his heart. Because the girl he likes doesn't like him, she only treats him as a companion. Rin ah. Since that's the case, Obito, you have to be open-minded. After all, this kind of thing can't be forced. Since giving up the idea of competing with Obito for Rin, Kakashi has become more and more open-minded day by day. Especially in terms of relationships between men and women. Like Guy, shouting about youth and passion every day is also a good choice. If you can't make a career in love, you can do it in your career. Obito, now the Uchiha clan lacks a leader. With your talent, it's no problem to lead your compatriots. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. That dead last Obito has finally become a strong companion who can be relied on. As for the relationship between men and women, you can put it aside. When you become the leader of the Uchiha, maybe Rin will change her mind. Out of good intentions, Kakashi said one more sentence. Obito nodded desperately as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He decided to first become the captain of the police force, be in a high position, and then express himself to Rin again. After all, they are still young now. Even if Rin likes someone, it is impossible for her to do anything with the other person. We are still young Obito comforted himself. But he didn't know that there was only a thin layer of window paper between Noara Rin and that person that hadn't been broken. Chapter 156. Rin Noara didn't go home instead, she went straight to Sarutobi's residence. Hinata Ruri's due date was within these few days. And her labor started just as she arrived for a follow-up appointment. That night, at Sarutobi's mansion, several people began busying about. Sarutobi sat in the living room. Rin Noara helped with the delivery. Time slowly passed, and after a period of commotion, with the cry of a baby, Niji was finally born. Looking at the little baby being held out, the corners of Sarutobi's mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Rin Noara thought Sarutobi was happy because he had a son. In fact, that was only one aspect. Sarutobi was even happier that he had changed Niji's tragedy. Hinata Hizashi has been imprisoned for nearly 10 months. Hinata Hizashi steadily holds the position of head of the Hinata clan, and indeed, many Hinata babies have been born in the past year. The clansmen all know that the issue of the caged bird seal will likely not continue. The entire fate of the Hinata clan has therefore taken a different direction. Young Master congratulations. Rin Noara said with a slightly sour tone. Looking at the baby's appearance, although still small just after birth, he was already very lovable. When he grows up, he will definitely become a handsome young man. And those white eyes inherited Ruri's traits, possessing the same bloodline limit. Hinata Ruri was a little weak. Looking at the child placed beside her pillow, a rare smile appeared on her face. Fate has finally changed. Even if she has the caged bird seal on her head, Niji's fate has already moved towards complete freedom. Ruri, you rest well. Sarutobi sat by the bed, accompanying her. From childhood to adulthood, all the way, experiencing ups and downs. Time gradually came to midnight. The clock struck 12. Ruri and Niji both fell asleep. Sarutobi instructed Yamanaka K to help watch over them, and then left the scene with Rin Noara. Stepping out of the living room and into the courtyard outside. The sky was full of stars, shining brightly. Under the moonlight, Rin Nohara's expression was complicated. Sarutobi looked at the sky and then at the girl beside him. Rin, you've been promoted to Jnin, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Sarutobi's eyes were bright, seeing through Rin Nohara's thoughts at a glance. Some things, the time is ripe. Many things can't be rushed, because like eating, everything must be eaten one bite at a time to make sense. Rin Noara, on this side, has reached a certain critical point. Just because this bite of food can fill her up doesn't mean that what she ate before doesn't count. It's called when the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. Sarutobi looked Rin Noara up and down. The latter's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly realized Sarutobi's meaning. Rin, let me take you home first. Sarutobi indicated that he would send Rin Noara home first, and then. Rin Noera lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Her face was flushed, and an unimaginable joy surged in her heart. Her breathing trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but look forward to what was to come. Soon, the two walked onto the night road. They walked side by side in silence. Because it was late at night, there were not many people on the road. But that doesn't mean there wasn't a single person. Obito, who couldn't sleep and tossed and turned because Rin rejected him, started training late at night. He ran around Konoha, back and forth. And coincidentally, he saw this scene. So-called destiny. Some things, no matter how much you change them, will reappear in a miraculous way. Although the nature will become completely different. Obito, drenched in sweat, stopped and looked down at the two walking on the street from the rooftop. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would Rin be with young Master Ri late at night? Could it be a mission from the Umbu? Obito didn't know about Ruri's birth, and Rin Noera wasn't one to gossip. So he began to speculate about it. Obito watched as the two walked into the distance. He shook his head vigorously, dispelled all kinds of thoughts, and quickly followed. Walking through the night, all sorts of thoughts kept floating in his mind. Even though Obito didn't want to speculate in a bad direction, he couldn't help but come up with a speculation that even he believed in. Rin, the person she likes, is young Master Ri. Although this may just be speculation, it is highly credible. Because Rin always ran to young Master Ri's side in the past. He used to know that the Yamanaka clan's female ninja seemed to be young Master Ri's childhood sweetheart. However, who says childhood sweethearts have to be together? Moreover, liking someone is something that cannot be controlled. So if Rin knows that young Master Ri has someone, but still likes him. Obito's chaotic thoughts became more and more confused as he continued to move forward. Soon, he saw Rin arrive at her doorstep. After sending Rin, young Master Ri will probably go back, right? After all, it's so late. Obito muttered in his heart. However, what Rin said next changed his mood again. Young Master Ri, come in, and sit for a while. Rin Noera lowered her head and invited softly. Obito slowly widened his eyes. Afterward, he comforted himself. Obito, don't think wildly, this is just normal etiquette. It's so late. Sarutobi looked at the sky, but said it was too late. Yes, yes, yes. Obito nodded quickly, thinking. It's too late, he should go back. After all, men and women should not touch each other. A big shot like young Master Ri should avoid suspicion even more. Then have a cup of tea before you leave. Rin Noera raised her eyes, her big watery eyes looking at Sarutobi. Such a reserved her, making such an initiative, then Sarutobi naturally shouldn't refuse. So, Sarutobi nodded, all right. The two entered the house just like that. The door was not closed, indicating that Sarutobi would leave soon. Obito quietly came to the nearby bushes, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. If he were the Chunin teenager before the Kanabi Bridge, he naturally wouldn't be able to hear it. However, now that his strength has grown rapidly, he is completely no less than Kakashi during the Chunin exams in the original work. At that time, Kakashi could hear the heartbeats of everyone in Sasuke's ward in the corridor. Obito held his breath, and naturally he could hear the conversation between the two. From the open entrance, the conversation inside came out. Rin, I remember that boy named Obito has always liked you. Sarutobi suddenly mentioned Uchiha Obito. Rin Noera, who was taking tea leaves, was slightly stunned. Obito heard the two talking about himself, and couldn't help but listen more attentively. And Rin Nohara's next sentence completely shattered his defenses. Rin Noera, I only treat Obito as a comrade. Young Master Ri, you must not misunderstand. Obito. Only treat me as a comrade. Chapter 157. Obito only felt his heart clench. Although he knew this fact, hearing Rin say it so bluntly was another matter entirely. A comrade, huh? Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. I doubt they think the same way. Uchiha Obito was deeply in love with Noera Rin. If not handled carefully, he would needlessly create an enemy for himself. Sarutobi Ryo wasn't afraid of any difficulties. But he wouldn't do something that would backfire like that. Obito had been saved and had become a ninja with the will of fire. In this situation, why provoke him to turn to the dark side again? Sarutobi Ryo was capable of being considerate of others' feelings. Obito isn't a child anymore, he can understand. Noera Rin's tone was even more resentful. Young Master Ryo, why do you keep bringing up Obito? If Obito learns that you won't be with him, how will he feel? Will he do something bad because of it? After all, young people are easily impulsive, considering his age. Sarutobi Ryo didn't dwell on Obito's problems. Because young people are prone to impulsiveness, it's in their nature. If someone is still extremely impulsive at 30 or 40, then you can say they lack self-control. But impulsiveness is perfectly normal for young people. Obito is a ninja, after all. If others consider his feelings, he should also consider the feelings of others. Noera Rin replied without hesitation. To Obito, Noera Rin was a goddess. And a goddess is like sunlight, shining on everyone. Noera Rin's kindness to everyone didn't mean she liked everyone. It was just her personality and her upbringing. If someone mistook that universal sunlight as affection for themselves, that would be the biggest illusion in life. If it led to extreme consequences, it wouldn't be her problem, but that person's problem. Listening to their conversation, Obito's heart ached. But he knew that Rin was right. They weren't children anymore, but Konoha ninjas, and elite jonin at that. They should be mature and not act like spoiled children. Does that mean I need his permission to do anything or like anyone? Then, if that's the case, Rin, I will instill the will of fire in you. With that, Sarutobi Ryo waved his hand, and a gust of wind slammed the door shut locked. Obito was stunned and hadn't reacted when he heard faint, hurried footsteps inside. Followed by Noera Rin's surprised cry. Then, a deeper sound of a door closing. After that everything returned to silence. As several doors were closed in succession, even Obito couldn't hear what was happening inside. The dark night was utterly silent. Obito squatted behind the bushes, dazed. Everything was so quiet. But within that quiet environment, another sound arose. Sizzle. Sarutobi Ryo focused ahead, exerting forceful strength. The fabric beneath him vibrated and rippled. The waves on the ocean surged, and the small boat was buffeted, able only to helplessly endure the storm. Noera Rin, ugh. And soon, the small boat was engulfed by the waves, capsized, and completely dragged into the unfathomable depths, able only to spin helplessly. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Kakashi finished his training and washing up, starting his daily routine. First, he went to the Jonin meeting room to see if there were any new messages or arrangements. Early in the morning, Obito also arrived on time. Today, Obito seemed a little different. Was it because his confession had failed yesterday? Obito. As a comrade, Kakashi naturally wanted to comfort him. But the dispirited Obito felt that the world was unreal. Huh? Kakashi scratched his head. Unreal? Sigh. Watching Obito sigh and fall into a melancholy state, Kakashi could only hope that time would wash everything away. However, the scene he witnessed last night repeatedly impacted Obito's mind, causing him immense pain. He couldn't even sleep the entire night. Obito constantly questioned himself why things had turned out this way. In his mind, Madara's words flashed again and again. You will return. Damn it. Obito shook his head. Don't think wildly, Obito. You become the hero of the Sharingan. Kakashi has acknowledged your talent, and you have Minato-sensei and the others with you. What more could you want? But the pain was so real. A hole had been torn in his heart, and the cold wind howled through it, causing immense suffering. Kakashi, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Looking at Obito's forced smile, Kakashi felt that there was a big problem. What should I do? I don't understand anything about love. Oh, right, I should ask Jiraiya Shirsho about this. I remember Jiraiya Shirsho has had many experiences of confessing to Tsunade-sama and failing. Kakashi nodded secretly. He decided to ask Jiraiya Shirsho for some experience, hoping that his many failures could help Obito out of his gloom. At the same time, Noera Rin's house. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling on the floor. The young woman sleeping soundly on the bed, covered with a thin blanket, her brow occasionally twitching slightly. Her tired face foreshadowed the things she had experienced. The scarlet, dried traces further represented certain facts. Sarutobi Ryo turned and slowly walked out of the room. Once outside, he used his magnet release chakra to lock Noera Rin's door, before finally leaving the courtyard completely. Sarutobi Ryo first went home. Yamanaka Kei was busy taking care of Ruri and Niji after childbirth. Sarutobi Ryo visited Ruri and Niji, ate a little something, and then went to the Jonin meeting room. Everyday work unfolded like this every day. Jonin from various clans, departments or teams would come to check in every day to facilitate the transmission of information. Sarutobi Ryo handled the work at hand, most of which was handled by Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Nara Shikaku took care of the errands on his side. Therefore, the work was quite leisurely. After the morning work was over, Sarutobi Ryo met Maki and Yahiko in the guest reception room. Yahiko greeted him and looked at Maki, who had a strange expression. Reading the silent exchange between the two, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. There was more or less gossip among the ninjas of various villages. Yahiko directly ignored these little things and planned to say goodbye to Sarutobi Ryo. The location for the next meeting was set on the border of the Land of Wind, in the newly established green area of Sunigakure. If the Third Shinobi World War was to have a conclusion, it was necessary to hold another meeting. That would be at least a week or two later, and there was no need for him to continue staying in Konoha. After Yahiko left, Maki was about to leave as well. Sarutobi Ryo didn't say much, but entrusted the arrangement of the next negotiation venue, including some details. Bathing facilities, please prepare them. Sarutobi Ryo said that you already have a green area. Don't be stingy with water resources. Of course, the more important hint was through this word, referring to what happened in the first half of the night. Maki's face was flushed, her lips pursed, somewhat embarrassed, and she didn't know how to respond. She had no idea that this second Hokage young master would be so bold, that he would blatantly break in last night and then. The problem was, how could she say this, how could she tell others? There was no way to open her mouth. Having suffered in silence, Maki could only accept everything. Chapter 158. If there's another meeting, I estimate the Third Shinobi World War will have its final result. Sarutobi Ryo looked at the Suna Kunoichi, who appeared even more alluring after being moisturized. And by then, I expect Lord Kazekage will personally make an appearance. The next negotiation will be the Kage of each nation showing their faces. Even Inoki will personally show up. Next time, we Suna will do our best as hosts. Maki finally glared at Sarutobi Ryo through gritted teeth before quickly leaving. Looking at her fleeing figure, it was clear that she was more afraid than fierce. Sarutobi Ryo smiled, and the face of Yakura involuntarily appeared in his mind. The fourth Kazekage, and Yakura. When the time comes, a second blossoming, the feeling will definitely be completely different. It sounds a bit strange. In fact, the amount of information contained within is extremely large. This matter. Koharu and the other elders have already discussed it with Mito-sama. Mito-sama agreed to this proposal. After all, they are of the same clan and descendants of Uzumaki. If Kushina can become her granddaughter, it would represent the re-inheritance of the Uzumaki clan's lineage. And Kushina will also become the next clan leader of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, if Minato Namikaze wants to marry Kushina, he will be marrying into the family, not taking her as a bride. In the future, the children will also be named Uzumaki, not Namikaze. Is that so? After being stunned, Minato Namikaze was naturally extremely happy in his heart. Kushina becoming Mito-sama's granddaughter is equivalent to becoming the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Which means, the adoptive sister of Tsunade-sama. In this way, it doesn't matter whether the Jinchuriki needs to be bound to the Hokage. Because just this honorable status is enough to make Kushina not need to discuss that relationship. The final result indicates that he can smoothly marry into Kushina's family. In that case, Naruto will also come into this world on time. This is really, too good. Jinchuriki usually have to be bound to the Kage in some way. Whether it's the current Kage or the previous Kage. Konoha's current fourth Hokage is Mr. Sakumo. Kushina has no kinship with him. In this case, in the best case scenario, Kushina can only live alone for the rest of her life. If others want to marry Kushina, they must have a close relationship with Mr. Sakumo. Initially, Minato Namikaze was worried that the Konoha executives would arrange for Ryo-sama to marry Kushina. Now it seems that this worry has become a thing of the past. Minato Namikaze felt very fortunate about this. And Kushina, who understood everything, also realized the deep meaning of the higher-ups. If she wants to marry Minato, she must have an honorable status in order to avoid some political problems. Minato, this way we can be together, right? Kushina's face was slightly red, and she smiled happily. Her eyes trembled, and her watery gaze caused endless love to surge in Minato Namikaze's heart. Yes. Minato Namikaze looked at his lover. Thinking. Although the position of Hokage has changed hands, in the end, he and Kushina will still have a result. On the side, Mito Uzumaki, who was sitting on the chair, was currently immersed in her own thoughts. Early in the morning, Koharu and Hamura came specifically to talk about this matter. Taking Kushina as an adoptive granddaughter is of course no problem. But this proposal was made by that kid Sarutobi Ryo. According to the two, Sarutobi Ryo initially suggested that Minato Namikaze should recognize Hatake Tsukumo as his adoptive father. Although she knew that both of his proposals were to arrange for Kushina and Minato Namikaze to be together. But she couldn't help but think too much. After all, a plan devised by someone who hides so much darkness in his heart inevitably makes people think that he has some ulterior motive. After Minato Namikaze and Kushina finished talking, the two looked at Mito Uzumaki sitting in the chair. "Mito-sama, are you worried about something?" Minato Namikaze asked. "Yes, I am worried about some things," Mito Uzumaki said bluntly. Of course, she didn't directly say that she didn't trust Sarutobi Ryo. Mito Uzumaki's reaction caused Minato Namikaze's smile to slowly disappear. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Not long after, Tsunade also learned of this news. What? Grandma is going to take Kushina as her adoptive granddaughter? Tsunade widened her eyes, extremely shocked, and after a moment, she felt that it was only natural. That's right, after all, the Uzumaki clan only has Kushina left. Mito Uzumaki, who has completed her mission, is thinking about her family, and it's not a big deal. Human nature, right? Adoptive sister. Tsunade hummed, feeling that it was quite interesting to have an adoptive sister out of nowhere. Thinking of her adoptive sister, and then thinking of Nawaki, Tsunade's eyes dimmed slightly. By the way, Sarutobi Ryo. Tsunade looked at the junior who brought the message. There's something I haven't thanked you for. It was about Sarutobi Ryo moving Kato Dan's grave from the land of whirlpools back here. A long time has passed, and it's time to thank him properly. This is also why Tsunade was able to guide Sarutobi Ryo's seal training so smoothly. And Sarutobi Ryo, who had been waiting for thanks, nodded immediately and thought, I will make you thank me properly, Princess Tsunade. Looking at the other party's beautiful face, arrogant nature, and proud figure, Sarutobi Ryo felt some emotions surge in his heart. Just as Mito Uzumaki sensed, Sarutobi Ryo had pure darkness in his heart. Sarutobi Ryo, indeed, has this kind of thing in his heart. But so what? As long as it doesn't delay the main business, it's fine. Just as the two were about to continue talking, Jiraiya arrived outside. What wind brought you here? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who entered the living room, but didn't think that the other party wanted to confess to her. After all, he had been rejected countless times since childhood. Jiraiya naturally wouldn't make a fool of himself. Sarutobi Ryo is here too. Jiraiya walked over and sat down very familiarly, pouring himself a cup of tea. Well, I just encountered an interesting thing. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth curled up slightly, unable to help but smile. I felt the passage of time. Because just now, Kakashi said that Obito, that little guy, was also troubled by love affairs. That is to say, the younger generation has also reached this age. Jiraiya shrugged, feeling that he was getting old. He was about to become a grandfather. He glanced at Tsunade and found that Tsunade's face was beautiful and did not show any signs of aging. It is said that, this is the effect of a certain secret technique. Just like Mito-sama. You came here just to tell me this? Tsunade widened her eyes. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi are in their youth, isn't it normal for children of this age to worry about love? Not really. Jiraiya's expression became serious, and he said seriously. Chapter 159. Tsunade, I was just thinking that we are already so old, some things should be considered early, so as not to leave regrets, so. Jiraiya planned to confess to Tsunade again. I'm not interested in a philanderer like you. Tsunade bluntly rejected the womanizing Jiraiya. Drinking in brothels everywhere, writing erotic novels, how could such a person catch her eye? But are you being too hard on yourself? Such a good youth, beautiful face, just wasted in vain. Are you really going to be lonely for the rest of your life? Besides, if you don't get married, what about Shizun? Danza's niece, are you going to make her serve you for the rest of her life? When Shizun gets married, who will take care of you? Jiraiya's heartfelt words only made Tsunade angry. Tsunade directly scolded Jiraiya and told him to leave. But Tsunade was very clear that what Jiraiya said was true. But her younger brother had already passed away. Dan's had also left. Unable to let go of the past, what else could she do? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Shizun immediately ran to see Jiraiya off. The living room in front of them fell into a strange atmosphere. Sarutobi Ryo picked up the teacup and took a sip, unaffected. The tea is good. Sarutobi Ryo commented. You little brat, you're still in the mood to drink tea. Tsunade thought. Your childhood sweetheart is good. That Yamanaka clan girl walked to where you are now plainly. That's not necessarily so. Seeing Tsunade starting to throw a princess tantrum, Sarutobi Ryo shook his head. We were on the battlefield at the time, and the situation was very tragic. Minato Namake's 2 teammates died, my Chunin instructor also died. Sarutobi Ryo's description of the tragic situation during the war directly shut Tsunade up. After all, Nawaki and Dans both died in that war. She and Sarutobi Ryo felt the cruelty of the war firsthand. So, those who survived, besides strength, also had luck. To be safe and sound is already a great fortune. With nowhere to vent her anger, Tsunade could only blame herself. After all, she couldn't continue to say unpleasant things to Sarutobi Ryo. Just then, Sarutobi Ryo said to her, "Some things, Lord Tsunade, wouldn't you like to try them?" "Try what?" Tsunade asked subconsciously. A few seconds later, her puzzled expression changed. Her eyes slowly widened, and the expression on her face began to become unnatural. Obviously, Tsunade thought of something. At this time, Shizune was not there. Only Sarutobi Ryo and Tsunade were in the living room. Tsunade's expression became more and more strange and restrained. Cough cough, I didn't understand what you little brat said. Tsunade glanced around, pretending not to hear clearly. Women in this world are generally like this. When it comes to related matters, they appear very conservative and old-fashioned. A more appropriate saying should be pure. Finished drinking. Sarutobi Ryo put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Then he prepared to say goodbye and leave. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Sarutobi Ryo, who was just a child, had become a handsome and tall youth. His firm face couldn't help but remind Tsunade of Dan Cat. Dan Cat was about the same age as Sarutobi Ryo when she met him. This made Tsunade truly feel what Jiraiya said, the passage of time, that is, the irretrievable loss of youth. Yes. I am no longer young. Then she couldn't help but sigh. By the time she came back to her senses, Sarutobi Ryo had already left. Lord Tsunade. Shizune had sent Sarutobi Ryo away again, and returned to the living room not long after. She found that the beautiful Tsunade was looking in the mirror. This was rare. Because Lord Tsunade had always been confident in her appearance, she disdained learning makeup and eyebrow drawing from other women. Just her bare face gave her the capital to be proud. But at this time, Lord Tsunade actually started looking in the mirror. Speaking of which, Lord Tsunade is not young anymore. Although she looks beautiful on the outside. But even if this kind of youth is maintained by the Yin seal, it will soon pass in the future. After all, people cannot resist birth, old age, sickness, and death. While Shizune was thinking about these things, Tsunade couldn't help but mutter, "Fortunately, I don't look old." Of course, Tsunade also knew. Youth is only temporary. Maybe it will leave soon. So. Just as Jiraiya said, am I really going to waste my whole life like this? And that brat Sarutobi Ryo. He actually dared to flirt with me, his wings have hardened. Or does he think he is already a man? Humph. Tsunade humphed, seemingly indifferent, but she began to worry in her heart, worrying about the departure of youth. I will also have a day when I get old. Konoha High Level. A new meeting begins. As the leader of Umbu Squad 6 and the leader of the Jnin Squad, Sarutobi Ryo made another appointment for the position. Today, Sarutobi Ryo proposed to have Uchiha Mikoto join the Umbu. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Uchiha Mikoto, who had returned to her ninja duties and was already pregnant, was also stunned on the spot. As a housewife, Uchiha Mikoto had resigned from her ninja duties when she got married, and devoted herself to being a good wife. And after her husband's death in battle, she learned that she was pregnant after attempting suicide. Mikoto decided to continue to persevere, at least to watch Itachi grow up, and to raise a second child. Of course, reinstatement is just a formality. As a pregnant woman, Uchiha Mikoto would not really run around performing tasks. That kind of thing would have to wait until the second child was born and could be taken care of by her older brother Itachi. Today, hearing that Rishinen suddenly wanted her to join Umbu Squad 6. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but be stunned. And Koharu Yutane and the others were also stunned. Because, this was an unprecedented precedent. Sarutobi Ryo's decision to let Uchiha Mikoto join the Umbu was naturally not to have her perform tasks. This was an implication. If someone from the Uchiha clan could join the Umbu, it would mean that other departments would gradually begin to accept the Uchiha. The Uchiha, who could only stay in their small plot of land and run the police force, would have the qualifications to fly high like birds. They could show their talents and become more and more prestigious, influential, and practically useful in Konoha. The world knows what the Sharingan of the Uchiha means. We object. Just then, Tsunade's clansmen spoke up. As the first background board of the Hokage, the Senju clan members were completely extras. The role of these extras was to obstruct the Uchiha behind the scenes, so as to maintain the justice of the will of fire of Tobarama Senju. Chapter 160. Watching the assembled jonin of the Senju clan voice their opposition, the others silently observed the scene, their gazes shifting between Sarutobi Ryo and them. Because they couldn't guess the young master Ryo's intentions. What are the reasons for your opposition? Sarutobi Ryo looked at the Senju clan members, his gaze sweeping past Tsunade. Tsunade was well aware of her clansman's character. She also fully understood some of their opinions. The reason for our opposition is. The Senju clan immediately offered their explanation. After all, this kind of thing had been repeated 800 times already. Every year, the Uchiha clan would apply, but they would always be rejected. The reasons were nothing more than, the police force needed the Uchiha. Konoha's security needed them. So, you're saying, Konoha's Umbu doesn't need the Uchiha? Other departments don't need them either. The Uchiha aren't worthy. Sarutobi Ryo widened his eyes, directly engaging in a formal confrontation with them. Everyone knew how to occupy the moral high ground. And this had always been the Senju clan's main battlefield. But Sarutobi Ryo was even more familiar with it, directly seizing the initiative, positioning himself on high ground first, and labeling the opponent with a grave accusation. He was simply asking, were the Uchiha worthy or not? Below the stage, Namikaze Minato, Obito, and the others focused their gazes. Watching the sudden change in the atmosphere of the Jonin meeting room. They knew, young Master Ryo's changes to Konoha were about to begin again. Seeming to have no intention of expressing his opinion. It was as if young Master Sarutobi Ryo represented his opinion, while the people of the Senju clan represented the opinions of Koharu, Hamura, Danzo, and other higher-ups. And the already retired Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally dressed in ordinary clothes, sat to the side, looking calm and composed, seemingly not caring about the specific agenda of the meeting. He had an amiable, laissez-faire demeanor. New officials light three fires. Having become the head of the Jonin squad, were the two aides of the fourth Hokage, finally going to exert their power? Everyone thought. The new Hokage's inauguration would certainly represent a reshuffling of some things. If the Uchiha could join the Umbu today, they could naturally enter other departments tomorrow, to get a share of the pie. That's how it was said, and it also meant that many other clans also had the possibility of rising. This kind of change was a good thing. The police force needs the Uchiha, but there are also clans with investigative abilities no less than the Uchiha, such as the Inazuka clan. As soon as Sarutobi Ryo spoke, Inazuka Tsum, the head of the Inazuka clan, who was only a special jonin but was able to attend this meeting, straightened her back. As someone who could only hang around in the reconnaissance squad. Was there also a time for the Inazuka clan to take off? Being able to enter the police force was a great thing. At first it was just the police force, but later, they could slowly climb up like the Uchiha. Inazuka Tsum understood these things very well in her heart. As a replacement for her deceased husband, Inazuka Tsum was also appointed in a time of crisis. Her husband had also died on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War. And left behind a posthumous child, Inazuka Kiba. Also being pregnant, Inazuka Tsum couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship with Uchiha Mikoto. A good thing, she thought. The onlookers, remaining silent, couldn't help but nod secretly, confirming that Konoha would usher in tremendous changes. It wasn't just the Uchiha who could ascend, the Inazuka clan and other clans would also benefit. In addition, Sarutobi Ryo's tone changed, directly not giving the Senju clan a good look. I am the leader of Umbu Squad 6, and it is a crime to not use talent. I am only informing you of this matter, not seeking your opinions, understand? I guess I am the leader of Umbu Squad 6, your opposition is useless. For both emotional and rational reasons, the Uchiha clan was suitable for the Umbu and other departments. Instead of being confined to the police force, which was only a small area. This was of great benefit to both Konoha and the Uchiha. Oh, maybe it was only not beneficial to the Senju clan. You Senju clan have been slacking off for so many years, not thinking about improving yourselves, but only jealously of others. I suggest you should reflect on yourselves. Before the people of the Senju clan could react from their anger. Sarutobi Ryo added another heavy blow. Having been background characters for so many years, instead of thinking of ways to work hard, they were always thinking of being jealous of others. If you don't want to be surpassed by others, what you need to do is self-reflection and hard work, instead of simply blocking the path of others, thinking that you can always sit firmly in your original position. Sarutobi Ryo's speech directly branded the Senju clan as people who didn't think about making progress and were jealous of others. And, the fact that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan was naturally not mentioned at all. In this kind of situation, the Senju clan couldn't mention it either. They suffered a silent loss, each of them flushed red in the face. Sarutobi Ryo's eyes widened, and he scolded again. What are you looking at? Do you think looking at Princess Tsunade will also improve your strength? Although women can hold up half the sky, but you men, always relying on a woman, don't you feel ashamed? Sarutobi Ryo launched a heavy blow against the Senju clan, directly throwing punches in front of Tsunade. After hearing this, Tsunade not only didn't feel unhappy, but instead felt, somewhat elated. This kid is clearly opposing our Senju clan, but why do I feel so gratified? Tsunade didn't know the power of punching. The Hokage world of another world tasted the power of punching for the first time. The Jonin of the Senju clan were all red-faced and uncomfortable, wishing they could directly duel with Sarutobi Ryo. Want to duel? You're not qualified enough. Kakashi waved his hand, directly looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, who is only a teenager under my command, can beat all of you. Kakashi was known as a 50-50 draw. Although he lost his Sharingan, his 50-50 draw skill was even more refined. Under Sarutobi Ryo's constant guidance, Kakashi already had the appearance of a small raikage. By constantly practicing taijutsu with Might Guy, Kakashi's taijutsu became more and more refined, more and more like the taijutsu of the Cloud Hidden Brothers. If you want to oppose me, you should beat Kakashi first. Sarutobi Ryo reached out and pointed at Kakashi, not giving the people of the Senju clan any face at all. Many people in the audience couldn't help but snicker. There was no way. The Senju clan had really declined. It had fallen to the point where, apart from Tsunade, probably not a single Jonin in the entire clan could beat Kakashi, who was only a teenager. In this situation, what were they talking about obstructing others? Therefore, everyone nodded one after another, indicating that there was no problem in letting the Uchiha clan slowly join other departments. And those who were familiar with the Uchiha knew. The people of the Uchiha clan were just cold on the outside, but once they became familiar with you, they were no different from others. And there was also an outgoing representative, Obito. Obito's existence greatly changed people's impression of the Uchiha. After all, with his outgoing and optimistic personality, it was easy for him to get along with others. The meeting continued. The people of the Senju clan were all uncomfortable. Tsunade, however, greatly changed her attitude towards Sarutobi Ryo. Because Sarutobi Ryo's display of power was very much to her liking. She had also faced others like this back then. It's just that, at that time, she didn't have the power, and could only be impotently furious in the face of Konoha's higher-ups. This kid had seized power, but could gradually realize it step by step. Next, we will begin to discuss Princess Tsunade's further reforms to Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Ryo took out the documents and slowly began to announce the next agenda item. Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu looked displeased, looking at Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo could only look at the sky, indicating that he didn't know anything. Presumably, Hatake Tsukumo would be directly troubled by the advisors later. However, with Hatake Tsukumo as a buffer and shield, many of the instigator Sarutobi Ryo's affairs could be directly achieved. After hitting the Senju clan with a stick, Sarutobi Ryo gave Tsunade a date. In the early years, Tsunade was loyal to the village, but many proposals were rejected by Konoha's higher-ups. Either there were difficulties here, or there were difficulties there, angering Tsunade to smash the table every time. This was also the reason why Tsunade met Kato Dan back then. Because, only Kato Dan supported her at the meeting. And now, there was one more person supporting her. Chapter 161. We all know that currently, within the team, there's at least one medical ninja, a strategy Princess Tsunade left behind back then. This strategy has been actively adopted by us and other countries, greatly reducing the mortality rate of ninjas. Sarutobi Ryo first praised Tsunade's contribution. This is a fact that no one can deny. Therefore, many subsequent reforms should continue to acknowledge Tsunade's opinions and proceed gradually. If there are difficulties, pour more resources into it. If there are difficulties, overcome them. Sarutobi Ryo expressed that he would strongly support Princess Tsunade. After the meeting, Tsunade was almost floating from all the praise, barely knowing where she was going. A combination of suppression and praise. Sarutobi Ryo steadily controlled the rhythm. The current situation in Konoha is very clear. Hatake Tsukumo became the fourth Hokage, suppressing the crowd. Orochimaru also didn't undergo the drastic personality change like in the original story. The other villain, Danzo, is essentially from the Senju lineage. Although he always thinks about harming the Uchiha, he won't harm Tsunade and others. In this situation, slowly handling internal village affairs and gradually changing many things from the past has become a matter of course. After the meeting ended, everyone congratulated Uchiha Mikoto and Inuzuka Tsume. Uchiha Mikoto, like Inuzuka Tsume, now represents the face of a clan. And also possesses symbolic significance. Behind them are the Uchiha clan and the Inuzuka clan, respectively. As the persons in charge, they will not directly participate in the battles. However, they can represent various aspects of a clan. Uchiha Mikoto joining the Umbu is just a representation. Afterward, more Uchiha ninjas will join in. This foreshadows the Uchiha clan's first appearance on the stage, changing the past misfortune. The Inuzuka clan, this lukewarm small clan, has also rapidly increased in status because it can join the police force. Compared to the original bitter and pathetic fate of being reconnaissance hands, letting them join the police force with established positions is simply a meteoric rise. Uchiha Mikoto and Inuzuka Tsume accepted everyone's compliments. After it was over, Inuzuka Tsume expressed that she would personally visit another day. Uchiha Mikoto gladly agreed. Regarding specific matters and handover of affairs, the two clans will naturally have many interactions in the future. After seeing Inuzuka Tsume off, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but stroke her abdomen while standing under the tree. Itachi became young Master Ryo's adopted son. She also has a second child left by Fugaku in her belly. The Uchiha clan, as young Master Ryo said, is being well taken care of and is beginning to shake off the shadows of the past. Fugaku, his sacrifice has prompted the Uchiha clan to change the world. If Fugaku knew in the afterlife, he would be very gratified. Thinking of this, Mikoto couldn't help but feel more expectant about the future. Young Master Ryo. She turned around, saw Sarutobi Ryo standing nearby, and quickly stepped forward to thank him. The Uchiha clan's changes are also thanks to young Master Ryo's efforts. Madam Mikoto. Sarutobi Ryo walked and chatted with Uchiha Mikoto about future matters. Koharu and the other high-level officials will definitely have some small actions, even obstruction. So, things still need to be overcome stage by stage. Uchiha Mikoto nodded to express her understanding. She will do her best to find ways to help the clan. Watching the back of the beautiful woman with child gradually leaving, Sarutobi Ryo turned his gaze to Tsunade, who was waiting on the other side. Go grab a drink. Tsunade stood in the alley, not disturbing Sarutobi Ryo and Uchiha Mikoto's conversation. Her face held a smile, obviously very happy. The depression in her heart for so many years was swept away by Sarutobi Ryo's speech for her today. Tsunade's goodwill toward Sarutobi Ryo naturally soared. More importantly, she always felt that her clansmen were making a mountain out of a molehill. The Uchiha clan's ninjas are powerful. But no matter how powerful, they aren't as scary as they say. Aren't they just a bunch of kids? As one of the Sannin, Tsunade has her pride. She considers her strength to be among the top tier in Konoha. Only a few people can compare with her. Under this high posture, what the Uchiha clan is very dangerous, becomes nonsense. What the three-tomo Sharingan, Tsunade doesn't take it seriously at all. Tsunade certainly has the capital for this pride. Among all the three-tomo Sharingan ninjas, not a single one is her opponent, and the gap is huge, not ordinary. So Tsunade completely doesn't think the Uchiha clan has anything worth guarding against. If the Senju clan had many experts like Tsunade, and there was a possibility of continuous emergence, it is estimated that they would not still follow Senju Tobarama's philosophy. It's a pity. The Senju clan is an ado who can't be helped up. They are originally a group of extras. No matter how hard they try, they can only watch the Uchiha's bloodline with envy, jealousy, and hate. Sarutobi Ryo's suppression, from Tsunade's perspective, just urges her incompetent Senju clansmen to work hard. Don't always engage in things that can't be brought to the table. But don't practice properly. Yes. For Tsunade, these compatriots are still not working hard enough. Sarutobi Ryo naturally won't correct her. This is really a problem of bloodline and talent. The two quickly went to the izakaya. Jiraiya was already waiting at the door. Orochimaru seemed to have been forcibly pulled over by him as a companion. Shizune, who had booked the meal in advance, lifted the curtain and invited the few people in. Sarutobi Ryo tactfully expressed that he would first book another table, as there were other arrangements for the next few days. After Sarutobi Ryo left, the Sannin sat in the small private room. Jiraiya first congratulated Tsunade. Her status has increased visibly. In the future, the medical system of Konoha will be completely transferred to her will. This medical authority to hold the power of life and death is sometimes much more powerful than the authority of ninjutsu research. Who doesn't have a headache or fever? And every medical ninja belongs to the medical team, that is, ultimately under Tsunade's jurisdiction. It can also be said that Tsunade directly controls everyone's safety. The research on medicines and medical ninjutsu will inevitably require Tsunade's efforts in the future. Such great power, I am afraid that even the Hokage, to some extent, cannot compare. After all, the Hokage only manages, but does not personally participate in it, and Tsunade has the final say on the specific operations. This is already selling a great favor. Humph humph. Tsunade hummed, obviously very satisfied with her current situation. Returning to the village, organizing the internal affairs, uniting with other countries, jointly negotiating with Iwagakure. Everything seems to be moving in a good direction. Everyone knows that the Third Shinobi World War is coming to an end. What follows is constant small friction. Major battles will no longer be launched, at least for 10 or 8 years, there will be no major movements. That's great. So, everything is solved. What about my own problem? Youth is passing quickly, not waiting for anyone. Mikoto, Inuzuka Tsum and others are all becoming mothers for the second time. The speaker has a heart, and the listener also has a heart. Most people cannot survive independently from the environment, and will also be affected by the material environment. Other people's words and actions will affect a person's every move and even thinking. Under the successive statements of Jiraiya and Sarutobi Ryo, and in witnessing the situation of the two pregnant women Mikoto and Inuzuka Tsum, Tsunade inevitably has some worries in her heart. Of course, she doesn't want to waste her good youth in vain. When Dan sacrificed, she was only 25 years old, in the prime of her life. Now, in a blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Chapter 162. Although it's impossible to tell from her appearance, she is actually already an old woman. She doesn't have many good years left. It's only through constantly practicing the mitotic regeneration jutsu that she can maintain her appearance, making her look no different from how she did in the past. But Tsunade is very afraid. She fears that on the day the mitotic regeneration jutsu is dispelled, she might feel extreme terror upon seeing her aged self. She picked up her sake cup and downed it in one gulp with a hearty air. But the worry in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Heh, everyone has their own concerns. Orochimaru noticed Tsunade's recent anxiety and spoke up. Even Jiraiya, who seemed carefree, actually had his own anxieties. That anxiety was about the child of prophecy. At first, Jiraiya thought Minato Namikaze was the child of prophecy. Later, after seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, he changed his mind. Minato Namikaze's failure to become the fourth Hokage deepened his belief. It even needs to unite with Amigakure and Tsunagakure to stand against Iwagakure. The visible decline contrasts sharply with the rise of Amigakure. If this continues, what will the situation become? Jiraiya is worried about the child of prophecy. Tsunade is worried about youthful romance. And himself. Orochimaru looked at the tea in his hand. What is he worried about? Immortality. Multiple laboratories and secret bases established in foreign countries are still conducting research in an orderly manner. After slowly completing the separation from Danzo, the progress of the experiments was not affected, thus preserving himself. The remaining task is to continuously improve and complete the research on immortality. When that time comes, nothing will be able to stop his pursuit of truth. So, immortality is not his worry. Then where does his worry lie? Failing to become Hokage is indeed regrettable. But if he has immortality, he just needs to wait. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, eventually, it will be his turn to become Hokage. So the position of Hokage is not a problem either. Then the only problem is whether there is an end to the truth. This is a very big issue. A man who does not think far ahead will find trouble at his doorstep, Tsunade replied to Orochimaru's concern. Who doesn't have some worries? Indeed. The three chatted for a while. Orochimaru got up and took his leave first. Sarutobi Ryo lifted the curtain and nodded to Orochimaru. The latter left, and Sarutobi Ryo refocused his gaze. This time, he still didn't see any madness or other thoughts in Orochimaru's eyes. This indicates that Orochimaru probably shouldn't really walk down the path of the original story. He came to his seat and sat down. Sarutobi Ryo began to discuss the details of official business. These matters can only be discussed with Tsunade herself. After all, these matters are all under Tsunade's jurisdiction. Jiraiya felt a little bored listening to these official matters. Sarutobi Ryo, how is your marriage going? When are you going to marry Haichi's cousin? Speaking of marriage. Sarutobi Ryo has reached the same age as Minato. Everyone knows that Sarutobi Ryo and Yamanaka Haichi's cousin, Yamanaka Kei, are childhood sweethearts. Then, the two of them should soon embark on the path of marriage. Kei doesn't want to have children for the time being, so she decided to marry later. Sarutobi Ryo replied. Just like in the original story, Konohamaru will only be born 5 or 6 years later. Yamanaka Kei's thoughts determined that she would not give birth early. I see, a good youth cannot be wasted, the matter of having children can indeed be put off. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. After all, he is also the kind of person who is willing to marry later. So he can understand Yamanaka Kei's thoughts very well. But the problem is, the little girl has already decided to marry Sarutobi Ryo. The matter has already been settled. How can something that has been decided be the same as something that doesn't even have a chance? Obviously different. People can play all the way to 30 years old before having children. They still get married when they should. The old man Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very open-minded. Sarutobi Ryo is not a rigid person either. It seems that little girl's fate is really good. Jiraiya felt that Yamanaka Kei was the most blessed person. Tsunade, we too. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, emboldened by the alcohol. No way. Tsunade didn't even look up and refused Jiraiya again. Shizun sweated and smiled apologetically beside her. Jiraiya shrugged, then left. Before leaving, he said affectionately, Tsunade, I will always be waiting for you. After saying that, he lifted the curtain, feeling very handsome, and disappeared. TCH. Tsunade didn't think much of Jiraiya's behavior. But she couldn't help but think that the person who liked her and was willing to be with her was probably, only Jiraiya. Only, Jiraiya. Tsunade inadvertently looked at Sarutobi Ryo and found that this kid was staring at her. That scorching gaze made her feel a burst of shudder for no reason. Shizun, help me get some sake, Tsunade said casually. Tsunade-sama, the sake is here. Shizun didn't understand and was about to get the sake bottle on the table. I told you to go, so go. Tsunade became angry, and Shizun was so scared that she quickly agreed. How could she not know Princess Tsunade's temper? So she hurriedly went out to call the waiter. With only the two of them left in a small private room, Sarutobi Ryo said expressionlessly, once again suggesting to Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, my previous suggestion is still valid. Sarutobi Ryo's words, coupled with his gaze, brought a sense of oppression for no reason. Tsunade also didn't know where this sense of oppression came from. However, it truly existed. He was clearly a junior, and used to be Nawaki's follower, but now he has become like this. Looking at that stern face, Tsunade retorted, puffing out her ample chest, humph, you still want to flirt with this old lady? To her, Sarutobi Ryo is a junior, a child. It was a bit presumptuous to say such big words. Sarutobi Ryo slowly drank a cup of tea, unhurried. People will change with time, Tsunade-sama, the current me is completely different from the past. My experience in the Umbu has allowed me to witness a world that even Tsunade-sama has not witnessed. Sarutobi Ryo intentionally led her on, using this to explain that his world was unknown to Tsunade. If she was willing, he could take her to experience it. Just as Jiraiya-sama said, youth waits for no one. Some things, even if the appearance remains young, if the age is reached, looking back on the past will be like adults looking back on their childhood, losing the fun of the past. The past is the past. Time waits for no one. Suitable things must be experienced at the appropriate age. This has nothing to do with whether the appearance is young. It only has to do with actual age and psychological age. Of course, Tsunade understood what Sarutobi Ryo was saying. She only has these few years left to experience some things. Maybe after a few more years, she will fall into nothingness, thereby losing some of the emotions and sensations that she should have in her youth. At that time, regretting it again would probably only increase her troubles. Just like the deaths of Nawaki and Dan in the past. The times are different now, Tsunade-sama. Sarutobi Ryo put down his teacup and stood up. Chapter 163. People don't necessarily need to achieve some kind of intimate connection when doing certain things. They can pick it up and put it down at any time. So-called friends, that's what true friends are like. If you want to give it a try, I'm always at your service. After all, I think no one around you is more suitable than me. Tsunade thought Jiraiya was too frivolous. Orochimaru was completely a freak in ninja studies and had no interest in women. Among her peers, the only outstanding one was the fourth Hokage, Mr. Sakumo. But the kind Mr. Sakumo was deeply devoted to his deceased wife, and she couldn't possibly be Kakashi's stepmother. Going further down, people like Minato Namikaze were all children. After all, she had watched them grow up. However, Ri Sarutobi said, "I've said all I need to say." Ri Sarutobi turned around, lifted the curtain, and left. When Shizune returned, she saw a somewhat hesitant Tsunade-sama. "Give it a try." Tsunade held her wine glass, a curiosity rising in her heart. She was indeed a bit curious about the way young people nowadays dated. A few days later, Iwagakure sent a new envoy. This time, Naka's son, Kuratsuchi, came forward. The negotiation location was set in a no-man's land between the land of wind and the land of rivers. This green area near the desert had been developed quite impressively under the management of Sunagakure. Now, this area belonging to Sunagakure attracted many foreign tourists. After all, stepping out was the desert and stepping back was an oasis, which could avoid long journeys and the test of scorching weather. For those who wanted to try something new but were afraid to venture deep into the land of wind, it was the best tourist destination. Sunagakure, which was very good at this kind of thing, relied on attracting investment to get the land of wind's daimyo and dignitaries to join. A large amount of funds was injected, and it was quickly developed. In the newly built building, several parties held a meeting. This time, Amigakure still sent Yahiko. On Sunagakure's side, the fourth Kazekage, Iseki, personally extended the hospitality of the host. As Konoha's representative, Ri Sarutobi was sent to this meeting. Enemies meeting are especially jealous. What he had done to Iseki last time naturally made her bear a grudge. She glared at Ri Sarutobi, her eyes full of hateful anger. But after all, she was already the Kazekage, so Iseki suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and looked at everyone. "Welcome, everyone, from afar." After some pleasantries. Just like the meaning of the fairy tale, the emperor's new clothes. When everyone is crazy, if there is someone who is not crazy, then that person must be the crazy one. Perhaps that's why the stubborn Noki didn't choose him to be the Tsuchikage. The people finished returning the greetings and sat down. Maki stood behind Iseki, frequently looking at Ri Sarutobi, her eyes somewhat dodging and shifting. Obviously not as brave as she was when she made harsh remarks last time. As the talks officially began, Kuratsuchi this time also brought a different attitude. As in the original story, Iwagakure began to admit their defeat in the war and also stated that they could no longer conquer the ninja world. In this situation, the only option was to end the war. At least turn the formal war into small-scale private conflicts. In the original story, after the Third Shinobi World War ended, Konoha and Iwagakure only ceased fighting. Iwagakure did not become Konoha's ally, and there were still frictions between them. The only allies were Sunagakure and Amigakure. On the side of Kumogakure and Kirigakure, they were still enemies. The fact that Kumogakure sent people to negotiate when Hinata was 4 years old, is evidence. So this meeting will most likely only reach a ceasefire agreement. Ceasefire, but not stop friction. There is a play on words in this. Everyone knew this tacitly. As long as the ceasefire agreement was drafted, there would be no more large-scale conflicts. At that time, it would be a matter of life and death between small teams. Less deaths, compared to a large number of deaths in battle, is obviously much better, which is also a development that the leaders of each village can accept. After intense discussions, the honest-looking Kuratsuchi, as Iwagakure's representative, made several requests. In small aspects, Konoha, Sunagakure, and Amigakure could all accept. But there was one problem that was difficult to agree to. A ceasefire agreement can be drafted, but we Iwagakure will not compensate you a single penny. Kuratsuchi said honestly. Ceasefire is okay, but no compensation. What is this supposed to mean? Iseki's face instantly showed displeasure. Being too upright, she had been going too smoothly. The third Kazekage removed the Sunagakure's council of elders, and the troublemakers were wiped out. This led to Iseki governing, a completely clean Sunagakure. A Sunagakure village that basically had no corruption, breeding evil. This meant everyone was fighting for lofty ideals, building an ideal-type ninja village full of enthusiasm. This kind of thing could be seen from the temperament, eyes, and speech of Iseki and others. Most likely they had a kind of Ooist spirit. Iseki, who didn't understand true politics, was wholeheartedly building and developing the village, but didn't understand. How despicable, shameless, and dark the real political arena was. Of course. It was a good thing that Sunagakure had a bright present. Other ninja villages were so dark that they should reflect. But over time, people's hearts would change, and Sunagakure would gradually degenerate, eventually turning into what it was before. If Iseki could not simultaneously know both the light and dark sides of people's hearts, she would definitely suffer losses in the future. As an ally, Sarutobi believed that he had the right to instruct and guide Iseki. When there was a chance, find a place in private, and give her a good instruction in operation. Iwagakure is fighting a war, and even the daimyo of the land of earth can only eat corn buns. Sarutobi began to talk about the same old things. The land of earth, from top to bottom, was united, using all its funds to raise troops and fight wars. Such consumption was naturally astronomical. So even the daimyo was frugal. In this situation, it was definitely impossible to ask them to come up with compensation. Simply put, they were out of money, they were broke. These poor bastards were not afraid of boiling water. Even if you forced them, they couldn't do anything. A group of ninjas waiting to be fed were waiting to perform missions to subsidize their families. After the war, a large number of missions would be issued to the ninja villages. The economy of various parts of the land of Earth was still hoping for this kind of interaction to recover. In a situation where barefooted people were everywhere, Iwagakure really couldn't come up with much money to compensate. But if they were to continue fighting, these people who were extremely hungry would really fight desperately. Just like in the original story, 10,000 IWA ninjas were sent to their deaths. In the face of not having anything to eat, death had to be put a little later. Now, Iwagakure still had 500 ninjas left. Although this group was large in number, they also needed to make a living. Noki must be very worried. Counting how to make money every day was what he had to consider. Everyone should calm down, rebuild well, and make money. It would be great. Of course, this was from Iwagakure's point of view. Standing on Iseki's side, Iwagakure was an out-and-out invader. Shouldn't invaders pay compensation as a matter of course? On this point, we Amigakure can't say we don't understand. Yahiko, sitting in another position, raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Chapter 164. Behind him followed the two great protectors, Konan and Nagato. Looking at them, Konan and Nagato seemed like extras. But in reality, Sarutobi Ryo knew that Konan and Nagato were the strongest. Having suffered hardships since childhood, Yahiko deeply understood the taste of having no money. A penny can stump a hero, he had experienced it too many times. What to do when you have no money? Find a way to get money. If you can't get it, then steal it. When they were young, the three of them really stole a lot of things. But you can buy on credit. Yahiko mentioned again. They might not have money now, but they can pay later. Buy on credit, possible. After thinking for a moment, Hwantu agreed with Yahiko's suggestion. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted. If they were to deny the debt later, there was nothing anyone could do. Ninjas are just that shameless. Buy on credit? I'm afraid that when the time comes. Yakura, who didn't trust Iwagakure, immediately stated that they would definitely deny the debt when the time came. They would deny it right away. What would they do then? It doesn't matter if they don't admit it, this will just let everyone see Iwagakure's true colors. Yahiko chuckled, not caring at all. Once all of us recognize their true colors, the anti-Iwagakure sentiment in the village will rise even higher, our alliance will become even stronger. Yahiko was looking at the long term. If the connection between Konoha, Amigakure, and Sunagakure could be deepened through Iwagakure's shamelessness, then it would not be a loss. Hearing Yahiko's words, Yakura immediately closed her mouth, revealing a thoughtful expression. In the long run, Sunagakure didn't need to continue being enemies with Konoha and Amigakure. The three parties developing together was the strategy set by the third Kazekage. Yakura glanced at Sarutobi Ryo again, and then realized. He and Yahiko had thought of the same thing. These two young people have more outstanding political talent than me. Although this was very annoying, Yakura ultimately had the quality of recognizing reality. Okay. Thus, with Yakura's approval, the proposal for Iwagakure and the three parties to sign a ceasefire agreement officially began. The two sides had a discussion, and when it was time for dinner, they decided to continue discussing the unfinished content tomorrow morning. This series of talks finally ushered in a result that satisfied all four parties. After leaving the conference room, Kakashi and Guy, who were responsible for guarding left and right, began to look around. Participating in this kind of meeting for the first time, the two of them only felt that the negotiations were very boring. Compared to this, it was more interesting to visit the newly constructed areas of Iwagakure. Looking at the excited and curious appearance of the two young juniors, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but smile slightly. The three from Konoha, this way please. Maki, who was responsible for leading the way, signaled the three to follow. Yakura arranged for a disciple to lead the way for the three. The three followed the stairs all the way to the top floor. At the top of the building, you could overlook the entire town under construction. Wow! Guy stuck to the glass, looking at the new era city with a look of amazement. Konoha's construction time was too long. This new type of town, perhaps the establishment of the city, made him feel the atmosphere of a new era. Kakashi also marveled. In front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, Sarutobi Ryo's gaze first looked at the town under construction, and then, slowly turned to Maki. Similar scenery, similar floor-to-ceiling glass, similar, town. Hinted at by Sarutobi Ryo, Maki couldn't help but lower her head and clenched her fists in the face of that aggressive gaze. Kakashi, Guy, you two can wander around, Miss Maki and I have something to talk about. After speaking, Sarutobi Ryo and Maki walked to the side. And Kakashi and Guy naturally left this building. The two, who had already been promoted to Jonin, naturally had enough funds to spend freely. After a brief tremor, Maki, who had been lowering her head, immediately raised her neck and looked at Sarutobi Ryo with a look of resentment. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Although the voice was full of strength, it was obviously filled with trembling tones. Faced with Maki's counterattack, Sarutobi Ryo turned sideways and slowly walked towards her. What are you going to do? This is Sanugakure's territory. Before Maki could finish speaking, Sarutobi Ryo flashed in front of her, directly forcing her into a corner. Maki, who subconsciously took a few steps back, trembled her eyes continuously, and her body even trembled. After leaning against the corner with a bang, she realized her gaffe. For a time, Maki's cheeks were flushed red. It was humiliation, and also shame. Sarutobi Ryo looked down at her, and his thick aura enveloped the girl in front of him. A little younger than Kakashi, with a similar appearance to Noera Rin. But in terms of figure, she was not inferior to the latter at all. This was of course because of his previous efforts in the Third Ninja World War, that effort and Maki's arrival in Konoha later, his own efforts. You've been getting more and more beautiful lately. Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but sigh. Clearly just a girl, but her figure revealed the allure of hormones. Curvaceous, although petite and exquisite, she exuded feminine attraction everywhere. The change in hormones, the development of certain things, made her mature ahead of time, like a green but forced fruit. Her fair and rosy skin was so delicate. Her pink lips made people want to plunder. Go tell Kazekage-sama, the grudges that were not settled last time, this time there is a good opportunity, I am always waiting, for her challenge. Sarutobi Ryo said, raised his hand, and slowly grabbed Maki's chin. After speaking, Sarutobi Ryo let go of his hand and turned to enter the bedroom. Bang! It wasn't until the door closed that Maki woke up as if from a dream. Her eyes flickered continuously, and she gritted her teeth. She was ashamed of her gaffe. She constantly condemned herself, always losing her composure in the face of this man. But, all of this was because he had done that kind of thing to her. In Sanugakure's territory, he actually dared to be so indiscriminate. Maki trembled with anger, and finally glared at the closed door before striding away. Last time's grudges. At this moment, what she was thinking about was the battle between her teacher, the 4th Kazekage Yakura, and Sarutobi Ryo in the Third Ninja World War. Konoha's side publicized that Sarutobi Ryo and Yakura of Scorching Release had a big fight and finally repelled Yakura. But Maki didn't believe that her teacher would lose to the other party at all, and today the other party's statement also confirmed this. I will definitely let teacher teach him a lesson. Dusk passed quickly. When night fell, Kakashi and Guy, who were supposed to come back, were attracted by Sanugakure's characteristic nightlife. In Konoha, there would be a curfew at 9 o'clock. But looking here, it seemed that partying all night was no problem. The two young people lingering in the downtown area naturally had enough energy to stroll around. And Sarutobi Ryo, who was cultivating in the bedroom, heard a rough knock on the door. Looking at the time, it was already 6 p.m. Was it to deliver food? Sarutobi Ryo got up and came outside to open the door. In the corridor, Maki was standing there holding a plate with an unpleasant expression. Konoha's guest, I've brought your dinner. Maki put the plate on the table in the living room. She saw Guy and Kakashi leave and not return, so naturally she only prepared food for Sarutobi Ryo for the time being. After putting down the plate, she said. Chapter 165. After you finish eating, at 7 p.m., the Kazekage will personally meet with you. Meaning, you have 1 hour to eat and prepare. Seeing the lavish dinner, Sarutobi Ryo understood. It meant he should eat more, so he'd be spitting out food when he got beaten up later. Of course, Sarutobi Ryo understood such kindness. Have you had dinner? Sarutobi Ryo asked Maki. Maki, caught off guard by the question, was slightly stunned. Going back to eat. She was about to say she was leaving to go back and eat. But Sarutobi Ryo said, since you haven't eaten, let's eat together. Sarutobi Ryo stared intently at her cherry-like lips, his gaze burning. Soon, a series of messy footsteps echoed. Sarutobi Ryo was slowly savoring the food. Maki under the table was also savoring it. As an appetizer, it's not bad. Sarutobi Ryo stared at the food in front of him, his words implying something else. The real main course will begin later. Maki, 7:50 p.m. The Kazekage's temporary office. Yakura, located here, will stay here for a few days until the negotiations are completely over. She stared at the clock, her expression tense. Her subordinate, Maki, about the same age as Kakashi, who was also Gaara's Jonin leader in the original work, said, Kazekage-sama, is there anything you're worried about? Maki, noticing that the Kazekage-sama was a little nervous, didn't know what was about to happen. It's nothing. Yakura looked at the Kazekage hat placed on the table and regained her composure. Later, a guest will be visiting. Guest? Maki immediately thought of the ninja from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. Could it be that she was privately meeting with one or more of them? Yakura stared at the clock, watching the time pass second by second. The resentment in her heart also accumulated more and more. Last time, what that guy did to her was the shame of her life. Every night, she would recall the events of that time, causing her to toss and turn and have trouble sleeping. It's really hateful. Now, this guy is taking the initiative to come to her door, finally giving her a chance to take action, which is really good. And this time, she must humiliate him severely, making him completely lose face. Yakura's expression changed repeatedly with her mood, leaving Maki completely confused. And when the time came to 8 o'clock, the door was knocked on. Maki opened the door and saw Sarutobi Ryo standing there. Maki? Where is she? She didn't know that her disciple had eaten too much and was feeling a little uncomfortable. Kazekage-sama, I've come. Sarutobi Ryo's attitude was respectful on the surface, but the contempt in his eyes couldn't be hidden. That look seemed to hint at what had happened in the past. Kazekage-sama, I wonder if the sparring location has been prepared in advance. Only Yakura understood the hidden meaning in his words and eyes. Maki, whose brain was thinking, didn't know the past grievances between the two, and the details. He slowly glanced at his Kazekage-sama, his eyes containing inquiry. Of course it's been prepared. Yakura's voice was full of energy, with some spiciness, and anger. The venue, etc. had already been prepared. Yakura quickly got up, showing her decisive and efficient style. She brushed past Sarutobi Ryo, heading towards the far end of the corridor without looking back. Sarutobi Ryo followed, and the confused Maki also followed closely behind. After thinking for a while, he remembered that during this great war, the fourth Kazekage in Konoha Sarutobi Ryo seemed to have some past grievances. The two quickly arrived on the first floor, and then from the first floor to the basement. Basement? Sarutobi Ryo looked at the specially built training ground in the basement. His gaze towards Yakura couldn't help but become strange. The same taste, perhaps, is also a proof. Maki, you guard outside, I want to discuss the upcoming alliance matters with the honored guest from Konoha. The corners of Yakura's mouth curled up, unable to contain her anticipation. Even Maki could clearly see the resentment in her eyes and tone. Maki immediately understood. The Kazekage-sama wanted to spar with the other party and humiliate them properly. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Maki's mouth also curled up, naturally feeling that his Kazekage-sama was invincible. Among the younger generation, neither the Yellow Flash nor the Black Death God are a match for his Kazekage-sama. Maki quickly stood guard outside. He stared ahead, listening to the rumbling of the mechanism closing. The two who entered the underground training base disappeared here. The lights came on. The dark underground was illuminated by light. Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but look around here. It's normal for a normal city to have various hidden military bases underneath. This also shows Tsunagekyou's determination. It is definitely not as simple as turning this place into a tourist city. Perhaps, they have the idea of using this as a base to spread and conquer in all directions. It is also possible that it is just self-preservation work done to defend against others. Of course, in any case. Underground, this point cannot be escaped. Thinking of his various basements, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Do you think you will win? Yakura, having taken off her white robe, revealed a set of tight-fitting clothes, and a beautiful figure. Time flies. After not seeing her for a while, Yakura's figure has become more and more sexy. If, in the past, it was just a simple sense of beauty, then, now it has been added to the seductiveness of a woman. Eating a large amount of nutrients, thereby causing changes in the body, this is a matter of course. Sarutobi Ryo attributed Yakura's changes to his previous feeding. Looking at Sarutobi Ryo's understated eyes, Yakura became angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the chakra aura on her body became more and more unstable. Are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. As the Kazekage, she naturally couldn't be as direct and reckless as in the past. The necessary demeanor and etiquette must be followed. Sarutobi Ryo looked Yakura up and down, evaluating her figure and capacity. In terms of capacity, it is really massive. In the entire Naruto, it is estimated that only Tsunade and Samui can compare with her. Yes, Kazekage-sama, I'm ready. Sarutobi Ryo's tone, like a script reading, angered Yakura even more. Then let's start. Yakura waved her hand, signaling Sarutobi Ryo to make the first move. This also has the meaning of me letting you. Sarutobi Ryo looked around, as if looking for something. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo found the room marked as a lounge. In this vast underground military base, square rooms are lined up, and it is really not easy to find the lounge. Ready. Sarutobi Ryo said to Yakura, looking at the lounge. Chapter 166. In a little while, let's rest well there with Yakura. That's right, Sarutobi Ryo is preparing to complete certain things during this meeting. Things should develop to this stage. Right, Yakura. Not understanding, Yakura has no idea what Sarutobi Ryo is actually thinking. She only thinks this guy is despicable, shameless, and evil, but has no idea to what extent. If you don't make a move, then I'll go first. Yakura indicates that she will go first. With a low shout, Yakura's whole body directly erupts with light and fire. Orange-red flames entwine her, directly transforming her into a figure like a goddess of fire. Her hair rises, and her body quickly floats into the air. The surrounding air scorches and distorts. Her robes flutter in the wind. The intense heat scorches the air, but doesn't affect her clothes. This represents the exquisite degree of Yakura's control over scorch release. Sarutobi Ryo's eyes widen, revealing surprise. This is Scorch Release Chakra Mode. Just like Lava Release Chakra Mode, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Certain chakra natures can actually transform into this kind of form. This method of chakra entangling the body actually also means that chakra fills the meridians. It can allow a ninja to possess unique offensive and defensive methods. Of course, it's usually also incomparably powerful. Generally speaking, normal ninjas will quickly wither upon approaching Yakura, being roasted into mummified corpses. And what Sarutobi Ryo wants to do is 8 gates released formation, 6th gate, view gate, open. Since Yakura is using a big move from the start, then I can't fall behind either. Sarutobi Ryo simply releases his trump card directly as well. The rumbling airwave quickly sweeps across the scene. Even Yakura's flames are blown backward violently. What? Having never seen the 8 gates released formation, Yakura has no idea of the power of this move. Under the circumstances of the 6th gate, most rivers and lakes are already unable to stop the user. In the original work, when Guy faced Kisame's exploding water colliding wave, he directly repelled the water wave, creating a forbidden zone at the bottom of the water. The power of merely the swept-over airwave is already so terrifying. What would it be like to truly face him? Only to see Sarutobi Ryo raise his fist, aim at Yakura, and directly throw a punch. This scene makes Yakura completely confused. When Sarutobi Ryo, who is throwing punches from a distance, throws his first punch, the abnormality occurs. Boom! It's as if a cannon was fired underground. Under 6 times the speed of sound, Sarutobi Ryo's fist becomes an afterimage. It looks like he only threw one punch. However, in Yakura's vision, countless punches that are difficult to discern with the naked eye are thrown. How is this possible? Her upper limit far exceeds her in the original work, leaping to become a very powerful existence. In addition, Scorch Release is not a single attribute fire release, and will not be restrained by single attribute water release. Therefore, unless she encounters a massive water release ninja like Kisame. Otherwise, Yakura can be sure of victory. In addition, the swift release she groped out from studying the magnet release of the previous Kazekage has raised her lower limit to a very unshakable state. One word, steady. However, although she is very outstanding and works very hard, Sarutobi Ryo, who is facing her, is even more unwilling to be outdone. With the bloodline of the Sarutobi clan, coupled with the body fused with many bloodline limits, achieving a physique comparable to the Reikage clan, allows Sarutobi Ryo to open the sixth gate of the 8 gates released formation without injury. In the original work, Guy was only exhausted after opening the sixth gate. At this time, Sarutobi Ryo has already surpassed Guy's physique. So, Yakura instinctively hears a boom in front of her eyes. The scorch release flames on her body seem to be blown away. The feeling of stepping forward against a typhoon is Yakura's feeling at this moment. Sarutobi Ryo steps forward, arriving in front of Yakura in one step. As the fist is thrown out, suddenly, it almost touches Yakura's nose. By a hair's breadth, Yakura narrowly dodges it. If it were other ninjas, even Kisame, they could only be confused in the face of this attack, and then have their faces bombarded by countless punches. Because normal ninjas all have reaction speed and time limits. No matter what, dynamic vision has a limit. The speed of the 8 gates released formation is above the vision of a conventional ninja. However, Yakura not only possesses scorch release, but also possesses swift release. This allows her to narrowly avoid it. However, it's not just her speed that has improved. Sarutobi Ryo had a way to take down Yakura last time, and this time is of course no exception. As Yakura's body twists, and her mind thinks at high speed, Sarutobi Ryo reappears in front of her. Startled, she doesn't even think and directly raises her hand to prepare to throw a fireball. However, in addition to movement speed, most ninjas have limits in terms of attack speed. Sarutobi Ryo's punch speed can break through 6 times the speed of sound at this moment, using Morning Peacock, igniting the air, forming a sphere of flame. This indicates that Yakura's ending is already doomed. Just as she wanted to raise her hand, Sarutobi Ryo's fist had already been swung in front of her. Bang! The fist wind solidly hits Yakura's body. The armor formed by scorch release distorting the air and flames cushions Sarutobi Ryo's attack. However, the 6th gate is not just one punch. Boom boom boom. In just the blink of an eye, countless punches ignite the air, forming air cannons of flame, like cannons roaring, constantly bombarding Yakura's body. Of course, this is just a spar, not a competition of life and death. So Sarutobi Ryo naturally wouldn't directly kill Yakura. Instead, he tentatively throws out more than a dozen punches first. For Yakura, the invisible punches, overall, it seems like there is only one punch. Only to see Yakura's body fly out uncontrollably, finally crashing into the solid wall with a bang. The wall shatters, dents, is covered with cracks, and then explodes with a bang. The artificial high-density wall compacted with earth release actually collapses under this collision. Ugh! Yakura opens her mouth wide, the air in her lungs almost completely squeezed out. She widens her eyes, looking in disbelief at the sight that has become clear again, and Sarutobi Ryo who has opened the 8 gates released formation. Then, Sarutobi Ryo strikes again. The following things have no suspense. After Sarutobi Ryo tries a conservative attack, the scorch release chakra on Yakura's body is declared completely annihilated. Looking at Yakura, who has returned to her original appearance, Sarutobi Ryo also slowly closes the opening of the 8 gates released formation. Yakura collapses to the ground, her eyes full of disbelief. The blow to her is obviously greater than the pain in her body. She worked so hard for so long, and even became the Kazekage. As a result, she was still defeated. This kind of frustration makes it impossible for her, whose confidence has been bursting, to accept it at all. To the point that she doesn't even struggle at all. Until, Sarutobi Ryo walks over, and with the rustling sound, the summoning weapon of the Sarutobi clan is placed on her straight nose. Yakura wakes up like a dream. Only to hear Sarutobi Ryo say 2 words in a low voice. Yakura suddenly widens her eyes, and instinctively wants to fight back. However, Sarutobi Ryo grabs her hair. Then, he starts the offensive without explanation. Chapter 167. Sizzle. Yakura, ugh, oof. The resolute female ninja of Sunigakure, the fourth Kazekage admired by all, the idol beloved by countless Sunigakure ninjas and civilians, Yakura of the Scorch Release. At this moment, under Sarutobi Ryo's offensive, she could only be forced to endure humiliation. Ugh. Yakura, glaring at Sarutobi Ryo, naturally refused to answer this question. Or perhaps, she couldn't answer. Seeing that Yakura wouldn't admit defeat, Sarutobi Ryo naturally chose to continue. The fierce beating caused Yakura to involuntarily recall her previous experience. But this time, it would definitely not end abruptly like last time. The progress was going to continue. And so, clap. Sarutobi Ryo retreated, his offensive temporarily ceasing. Yakura, getting a moment to breathe, took a breath, then coughed, followed by dry heaves. Before she could recover, the scene before her suddenly spun. The sound of wind and cranes echoed in her ears. Her vision blurred. By the time she could see things clearly, Sarutobi Ryo had already brought her to the resting room next door. Sarutobi Ryo surveyed the furnishings in the resting room. In the suite inside, there was even a place for people to sleep. So, Sarutobi Ryo smiled slightly and carried Yakura inside again. You. As soon as Yakura opened her mouth, she felt a sense of foreboding. An unprecedented panic surged into her heart. Before she could finish her sentence, Sarutobi Ryo suddenly grabbed her neck from behind. This move, the technique of using an arm bend to restrain, is called a stranglehold. Yakura, violently compressed, stopped speaking abruptly. Then, rustling sounds rang out again. Yakura, close to Sarutobi Ryo, only felt the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon pressed tightly against her back. Tear. No. In Yakura's wide eyes, with extreme horror. Sarutobi Ryo fiercely thrust out the summoning weapon. How strong was Sarutobi Ryo's attack at this time? The answer is. Even Yakura, this Kazekage, was directly broken through, and thus. Plop. Bright red blood stained the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon. Then, it flowed down the weapon and finally dripped to the ground. Ah! Yakura, with her neck grabbed from behind, widened her eyes, her mind blank. Yakura, who hadn't reacted yet, didn't seem to fully understand what had happened. Or perhaps, the shocking reality made it difficult for her to accept. The human brain has a self-preservation mechanism, and Yakura was no exception. So. Bang! Sarutobi Ryo retreated, gathered strength, and attacked a second time. Bang! 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 The fierce attack caused Yakura's body to tremble. Only after a few seconds, Yakura, feeling the pain, reacted. She let out a painful cry, but most of the sound was stuck in her neck. Sarutobi Ryo continued to attack, silently like a ghost. Only the resting room under the cold light exuded a strange atmosphere. How could this be? Yakura couldn't believe that such a thing had really happened. And right in Sunigakure's territory. From childhood to adulthood, she had been diligently cultivating, with no time to waste on love. And had devoted all her energy to the ninja career. After becoming Kazekage, she worked even harder, thus almost completely abandoning her personal happiness. Therefore, she had lost some of the most precious things because she hadn't had time to experience too many things. These things were gone forever. They were being taken away by this Konoha guy behind her. In addition to anger, Yakura felt extreme grievance and sadness. Sarutobi Ryo ignored her and continued to attack. The sound of physical combat continued to echo. The most primitive fight was full of barbarism and cruelty, without any warmth. Just as Yakura's eyes were filled with tears, biting her pearly teeth, preparing to silently endure, responding to the enemy with this attitude, vowing to never submit. Suddenly, the scene before her changed, and her body suddenly leaned backward. It turned out that Sarutobi Ryo's physical technique had changed. The two fell backward onto the cushion at the same time. The fabric, large enough to accommodate one person's rest, was very strong. After all, it was designed to be durable. Like the various wrestling moves in wrestling. Sarutobi Ryo, grabbing Yakura from behind, slammed backward onto it. This heavy fall caused the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon to strike Yakura's body even more fiercely. Like lightning passing through a black screen. Sarutobi Ryo's actions at this moment were probably what that meant. Yakura, deeply struck, instantly rolled her eyes upward, briefly stunned by the beating. At the same time, the inertia of the fall caused her strangled neck, to stick closely to Sarutobi Ryo's upper body, falling backward together. And the lower body, not being restrained, bounced upward sharply under the interaction of force and inertia. Yakura's legs were suspended in the air, and naturally, her feet were also suspended in the air. The soles of her feet fell, not yet touching the ground. Sarutobi Ryo's attack came again. A fierce blow struck Yakura's body again, causing it to tremble. Her feet, about to touch the ground, rose again, floating in the air. Sarutobi Ryo attacked fiercely, Yakura's legs constantly trembling up and down, like a dancing dancer, playing a piece. When her eyes finally regained clarity, what Yakura faced was Sarutobi Ryo's storm of attacks. The terrifying attack caused her body to tremble. Painful moans began to erupt from her throat. Pain, so painful. The unprecedented pain made her mind almost lose control, difficult to concentrate. Like a small boat in the sea, it can only drift with the current. The waves swept, impacting the small boat back and forth, finally overturning it, falling into the vortex, spinning, forever doomed. Heh. Sarutobi Ryo, looking at Yakura, who was constantly moaning in pain and losing consciousness, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. This was the conqueror's war of conquest. It was also a battle to make Yakura realize her true nature. The hero of Sunigakure, the resolute and beautiful scorch-release ninja, was here, being completely defeated by him. Time slowly passed. Yakura's consciousness became increasingly erratic. She could no longer tell east from west. Nor did she know what year it was. She only knew. The opponent's attack was so terrifying. Chapter 168. Pain, it's too painful. This feeling of being completely unable to control myself. Just as a thought arises, it is swallowed again. Intense pain quickly enveloped her, causing her to groan and scream in agony. Pakura's breathing became erratic, and she subconsciously tried to control it, but only painful cries escaped her lips. Bang! 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 After the spinning in front of Pakura's eyes stopped and the scene reappeared. Sarutobi Ryo suddenly quickened his offensive. The speed of his taijutsu increased, becoming faster and more ferocious. Stop it. Pakura wanted to say this. Realizing something, her lips trembled, wanting to speak. However, how could she escape when Sarutobi Ryo was locking her neck from behind? Refutation was ineffective, escape was impossible. Then, all that remained was passive acceptance. Ugh. With Sarutobi Ryo's bombardment, Pakura let out groans of pain that even she herself couldn't believe. And when Sarutobi Ryo fiercely unleashed his final blow, everything came to an end. Bang! An unprecedented attack struck Pakura, almost sending her flying. If Sarutobi Ryo hadn't been restraining her, she probably would have flown away. Then, Sarutobi Ryo's murmur echoed in Pakura's ear, water release. Terrifying torrents, with Sarutobi Ryo's execution, blasted towards Pakura like cannons. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Ooh. Pakura's eyes rolled back violently, and her consciousness instantly blurred. I'm completely dead. Her consciousness was lost, and she only thought she had been killed. Because an unprecedented pain enveloped her, allowing her consciousness to directly detach from her body. Sarutobi Ryo tightly restrained Pakura, maintaining the posture of performing the water release ninjutsu. For a long time, everything subsided. Thud. Pakura's feet finally landed. The sparring was over. This battle concluded with Sarutobi Ryo's absolute victory. Ugh. The aftereffects of the battle enveloped Pakura, making her unable to control herself. Pakura, whose spirit was completely drifting, was sent to another spiritual dimension by Sarutobi Ryo. Pakura rolled her eyes desperately, slowly falling into a coma amidst the intense pain. However, with her physique as a Kage-level powerhouse, recovery was only a matter of time. Thus, time may have passed for a second. Or it may have passed for a minute. Pakura suddenly woke up, her mind regaining clarity. The moment she regained consciousness, she subconsciously wanted to get up. But she was still firmly restrained in place by Sarutobi Ryo. Kazekage-sama, in this sparring match, this one has won. Sarutobi Ryo's breath sounded from behind Pakura, his breath tickling her ear. Realizing everything, Pakura noticed tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. Because it was too painful, she had actually shed tears. She thought she could wash away her previous humiliation. But who knew, she would actually be Damn it, damn it. The thoughts in Pakura's mind were tumultuous. There was anger, grievance, and sadness. Then she heard Sarutobi Ryo continue, if you want to win against me, then let's talk about it next time. Kiss. Sarutobi Ryo only heard himself put away his weapon and directly push Pakura away. Pakura then rolled onto the mat. Sarutobi Ryo got up, tidied up his collar, indicating that Pakura would still have a chance to compete with him in the future. Whether he came to Tsunagakure himself, or she took the initiative to go to Konoha, there would be opportunities. Of course, next time, it might be Pakura and Maki, master and disciple, together. After saying that, Sarutobi Ryo turned around and left, leaving Pakura panting in place, and a messy battlefield. The next morning. Everything remained the same, and negotiations continued. What happened last night was completely unknown. Even Maki didn't know how the victory or defeat went. But he believed that victory must belong to the Kazekage-sama. At the meeting, Iwagakure signed the ceasefire agreement. The Third Shinobi World War officially came to an end. The time limit came to a period called post-war. During this period, countries will only have secret actions and small-scale frictions, and there will no longer be any open large-scale invasions. In private, conflicts still continue, but they will never be put on the table again. Kirigakure is striving for governance, changing the world. Kumogakure is holding on to the village, staying behind closed doors. Iwagakure signed a ceasefire, ending the war. All of this heralds the arrival of peace. Seeing that Tsuchi took out Naka's official seal and pressed the mark on it, all parties present breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Sarutobi Ryo, Yahiko, and Pakura also successively signed the proofs of their respective forces on the scroll. The Third Shinobi World War has completely entered its final stage. And during this time period, there will still be some major events happening. In the original story, Pakura would be sent to Kirigakure to die by the Tsunagakure higher-ups. Now that Pakura has become the Kazekage, she has changed her own destiny. In the original story, Yahiko would be betrayed, leading to his death, heralding Nagato's war against Hans. This future has also been changed. It is very likely that Nagato or Yahiko will become the next leader of Amigakure. And Konoha. A young genin named Uchiha Shisui was surrounded by enemies while performing a post-war mission. Due to certain circumstances, he awakened the Mangeki. Children being sent to die, the irony of being placed in a dangerous situation unfolds. Will it reappear? Sarutobi Ryo believes that that future will no longer happen. As for the issue of the ownership of the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, Tsuchi also mentioned it during this conference negotiation. Iwagakure hopes that Konoha will return Han. But it was rejected by Sarutobi Ryo. Things are separate matters. The ceasefire is the ceasefire. The matter of the Jinchuriki will be carried out in another negotiation, and that will be the separate negotiation process between Konoha and Iwagakure. After agreeing on a date with Tsuchi, next time, Iwagakure will send envoys to Konoha again. After everything was completed, Sarutobi Ryo got up and said goodbye to everyone, preparing to bring the good news back. During this period, Sarutobi Ryo faced Pakura with a normal diplomatic attitude, as if what happened last night had never happened. Pakura gritted her teeth in hatred, and could only swallow her broken teeth into her stomach, forcibly swallowing this silent loss. However, the serious psychological shadow caused by Sarutobi Ryo's two humiliations of her made it impossible for her to get rid of it in her life. So, there will inevitably be a next time, as Sarutobi Ryo said, Pakura will go to challenge. A few days later, Sarutobi Ryo returned to Konoha, bringing back the news of the ceasefire. The people who learned about it quickly spread the news throughout the village. The people of the entire Konoha were immediately immersed in great joy and sorrow. The Great War is finally coming to an end. If this continues, it won't be long before the shinobi world can completely restore peace. Chapter 169. All trade and travel no longer require fear and trepidation. As the representative for the negotiations and a key contributor to this trip, Sarutobi Ryo received commendations from the Konoha higher-ups. Because his suggestion to incorporate the Uchiha into the Umbu had previously led to animosity from the higher-ups, their attitude has now softened somewhat. The newly promoted Uchiha prodigy ninja, Uchiha Shisui, became the one chosen by Sarutobi Ryo. Shisui, congratulations. Uchiha Shisui, in a daze, heard his friend congratulating him. With a face full of disbelief, Uchiha Shisui had not yet realized the fact, such a great thing had fallen upon his head. Having just graduated from the ninja academy not long ago, and not yet having accomplished anything, how did I become an Umbu ninja? Oh, of course, the Umbu must maintain secrecy. The personnel list is not made public. But there is an exception, and that is Sarutobi Ryo's Umbu Squad 6. They are always in the public eye. Over time, everyone has become accustomed to it. Just as Sarutobi Ryo often says, a gentleman is broad and open, a petty person is always worried. Must a ninja always be in the shadows? Not necessarily. What Tobirama Senju agrees with, I will oppose. Sarutobi Ryo gazed at this teenager, a little younger than Kakashi, his face devoid of joy or sorrow. Uchiha Shisui, according to the official novel supplement. His talent has always been overshadowed by this friend beside him. Their relationship is somewhat like Kakashi and Obito. And Uchiha Shisui also possesses darkness within. After all, as long as one is human, there are two sides, good and evil. In the original story, Noara Rin was harmed, and Obito turned to darkness. As for Shisui, his heart disease is that his talent has always been inferior to his friend and classmate, also a genin, beside him. Therefore, during a mission in the post-war period, Uchiha Shisui gave up saving his friend, thus experiencing great regret and pain, and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan as a genin, that's inevitable. But Sarutobi Ryo does not intend to scheme for the Mangekyo Sharingan, deliberately watching everything happen, allowing the darkness in Uchiha Shisui's heart to grow. Since he knows about this, he naturally cannot sit idly by. Sarutobi Ryo chose to directly promote Uchiha Shisui, making him the first Uchiha to officially join the Umbu. In order to make him famous. Many people's depression and melancholy are actually because they are frustrated. The little bit of darkness in Uchiha Shisui's heart will disappear if given a little color. Listening to the congratulations from relatives and friends around him, Uchiha Shisui finally woke up as if from a dream. The trace of haze in his eyes slowly faded away. He took a deep breath, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He replied to Sarutobi Ryo's appointment with a full of vigor. Gradually obtaining what he wanted in his heart amidst the crowd. Just becoming the first Uchiha ninja to officially join the Umbu is enough to be recorded in history, leaving a glorious mark in the history of the clan, and even Konoha. In the future, whenever people talk about the first ninja from the Uchiha clan to join the Umbu, they will definitely mention Uchiha Shisui. The Uchiha youth who gained historical fame swept away the haze in his heart, and that little bit of darkness disappeared without a trace in an instant. Because Uchiha Shisui is very clear. He has completely surpassed his friend, so there is no need to continue to be jealous. Surrounded by everyone, a joyous atmosphere. Another group of people, watching this scene, their faces turned dark. They never expected that Sarutobi Ryo would actually go a step further and really pull off such a stunt. Just as Koharu was about to say something, Sarutobi Ryo preemptively said lightly, back then, the previous Hokage appointed Uchiha Shisui's ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, as the Hokage's guard. Now I am just imitating the previous Hokage, doing the right thing that should be done. Sarutobi Ryo's words directly blocked what Koharu was about to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the past, his eyes showing approval. Obviously, he missed his former comrade Uchiha Kagami. And he was gratified that his comrade's descendant, Uchiha Shisui, had also become a ninja who showed promise. The Naruto world is a world of bloodlines. Uchiha Kagami's grandson, Uchiha Shisui, is of course a righteous descendant with the will of fire. Since Tobirama Senju could appoint Uchiha Kagami as the Hokage's guard, then I, Sarutobi Ryo, can naturally appoint Uchiha Kagami's grandson, Uchiha Shisui, as an Umbu ninja. This is just the beginning. When I become the 5th Hokage and choose the Hokage's guards, Uchiha Shisui will be one of them. Sarutobi Ryo had already thought it through. Some excellent talents cannot be allowed to be outside, being randomly arranged and harmed by others. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other, seeing the depression in each other's eyes. They never expected that the previous Hokage's plan would instead become an obstacle now. Could they openly say that the previous Hokage arranged Uchiha Kagami to use the Uchiha to deal with the Uchiha, so that Uchiha Kagami would eventually have to choose between the Uchiha and the village and ultimately destroy the Uchiha clan? Unfortunately, the previous Hokage died before his mission was accomplished. Uchiha Kagami also died young at the age of 26. All plans became a bubble. If the Uchiha clan can really fully integrate into the village, be accepted by us, and become our own people, then what worries do you still have? Sarutobi Ryo looked at Danzo and the other two. The only one who remained expressionless was Danzo. He was old and composed, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. But Sarutobi Ryo knew that as long as his old father Sarutobi Hiruzen was alive for one day, Danzo would not be able to make waves. There's no way, this is suppression. Some people are just suppressed to death by someone. Just like Hashirama and Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke, the relationship between the old father Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo is also such an absolute suppression. If Danzo wants to cause trouble, he can only wait until his old father Sarutobi Hiruzen passes away. However, with my plan, I'm afraid Danzo won't see that day come early even when he dies. Uchiha Shursui, report to Umbu Squad 6 tomorrow. Leaving these words, Sarutobi Ryo left the scene. Minato Namikaze, watching the changing history again, couldn't help but frown slightly. Uchiha Shursui should have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby awakening Koto Amatsukami. But, that history, I'm afraid, will never happen again. Even if it happens, it will be delayed or unfold in another way. Deviated history. But no matter what, Kushina has already become Mito-sama's adopted granddaughter. Then, I shouldn't have to worry about my marriage with Kushina. Minato Namikaze thought about the birth of Naruto. Time is running out. There's probably less than a month left. I hope everything goes smoothly. Small bridge, flowing water. Mito-sama, that's how things are. At the edge of Konoha, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo came together to complain. As Sarutobi Ryo becomes more and more powerful, it seems that no one can control him anymore. A few days ago, he only had Uchiha Mikoto, that pregnant woman, nominally in the Umbu. Today, he let Uchiha Shursui directly and officially join. Who knows what he will do the day after tomorrow? Hearing that an Uchiha had joined the Umbu, Uzumaki Mito also felt that it was outrageous. Is Konoha really going to turn upside down? Back then, Hashirama and Tobirama, the two brothers, did not agree to the Uchiha joining the Umbu. Instead, they only allowed them to manage the police force in that small area. Now, as Uchiha Itachi becomes Sarutobi Ryo's adopted son, Uchiha Mikoto is nominally in the Umbu. Uchiha Shursui joins. Things are starting to get out of hand. In this situation, even the people of the Senju clan are speechless. How should this matter be handled? In the eyes of Uzumaki Mito and others, Sarutobi Ryo's actions, step by step, are undoubtedly dragging Konoha into the abyss. The rise of the evil Uchiha clan will bring devastating results to Konoha. After all, the previous Hokage said that the Uchiha clan is an evil clan. Chapter 170. The stronger the jutsu, the more evil the heart, the more biased and extreme. This is an ironclad fact. Now, Hiruzen Akira's sweeping reforms of Konoha have gradually touched their bottom line. Looking back, the high-level officials suddenly realized. The Hiruzen Akira they thought was one of their own had completely embarked on an evil path opposed to them. Now, Hatake Sakumo has become the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen Akira, as his disciple, is also the most trusted existence by Hatake Sakumo. It was Hiruzen Akira who gradually pushed Hatake Sakumo to the Hokage position. Thinking of this, Koharu Udatain and the others increasingly realized that this child was meticulous in his thoughts, completely unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi's single-celled mind. Step by step, he is completely changing the world of Konoha. One day, Konoha will become a place they no longer recognize. Then, what should they do? Mit-sama, the foundation of Konoha since its founding cannot be destroyed by this kid. We can't let him continue to run wild. Koharu Udatain said angrily. Hiruzen Sarutobi has already retired, and complaining to him is useless. His son has grown up, his wings have hardened, and he can fly solo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's long-standing habit of raising his son freely has led to him having no authority as a father. Usually in front of people, Hiruzen Sarutobi always looks like a nice old man. He doesn't care and is okay with anything. In addition, Hiruzen Akira really respects his old father, so Hiruzen Sarutobi would never find fault with his son. As for Biwako Sarutobi, she used strict family education to control her two children. Hiruzen Akira was taught to be unsmiling, just like her. So, even if she complained to Biwako, with Biwako's position, it seems that she can't control her son anymore. After all, Hiruzen Akira has already reached the position of Jonin commander, above 10,000 people in Konoha, and below the Hokage in elders. As the Hokage's confidant, he is extremely trusted. And the Mr. Nice Guy Hatake Sakumo also lets his disciple do whatever he wants, seemingly completely unconcerned. This leads to, it seems that Hiruzen Akira is the Hokage of Konoha now. Hatake Sakumo is just a figurehead, slacking off every day. After all, most of the official duties are handled by Nara Shikaku and Hiruzen Akira. And Nara Shikaku's handling must ultimately be reviewed by Hiruzen Akira, the head of the class, before it can be presented to Hatake Sakumo. Having understood the situation, Mito Uzumaki's beautiful face could not help but become more serious. Alas! She sighed deeply. Having long sensed the darkness in Hiruzen Akira's heart, she had already anticipated today's situation. But unexpectedly, it really still happened. Actually, Mito Uzumaki had been very puzzled before. At that time, Hiruzen Akira, who was always following behind Nawaki, was still a child. How could he have such a huge darkness in his heart? His experience, knowledge, and age, logically speaking, do not support him brewing such pure and profound evil in his heart. This can only represent one thing. That is, Hiruzen Akira is inherently evil. This is the same as the Uchiha. And Hiruzen Akira's innate evil is even better than the Uchiha clan. The reason is, the Uchiha clan, after losing and opening their eyes, will embark on the evil path and become more and more extreme and evil as their jutsu increases. However, Hiruzen Akira has neither Sharingan nor Byakugan, but has had a huge malice no less than Madara Uchiha since he was a child. It must be admitted that some people are born kind, such as her deceased grandson Nawaki. Some people are born evil, such as Hiruzen Akira and the Uchiha clan. So, it is only natural that Hiruzen Akira, who is so inherently evil to the extreme, and the equally evil Uchiha clan are mixed together. In the past, I held myself back, didn't care about the village affairs, and had no reason to interfere. Mito Uzumaki, since the first Hokage, her husband Hashirama Senju passed away, she has handed over all government affairs to Tobarama and others. After all, husband and wife follow each other. When her husband was in power, as a virtuous wife, she had to help worry about government affairs more or less. Now that her husband is gone, she has no reason to interfere in the village's affairs. From then on, she waited peacefully for the end of death. But, now Tobarama is also gone, Hiruzen Sarutobi has abdicated, a stunned young man is about to turn Konoha upside down, this is something she cannot tolerate. Konoha was built in her and Hashirama's hands, and it cannot be destroyed because of this. Hearing Mito Uzumaki talk about the past, Koharu Yutane and others could not help but look happy. Obviously, Mito-sama is going to start intervening in everything. In terms of high position and power, no one is higher than her. Even Tsunade can only nod and restrain her princess temper in front of Mito-sama. In terms of seniority, Hiruzen must also be respectful. Mito-sama, it's great that you are willing to intervene. Koharu Yutane said with a smile. So, the question comes. To change all this, how should we do it? Minato Namikaze, who was quietly listening to all this, was different from Kushina's surprise and disbelief. Because of his failure in the Hokage competition, Minato Namikaze became more and more silent and more scheming. Minato Namikaze knew that the moment to test him had arrived. Sure enough, the next moment, Mito Uzumaki looked at him. Kushina has become her adopted granddaughter, then, Minato Namikaze is her adopted grandson. Mito Uzumaki, who loves everything about her, is naturally very happy to have 2 grandchildren in her later years. Therefore, she naturally intends to cultivate Minato Namikaze even more, striving to support him to the position of 5th Hokage. Minato, what do you think? Looking at the face of Mito-sama asking the question, Minato Namikaze nodded. Mito-sama, in extraordinary times, extraordinary methods must be used. This world has become everything is wrong, everything is chaotic. To clear up this troubled world, we must strike hard and take the extraordinary path. And one of the extraordinary paths is. I remember, when I watched the Book of Seals, there was a technique invented by the second Hokage, called, Impure World Reincarnation. Minato Namikaze's voice gradually decreased as he spoke. Mito Uzumaki and others suddenly looked condensed. Because letting the dead appear in the world is not a small matter. I think, we can let the second Hokage return, because in this situation, only the second Hokage has the means to deal with it. Danzo Shimura's expression changed for the first time. Minato Namikaze looked at everyone's reaction. He threw a stone to ask for directions. It is believed that Tobarama Senju is indeed the best way to break through the situation. Because if you only play with politics, you will become dark in your heart. That is something he is unwilling to do. Just like there always has to be someone to take the blame. Like, Danzo takes the blame for Konoha. Like, Sasuke takes the blame for Naruto later. Bad things always have to be done by someone. Then why not Tobarama Senju? Tobarama-sama, 2 sides of one body. When the first Hokage-sama was alive, he took most of the blame. After the first Hokage-sama died, Tobarama-sama became the 2 sides of light and darkness. Minato Namikaze thought about these things, and continued to explore everyone's reaction. Mito Uzumaki and others looked at each other, and completed the mutual exchange with just their eyes. Without a doubt, Minato Namikaze's proposal is a groundbreaking suggestion. Considering the swift means and ruthless scheming, no one is more suitable to deal with the current situation than the second Hokage. In addition, Tobirama Senju has quite a prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Seeing the Uchiha clan gain power, he will surely be furious, and thus wholeheartedly reorganize Konoha. Seeing everyone's expression slightly eased, Minato Namikaze knew that he had persuaded them. Chapter 171. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Minato Namikaze knew that the next step was to get everyone to accept the return of the deceased. Regardless of whether the third Hokage ordered it or not, bringing the dead back to the world was unacceptable to most people. Minato Namikaze understood this very well. But with the memories of his previous life and the future, he knew. Once the impure world reincarnation was used, people would gradually accept its existence. Therefore, regarding the election for the next Hokage, Minato Namikaze did not feel certain of winning. Because he knew that the pressure on him was immense. Young Master Sarutobi Ryo was his biggest competitor. Once he mastered the 8 inner gates, he would no longer be an ordinary ninja. The limit of the 8 inner gates even far surpassed things like Sage Mode. With young Master Ryo's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could open all 8 inner gates. Of course, he wouldn't directly activate the 8th gate unless it was absolutely necessary. But even if he only opened up to the 6th gate, he would become an extremely troublesome existence. Most Kage-level ninjas wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves under the 6th gate. A few top powerhouses would be instantly defeated and crushed in one round when facing the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. Only Lord Hashirama and Madara Uchiha could confidently say they had the power to contend with the 7th gate. After all, the amplification and power output were simply too exaggerated. Remembering Guy's battle with Six Paths Madara in his previous life, shadows began to flicker in Minato Namikaze's eyes. He knew very well. Young Master Ryo's talent was even above Might Guy's. So when he used the 7th gate, he would inevitably be stronger than Guy. In a few years, even without using the 8 inner gates, young Master Ryo might be able to blow the 9 tails out of Konoha with a single blow, just like the third Hokage, to that extent. If the 8 inner gates were added on top of that, it would be simply terrifying. Minato Namikaze was filled with anxiety about the 5th Hokage election. He believed that only with the return of the second Hokage could everything be changed. From a political standpoint, to crush his opponents. Young Master Ryo had made a fundamental political mistake. But with that being the case, Obito's side would also be somewhat problematic. But it wasn't a big problem. Back then, the second Hokage was able to appoint Kagami Uchiha as his Hokage guard. So Obito could still become the same kind of existence. It's just, Obito's dream of becoming Hokage would never be realized again. Because once the second Hokage appeared, he would never allow the Uchiha clan to become Hokage. However, this matter was not without a solution. As long as everything was settled, the impure world reincarnation was dispelled, and the second Hokage returned to the underworld. Obito could continue his dream. What Minato Namikaze was thinking about at this time was not entirely the question of whether the Uchiha were evil. Because he really liked Obito as a disciple. And believed that Obito had the qualifications to become Hokage. What Minato Namikaze was considering was actually the issue of the 5th Hokage election. If he could never become Hokage, then, even if Naruto was born on time, facing a father who was not the Hokage, Naruto might not have the dream of becoming Hokage. Would Naruto, who didn't want to become Hokage, still be that Naruto? Considering all of this, Minato Namikaze decided that this time, he would no longer hesitate. He must make up his mind and seize the position of 5th Hokage. This matter is no small matter. Mito Uzumaki said somewhat vaguely. Obviously, this required careful consideration. The next few days would probably be spent carefully thinking and researching this matter. After all, the return of the dead was a major event that would cause huge waves, and without careful advance planning, there would be huge problems. Danzo, Tobirama's techniques are still in your hands, right? Mito Uzumaki looked at Danzo Shimura. As a ninja who inherited Tobirama's dark side, Danzo had done a good job all these years, diligently taking the blame for Konoha and enduring all the darkness. And after Tobirama passed away, what Danzo inherited, in addition to darkness, was also Tobirama's legacy. Among them was the research on wood release, impure world reincarnation, and other forbidden techniques. Minato Namikaze was throwing out a hint, and naturally knew. In his previous life's memories, Orochimaru, who didn't have the right to view the Book of Seals, got the research sources for the Book of Seals and would release techniques, all from Danzo Shimura, who inherited the Second Hokage's legacy. So some things didn't need to be done by himself. As long as the things that should be done were done by those who should do them. Each performing their own duties, each seeking their own position. Yes, Lord Mito. Danzo nodded and replied. The legacy of Tobarama Senju was, of course, all in his hands. Over the years, he had continued to conduct research, and even used this to win over Orochimaru. But Orochimaru had recently split from him, acting aloof and distant. Obviously, the two were about to break up. As a researcher, Orochimaru was an excellent researcher. But his personality made it impossible to trust him. The research had come to a temporary end, and Danzo felt a bit of a headache. Now that Minato Namikaze had brought it up, it was a very good opportunity. Perhaps various research projects could be launched again. As for the return of the Second Hokage, it was time to restore Konoha to its original appearance. Shisui Uchiha's official joining of the Umbu heralded the beginning of a new era. With Mikoto Uchiha's previous honorary position, Shisui Uchiha had now begun his career of carrying out Umbu missions. Because of the increase in status, Shisui Uchiha was no longer anxious and hesitant. He revealed confidence, and his own excellent talent began to stand out. Although he didn't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan like Obito, he, who already had a basic version of the Sharingan, was still progressing at a rapid pace. In terms of social skills, Shisui Uchiha was very good at maintaining connections on the surface. No one who had cooperated with him or carried out missions together had anything but praise for him. This was also the same as in the original story. Prejudice began to slowly change. More and more people recognized Shisui Uchiha as a ninja, and thus began to agree to the Uchiha clan joining the Umbu. Ryo Sarutobi believed that it wouldn't be long before the name Shisui of the Body Flicker would appear. Because Shisui Uchiha possessed outstanding talent in terms of body flicker technique and other techniques. Ryo Sarutobi was also not stingy in teaching such an outstanding junior the unsealed body flicker technique that he had learned from Tsukumo Hatake. Shisui Uchiha, after learning the unsealed body flicker technique, would be even more powerful than in the original story. Of course, the same would be true when he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan one day. There was also one more thing. With Shisui Uchiha receiving Ryo Sarutobi's protection, things changed. In the official Naruto novel, it was mentioned that Shisui Uchiha's father was injured in the Ninja World War. Like countless ninjas who had devoted themselves to Konoha, Shisui Uchiha's father was also a ninja with the will of fire. However, his elderly father, who was infected due to his injuries and whose condition was worsening, possibly leading to death, was also relieved because Ryo Sarutobi directly dispatched Rin Noara to help with the treatment. Medical resources were rare commodities in any world. Without connections, it was sometimes difficult to get the best treatment. Ryo Sarutobi, who knew the plot in advance, chose to change this tragedy. The infection of Shisui Uchiha's father's injury was contained, and he recovered to health. Shisui Uchiha, without losing his father, would have a harmonious family and could devote himself to the village without any worries. And a complete family would also be the cornerstone of many people's mental health. Although some people needed to experience life and death to grow more, not all tragedies needed to be allowed to happen. After all, strictly speaking, Shisui Uchiha's father had served the country and was a veteran. Under the circumstances of his injury, he needed to be properly taken care of no matter what. As time passed, Shisui Uchiha also slowly became familiar with Itachi, who often came to Ryo Sarutobi's residence. Chapter 172. And occasionally he would practice ninjutsu with him. During this process, Shisui Uchiha was surprised to discover that Itachi's talent was no less than his own. Perhaps, Itachi is the most talented ninja he has ever seen. Shisui Uchiha began to think. The next patriarch of the Uchiha clan may not necessarily be Obito-senpai. Of course, Itachi is still young, and his experience is far less than the former. However, he believes that one day, Itachi will lead the Uchiha clan and even be qualified to become Hokage. Of course, what Shisui Uchiha admires most is Lord Ryo Sarutobi, who brought him into the Umbu. It was he who changed his life, allowing him to completely get rid of the haze in his heart, become confident, and no longer envy others. And Lord Ryo Sarutobi's unreserved teaching also made him more determined in his will of fire. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's Uchiha clan. To work hard to gain everyone's approval and make the clan completely integrate into the village is Shisui Uchiha's dream. This day, Mikoto Uchiha was idle at home. Although she is nominally in the UMBU and has returned to the police force, she is, after all, a pregnant woman, so she needs to recuperate well. Mikoto Uchiha sat in the living room, gently stroking her abdomen, her expression calm and peaceful. The already bulging belly represents the normal development of the fetus. As a ninja, she is naturally not as delicate as ordinary people, and in fact, she can do many things herself. Cooking, washing clothes, everything. Next year, or the year after, Itachi will enter school. At that time, the second child born will also become her precious darling. It is also Fugaku's proof in the world. The precious relic left by her deceased husband, that is, the child in her womb, is an important fact that supports her to live on. The only question is, what should the child's name be? Mikoto Uchiha often thinks about this, but she can't make up her mind. Unlike when Itachi was born, Fugaku casually chose a name. This time, she has to consider it carefully. Mikoto. Just then, a beautiful figure walked in from outside. Kushina walked into the living room with brisk steps. She sat down very familiarly, poured tea for herself, and drank it all in one gulp. That is, Minato Namikaze's Uksura local marriage. Yeah, I'm free today, Kushina waved her hand. She has a lot of free time recently. After all, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she can't run around. Have you and Minato set a wedding date yet? Mikoto asked again. The two have been in love with each other since they were young, and so many years have passed in a blink of an eye, so it is natural to talk about marriage. This kind of thing hasn't been completely decided yet, Kushina waved her hand with a smile, obviously unable to close her mouth with happiness. It is regrettable that Minato failed to become Hokage. But the marriage should still be done. Kushina doesn't know the approach of danger. Once Mito Uzumaki and others confirm the return of Tobarama Senju, the deceased, all so-called destiny will become unpredictable. Sarutobi will be good to everyone who is good to him, and similarly, he will use the same means to everyone who is hostile to him. Assuming Tobarama Senju does not return, then, no one will become a powerful stumbling block. And once Tobarama Senju appears in the world, then, dealing with the first politician of the Hokage ninja, troubles will naturally come one after another. At that time, the change in relationship will make people who could have been companions, become hostile. The two best friends chatted about their respective futures, full of endless expectations for the future. In order to prevent her best friend from doing anything stupid again, Kushina also ran here every few days. Mikoto naturally knew her best friend's good intentions. Having her husband's second child, she would naturally not repeat the past. At this moment, she just wants to have a safe pregnancy. Then raise the child she will give birth to. By the way, Mikoto, have you thought of a name for the child? Kushina seemed very enthusiastic about this matter. After all, gossiping is human nature. Not yet, Mikoto shook her head. She was thinking that perhaps she could ask Itachi's adoptive father, Lord Ri, to come forward. Not only because of the other party's status and goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. It was also because Mikoto saw some of her husband's shadow in the other party's stern demeanor. She was thinking that since Lord Ri could accurately guess her deceased husband's various thoughts before, then, in naming the child, he would also have the same thinking. So, Mikoto told Kushina her thoughts. Ah. Kushina was not very happy when she heard this. Why should Sarutobi be involved in naming the child? He is Itachi's adoptive father, not Sasuke's adoptive father. It's okay to let Sasuke recognize Lord Ri as his adoptive father, but I don't know if Lord Ri is willing, Mikoto responded to Kushina's dissatisfaction with a smile. Now, in the entire Konoha, everyone would say that the most outstanding young man is Lord Ri. The other party is strong and has shown his talent in politics, successfully completing negotiations with Iwagakure. This made his position surpass others with an overwhelming advantage. Everyone felt that the next Hokage, Lord Ri Sarutobi, would be the most powerful competitor. And once Lord Ri becomes Hokage, perhaps, the Uchiha clan will also have its first Hokage. Itachi. Mikoto remembered Lord Ri's affirmation of Itachi's talent and his past promises, believing that they were not empty words. Because more and more compatriots and ninjas began to notice Itachi's talent. The fourth Hokage-sama's son Kakashi, Mr. Might Dewey's son Guy, and other colleagues, clan member Shisui, and others, all affirmed Itachi's talent. Thinking that Itachi was so outstanding, even his talent was comparable to her husband's, Mikoto felt bursts of relief and pride. Because of these experiences and relationships, Mikoto Uchiha began to completely stand on Ri Sarutobi's side. And Kushina, who had always had a bad relationship with Ri Sarutobi since she was a child, Because Sarutobi supported Konoha's white fang to the top and made various changes, ultimately making Minato miss the Hokage position. This made her more or less unhappy. Kushina, the little conflicts between you and Lord Ri are all things from childhood. Seeing Kushina's eyes and expression, Mikoto comforted her like an older sister. You are not a child anymore, you should learn to be more mature. Okay, I know. Kushina pouted, looking nonchalant. Her emotions are so easy to guess, so even if Lord Ri knows all her thoughts, he probably wouldn't blame Kushina, right? After all, Kushina is actually a very kind person. The two chatted, and time began to pass. Before long, new guests arrived. It was Tsunade and Sarutobi. The two appeared together and came here. Tsunade's arrival made Mikoto immediately get up to greet her. Kushina was also very curious. Tsunade-sama, no, what is her adopted sister doing here? Sister. Kushina happily went forward to greet her. Tsunade shivered and rubbed her eyebrows, just call me Tsunade-sama. Although she doesn't like getting old, it's Tsunade's inner thoughts. But thinking that she is already in her 30s, almost 40, and being called sister by the other party, it really gives her goosebumps. Ah, I'm really old. Tsunade thought. Entering the living room, everyone sat down, and Tsunade explained the purpose of her visit. Chapter 173. This time, she came to diagnose Mikoto's health. As for why Rin Noera didn't come. She's very talented and is gradually taking on more work. Tsunade babbled on for a while. Simply put, Rin Noera is a tool, capable of doing many things that Tsunade should be doing. This way, Tsunade can slack off anytime. Hearing Tsunade's plausible explanation, Mikoto smiled wryly, feeling embarrassed. Ahem. After finishing her own affairs, Tsunade coughed a few times, probably feeling a bit awkward, so she changed the subject and started asking about Mikoto's gossip. Have you decided on a name for the child yet? Tsunade's fingers rested on Mikoto's palm. Sarutobi Ryo sat aside, drinking tea with an unfathomable expression. Thinking about the child's name, after much deliberation, it was still difficult to make a decision. Therefore, Mikoto looked at Sarutobi Ryo. For some reason, seeing him made her breathing quicken, and she noticed the abnormal physiological reaction of the Uchiha Fugaku's widow before her. Many pregnant women, after becoming pregnant, experience an unusually strong desire. This is a result of hormonal secretions in the body. Clearly, Uchiha Mikoto also belonged to that type. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Ryo again, finding him only focused on drinking tea, with a nonchalant appearance. This kid, I have to remind him to have less contact with Uchiha Mikoto, wait until she gives birth to the child before anything else. However, Tsunade's speculation was only from her perspective. She didn't know what Sarutobi Ryo had been doing to Uchiha Mikoto. Taking advantage of each visit with Rin Noera to examine Uchiha Mikoto. Sarutobi Ryo would carry out the transmission of the will of fire. Without Uchiha Mikoto's knowledge, she had been deeply immersed, fully experiencing the true meaning of the will of fire. Several such experiences had unconsciously caused her to have certain reactions. The unaware Mikoto, and Tsunade, neither of them knew the true situation. Young Master Ryo, would you consider a name for the child in my womb? Mikoto asked with a smile, completely unaware of her own anticipation. Naming a child is no small matter. Especially, naming someone else's child. After the Hyuga clan's rebellion, the various clans during the Third Shinobi World War didn't fully know the whole story. Through speculation and conjecture, the rumors became increasingly bizarre. Especially as time passed, hypotheses abounded. And after time settled, many things either spread like wildfire or were extinguished as a result. Hyuga Hayuki, who had been confined to the mansion, had not yet regained her freedom. Hyuga Hizashi constantly had people watching the woman who should have been his sister-in-law. To prevent Hyuga Hayuki from running away or doing something bad. And Hyuga Hizashi's elder brother, Hyuga Hayashi, remained imprisoned, his face withering day by day. If it were the Uchiha or Senju, such a large clan experiencing similar events, the Konoha higher-ups would surely cut the Gordian knot, ruthlessly slaughtering all the way to the end. But the mere Hyuga. The Konoha higher-ups didn't take them seriously. Therefore, resolving them wasn't urgent. But, as the Third Shinobi World War approached its end, soon, the day of complete reckoning would arrive. Hyuga Hayashi's best outcome would probably be being exiled to Hozuki Castle. However, because he knew the secrets of the caged bird seal, in all likelihood, he would die inexplicably for some reason. For example, dying of illness, or suicide. Having been locked up in prison for several years, feeling increasingly guilty, it would be normal for him to die. But in any case, these matters still needed to be discussed by the higher-ups. Among them, naturally, there would be Sarutobi Ryo's opinion. Sarutobi Ryo had not expressed his views, so Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayuki remained in this state of limbo. No one knew what decision or view Sarutobi Ryo would make. And many people were unwilling to actively touch this hot potato. Because of the Hyuga clan's incident, the various clans acted more cautiously and expressed greater loyalty. Loyalty. The Uchiha clan naturally didn't need to say anything. Uchiha Fugaku personally died in battle as an example, and then there was Obito, this hero. Who would dare to doubt the Uchiha's loyalty? With the Uchiha clan strongly expressing their loyalty, the various clans followed suit. Now, Uchiha Mikoto hoped that Sarutobi Ryo would name the child. Wasn't it also a further indication of loyalty to the higher-ups? However, even Uchiha Mikoto herself hadn't realized why she had some anticipation about young Master Ryo naming her unborn child. Only Sarutobi Ryo knew the deeper reason. It was also due to a genetic instinct. After all, the child's father was actually Madame Mikoto. Sarutobi Ryo put down his teacup, looked over, and began to leisurely assess the appearance of the beautiful woman before him. Sarutobi Ryo never visited pleasure quarters and didn't drink alcohol. His personal reputation was very good. However, there were still some rumors. For example, some people said that Hyuga Ruri's child was actually young Master Ryo's. This matter. Because of taboos, no one dared to say it openly, and the clan heads strictly forbade their clansmen from discussing it. Over time, Niji's true biological father's identity became increasingly mysterious. However, as people began to know that Hyuga Ruri had been resting and recuperating at young Master Ryo's residence, they understood something in unison. Perhaps, maybe, possibly, there was a probability that Niji's father was young Master Ryo. Although Hyuga Ruri and Hyuga Hizashi were childhood sweethearts didn't mean they had to be together. The issue of arranged marriage was also determined by the Hyuga clan's main family, not the opinions of the two people. Looking at it this way, after the Hyuga clan was finished, it was perfectly normal for Hyuga Ruri and young Master Ryo to be in love and have a child. Everyone pretended to be fools about this and never mentioned it. Mikoto, who had also heard the gossip, had more or less speculated. Combining her knowledge, she decided to let young Master Ryo name the child. This was also to get rid of some unnecessary troubles. Itachi was young Master Ryo's adopted son. If the news of young Master Ryo naming Fugaku's orphan spread, it would become a good story. After people knew about this, they would naturally understand the origin of the child's name and the relationship between the two families. They could also understand the Uchiha clan's expression of loyalty to the higher-ups. Sarutobi Ryo looked at this woman, knowing her thoughts. This was human nature, and also proof of a mother's difficult survival in the world. Sarutobi Ryo slowly nodded and, under the curious gazes of several women, slowly said, "A name, I do have one. Tch. Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. Still naming? Your name alone is enough of a mess." Kushina, who had been at odds with Sarutobi Ryo since childhood, became even less afraid of Sarutobi Ryo after her status was elevated. She used to be wary, perhaps there was also some jealousy, jealous of Sarutobi Ryo's identity. Now, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. "Humph, who's afraid of who? Even if you see me, you have to call me Lady Kushina." Kushina didn't think Sarutobi Ryo could come up with a good name. But next, Sarutobi Ryo's words shocked the three women. "Sasuke, just call him Sasuke. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke." Mikoto muttered the name, not yet reacting. And soon, Tsunade's expression changed drastically. "You." Realizing something, Tsunade immediately understood Sarutobi Ryo's intention. This was clearly respect for Uchiha Fugaku's sacrifice and contribution, as well as an expectation for the child's future, so that was why he used such a noble name. "What's wrong, Sister Tsunade?" Chapter 174. This name, is it special? More than that. Through Tsunade's explanation and Mikoto's solemn gaze, Kushina learned the whole story. Sasuke was the name of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's father. Sarutobi Sasuke was a famous ninja of the Warring States period. No one in the entire Konoha would name their child this name, because the history contained in this name is too heavy. But now, Sarutobi Ryo, this kid, gave this name to his unborn child, not only to show respect, but also to express his expectations for the child's future growth. Or rather, potential. Is this unborn child really worthy of this name? Tsunade couldn't help but wonder. But only Sarutobi Ryo knew that some things cannot be changed by human power. At least, Sasuke's birth was like that. Although his father has changed, Sarutobi Ryo believes that Sasuke's chakra is still the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. This is the so-called destiny. However, compared to Indra's chakra, the change of the physical body is the most meaningful. The bloodline has changed, and the biological father has changed, so what if there is still Indra? Wouldn't he still have to call me dad? After Kushina listened to Tsunade's explanation of the ins and outs, she looked at Sarutobi Ryo in disbelief. In her mind, Sarutobi Ryo's naming would definitely not exceed common sense. But Sarutobi Ryo insisted on overturning her idea once again. Young Master Ryo, isn't this name too heavy? Mikoto immediately returned the greeting. She was even a little frightened at this time. It's okay, I believe in the child's talent. But she still felt that this name was something the child couldn't bear. If that's the case, the pressure will be too great, and the child must be well disciplined in the future. Mikoto thought to herself about being a mother in the future, it's not an easy task. I must teach the child well so that he can match the name given by young Master Ryo. With such care and hard work, I, as a mother, will definitely age quickly. Mikoto sighed in her heart. She didn't know that she had become more and more beautiful recently, like a flower that is constantly watered. Even with pregnancy, she increasingly outlined an enchanting figure. Mikoto regarded it as the secretion of human hormones, but she didn't know the real reason. After the diagnosis was completed, Tsunade got up to leave. Kushina and Mikoto came out to see her off. After the two left, Kushina couldn't help but sigh, I thought Sarutobi Ryo wouldn't come up with a good name. She really felt strange. Kushina, you're so old, you should put away your prejudices. Mikoto said with a smile. Young Master Ryo has always been thinking about the village, and has always been kind to the Uchiha clan, and now he has become Itachi's adoptive father. Mikoto said all kinds of things, making Kushina feel that the two girlfriends were completely on the same side. But she couldn't say anything bad about her best friend. Okay, I know. Kushina could only nod, thinking that maybe she should change her view of Sarutobi Ryo. By the way, Kushina, when are you and Minato getting married? Mikoto closed the door and walked back with her best friend with a smile. On the street outside, Tsunade looked solemn. She could see Sarutobi Ryo's expectations for the child. But the problem is. Hey, Sarutobi Ryo, I have something to tell you. The straightforward Tsunade is not the kind of person who likes to imply things. She decided to directly inform Sarutobi Ryo of something. It's true that Uchiha Mikoto is pregnant, and the secretion of human hormones can also make people do some irrational things during special periods. Saying that, she glanced at Sarutobi Ryo beside her. You better stay away from her, or you should have someone to accompany her in the future. After all, the other party is pregnant, so you should avoid contact with her alone to avoid suspicion. Yeah. Seeing Sarutobi Ryo nodding casually, Tsunade knew that he didn't understand what she meant. I mean, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes are wrong when she looks at you, you must be careful. Meow. At this moment, a cat meowed on the wall of the street. Humph. It's not even night, what's the fuss, these stupid cats. Tsunade scolded, and the cats were scared away. Sarutobi Ryo stopped and his face became extremely serious. When Tsunade looked back, she was taken aback. Lord Tsunade, I want to sternly warn you that Madame Mikoto is infatuated with her deceased husband, Fugaku, and even committed suicide because of it. Sarutobi Ryo said. The two are a loving couple, don't spread rumors. I, Sarutobi Ryo, don't like to hear these words. You are taking kindness for granted. Tsunade was immediately unhappy and was about to retort angrily. However, before she could speak, Sarutobi Ryo spoke first, or are you, the one? Sarutobi Ryo stared at Tsunade. You're thinking too much. I won't. Tsunade wanted to refute, but she thought that the more she explained, the darker it would become. So, she gritted her teeth and snorted before walking away. Looking at her angry back, Sarutobi Ryo's eyes couldn't help but become more distant. That night, Tsunade asked Shizune to buy food, and then started eating and drinking in her ancestral home. The more she ate, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but get drunk. When she was drowsy, she began to scold Sarutobi Ryo. After scolding enough, she staggered back to the house and fell asleep. Looking at the drunken Lord Tsunade, Shizune couldn't help but sigh. Although it happens occasionally, isn't it a bit too much today? Did young Master Ryo offend Lord Tsunade? Shizune slowly closed the door and left here to rest in her own room. The night gradually deepened. Time passed minute by minute. Until a black shadow appeared here silently. Under the moonlight, the black shadow stared at the bedroom. Tsunade's snore sounded evenly. But the black shadow knew that with her physique, drunkenness was only temporary. Slowly walking forward and pushing open the door. With a creak, the door opened. Tsunade, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes and punched out as the other party approached. Of course, this punch didn't use super strength. If she did, the house would probably collapse. Oh, or she would be seriously injured and dying instantly, like Jiraiya was hit back then. But what Tsunade didn't expect was that even if she casually restrained her strength, the other party still easily caught her fist. Pa! Tsunade was suddenly shocked. Who? She couldn't think of anyone who could match her in taijutsu. So, Tsunade no longer held back and kicked out, already using her strength. Fully exerting her strength, even without any super strength, Tsunade's strength is full value in the official data book. It means that Tsunade can arm wrestle with the Raikage clan without using super strength. Of course, if the Raikage used a cheat and used lightning release chakra mode, then Tsunade would also use a cheat and use super strength. Under a full attack, normal ninjas would not be able to block it. Chapter 175. But the other party still directly blocked her kick. Bastard! Tsunade knew that the visitor was not friendly. At this point, she would have to use even her super strength. As for the house collapsing, that would be a consideration for later. Fortunately, before she could throw a punch, the other party spoke. Tsunade-sama, it's me. Sarutobi Akira. You brat. Why did you run over here in the middle of the night, you brat? What do you think? Sarutobi Akira stood in the darkness before the bed, responding slowly. Tsunade slowly lowered her fist, confused. What important matter could he have to run over here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Could it be? This kid is here to raid me at night. Thinking of this possibility, Tsunade was suddenly shocked, and immediately denied it. But this seemed to be the only explanation. It couldn't be that this kid couldn't sleep and was bored and wanted to find someone to chat with. After returning today, I thought about it for a long time, and felt that Tsunade-sama's reminder was not without reason. Sarutobi Akira began to talk about Tsunade's good points. Tsunade hummed, obviously still thinking that Sarutobi Akira should avoid suspicion and stay away from Uchiha Mikoto. Moreover, giving the unborn child the name Sasuke was still inappropriate. In any case, his friendly attitude towards the Uchiha was still excessive. Of course, perhaps it was also related to the fact that he really regarded Itachi as his son. Now, Sarutobi Akira was pushing the Uchiha to the forefront step by step. Tsunade was also very worried about the decline of talent within the Senju clan. Even if she alone was powerful, she couldn't help but worry that the Senju clan would have no successors. Back then the second Hokage-sama did not marry, so naturally he did not leave any descendants. Sarutobi Akira suddenly mentioned Senju Tobirama as the two most powerful members of the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito combined and continued their bloodline, which led to Tsunade. Senju Tobirama did not leave any descendants. In the Warring States period, this could be considered rebellious. After all, the average lifespan in the Warring States period was only 35 years, and not leaving descendants was a great sin. As a result, excellent bloodlines could not spread their branches and leaves. Until Tsunade's generation, it was still the same. Seeing that the inheritance of the Senju lineage of powerhouses was about to be cut off, could it be? Is Tsunade-sama not worried at all? In the darkness, Sarutobi Akira's eyes were burning as he stared at Tsunade. Tsunade, who was already old, stammered a little, naturally thinking of those old things in the clan who wanted to find a matchmaker for her every day. But she was already this old. Tsunade only felt that marriage was too troublesome. She wasn't a young person anymore. What was missed, especially in the wrong age. Why think so much? Seeing Tsunade's somewhat escapist mentality, Sarutobi Akira's mouth slightly curved. Why don't you let me help Tsunade-sama? What did you say? Tsunade, who was sitting in front of the bed, suddenly widened her eyes. Sarutobi Akira continued, the inheritance of bloodlines pays attention to aptitude. My strength is already completely no less than Tsunade-sama's, so I think I am qualified enough. What nonsense are you talking about? Tsunade waved her hand, naturally not believing that Sarutobi Akira would be her opponent. If she was serious, wouldn't she be able to blow him up at will? If that's the case, then let's try it out. Sarutobi Akira said that he wanted to spar with Tsunade to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Heh. Tsunade chuckled, thinking, can't I take care of you, a young brat? A dozen minutes later. Tsunade, who had already arrived at the back mountain of Konoha, was rubbing her fists and palms. Choosing this place as the place to strike was also a last resort. After all, Tsunade's super strength destruction was too strong, and ordinary barriers would be smashed. So this secret place was the best place to strike. Are you ready? Tsunade had a confident smile on her face, heroic and valiant. Under the dark night, the moonlight shone on her face, plating her with a layer of silver brilliance. Sarutobi Akira stared at her beautiful face and nodded lightly. Ha! With a low shout from Tsunade, the whole person rushed over with a fist. She wanted to let this kid understand that the name of the Sannin was not a false one. Faced with Tsunade's super strength fist, Sarutobi Akira did not underestimate it and directly entered the 8 gates released formation mode. The surging airwaves made Tsunade slightly startled. Knowing that Sarutobi Akira possessed the 8 gates, she was also very cautious. In terms of strength, the starting hand of the 5th gate of the 8 gates released formation was not as good as super strength. Only the 6th gate could slightly compare. Why do you say that? In the original work, Tsunade's super strength can break Uchiha Madara's Eternal Susanu's ribs, skeleton, and muscle Susanoo states. And the 7th gate of the 8 gates released formation, Might Guy's Morning Peacock, can also instantly kill the muscle Susanoo. Considering that Tsunade has the output bonus of the strength of 100 seal, resulting in a large increase in strength and speed. So, it is very reasonable to think that the 6th gate can be compared with Tsunade's super strength under normal conditions. But the 6th gate has one more advantage than the normal Tsunade, which is speed. Whether it is movement speed or shot speed, it has reached a very alarming level. Tsunade, who could not react in time, only had time to throw a punch and had already faced hundreds of punches. Sarutobi Akira's fists greeted Tsunade's body everywhere. In just the blink of an eye, Tsunade was blown away. Shadow-level ninjas have a very strong tolerance for blunt force damage, so Tsunade was not injured. Even so, she was very shocked by Sarutobi Akira's changes. I didn't expect the 8 gates released formation to be such a powerful technique. Of course the 8 gates released formation is powerful. Sarutobi Akira stood in place, the airwaves surging, blowing the trees in the night forest, making a rustling sound. But this has to be superimposed with my bloodline. If the bloodline of the Sarutobi clan is added, the power of the 8 gates released formation will reach an unspeakable level. What's more, he now has multiple bloodline limits. The DNA has become even more unusual. It is only natural that such a bloodline allows Tsunade to conceive powerful offspring. Sarutobi Akira used this as a guide, sincerely thinking about the Senju clan. Once the Senju clan produces outstanding descendants comparable to Naruto and Sasuke, then, the people of the Senju clan will also shut their mouths and never mention the Uchiha again. After all, everyone has a psychological imbalance. To appease the psychology of the Senju clan, of course, is to create 1 or 2 powerhouses for them. Aware of the crisis, Tsunade no longer held back. This sense of crisis arose naturally from the bottom of her heart. And it originated from the possibility of being done something. Tsunade stared into Sarutobi Akira's eyes, reading some thoughts from the other party's eyes. Damn it. Could it be that this kid came to attack her in the middle of the night because those old things in the clan went to lobby him? Maybe. Sarutobi Akira, who read Tsunade's thoughts, said ambiguously. This made Tsunade even more firm in her thoughts. What did those old things think of her? Sarutobi Akira, who successfully made the Senju clan elders take the blame, naturally could not explain it clearly. After all, always letting Danzo take the blame, then the Senju clan for their own prosperity and strength, it is no problem for them to take the blame themselves. All of this is for the Senju. Sarutobi Akira stepped forward, rushed forward, and instantly came to Tsunade. Tsunade is worthy of being a Sannin powerhouse, and her reaction speed was extremely fast as she instantly struck. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been directly hit by Tsunade's high attack speed and then shut down. Although Tsunade's legs are short, her movement speed is not as good as Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Chapter 176. However, the attack speed isn't slow. But compared to the 8 gates released formation, it's still much slower. But to defeat Tsunade head-on, Sarutobi Ryo didn't choose to be cunning, but directly confronted Tsunade's super strength. Fierce attacks exploded. Centered on the point where their fists met, sonic booms erupted. Transparent shockwaves spread out, causing the trees in the deep night to make shocking sounds. What? But, being this strong, isn't it too exaggerated? Tsunade thought so, but her punches were not slow at all. Continuous explosions continued to echo in the back mountain of Konoha. Sarutobi Ryo punched one after another, calmly exchanging blows with Tsunade. Seeing that strength couldn't gain an absolute advantage, Tsunade began to use her taijutsu skills. Various moves, known for their techniques. Defeat the opponent through different methods. As a taijutsu master, Tsunade's various moves were naturally at their peak. But Sarutobi Ryo was also not ordinary. Who would dare say that the Sarutobi clan's taijutsu is ordinary? Sarutobi Ryo calmly responded, and the two of them used a variety of taijutsu techniques. Tsunade became more and more shocked as she fought. Seeing that she couldn't win, she gritted her teeth and used a ruthless move. Mitotic Regeneration Jutsu, Release. A ray of light rose from the darkness. The diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead began to emit light. The black seal slowly expanded to her entire forehead. Tsunade's speed, strength, and reaction exploded in an instant, and her strength directly increased by a level. She suddenly accelerated, shouting loudly, thinking that no matter what, she must win against this kid first. Because once she lost, something terrible might happen. But the next moment, Tsunade saw Sarutobi Ryo raise his hand, cross his hands, and make a strange seal with his fingers. Hiradora. In order to counter Tsunade's mitotic regeneration jutsu, Sarutobi Ryo, who also activated the mitotic regeneration jutsu at his heart, used Hiradora. That's right. Sarutobi Ryo used multiple bloodline limits, plus the mitotic regeneration jutsu, and the modulation of the 8 gates released formation. He was able to use Hiradora at the 6th gate. The terrifying white shockwave instantly spread, filling Tsunade's entire field of vision. Nani? Tsunade only had time to be shocked, wondering what was going on. The whole person was directly hit by Hiradora. The small Hiradora, the scattered storm, filled the entire back mountain of Konoha. The sweeping shockwave devoured all the vegetation. After the roaring storm dissipated, only a bare and desolate trace remained in the entire back mountain of Konoha. Weeds, trees and other vegetation directly evaporated into thin air. And Tsunade, who directly took the non-complete version of the full-power small Hiradora, was knocked unconscious on the spot. Looking at the Hiradora in front of him, whose range was slightly controlled, Sarutobi Ryo was satisfied and released the 8 gates released formation. In this state, the power of Hiradora is not as good as the 7th gate. But the range is controllable, and the lethality is controllable. One move can knock out a Kage-level powerhouse. Unless it is Orochimaru's individual case with extremely strong recovery and survivability. Otherwise, no matter how strong the physique is, even Tsunade will be knocked down in seconds. The mitotic regeneration jutsu quickly faded, and the diamond-shaped light dimmed. Looking at Tsunade, who was frowning and unconscious, Sarutobi Ryo's breathing couldn't help but accelerate slightly. I don't know how long it has been. Ugh. Tsunade woke up. Her eyes were dark, and she couldn't see anything. Actually, Sarutobi Ryo had blocked her vision. Ugh. Ugh. Not only that, Tsunade, who wanted to speak, found that she couldn't speak either. Not only that, it seemed that her hands and feet were also bound, and her whole body was weak, like anesthesia. Tsunade-sama, are you awake? Sarutobi Ryo's voice sounded next to her. Here is Sarutobi Ryo's underground base. After Tsunade was defeated, Sarutobi Ryo brought her here. And next, of course, it is to work hard for the revival of the Senju clan. For the prosperity of the Senju clan, Sarutobi Ryo can be said to have put his heart and soul into it. Such thinking, of course, is not for himself. Ugh. Tsunade struggled, her heart filled with anger, thinking that this kid dared to treat her like this. I naturally know Tsunade-sama's temper, so, in order to prevent riots, I used a little trick. Sarutobi Ryo spoke slowly, making Tsunade anxious. Is that a slight trick? Tsunade, who had never been treated like this since she was a child, couldn't stand this kind of anger. But she didn't know that the anger she would suffer later was even more. Sarutobi Ryo was unhurried and not panicked at all. Looking at the time, it was only 2 a.m. It's still early. There are at least several hours until morning. Enough to do many things. The elders of the Senju clan have been frequently visiting recently, scolding me for promoting the Uchiha's policy. And Tsunade understood it as, the elders of the Senju clan visited Sarutobi Ryo, asking him to be with her. I am annoyed, and after thinking about it, there is no way, so I thought of this trick. Tsunade also understood that the old guys of the Senju clan, for the revival of the Senju clan, have taken a liking to Sarutobi Ryo. So, Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. Sarutobi Ryo said. For the Senju clan, you have to endure it. Ugh. Ugh. Feeling Sarutobi Ryo getting closer and closer, the unease in Tsunade's heart gradually spread. Sarutobi Ryo approached Tsunade. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh at her beauty. Thanks to the bloodline of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Even without the mitotic regeneration jutsu, Tsunade at this age would not lose her beauty at all. But youth waits for no one, even the most excellent bloodline will have a day to grow old. Therefore, before growing old, do what should be done. Sarutobi Ryo thought so, and also believed that there are many ways to stay young forever. There are 7 or 8 kinds in the Naruto world. So, this is not a problem either. Rustling sounds rang out. Soon, Sarutobi Ryo stood behind Tsunade. When the Sarutobi clan's summoning weapon was summoned, Sarutobi Ryo's voice rang in Tsunade's ear, Tsunade-sama, I'm sorry. The next moment, Sarutobi Ryo made a fierce move. Chi! The terrifying weapon directly struck Tsunade. Because the power was too great, Tsunade groaned and suddenly widened her eyes. To be able to make one of the Sannin groan, one can imagine how strong the power is. To the extent that blood slowly flowed from Tsunade's wound. Looking at the bright red color, Sarutobi Ryo's eyebrows twitched slightly. Heh. Interesting. Well then, watch carefully, Kato-dan in the afterlife, this is how Princess Tsunade is used. Sarutobi Ryo, ZZZ. Chapter 177. Tsunade, ugh. Tsunade, ugh. The fierce storm-like assault of taijutsu was too much for even Tsunade to bear. Especially, when she was in a completely passive state. Perhaps due to the anesthetic, she felt weak all over. Otherwise, how could she be unable to break free from a small knot? The rope hanging from the ceiling bound Tsunade's wrists together. Sarutobi Ryo, launching a fierce attack from behind, unleashed a barrage of taijutsu. Relying on the physical enhancements brought by his Sarutobi clan bloodline and the power of multiple bloodline limits, Sarutobi Ryo's attacks made Tsunade cry out in pain. Her voluptuous figure trembled incessantly. At this moment, Tsunade was like a tree in the eye of a typhoon. No matter how tall it was, it could only be mercilessly swallowed in the face of the more violent power of nature. She felt herself spinning, constantly swept by the storm, her consciousness beginning to blur, drifting away. Who knows how long had passed? Sarutobi Ryo's offensive reached the end of a stage. After unleashing all his taijutsu, Sarutobi Ryo used an S-rank water release ninjutsu as the finishing move of his combo. Bang! Water release. The S-rank water release was unleashed, and the terrifying torrent directly impacted Tsunade. Ugh! Tsunade, letting out a wail, even with her status as one of the Sannin, could only meet her end in the face of the S-rank water release ninjutsu. Her obscured eyes suddenly rolled upwards, staring fixedly at the ceiling. The painful cry was choked in her throat. For a long time, Tsunade's trembling body suddenly relaxed, her head drooping, her body swaying slightly with the rope. Clearly, under this absolute offensive, she had fallen unconscious. This shows how strong Sarutobi Ryo's mastery of S-rank water release ninjutsu had become. Maintaining the posture of performing ninjutsu, for a long time. Bang! 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 Sarutobi Ryo moved again, a new round of taijutsu combos began. The next morning, Shizune, arriving in the living room, did not see Lady Tsunade. She was immediately a little curious. Where did Lady Tsunade go so early in the morning? Sometimes, Lady Tsunade would indeed travel alone. Most of the time, it might be because she was in a bad mood. To feel the breeze, and to miss Lord Nawaki and Uncle Dan. Then, probably, it's the same this time, right? Shizune didn't care, after all, this was Konoha's main base. Could it be that, Lady Tsunade would be kidnapped out of thin air? So, Shizune began to clean the courtyard with peace of mind, waiting for Tsunade's return. Time passed second by second. Until the sun rose high in the sky. Sarutobi Ryo's side had also finally ushered in the end of the battle. Poof! Sarutobi Ryo retreated, glanced outside, the sun had already risen high. This also shows that Sarutobi Ryo and Tsunade's sparring had moved from the underground to the surface. The manor, which had been transformed into a fortress, had countless idle and variously purposed houses. Finding one of them to use as a place for sparring with Tsunade was naturally easy. Because of the barrier, no one would break in, so, some private duels could be carried out. Tsunade, her eyes glazed over and rolled upwards, having been knocked unconscious again, fell there. Sarutobi Ryo glanced at her, straightened his collar, and then slowly left. The sun rose as usual, and just as people's new day continued. Sarutobi Ryo, handling the new day's official duties, saw the mission reports and situation analysis presented by his companions. Obviously, the ninja world at this time had slowly stabilized. Small-scale frictions became the main theme. Anyone had to admit that the Great Ninja War had come to an end. Slowly calming the situation, and the countries recuperating, became the main theme of the following period. And because of excessive expansion, resulting in an explosion of military spending, Iwagakure, after experiencing the losses of the war, would also rethink. Thus beginning to reduce military spending. Even starting to downsize the army. After all, the Iwagakure village in this timeline had 500 more troops than in the original work. Where these 500 people would go was indeed a big problem. Even with the daimyo of the Land of Earth tightening his belt, the overdrawn finances of the Land of Earth could no longer support so many people. So, the internal problems of Iwagakure were obviously much larger than the external problems they faced. But this kind of thing could only be left to Noki to worry about. From Kirigakure, a letter came flying, saying that envoys would come to negotiate peace in the near future. Yagura ascended to the throne, reorganizing Kirigakure. Without Obito controlling him, of course, it was getting better and better, no longer the bloody mist village of the past. Maybe, Konoha and Kirigakure could achieve peace. Overall, the ninja world was stable and improving. Yahiko was not killed, Nagato did not turn evil, Kirigakure did not become a bloody mist. Then, can Kagaya Tsutsuki still come out? Looking at the system's prompt, Sarutobi Ryo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. And at this time, right in Danzo's underground root base, Minato Namikaze and others were nervously looking at the prisoners in front of them. The existence of death row inmates was not uncommon. Especially during wartime, there would be many bad people causing trouble. It was easy to catch a bunch of them. After careful consideration, Mito Uzumaki and others adopted Minato Namikaze's suggestion. Minato Namikaze also learned Hashirama Senju's legacy at lightning speed, the impure world reincarnation technique that Danzo showed him. In fact, even with Minato Namikaze's ability, it was not enough to quickly learn this technique. The reason was, having received future memories, he had a prior understanding of this technique. The future self had learned this technique, so he passed it on to the past self. Minato Namikaze shook his head, dispelling the thoughts. He took a deep breath and looked at Mito Uzumaki, Koharu Yudatane, and Hamura Mitokado. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am ready." Saying that, Minato Namikaze nodded, and then began to cast the impure world reincarnation. As the black magic circle spread, paper scraps quickly crawled onto the body of the death row inmate. Originally injected with anesthetic and in a state of unconsciousness, the death row prisoner suddenly opened his eyes and let out a terrifying scream. The distorted face did not change the expressions of Mito Uzumaki and others. After all, the people present were not good men or women. They were ninjas. Naturally, they had seen even more tragic scenes. So, after the paper scraps completely covered and changed, a certain soul descended. The dead man, covered in cracks and dust, suddenly woke up. The first reaction was his own death. After all, in order to hold the rear, he died in the battle with the Gold and Silver Brothers and the Gold and Silver Squad. I just didn't expect. There were many experts hidden in the Gold and Silver Squad. There was actually a guy who could use Kakuzu's S-rank Earth Grudge Fear from Takigakure village. Sister-in-law. I thought who had summoned me from the underworld. Looking at Mito Uzumaki's young face, and seeing the changed faces of Danzo, Koharu Yudatane, and Hamura Mitokado. Hashirama Senju immediately realized that a long time had passed, but sister-in-law should have used the Een seal to maintain her youth. Hashirama. Seeing the dead man speaking, Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but curl up a smile at the corner of her mouth. Long time no see. Chapter 178. After spending some time explaining the events that had occurred after his death and the current situation in Konoha to Tobarama Senju. Tobarama Senju frowned deeply. The Uchiha clan actually took the stage. And all this was the good deed of the monkey's son. Seeing Tobarama Senju's face filled with anger. Koharu Yudatane and Hamura Mitokado couldn't help but exchange glances, their faces filled with glee. Back then, the Konoha ninja who most opposed the Uchiha was undoubtedly the second Hokage. The purpose of his establishing the police force was, on the surface, to promote that only the Uchiha could be competent for this position. In reality, it was to keep the Uchiha clan away from the center of Konoha, restricting them to only a small area. The high-level Konoha officials, all departments, had no Uchiha positions. Over time, with one side diminishing and the other growing, the Uchiha clan would slowly disappear. The reality was indeed as Tobarama Senju had expected. The Uchiha, who could only be active in the police force, had their talents greatly suppressed. Decades passed, and only Fugaku Uchiha emerged as a Mangekyo Sharingan user. If Uchiha ninjas could freely enter other departments, taking advantage of these opportunities, performing various tasks, then, those who awakened their Sharingan might be as numerous as the stars. But now, the Uchiha clan had begun to join the and even the monkey's son had taken an Uchiha kid as his adopted son. After learning about these things, Tobarama Senju was furious. His sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes became extremely cold. Teacher, Konoha still needs you to preside over the overall situation. It goes without saying that the most excited person about Tobarama Senju's return was Danzo. Back then, the previous Hokage designated Hiruzen as the third Hokage. This had always made Danzo resentful. The Hiruzen Sarutobi of the past was indeed a ninja with the will of fire. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi later failed to inherit the previous generation's stance of suppressing the Uchiha. Instead, he allowed the Uchiha clan to gradually grow stronger. Especially, with the help of his son, Ryo Sarutobi, this junior, making it impossible to guard against, directly causing a drastic change in Konoha. In other words, seeing the extremely scheming Danzo, his eyes filled with excitement. Minato Namikaze's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. After all, Danzo highly admired the previous Hokage, therefore, he had no scruples about human experiments and other aspects. Because that's what Lord Second Hokage did. Tobarama Senju glanced at his hands. This technique was invented by him, called impure world reincarnation. Although it could summon the dead, the accuracy of the technique was still very problematic. This made it impossible to reproduce the strength of his peak period. He could only exert less than 1/10 of his power at the moment. Tobarama Senju glanced at the blonde young man, Minato Namikaze. Through Mito Uzumaki's description, he had already learned that it was the young man in front of him who had summoned him from the underworld. Tobarama Senju nodded, not bad. He could see that the young man in front of him was very talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have learned his Flying Thunder God technique. In later generations, a good successor has appeared, My current strength is not as good as before, these things need to be considered in the long term. Tobarama Senju said. To change the current situation in Konoha, according to Mito Uzumaki and others, it was not that simple. Because just the current fourth Hokage, Tsukumo Hatake, was not an ordinary ninja. In a one-on-one fight, even Danzo and the others would not be his opponents. To change everything, strategy was important and strength was equally important. So, let's plan slowly. Hokage Building, Jonin Commander's Office. Ryo Sarutobi looked at a slight crack that suddenly appeared in the water glass in front of him. Knowing that this was an ominous sign. Perhaps in other worlds, this was feudal superstition. However, in the world of Naruto, the occurrence of these things often represented the unfolding of bad things. What could it be? Looking at the shattered glass teacup, Ryo Sarutobi fell into thought. Shikaku Nara, who was beside him, also flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw this. Has something happened? Not long after, a report came from the that everything was operating well and nothing had happened within Konoha. Then is it external? After dismissing the subordinates, Ryo Sarutobi began to think about what might happen in the ninja world now. After Madara Uchiha's plan failed, he shouldn't give up so easily. Could it be Nagato? After thinking about it, Ryo Sarutobi finally decided that it was still better to focus on improving his strength. After yesterday's fight with Tsunade, Ryo Sarutobi also obtained Tsunade's cells. Although Tsunade's cells were diluted and mixed with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, it still had a certain research value. Hand Tsunade's cells to Rin Noera to see if she could research something. Ryo Sarutobi returned to his residence. The crying of a baby rang out from the living room. Ryo Sarutobi saw Hana Yamanaka taking care of the baby. Hana Yamanaka, holding Niji, happily coaxed the child. Ruri sat aside, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. A harmonious scene. Besides that, there was also a visitor at the door. Young Master Ryo. Hayashi Hyuga saw Ryo Sarutobi, his eyes directly looking at him, without looking at Niji and Ruri at all. He, who was already the head of the Hyuga clan, had been doing a good job during this time. Hayashi Hyuga's arrival naturally meant that he had something to say. His sister-in-law, no, Hazuki Hyuga, had been shelved for a long time. She spent her days crying. Today, she once again begged him to let her meet her brother, Hayashi Hyuga. Different from Hazuki Hyuga, who was confined in a separate residence, only restricting her personal freedom. Hayashi Hyuga had been locked up in the prison for too long. Having completely lost everything, Hayashi Hyuga was deteriorating. Therefore, seeing the somewhat soft-hearted Hayashi Hyuga, Ryo Sarutobi knew that he was not as ruthless as his brother after all. So, unable to resist his sister-in-law's constant begging, he came to test the waters. Ryo Sarutobi nodded casually. Ms. Hazuki Hyuga was only an accomplice under duress, and a confinement during this time is enough to erase her guilt. The meaning of this sentence was that Hazuki Hyuga could be released freely. After all, the masterminds were Hayashi Hyuga and the elders of the main family, and she, a weak woman, couldn't say anything. The long period of confinement was enough to make people forget about the Hyuga clan's affairs. After all, a fish's memory is only 7 seconds, humans' memories are often not very long either. Hazuki Hyuga, who had been imprisoned for nearly a year, could be considered to have completely reflected on her mistakes. Moreover, as a weak woman, she had no power to restrain a chicken. Although she was a member of the Hyuga clan's main family, her strength was so poor that she could almost fall on flat ground if she ran too fast. Just like her daughter Hinata in the original story. Even if she was released, there would be no serious consequences. What's more, Hazuki Hyuga didn't know how the caged bird seal worked. If she knew, she would have used it on Hayashi Hyuga and others long ago. Hayashi Hyuga nodded after receiving the reply. He would come to Ryo Sarutobi for advice on some problems that he couldn't handle. With this question answered, he was ready to go back and release Hazuki Hyuga. As for the first thing Hazuki Hyuga would do after being released, she would definitely come to young Master Ryo Sarutobi to explain and ask him to release her brother, and so on. That was not something he could interfere with.